Su Yun had already accomplished the legendary feat of clearing the 100th floor of the Eternal Epic Tower, yet he never anticipated the betrayal and life-threatening trap that awaited him. The final ember he carried had, unexpectedly, become the fuse of his death. The 100th floor of the Eternal Epic Tower was always the ultimate nightmare for top-tier players. No equipment allowed, no items permitted, only the raw power of one's own flesh and blood could face the boss. A quasisal entity with millions of HP, immune to all physical attacks, and vulnerable only to magic strikes. With his extraordinary attributes as a level 310 demigod, Su Yun exhausted 3 days and nights of sheer willpower and intelligence to reverse the losing battle. Without landing a single damaging blow, he cornered this proud and fierce boss, creating an unprecedented miracle. As the unbelievable victory unfolded, the system's broadcast thundered like a storm, confirming the game would end in 30 minutes. 10 years had slipped by with Su Yun struggling and carving his way through this otherworldly game, blood and loneliness deeply intertwined. Finally, the dawn of going home had arrived. He should have returned with honor and peace. Instead, all he received was a mysterious necklace labeled Memory Panel Extremely Clean, its value unfathomable. The scene shifted to Lannisley's main city, where thousands of players lined the streets, cheering for the legendary strategy blogger's homecoming. Millions of fans' shouts swelled his vanity. He dreamt of statues immortalizing his bravery, of countless descendants singing his praises, and billions of wealth finally freeing him from a decade of isolation. Yet what greeted him was not warmth or praise, but a deadly strike from the quiet forest nearby. Unarmored and unprepared, a dagger pierced Su Yun's chest, laced with a potent poison that drained 4/5 of his life. Stunned, he could barely believe the woman before him was his lover, Lu Qingqiu, backed by 4 fully armed players. Approaching was Wang Zhaoxiu, a longtime nemesis whose grudge had lasted 3 years. The trials of the past were a meticulously crafted death trap by Wang Zhaoxiu. Lu Qingqiu had been nothing but a pawn, carefully positioned over the years to ensure Su Yun's downfall. Though gravely wounded, Su Yun refused to surrender. The merciless poison counted down with every passing second, siphoning his blood in 15-second pulses, his life hanging by a thread. The assailants circled like hungry beasts but feared Su Yun's innate resilience and dared not strike recklessly. In that tense moment, Su Yun's gaze unintentionally locked on a mysterious woman deep within the shadowed woods. Her aura was ethereal, transcendent, chillingly serene as if time itself paused around her. He was certain she was no ordinary player, likely a hidden NPC lurking here, adding an unknown variable to this deadly dance. Wang Zhaoxiu's harsh shout shattered the silence. "What are you staring at? Focus. I'm still going to kill you." Su Yun had no time to reply. The mysterious woman raised her hand as if silently beckoning. Just as the tension mounted, the game's ending broadcast sounded once again. Suddenly, the world around every player tore open in eerie rifts high above, and countless quasisal entity guardians emerged like ghosts flooding through the cracks, an unfathomable wave of terror sweeping into the mortal realm as slaughter erupted in an instant. Hundreds of millions of players were swallowed in the crimson tide, their resurrection impossible. Su Yun watched in horror as his old enemies, Wang Zhaoxiu and Lu Qingqiu among them, were torn to sparkling fragments, their existence wiped away. His heart trembled, teetering on despair. But as the black waves surged toward him, time suddenly froze, as though some divine force had pressed pause. Suddenly awakened, Su Yun found himself lying in his familiar rented room, drenched in cold sweat and gasping hard. He couldn't believe he was still alive, back in reality. But reality was never so simple. Outside, the scenery was unchanged, and the very same dialogue box that had tempted him into the game a decade ago appeared anew. Enter the Eternal Epic? Yes, no. Memories and reality intertwined as he realized he was trapped in a time loop, reborn at the initial testing phase of the game. A strategy blogger, a soul imprisoned within this game for 10 years, now stood at the crossroads of death and rebirth. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. And all of this was only just beginning. On December 1st, 1376, the Epic of Eternity first appeared in the public eye. A translucent dialogue box floated in the air, displaying only one line. Enter the Epic of Eternity? Yes, no. No one knew any more details beyond that, Su Yun included. No one could explain how this mysterious game managed to project the dialogue box directly in front of every person, or how it locked out the logout function for a full 10 years afterward. It took Su Yun about half an hour to go from shock to acceptance of the truth. He hadn't just logged out of a game, he had been reborn. During that time, he tried all sorts of ways to verify this, refreshing the homepage, searching news reports, even knocking on his neighbor's door. The 25-year-old graduate student, who according to Su Yun's previous life memories had died in a gaming accident 9 years ago, was now standing outside like nothing had happened. The fact was undeniable, had truly returned to the past. At first glance, Epic of Eternity seemed like an ordinary MMORPG. Incredibly realistic sensory feedback, an expansive world setting, real money exchangeable for game currency at launch, with early players reaping generous beta rewards. Yet on the very first day it went live, the world plunged into chaos because of this game. At midnight on December 2nd, the system forcibly teleported everyone who hadn't logged in directly into the game and locked the logout function for 10 years straight. The system then broadcast a chilling message: game and reality are merging. This terrified people, but also became Su Yun's greatest mystery. What looked like the apocalypse to others was a chance for Su Yun. In his previous life, he was a strategy blogger familiar with countless hidden quests. Quickly gaining a foothold would be easy this time. Rebirth meant he had the chance to correct every regret. Yes, Su Yun raised his hand and tapped the floating panel. Logging into Epoch of Eternity, please wait. His vision blurred for a moment. The peeling white wall and worn wooden door of his rented room vanished instantly, replaced by an endless grassland under a clear blue sky, white clouds drifting as the wind rippled the tall grass, as if he stood in the real world. Please create your ID name and select your race and faction. The electronic voice echoed in his ears. Choosing an ID name was straightforward. It was simply the player's in-game title. Su Yun had no hesitation and reused his old name. Player ID confirmed. After the Yunduo Strategy Team finalized the ID, it was time to carefully choose the race and faction. The login screen flashed, presenting 4 race options neatly lined up: humans, lowborn dwarves, wasteland remnants, and half-orcs. Among all the early decisions, this step would most influence the later development. 1. Growth aptitude. In the Eternal Era, each level up automatically increases basic attributes. These 4 starting races focus respectively on magic affinity, strength, vitality, and defense. For example, humans gain a slight boost in magic affinity every level, while the others specialize accordingly. 2. Attribute acquisition. One way is to lock in racial talents immediately. The other is to complete class quests at higher levels to make up deficiencies. 3. Starter village. Your faction also determines your spawn point. Only by choosing a particular faction will the system place you directly in that race's territory. In the bottom left corner of the screen, a small, inconspicuous line of text read, "To unlock other hidden factions, please pay." Only players logging in on the first day would receive this launch bonus. Detected player Yunduo Strategy Team has currency. Exchange now? A system prompt appeared. Su Yun bit his lip and clicked yes. In an instant, the exchange progress bar shot to the end. Exchange success. 1377 Wasteland coins. Successfully exchanged 1377 Wasteland coins. The alert tone barely faded when a pang seized his heart. 140,000 real-world currency instantly became a mere 1,377 Wasteland coins in-game. The exchange rate was brutally straightforward: 100 real currency units, 1 Wasteland coin. But Wasteland coins were just the lowest-tier currency in the game. 1,000 Wasteland coins, 1 mine iron coin. 1,000 mine iron coins, 1 red copper coin. 1,000 red copper coins, 1 shining silver coin. 1,000 shining silver coins, 1 grand prize coin. Grand prize coins were recognized as the true gold by players. Above that were the legendary ancient dragon scales, which could not be exchanged directly. 1 million grand prize coins roughly equaled 1 ancient dragon scale. No one would foolishly spend those as currency, since their real value lay in the fact that simply carrying them increased base stats, and they could trigger bonus stat surges on level up. Su Yun recalled that in his previous life, he had accumulated many ancient dragon scales, but by then he was already max level and missed out on the upgrade bonuses. He always felt that was a bit of a ripoff in the design. Now, after all his effort, he had barely gotten 1,400 Wasteland coins, which naturally stung. Time was tight, and he had no other way to earn money. In theory, he could tap into online loans without repaying, but the process was cumbersome. After being locked in the game world for 10 years, his skills were rusty. Besides, rather than wasting time on loans, it was better to enter the game sooner and earn more that way. Weighing his options, Su Yun decided that 1,377 Wasteland coins were enough to carry out the opening plan he had set for himself. Use 100 Wasteland coins to refresh 1 race faction selection? Su Yun's eyes lit up instantly. This was exactly the result he had been dreaming of. Although he only rolled the low-tier elf race, having the qualification to start directly in the elf kingdom right from the beginning was an absolute game-changer for any player. In the previous life, players jokingly called the elf race taskmasters because the elf territory was never short of endless quests. Whoever chose that spawn point basically won at the starting line. As for whether the early stats were strong or not, that didn't really matter. There was always a chance to switch factions later in the game, a well-known secret bonus verified by countless players before. This perfect roll immediately saved him a fortune in refresh costs, leaving him with 1,377 Wasteland coins. Back in his previous life, he had been reluctant to bring his entire savings into the game, even managing to graduate from scratch. Now, with 1,377 coins in his pocket, living well was all but guaranteed. Confirm race faction. Low-tier elf-affiliated elf clan, yes no? The system prompt popped up in front of him after a long break from playing. But Suyun didn't rush to click yes. His mind raced as he weighed the options. Was the elf race truly the optimal choice? Should he spend the remaining free refresh attempts and risk going for a high-tier branch like Night Elf? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he instinctively opened his inventory to check his available resources. Remaining assets: 15 ancient dragon scales, 2,365,791 gold coins, 987 radiant silver coins expand. At first glance, he almost thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He quickly rubbed them hard and double-checked. Remaining assets: 15 ancient dragon scales, 2,365,791 gold coins, 987 radiant silver coins expand. The figures were exactly the same. Suyun was completely stunned. This was exactly the stash of money he had left behind, unable to retrieve after clearing out his inventory during his previous attempt at the Epic Tower. So the money had truly reincarnated with him? It felt like the game developers had deliberately given him a second run. The enormous fortune left him momentarily dumbfounded. Then a bold idea began to wildly take root in his mind. Since the money was here, what if he pushed the refresh count all the way to the limit? Every 100 refreshes would update the available race selection cap, and with this many gold coins, he had the chance to roll through every faction. If he filled the refresh quota, who knew what rare races might appear? Excluding the 15 ancient dragon scales, he had over 2.36 million gold coins alone. What would that be worth in real-world currency? Even the world's richest person, working hard for hundreds of years, wouldn't come close to that sum. This situation really Suyun had never fought such a wealthy battle in his life. A line of pale blue text flickered across the screen. Suyun glanced at the progress bar, then tapped 27 times in quick succession. With each tap, electronic beeps rang out repeatedly, like raindrops hitting glass. It wasn't until 1,377 wasteland coins were deducted that the option for the Night Elf race finally appeared, albeit late. If his wallet hadn't been ridiculously full right now, he wouldn't have wasted coins like this. But unfortunately, this elven sub-race had already lost its appeal to him. He was curious about what other extraordinary bloodlines might show up after maxing out the initial race options. As the thought crossed his mind, he gave up. Hesitation practice is the only way to test the truth. Stop dreaming and just do it. Let's refresh. Refresh successful. 100 wasteland coins consumed. Available race options: Wasteland Meat Dust Life 4, Defense 2. Note: available race limits update every 100 refreshes. Current progress: 100,100. Along with the system prompt, a line of bright red letters suddenly lit up. Player Cloud Strategy Group detected. Race refresh limit reached 100 times. Available race tier limit updated. Current limit: Tier 2 races. The screen's color tone instantly shifted. Icons turned from gray to vibrant colors. Refresh successful. 100 or coins consumed. Available race options: Hybrid Dwarf Strength 2, Life 2, Defense 4. Note: available race limits update every 100 refreshes. Current progress: 1100. The stats instantly multiplied 1,000-fold. 100 or coins at once equaled 10 million in real currency. Suyun's pupil shrank, yet he didn't even pause. To max out the Tier 2 races would require a total investment equivalent to 1 billion real-world currency, mining mountains of, or would be needed. But to him now, money was just a number. The flickering progress bar on the screen was his real prize. He remembered from his previous life, in Eternal Genesis, no one was willing to spend big to unlock high-tier races right from the start. Later on, you could just re-specialize, and no need to clash with the official balancing system. For that reason, nobody ever posted results from maxing out top-tier races on the forums. Today, he decided to be the very first. His fingers flew over the controls. Exchange prompts flooded the screen, numbers soaring visibly fast. Finally, when the total refresh count reached 401, a cold gleam flashed, and the prompt box shifted from gold to brilliant red gold. Refresh successful. 100 prestige coins consumed. Available race options: True Dragon Strength 20, Life 80. Note: available race limits update every 100 refreshes. Current progress: 1100. Tier 5 option unlocked. Suyun thought the prestige coin stage would be the limit, yet the system still prompted, can continue upgrading. And on the very first refresh of Tier 5, the True Dragon appeared proudly, overwhelming all previous options with 100 points of growth potential at a glance. Keep in mind, before reincarnation, Suyun's last race choice had been the innate human race. Though its tier was unknown, its total growth potential was only 46 points less than half of the True Dragon's. This is an incredibly exaggerated setup. If Suyun's previous life truly belonged to the legendary True Dragon clan, then even without wearing any gear, his health points would surely exceed 1 million. In that state, the boss guarding the 100th floor of the Eternal Era Tower couldn't kill him with a single strike. Moreover, if the True Dragon clan is such a powerful starting race, Does that mean the newbie village's spawn point could directly be chosen within the True Dragon territory? The world of Eternal Era is vast beyond imagination, with countless sprawling continents, too many to even count. Even Su Yun has only heard scattered rumors. He has never traveled to all the lands. In his previous life, his knowledge of the Dragon Clan was limited to a few hidden quests and fragmented storylines. The True Dragon Clan had long been extinct in this game's lore, wiped out over 50,000 years ago. Players enter the game more than 50,000 years after the dragon's demise. Living dragons no longer exist, let alone any dragon territories to explore. Su Yun even wondered, if he had chosen the True Dragon Clan at the start, would there still be some remaining dragons with a spawn location? Or would he be the last pseudo-dragon, living completely alone? The former would be unlikely but plausible. The latter would make for a brutal, hellish start. That said, Su Yun had no intention of picking the True Dragon Clan anyway, mainly because they have zero affinity for magic. The Guardian boss on the 100th floor of the Eternal Era Tower only recognizes magical attacks, which makes dragons nothing more than sitting ducks, completely defenseless. Su Yun vividly remembered the brutal scenes when those bosses stormed out of the tower, slaughtering players indiscriminately. If complete player death wasn't the true ending, he would never let his guard down. On his game interface, a pop-up flickered. Refresh successful, consuming 100 gold coins. Available race factions: Eternal Knight Royalty, Magic Affinity 65, Sharpness 15, Health 20. With more refreshes, every 100 times unlocks higher tier race options. Current refresh count: 100100. Player Yunduo Strategy Group detected. Race faction options refreshed 500 times. Upper limit expanded. Unlocked Ancient God level race. Hidden achievement: unlocked the last Ancient God seed. Hidden in-game storyline triggered: I will reclaim the authority of all gods. Consume 10 Ancient Dragon Scales and Memory to unlock Ancient God level race. A series of pop-ups raced across Su Yun's vision, and when he stopped to read those words carefully, a chill gripped his heart. Hidden in-game storyline? I saw this prompt when I cleared the Eternal Era Tower already. This was absurd. Had he cleared the game again? Could he enter it infinitely? Even more shocking, now it required consuming 10 Ancient Dragon Scales and an item called Memory. Each Ancient Dragon Scale was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Except for players like him who had cleared the tower once. Who could afford that? That Memory, too, seemed familiar. Wasn't it the rare reward dropped upon completing the Eternal Era Tower? It made sense it carried over with his rebirth. After all, currency was reborn too, so items naturally were as well. But something felt off. Think about it. To even unlock this Ancient God level race, you must have cleared the 100th floor of the Eternal Era Tower at least once. Pausing to consider, Su Yun decisively responded to the game's prompt. Consume 10 Ancient Dragon Scales and Memory. Select race faction. Throne of Memory. Belongs to the Ancient God Clan. Magic Affinity, Strength, Sharpness, Defense, Health all max at 100. Total growth points reach a full 500. Perfectly balanced in every way, virtually invincible. Numbers on the screen flickered row after row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 500. In that moment, Su Yun's gaze was steady and calm. Confirm race faction selection. Ancient God Clan Throne of Memory? Yes, no. His finger tapped the confirm key, as if sealing the gateway to unrivaled power. The character's race faction had been confirmed as the Ancient Gods. Now, it was time to choose a birthplace. As Su Yun clicked Ancient Gods to confirm, the pop-up naturally shifted to the Select Birthplace screen. But something felt off according to his memories from his previous life. After selecting the race faction, the next step should have been drawing the starting template talent, not immediately choosing a spawn point. Back then, when he first entered Eternal Epoch, he picked the human faction and got the one and only talent: instant magic. Casting all basic spells required no chanting. That ace talent allowed him to power through challenging dungeons and ultimately conquer the 100th floor of the Eternal Epic Tower. He had long grown accustomed to a zero cast-time combat rhythm, and even after reincarnation, he intended to draw that old friend talent once again. To get the same talent, he had even calculated exact login timing before, minimizing variables just to re-roll instant magic casting. Later, after he found himself swimming in money with no real worries, he stopped stressing about it. But now the Ancient Gods had completely swallowed up the initial talent draw. Thinking about this made his scalp tighten. If he really lost instant magic casting, his entire playstyle would need a complete overhaul. Since the system skipped the talent draw, all he could do was hope the Ancient Gods brought some new surprise, or pray instant magic casting would return with his rebirth like before. Just as the thought passed, a massive holographic map unfurled before his eyes. Su Yun roughly estimated this map was at least 10 times larger than the Eternal Epic continent he remembered. In his previous life, players could access the map too, but with strict limitations. Only regions they had physically visited would be revealed, and only after revealing a region could they add players from that area as friends. He had traveled tens of thousands of miles to write guides covering all corners. But by comparison, Those revealed zones likely accounted for just a tenth of the entire continent. Could this panoramic map be the full world? The Eternal Epic's realm was really this vast. Even stranger since he could see the entire layout. Did that mean any coordinate on the map could be chosen as a birthplace? The ancient gods had no fixed spawn point? That made sense. According to official lore, even the dragon race went extinct 50,000 years ago. The ancient gods were barely mentioned except in hidden achievements as the last ancient god descendants. Not finding any fellow tribesmen would indeed be reasonable. Would you like to select the barren wasteland as your birthplace? Yes, no. Curious, he casually clicked on a remote corner, and a confirmation box popped up as expected. With options scattered everywhere, he suddenly found himself overwhelmed by choice. Normally, new players could only spawn near level 5 starter towns. At least in his past life, he had never heard of anyone landing directly in towns above level 4. So then, where exactly should he set his birthplace? Su Yun had just unlocked the world map, giving him a vast range of choices, and he clearly knew the locations of several high-level main cities. The coordinates of the final level 1 main city, Lane Ocelai, briefly flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed the thought starting from level 4 main cities. The surrounding monsters were already level 60. A brand new player at level 1 trying to level up by farming monsters there? It was more sensible to just quit the game and get some sleep. Besides, if a level 1 main city was considered a newbie village, then even after a year of grinding without taking damage, he probably wouldn't be able to kill even the weakest nearby monsters. After some consideration, Su Yun decided to set his sights on the Elven territory. The Elven race had the most side and hidden quests among all clans, and he already knew the complex quest routes by heart. Why pass up such a bonus? Do you choose 7-color Phantom Forest as your starting location? Yes, no? Confirmed. The 7-color Phantom Forest belonged to the elves, specifically the Night Elf branch. As a dazzling white light flooded the vast grassland, Su Yun's vision briefly blurred, and when it cleared, he was standing in a lush forest. The fresh scent of damp earth mixed with the sour smell of rotting plants filled his nose. Thick layers of fallen leaves underfoot made every step feel like sinking into soft soil by half an inch. The familiar surroundings reminded him 7-color Phantom Forest. He was back. He knew this terrain better than his own living room. My God, is this still a game? Pinching myself actually hurts, a nearby player exclaimed. That's not good. Another player kindly warned. Lower your pain sensitivity quickly, or if you get hit by a monster, you might actually faint from the pain. Did you guys also join Eternal Era because of those online reviews? Yeah, such a fresh game, you've got to try it. What do you think the game's principle is? Stimulating brainwaves or something? Who knows? It's free, so I'm just treating it like a free trip. Someone else spoke up from the crowd. Did you guys get the free Night Elf characters from the tries? No one paid for one, right? I spent 80,000. No way, rich guy? You actually spend money on such a sketchy game? With a world this real, I don't mind paying some money. I never look at how much I spend on games anyway. Rich guy, please let me tag along. What talents did you roll? Can you have some boundaries? Asking about talents right off the bat? Laughter and teasing broke out. Suddenly someone looked down at their character panel and muttered, weird, why can't I take off my pants? Here it is, the earliest pants removal crowd. It had been the same in his previous Lithia's late, as when Su Yun cleared the Eternal Era Tower. People were still questioning why the game didn't allow taking off pants. Honestly, Su Yun wanted to find out, too. Watching the players casually chatting around him, Su Yun shook his head quietly. After today, Eternal Era would no longer be just a simple game. Ignoring the other players still caught up in the novelty of the scene, Su Yun strode straight through the crowd toward the cluster of Night Elf NPCs nearby. As he moved, he raised his hand, and a semi-transparent personal status panel unfolded in his view, needed to check if he had missed any critical information. Attribute panel. ID name, Cloud Tactics Group. Level, 1 experience, 0. Novice race faction, Old God race. Memory Throne unique. Current affinity, Night Elf. Old God tier template talent. Memory Throne unique. Currently inherited template talents. None 0, 3, transferable. Old God tier profession, none. Health points, 11. Growth potential, 100. Note. No Eatsong memory squire currently. Unable to gain HP growth. Sharpness, 100 growth potential, 100 inherited from memory throne. Agility, 30. Crit rate, 30. Crit damage, 130. Dodge, 30 inherited from memory throne. Strength, 112 growth potential, 100 inherited from memory throne. Armor penetration, 20. Magic resistance penetration, 20. Physical resistance penetration, 20. Magic affinity, 214 growth potential, 100 inherited from memory throne. Magic hit rate, 120. Magic power, 120. Mana, 1000. Mana recovery efficiency, 200. Defense, 207 growth potential, 100 inherited from memory throne. Physical resistance, 20. Magic resistance, 20. Effect resistance, 20. Free attributes, 0 10 points gained per level up. Eat Song. 03 can be converted into mythical potential. Unique equipment. 1. Yulon Sharpblade. Equip requirement. Level 310. Effect. On hit causes poison damage, loses 5 of enemy max HP every 15 seconds. Non-stacking. Affected by magic resistance and defense. Current status. Cannot equip, restricted by memory throne. Quality. Demigod 8 star. 2. Novice Longbow. Equip requirement. Level 1. Effect. None. Current status. Cannot equip, restricted by memory throne. Quality. Novice 1 star. 3. Novice Chestplate. Equip requirement. Level 1. Effect. Armor 1. Current status. Cannot equip, restricted by memory throne. Quality. Novice 1 star. Expanded, remaining 3 items expanded. Staring at the wall of dense statistics, Su Yun felt his steps falter. The exquisitely detailed panel almost made him forget to keep moving forward. He had guessed his panel would be unusual since he possessed a unique old god race, but he never imagined it would be this wildly different. Ordinary players at this stage might only have 13 points of strength, depending on their initial race growth potential. Yet, for him, the memory throne alone granted 112 strength, and the other attributes were equally outrageously high. But hidden behind these lavish stats was a deadly trap. His health was only 1 point. 1 drop of health. If he stubbed his toe on a stone or got an ingrown toenail, he'd instantly die. Not to mention, all his equipment showed cannot equip in cold letters. Even the dagger Lu Qingchu had brought back with him at rebirth was locked. This string of bad news shattered Su Yun's carefully planned strategy. He simply didn't have the means to stockpile resurrection items yet. Although dying on the first day wouldn't be permanent, could delete his account and start over, there was no guarantee the millions under his account would carry over to his next character. Worse still, after today, if he lacked resurrection items, dying again would mean a real death sentence. Was his only choice to pursue a no-damage playstyle? Theoretically, he was confident he could play without a health bar. But anyone who walks by the river will eventually get wet. Everyone expects thieves after 1,000 days. He had to defend against them every single day. His health cap was just 1 point. If that single drop was lost, he would die instantly with no argument. In his mind, he cursed bitterly. This old god race really is a trap. If race determines the baseline strength, then the upper limit depends on the initial template talent that every player except Su Yun can choose upon entering the game. In Eternal Epoch, race and faction can be changed several times as the game progresses, but the originally selected template talent stays with the character for life, lasting all the way to level 310 as a demigod, with no chance to respec. In his previous life, Su Yun reached the pinnacle thanks to the magic quick cast talent. Facing a new life, he had thought fate was mocking him by taking away this crucial gift. Fortunately, where there's a will, there's a way. The ancient god-tier race and faction known as the Memory Throne comes with a unique, exclusive template talent. Its true effects will directly shape Su Yun's next choice and destiny. Template talent, Memory Throne. 1. Recall Servants. When the Memory Throne personally kills an enemy unit of mythic quality, there is a 50 chance to forcibly convert it into a recall servant. If the mythic enemy or ally is not defeated by the Memory Throne, if the target willingly submits, it will be converted into a recall servant. If the target refuses submission, there remains a 10 chance of forced conversion. 2. Undying Throne. The Memory Throne's maximum health equals the total maximum health of all its recall servants combined. As long as at least one recall servant survives, the Memory Throne cannot be killed. Its health cannot drop below 1. This rule is absolute and cannot be overridden by any external effect. If a recall servant is killed while the Memory Throne still exists, the killing effect immediately fails. The recall servant retains 1 health point and cannot lose any more. When recall servants face instant kill effects that ignore health limits, there is a 50 chance to completely dodge the damage. If the dodge fails, the servant dies and requires 1 day to revive. This immunity is also absolute. 3. Growth and sharing. The maximum number of recall servants equals the Memory Throne's level cap, currently 0.32. Recall servants automatically share the Memory Throne's growth potential, unaffected by their own innate stats. The Memory Throne can continuously burn mana to merge and share all attributes except health with all recall servants until mana depletes. Recall servants can freely level up and will grow in sync with the Memory Throne's level, never below its own level. 4. Recall Minions. When the Memory Throne kills any enemy target, there is an 80 chance to convert them into recall minions, with no limit to their numbers. However, recall minions' actions and existence continuously consume the Memory Throne's mana. If mana reaches 0, no new summons or conversions can occur. Recall minions' maximum health is at least 50 of the highest current recall servant's health. If higher originally, that value is retained. If lower, it is raised to 50. When recall minions are killed, they also need 1 day to revive. Recall minions require 1 day to revive after being killed. The level of the Memory Servant increases along with the level of the Memory Throne and is always at least equal to the level of the Memory Throne. 3. Memories of the past current memory servants. 03. Every day, the memory throne grants 3 additional memory retention uses per its level for all items it holds. Whenever an item under memory retention experiences any attribute change, 1 retention use can be consumed to instantly create a brand new, identical copy of that item. The copied item and the original can be independently chosen to be either independent or bound. If bound is selected, all changes to the original item will be reversed, restoring it to the state it was in when first retained. 4. Throne. The memory throne can inherit up to 3 template talents. These inherited talents can be swapped out at any time, but only 3 can be retained simultaneously. When replaced, any attribute bonuses granted by the inherited talent remain permanently, while the replaced talent immediately becomes invalid. The memory throne can inherit up to 6 equipment effects. These effects can also be freely changed, but only 6 can be retained at once. Any beyond that must be discarded. 5. Memory authority. Any target damaged by the memory throne can have its memory reshape. The throne can deal true damage again equal to 100 of the original damage, ignoring all damage reduction. If this effect causes fatal damage, it bypasses all forms of immortality or health lock mechanisms on the target. It always hits, ignores distance, is unique, and guaranteed to activate. Each target can trigger this up to 3 times per day, a total of 6 times per day across all targets. 6. Pride of the Ancient God. The memory throne cannot equip anything below divine god level gear. Equipment belonging to the memory throne can be freely given to any memory follower. The equipment and items held by a memory follower are also considered owned by the memory throne. Level. Ancient God level unique, upgradable. Upgrade requirements. Any race reputation 010, 000, 000, 000. Note. The last spark of the gods, destined to seize the authority of the gods once again and illuminate the eternal darkness. Careless of me. It wasn't until Su Yun finished thoroughly reviewing the dense talents and effects of the memory throne that he belatedly realized he had seriously underestimated it. This kind of power couldn't just be called a cheat, it was outrageous. This was the unique special effect of an ancient god-level template talent. If he rose to level 310 demigod while retaining the memory throne, he was confident he could beat the level 100 guardian boss of the eternal epic tower to a pulp. Su Yun's chest felt like it was burning with flames. He could clearly hear his pounding heart. His plan needed adjustment, and the top priority was clear: had to fully squeeze the potential out of the memory throne. Simply put, he needed to find at least 3 memory followers. Where were the memory followers? The system required mythical aptitude for hostile or friendly targets, which essentially meant NPCs. Su Yun knew where to find NPCs with mythical aptitude. The Rainbow Phantom Forest would appear at a special point in time. But the question was, how could he turn them into his memory followers? Mythical aptitude NPCs forget that he only had 1 HP now. Even if his growth aptitude gave him thousands of HP, he couldn't withstand a single attack from them. Worse, he couldn't even equip anything yet. By the way, what exactly was divine god level equipment? Su Yun had only ever seen equipment at most at the demigod level. After weighing the advantages and disadvantages in front of him, he knew the path ahead wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't without hope. With steady yet firm resolve, he stepped toward the gathering of Night Elf NPCs and said, "Warriors of the Night Elf tribe, as one of your hired mercenaries, I intend to help you reclaim the 7-colored sacred tree. Since that's the case, I believe I'm entitled to negotiate some resource exchange with you." The gathering spot was a makeshift encampment supported by massive tree trunks and covered with animal hides, with the crackling of a campfire punctuating the night. Several burly male night elves clad in rough beast skins looked up at the sound, their dark pupils reflecting the firelight. It was precisely this scene that reaffirmed for Su Yun why he had chosen the 7-colored Phantom Forest as his spawn point. First, the elf tribe was known for having an abundance of quests. Second, and most importantly, just by choosing the night elf race, players receive a nightmare difficulty main quest immediately upon logging in. In the ancient epic, quests are divided into 3 categories: main, side, and hidden, each further subdivided by difficulty and star rating. There are 7 difficulty levels: normal, elite, hard, extreme, hell, nightmare, and impossible. Star ratings range from 1 up to 20 stars. Difficulty isn't fixed the lower a player's level, the higher the game system rates the quest's difficulty. On top of that, every quest has a time limit. If players don't intervene soon enough, the storyline advances on its own and fails once the time expires. Even if it doesn't outright fail, rewards and difficulty sharply drop to prevent exploits like accepting a level 1 quest to complete it at level 100. The current night elf background: a swarm of giant scorpion-like insect monsters have seized their sacred home, the 7-colored sacred tree. The night elf chieftain, Taru, urgently called on mercenaries, the players along with his own warriors, vowing to take back the sacred tree. As for why players immediately have the mercenary status upon arrival, That remains one of the few unresolved mysteries in the ancient epic. Back to the present moment if his memory served. When he first set foot in this starter village, this main quest was officially rated Nightmare 7 stars. Normally, players fresh out of the newbie phase couldn't defeat those insect monsters. Failure was almost assured. Therefore, players who spawned in the 7-colored Phantom Forest often lacked the protection of a main city, unlike those in other regions. Yet none of this applied to Su Yunhe. Not only understood all the quest stages, but also knew how to complete it damage-free, speedrun, full collection, top rating. The problem was that he currently had only a sliver of health left, and many strategies still needed to be carefully laid out. Of course, what do you want in exchange? A cold voice responded, and a character panel popped up before Su Yun. Name, Feli. Race, Night Elf. Level, 30. Starter class, Archer. Relationship, friendly. Remaining details currently unavailable. Su Yun's eyes brightened slightly, his tone resolute. I want to exchange for some death substitution totems. The death substitute totem is an item that can prevent a player's permanent death. It's the real hard currency among players. This small dark red wooden figurine binds to the player's spawn point. If the player dies unexpectedly, they can choose to be instantly pulled back to safety at that spawn. The rules are strict to the extreme. Each player can carry no more than 3, and each one counts as a single extra life. The moment Su Yun stepped into this world called the Eternal Era, his biggest concern wasn't fighting monsters or leveling up, but dying suddenly before finding Ekong. So he set a single priority for himself. First get all 3 death substitute totems, then deal with everything else. You actually want to trade for death substitute totems? Do you even know how valuable those are? What do you plan to offer in exchange? Under the dim, flickering light of the blacksmith's forge, Phelis' brows knitted tightly, his tone growing noticeably colder. In the Eternal Era, without a death substitute totem, both players and NPCs truly die. For NPCs, these totems are even more precious than for players once they die. Unlike players, they don't get to reload or respawn. No one is willing to give one up easily, not to mention Su Yun asking for several. Unless you complete a ridiculously long string of difficult quests or raise an NPC's affection level to intimate. Trying to get a totem from an NPC is basically a pipe dream. What made it even worse was that the game was still in its initial stage. Aside from the 3 totems the system forcibly places in every player's backpack at midnight tonight, the only way to get more was the honest grind of running quests. But Su Yun was different. The one thing he was not short of? Money. So much money he could never spend it all. Is this enough to make a trade? He pulled out a golden coin from his backpack, palm-sized, shining with a spectrum of colors under the firelight. Phelis' expression froze. That small toss of the coin landed like a hammer blow. Phelis let out a startled shout, nearly bouncing off his stool. The players lining up nearby to forge turned their heads at the noise, their curious gazes piercing Su Yun like sharp arrows. Su Yun pressed the golden coin into his palm and calmly reminded him, "You know, I don't want any trouble." After a brief silence, Phelis' face broke into an overly flattering grin, his tone warmer than the forge's fire. "My most esteemed friend, please follow me." A good while later, Phelis' attitude had completely reversed. Respectfully invited Su Yun to follow him away. Because of the storyline, the Night Elves were originally driven out of the 7-colored world tree and needed the players' help to reclaim their homeland. So the player's starting area for the Night Elves is actually just a makeshift camp force to be set up within the Prism Mirage Forest. Though small, the temporary camp was packed with tents and clearly defined posts, already forming a fully functional newbie village. Narrow animal hide paths crisscrossed beneath swaying tree shadows, where cooking smoke mingled with the faint, bitter scent of herbs drifting through the air. Following Philly closely, Su Yun turned left and right, passing a simple archery target next to a watchtower, then walking through a herb-scented corridor between storage tents and medical tents, until finally stopping deep inside the camp. Had it not been for Philly guiding him, Su Yun, a freshly arrived player, would never have been able to reach the heart of the camp after all. Although players belonged to the Night Elf faction, their background was strictly as mercenaries temporarily residing here. In fact, their relationship with the Night Elf NPCs only extended to friendly trade, falling far short of genuine trust, separated by many quest chains. Philly stopped before the largest tent in the camp, its fabric glowing dimly in the yellow light of an oil lamp, with 2 wooden stakes carved with ancient moon patterns standing guard at the entrance. "Chieftain, I'm Philly. I have urgent business to report," he called out sharply, his voice echoing inside the tent's cloth walls. After a brief silence, a slightly hoarse but still authoritative reply came. "Enter." With permission granted, Philly lifted the flap and stepped aside, gesturing for Su Yun to go in first. Without hesitation, Su Yun ducked under and entered. Inside, the tent was more spacious than it looked from outside, the thick animal hide floor covered with only a simple wooden bench and table. Behind the table sat an elderly figure with silver hair, brushing his shoulders, the chieftain of the Night Elves, Talu. Su Yun recognized him, but Talu had no clue the young man would later fight alongside him many times. Talus' gaze lingered between the two, eyebrows furrowing slightly. Who is this? Though he was familiar with players, he couldn't understand why Philly had brought a mercenary into the tribe's most secret council chamber. Honorable Chieftain Talu, Su Yun spoke bluntly. I have come to discuss plans to retake the seven-colored world tree. I have a way-in infallible method to help the Night Elves reclaim their home. Philly. Talu. Both pairs of eyes widened instantly. Talu instinctively looked to Philly for answers, only to see him vigorously shaking his head, bobbing like a rattle, signaling he knew nothing. At that moment, Philly was itching to ask Su Yun. Didn't you say before that you only wanted to trade a death substitute totem? And in Talus' mind, Philly, you speak too freely. How could you reveal our tribe's most guarded secret to an outsider? Their anxiety wasn't unfounded. Normally, a player entering the Prism Mirage Forest would need to complete numerous side quests and earn reputation before qualifying to trigger the main quest of reclaiming the seven-colored world tree. Currently, the relationship between players and the Night Elf tribe was purely transactional from trust or camaraderie. But Su Yun deemed the process too slow and brazenly took a shortcut, barging straight into the chieftain's council tent. What is your method? Talus said, no longer scolding Philly, instead picking up where Su Yun left off. Heading eastward and traveling 50 miles beyond the edge of the seven-color shadow forest, there was a squad of paladins from the Free Sanctuary stationed there. With their help, the threat posed by the seven-color divine tree could be thoroughly eliminated. Su Yun showed no intention of beating around the bush. After speaking, he withdrew his gaze. In truth, he had already prepared more than one plan in his mind. If time permitted, he could grind experience points first, familiarize himself with his skills, and then complete the main quest quickly by exploiting bugs before reaching level 20. But the problem was that his health bar was dangerously low, just a sliver remained. Even the slightest mishap could cause him to drop dead on the spot, so reckless risk-taking was out of the question. If Plan A was impossible, only Plan B remained. And what was Plan B? Throwing money at the problem, of course. To Su Yun, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be solved with enough gold. And if something couldn't, it was simply because not enough gold had been spent yet. At this very moment, gold coins were the one thing he had in abundance. Since the Night Elves could recruit players to die for them, Su Yun could just spend the money to hire a proper standing army instead. Nonsense. Just as expected, the moment the words left his mouth, Taru exploded like a powder keg. His anger flared instantly. Our Night Elf tribe has lived hidden in the seven-color Phantom Forest for generations, precisely to protect our homeland from foreign invaders. You actually want us to invite wolves into our home? With that shout, a system prompt quietly appeared. Your relationship with Taru has dropped to neutral. Philly, escort the guest out. From now on, no mercenaries are allowed into the camp. Yes, sir. Philly, the attendant, hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to pull Su Yun away, thinking inside that this esteemed visitor had just single-handedly set off an explosive situation by offending the clan chief. In a split second, a streak of golden light tore through the air. Ding! A golden coin landed in Terra's palm, and he instinctively clenched it. The dazzling shine caused his pupils to shrink sharply. In this beginner-level seven-color Phantom Forest, the most valuable circulating currency was copper coins, with even cheaper iron or coins used for daily transactions. A golden coin? That was something only legends spoke of. 1 golden coin, 1,000 silver coins, 1 million copper coins. Converted into resources, it was enough to buy the entire Night Elf camp, foundations and all, with plenty left over. And this was early in the game. Not just ordinary players, but even top guilds rarely had a single golden coin to spare. Wait. Taru suddenly raised his hand, signaling Philly to stop. His eyes fixed firmly on the coin as his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Was Su Yun's suggestion truly impossible? Not at all. The real difficulty was that the Night Elves simply couldn't afford the exorbitant appearance fee demanded by the paladins of the Free Sanctuary. The Free Sanctuary paladins were the official standing army of the Level 2 Main City Free Sanctuary, a powerful and completely neutral faction. The Free Sanctuary held sway over the vast territory surrounding the seven-color Phantom Forest and was a dominant force that valued its reputation more than its life. Taru, having grown up in the seven-color Shadow Forest, was well aware of the Free Sanctuary's prestige. His earlier cries about protecting the homeland were mainly an excuse was financially strapped and couldn't hire this legendary ironclad force. Otherwise, he would have already knocked on the paladin's gates. Seeing through everything, Su Yun smiled slightly. Hiring the Free Sanctuary to purge the seven-color divine tree's threat should cost around 3 golden coins. I will pay the other 2 golden coins as well. Clan Chief Taru, I urge you to set off immediately. Su Yun calmly took out 2 gold coins and held them in his palm. Then, he visibly saw the relationship status on Terra's display panel jump from neutral to friendly, then intimate, followed by close as brothers, and finally settling at life and death allies. The relationship levels on the panel were a familiar system to all players in Eternal Era, ascending from friendly, intimate, close as brothers, life and death allies, to unbreakable bonds, descending from hostile, hatred, blood feud, to mortal enemies. Being at the life and death allies tier meant that, except for forcing the other to commit suicide, almost all requests would be honored. At that moment, Terra's eyes reddened. He no longer maintained the dignified composure of the Night Elf chieftain, but hurried over to Su Yun, grabbed his hand tightly, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably. My most respected friend, I don't know how to express how grateful I am. It was you who saved the Night Elf tribe. After the loss of the seven-colored divine tree, the Night Elves were doomed to decline. Su Yun's action had literally dragged the entire race back from extinction. According to Eternal Era's design, all NPCs possess independent personalities and emotions. Their main difference from players lies in not being able to freely switch faction allegiance, which made Terra's emotional reaction feel particularly genuine. Just as Terra's tears hadn't yet dried, a translucent screen popped up in front of Su Yun. Main quest: reclaim the seven-colored divine tree. Difficulty: Nightmare 10 stars. Background: due to an accident, the Night Elf tribe lost their ancestral home essential for survival. Through persistent effort, you have earned their approval. Taru, Night Elf chieftain, admires your courage and strength and invites you to join the expedition to help the Night Elves reclaim the seven-colored divine tree. Rewards: 1. Unlock level 5 main city seven-colored divine tree. 2. Night Elf tribe reputation 5000. 3. Swift Hunter set. 4. Key to Night Elf treasury 1. 5. Permanent intimate relationship with Night Elf tribe. 6. Mysterious parchment fragment. 7. Totem of substitution 2. 8. Iron coins 50. 9. Experience 50,000. 10. Unlock story raid purge the seven-colored divine tree. Achievement: fight for the Night Elves. After a brief greeting, Taru motioned for his attendant, Philip, to leave. He then linked arms with Su Yun and started walking deeper into the tent, chatting casually about everyday matters. Su Yun had originally planned to speak privately with Taru, so he stayed. My honored friend. Taru lowered his voice, sounding slightly uneasy. I know this may seem presumptuous, but weren't you all driven here out of desperation? Why do you have gold coins in hand? Su Yun suddenly had 3 big question marks pop up in his mind. When exactly had he ever been desperate? He quickly realized that the you all Taru referred to echoed the mercenary background the game assigned him. In his previous life, he had chosen the human faction and never truly experienced the initial main quest of reclaiming the seven-colored divine tree firsthand. His familiarity with the story mainly came from the reward list story raid, Purge the Seven-Colored Divine Tree, which recreated that history in detail. But the raid had many restrictions, making it far less free and vivid than living through the main quest. Many finer points he hadn't fully grasped. Hearing Taru mention the player's background, Su Yun found himself genuinely intrigued. Chieftain Talu, everyone has their secrets, and I'm no different. During this time we've spent together, your warm support has made me feel a sense of belonging. That's why I'm willing to fight for the Night Elves and help you reclaim the seven-colored divine tree. Su Yun looked at the tall chieftain before him, his tone sincere and resolute. When it comes to dealing with NPCs for maximum benefit, Su Yun had long distilled 3 key tactics: praise, flattery, and spending money. This approach had unlocked many hidden quests in the past, and he had even turned it into a ready-made script, effortlessly repeating it without emotion. This time, he chose to use flattery and the results were outstanding. From today on, you are forever a part of our Night Elf tribe. This will always be your home, and the gates of the seven-colored divine tree will always be open to you, Talu said with excitement, grabbing Su Yun's hands firmly. His rough palms rubbed hard, giving Su Yun goosebumps all over. Chieftain Talu, I still want to ask, why are you willing to hire us? Clearly, we don't have much power ourselves, Su Yun asked calmly, pulling his hands back with a hint of probing in his voice. Talu sighed deeply. After we were driven out of the seven-colored divine tree, we resolved to retake our home. It was then that we met you. Your previous tribe leader told me you were all exceptional children, but had been attacked by the abyss worms and driven to desperation. As fellow suffering elves, I could not bear to turn you away. So I took you in, hoping you would learn to hunt, to survive properly, and become warriors. Previous tribe leader? Su Yun was slightly surprised. So there really were previous tribe leaders among players? Clearly, the game Epic Eternal had crafted a detailed backstory tailored for its players, just waiting to be discovered. Thank you for your kindness, Chieftain Talu, he replied politely. No, I should be the one thanking you. No, it's your generosity in taking us in. After a long exchange of pleasantries, Su Yun steered the conversation back. Chieftain Talu, I would like some death replacement totems for protection. Also, I have some magical talent, and hope you could recommend me a magic tutor. Phil just informed me about the death replacement totems. Come with me later, and you'll get them. Talu nodded, then frowned. But magical talent, have you already learned magic? In truth, Su Yun didn't need Talu's help to find a night elf magic tutor. But a recommendation would save a lot of trouble, and since money had already been spent, it made sense to take advantage. In the game, Players can only physically attack with novice weapons before level 10. Magic can only be cast after choosing a class, and racial skills awaken at level 10. But this rule wasn't absolute if one acquires a skill book. Even a level 1 player can cast spells. Su Yun was the most familiar with magic use, but remained cautious if things went wrong. There'd be no place to cry. He humbly shook his head. Not yet, but I hope Chieftain Talu can help me verify my magical talent. As he spoke, a mental image flashed of his questline script.jpg. Very well, then follow me. After leaving Talus' tent, he and Su Yun sought out a night elf warlock. Of course, this warlock was an old friend of Su Yun, Shira. Without hesitation, Talu explained their purpose. Shira, this is our friend. He has a talent for learning magic. Could you confirm it for him? No problem, Chieftain. Since Talu and Su Yun were as close as life and death, the entire night elf tribe was more than willing to cooperate unconditionally. Shira asked no questions and quickly returned to her tent. From a wooden shelf, she took down a perfectly transparent crystal orb and gently placed it on the center of the wooden table. If you want to learn magic, first we have to test your affinity. Place your hand on the orbit will show you the answer. Without hesitation, Su Yun laid his hand on the cool surface of the crystal ball. Shira explained, magic generally falls into 4 categories: elemental, dark, holy, and chaos. 1. Elemental magic controls basic elements like fire, water, and lightning. 2. Dark magic, often forbidden arts, known for destructive power. Human mages are most skilled in this. 3. Holy magic, support-oriented, specializes in healing and buffs. 4. Chaos magic, a mixed category with the most complex varieties. In his previous life, Su Yun was a human mage who only mastered the fire and ice branches of elemental magic. Now, with the throne of memories inside him and being the last ancient god, he was very curious about how he might change preferably without causing a big stir. Luckily, there were no other players nearby. 1 second, 2 seconds. Stars of light appeared inside the crystal orb, red representing fire, purple lightning. His affinity had indeed shifted but still remained elemental, leaving Su Yun a bit disappointed. Just as he was about to retract his hand, the unexpected happened. The red and purple flared wildly, followed by flashes of green, blue, cyan, black, and white stars. The lights converged into a second radiant sun rising within the crystal orb. The crimson and white brilliance swallowed everything around it. Even the bright midday sun was dimmed in comparison. Player Hub. Newcomers to the game were gradually getting the hang of controls. They each picked up the beginner longbow given by the system and dispersed to hunt monsters for experience. This monster is way too tough. About a dozen players formed a semicircle around a level 5 beetle, taking turns shooting arrows. The bolts clanged against the beetle's shell but barely pricked its health bar. The beetle's armor was extremely tough. Its health barely budged. But that's the fun of the game: when faced with a challenge, solve it. Can't break the armor? Then try a different monster. If one beetle's shell can't be cracked, just switch targets. Nothing in the world is difficult if you're willing to give up. Hey, look over there, what's that? An impatient player suddenly spun around, just in time to see a dazzling white light erupt from the night elf camp. Even from thousands of meters away, the glare was so intense it made people squint. What? What happened? The night elf camp just exploded? Boom. The crystal ball shattered with a thunderous crash. Realizing the danger in an instant, Su Yun didn't even look back, bolted, stopping only after sprinting nearly 8 meters away. At just 1 drop of health left, any blast nearby would mean instant death for him. After the crystal ball turned to dust, the intense light slowly faded away. Taru and Sheila held their burning eyes, bloodshot from the searing glow, yet they glared fiercely at the shattered sphere, disbelief written all over their faces. What had just happened? The answer was obvious: another prodigy had appeared, a Ancient Millennium genius. In the night elf test, the intensity of the crystal ball's light directly reflected the test subject's magical talent. That blinding flash had nearly enveloped the entire camp, speaking volumes without words. The force was so overwhelming that even the attributes couldn't be identified. But Sheila didn't care whether or not she could teach deeper spells. Confirming Su Yun's elemental magic and extraordinary potential was enough. Clan leader, don't let him escape. Sheila was the first to snap back, scanning the area before locking eyes on Su Yun's distant figure. Then a piercing scream echoed through half the camp. Su Yun faltered, confused. What do you mean, don't let me escape? He clearly heard Xyla's scream, but had no time to respond. His mind was flooded with more important information. Achievement unlocked. Magic initiation. Skills learned. 1. Awaken memory servant ancient god magic active. The memory throne can awaken dormant memory servants to fight for you. Effect influenced by the memory throne's special talents. Continuous mana consumption. If a memory servant is present, extra mana can be consumed to heal it. 2. Memory ice spear ancient god magic active. Form and throw an ice spear that deals one of the memory throne's max HP as true damage on hit. Contract the target's memory position up to 3 seconds prior. No need to hit current location. Costs 15,000 mana. 3. Memory Rewind Ancient God Magic active. Rewinds the memory thrown status up to 3 minutes back. Rewinds HP, mana, and all positive negative effects. Cooldown, 1 day, mana cost, 0. One talent test had suddenly granted Su Yun 3 unheard-of ancient god magics. His hands trembled with excitement. Beyond finding his own 3 memory servants quickly, he now had to maximize his mana limit at all costs. The reason was clear: the memory throne's entire skill set depended on mana, and his initial template talent allowed inheriting 3 other templates. This meant that with strong enough talents, he could expand his mana pool infinitely. Su Yun remembered clearly. In his past life, a player's starting template talent was unlimited mana. If he could find that person and copy it over, he would be unstoppable. Now, where was that person again? After the little incident, Su Yun finally accomplished the first phase of his plan, acquiring 3 death substitute totems and 3 beginner-level spellbooks. Since the main city hadn't been unlocked yet, and players didn't have access to a warehouse, his backpack could only hold those 3 totems. The spellbooks contained Fireball, Lightning Strike, and Ice Spike. Fireball and Ice Spike were familiar old favorites from his previous life, while Lightning Strike's paralysis effect might come in handy at some point. Learning too many beginner spells wouldn't be useful later on. It was better to focus on mastering just a few reliable ones. Once he had the spellbooks, he splurged 600 Wasteland coins at Sheila's shop to buy 300 mana potions. Although his initial mana pool was decent, the skills consumed so much mana that without potions, he couldn't sustain his damage output. Sheila insisted several times that he stay and practice magic to quickly improve his casting proficiency, a sort of hidden quest, but learning the casting posture from scratch would take too much time. Su Yun politely declined with some effort. I'm heading to the free sanctuary now. If you need anything, ask Phila, should be able to help. Meanwhile, Chief Talu was preparing for the delivery of 3 gold embossed coins. Such immense wealth was crucial to the fate of the Night Elf lineage. Apart from himself, no one else could be fully trusted to escort the coins, so he planned to personally deliver them to the free sanctuary. Before leaving, Talu warned, "Stay here at the camp until I return. The abyss worms are rampant outside, and I don't want you to get hurt." "No need, Chief." Su Yun shook his head and neatly organized his backpack. "I figured I might as well go hunt some abyss worms to gain combat experience." Having completed the first stage, he had to immediately start phase 2 grinding monsters to level up. He still couldn't summon any Eat Zone, but after mastering magic, he could catch a few E-servants to fight alongside him and get familiar with the intricate skill effects of the memory throne. Honestly, other players were already far ahead, having finished their newbie quests. They were probably leveling up furiously in the wild. He couldn't afford to fall behind any longer. Talu. The chief frowned sharply. Abyss worms were the very culprits who had abducted the 7-colored divine tree. Adult worker worms resembled armored giant scorpions, while the larvae looked like oversized beetles. Either way, they had impenetrable shells that normal weapons couldn't break. Only when multiple experienced night elf hunters fought together could they successfully hunt abyss worms. Su Yun was now a distinguished guest among the night elves, but he needed to go out hunting abyssal larvae. How could Taru possibly be at ease with that? Terra's eyes widened so much they seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. Only then did Su Yun realize that his close bond with Terra, their life-and-death friendship, was backfiring. The chieftain was simply too worried to let him take any risks. "I'm just going to scout the area," Su Yun hurriedly added. "I won't venture too deep before you and the Holy Knight's return." He honestly feared that if Taru got upset, he might just confine him within the Night Elf camp. Taru sighed deeply, his broad shoulders sagging slightly, as if making a painful decision. "Very well. I know you possess unmatched courage and determination. Sooner or later, you will be an excellent hunter." Then he straightened his chest and said, "All right, wait here. I will find you a guide." Without another word, Taru turned and left. Moments later, he returned leading a night elf girl about 15 or 16 years old. When she was pushed forward, Su Yun's eyes were immediately drawn to her. Her high ponytail was tightly bound, her slender elven ears shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Her snow-white skin contrasted sharply with the fitted hunting clothes, and the longbow on her back seemed almost a part of her figure. Her eyes held a timid, fawn-like innocence, yet could not conceal her vibrant youth and liveliness. Though young, her delicate features already hinted at the stunning beauty she would become. Taru patted her lightly on the back and gently nudged her forward. "This is Salusa. Though young, she's the best hunter of our clan. She knows every trail in the surrounding forest and every trap we've set like the back of her hand. If she accompanies you, she will definitely be a great help." Despite her nervousness, Salusa took a firm grip on her longbow and walked slowly in front of Su Yun, bowing her head respectfully to show she would fulfill the chieftain's trust. Yet this scene nearly made Su Yun turn and run because he recognized Salusa. More precisely, in his previous life he had interacted with this girl in a game. Salusa, the goddess of vengeance. Though called night elves, their appearance matched nearly every fantasy image people had of elves. Especially the female night elves, they were like weapons against young otaku hearts, able to provoke youthful passion with a mere glance. Salusa was regarded as one of the most beautiful goddesses in the entire game world from his past life. Players had even nicknamed her the Lowly Goddess. The best measure of a character's attractiveness was the amount of 3D fan animations, novels, and comics she had, and Salusa's works were so widespread it was impossible to count. She was ethereally beautiful and could easily be ranked among the top 10 most stunning characters in the game. But players only dared admire her from afar because this rose was covered in deadly thorns. Salusa, the goddess of vengeance, was the strongest of the night elves. Suyin still vividly remembered the massive main quest involving millions of players, the Wipeout Salusa operation from his previous life. Why was there such a mission? Because mid-game, Salusa had single-handedly slaughtered the entire Night Elf clan, leaving not a single survivor. She even utterly destroyed the seven-color divine tree. Furthermore, thousands of free holy knights sent to block her left no one alive. This was the dark legend behind Silasay, the most feared and formidable figure of the Night Elves. After this battle, Salusa single-handedly shattered the level 2 main city, the Free Sanctuary. The main quest to defeat Salusa originally required players to join forces to take down this ruthless female villain who kills without a second thought. Suyin didn't participate, but he knew the rules well. Each player could only die once during the mission, and death meant no resurrection or return to the battlefield. In the end, millions of players each burned through one totem of substitution, yet the mission still ended in failure. Salusa alone first wiped out the level 5 main city's 7-colored divine tree, then destroyed the level 2 main city Free Sanctuary, all while slaughtering millions of players with ease. Such a killing deity was now within reach, and with Suyin left with just a sliver of health, how could he not feel fear? Yet Suyin soon sensed something suspicious. According to the story, Salusa was a dark elf who held an implacable grudge with her own people. If the girl before him truly was Salusa, why would she obey Terra's orders? Thinking this, he immediately stopped Teru. Teru, chieftain, what did you say her name was? Salusa, why? Teru looked flustered by Su Yun's sudden questioning. In the dark elf tribe, is she the only one called Salusa? Teru and Salusa exchanged a glance, and finally the girl answered herself. And the only one named Salusa. The girl stood perfectly straight, very obedient. Yet Su Yun's heart pounded loudly. The guide Teru mentioned was clearly assigned to protect him. Given their current life and death bond, Teru wouldn't lie to him. But since Su Yun hadn't fully gone through the Dark Elf quest line in his past life, it was possible Salusa hadn't fully broken with her clan yet. Salusa, the goddess of vengeance, one of the few legendary level NPCs in the 7-colored Phantom Forest. If he could recruit her now, it would be a skyrocketing success. While Su Yun considered this, Salusa quietly clenched the hem of her clothes. Though young, she sensed that Su Yun seemed to dislike her like the look he gave earlier. She glanced up covertly, studying him out of the corner of her eye, uncertain if she had done something wrong. At that moment, Su Yun's burning gaze caught her sight. Different from before, this time his eyes shone with affection and care. Salusa's heart trembled slightly. Was something off? If she could hear Su Yun's thoughts, she'd know it wasn't hatred but a survival instinct alarm. Before Teru could ask further, Su Yun stepped forward to Salusa with a bright, genuine smile and extended his hand. Hello, Salusa. My name is Su Yun. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working together. Salusa blinked in confusion, but shyly reached out her hand. Su Yun lightly grasped it, then released immediately. Salusa's status panel suddenly appeared in Su Yun's field of vision. However, lacking advanced appraisal skills and the necessary talents, he could only see a few sparse lines of information. If he could confirm her quality, especially the word mythish, would be absolutely certain of the value of this gain. Unfortunately, that confirmation was still out of reach. In his past life, Su Yun was no stranger to Salusa. The image of the avenging goddess was deeply etched into his memory. The girl before him shared a similar silhouette with that future powerhouse. Yet something felt off, an indescribable discord that he couldn't quite pinpoint. Perhaps it was simply because Salusa was still young now. After all, according to history, she wouldn't truly enter the player's view until 5 years later, so some difference in appearance was to be expected. Terra's fluctuating attitude towards Su Yun puzzled him, but as long as Su Yun accepted Salusa, that was great news for him. In the 7-colored Phantom Forest, as long as they didn't rush alone to the 7-colored Divine Tree, Salusa's combat power was enough to guarantee Su Yun's safety. The most urgent task now was to advance to the Free Sanctuary to bring back reinforcements. After seeing Teru off, Su Yun led Salusa to quietly depart through the other side of the Night Elf camp, avoiding the main road. He chose not to retrace his previous path earlier. When he traveled with Philly, many players had noticed his whereabouts. If he brought this mobile killing machine back that way now, it would definitely cause a stir. Most players still hadn't realized that Eternal Era was more than just a game. Progression was not only about efficiency, but could mean the difference between life and death. Even so, Salusa's appearance was enough to draw attention. One could explain why she was following Su Yun. Less trouble was better, Su Yun muttered quietly as he kept moving forward. He knew this was not the time to attract fame. From the moment Su Yun entered the game, the first hour began to tick down. While he was still busy grinding monsters and pushing his progress across the wild plains, the atmosphere in the real world was rapidly heating up. Almost every forum, group chat, and social platform connected to the internet was instantly flooded with posts about Eternal Epic. Everyone, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one seeing this transparent pop-up window, right? I clicked yes out of curiosity a moment ago and was immediately transported to a surreal, dreamlike world. It felt like ID time traveled. My body vanished on the spot. My parents searched the whole house for half an hour. Which major developer unleashed this black tech? Any friends overseas? Please chime in. I'm eager to know how far this game has spread. I'm in the US, and the foreigners have already gone crazy. Looks like people worldwide are seeing this invite box. The server just launched, and you can already spend money. Hurry up, guys, don't regret lagging behind. Similar posts and barrage comments flooded platforms, skyrocketing the topic to the top, trending across all networks within minutes. Because the pop-up appeared directly in everyone's view, online discussions moved far faster than any official response. In just 1 hour, public opinion spiraled completely out of control. Governments around the world immediately mobilized technical experts and military personnel to attempt logging in. After 30 minutes of testing, only a rough conclusion emerged. 1. Eternal Epic is a massive multiplayer online adventure game that supports global simultaneous login, presented through a soul transfer or body crossing mechanic. 2. Each player is granted only one life. Death causes an instant pop-up, and the original character and all progress are wiped. 3. Clicking the pop-up again allows re-entry, but requires creating a new character. This revelation first came from the leaderboard rushers, the initial wave of players who smashed into the game and quickly died. After death, their IDs and regional friend lists instantly turned red, then vanished shortly after. When they logged back in, they had to add friends anew under completely unfamiliar new nicknames. The developers tracked these red names, confirming the one-life system and raising alarms. On forums, heated discussions rapidly segmented into topics like can only add friends in the same region and how to avoid turning red. Meanwhile, the simplicity of just a tap or nod to log in stoked massive curiosity and herd behavior among the public. The community frenzy only intensified, while traditional media struggled to keep up. After a full hour of escalating chaos, governments finally began jointly issuing statements, trying to regain control of the situation. Announcements varied greatly between countries, but the one universal message conveyed from official channels to the public was clear. Do not die lightly in the Eternals era. The outside world was already thrown into chaos, while the first batch of players who snatched up early access quickly adapted to this new world as time passed. Today marked the first day of the closed beta, and the Eternals era felt like a monumental upheaval of reality itself. The mountains, rivers, and landscapes in the game were indistinguishable from their real-world counterparts, remarkably lifelike. The immense freedom gave players the sensation of a second life. By choosing different races and factions, the scenery shifted instantly, as if stepping across diverse and vastly different continents. In fact, it was only hours away from the public launch of the Eternals era, and people's understanding remained superficial. A few more hours and many hidden benefits would surface. Disabled players could embrace healthy bodies here. Even comatose patients guided by professionals might enter the game with clear consciousness, experiencing freedom and vitality. Compared to the turmoil in reality, inside the game the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Within just an hour, the massive crowd of players naturally divided by interests. 1. Some stubbornly fought monsters to level up, eyes glued to their steadily rising experience bars. 2. Others rushed between numerous NPCs, trying to uncover hidden quests tucked into dialogue. 3. Still others intentionally died quickly, exploiting the first-day death mechanic that allowed account resets, repeatedly refreshing their race and birthplace, organizing strategies to sell for high prices. Leaving the Night Elf camp in the Prism Forest, Su Yun officially launched the second phase he had planned long ago. He summarized this phase into several core objectives. 1. Loot treasure chests. The Prism Forest was scattered with numerous hidden chests, a huge boon for new players and one of the few player-friendly mechanics. The items dropped were wildly varied. Anything that existed in the game had a chance to appear. But each chest could only be opened once before disappearing entirely, and took an average of 3 to 5 days to respawn, with no fixed schedule. The very first opening was always the most valuable. For example, in this starting map anchored by the level 5 capital city 7 colors divine tree, subsequent openings generally yielded only scrap currency or low-level gear. With incredible luck, a few bronze coins or some equipment enhancement stones might drop. Even so, in his last life, some players stubbornly cleared every spawn point up until the game's end, including a few lucky ones who turned their fortunes around thanks to a single chest. Su Yun had memorized every coordinate in his previous life. Now reborn, he wasn't about to let this advantage slip away to others. 2. Whoosh. Whoosh. 306. A critical hit of 139 appeared twice as two fireballs, controlled by Su Yun, traced graceful arcs through the air before landing precisely on a giant beetle. Flames erupted over its thick shell, the intense heat instantly scorching away the dirt and fallen leaves clinging to its body, sending up wisps of blue smoke. 306. The dazzling damage number flashed in his view, and Su Yun's heart still skipped a beat at the staggering result. He had long known the terrifying stats granted by the memory throne, but hadn't expected a basic fireball spell to deal over 300 points of damage. For testing, he deliberately targeted a Yunduo larva known for its tough exoskeleton. Even ordinary players of the same level, with initial talents like Armor Break, would struggle to leave more than a few scratches on its armor. Yet with a starting aptitude of 100 in all attributes, plus special effects like Ignore Armor and Guaranteed Critical Hit, Su Yun's level 1 attack dealt damage 100 times greater than that of his peers. He quickly calculated, if he raised his level, even while temporarily unable to equip gear and with some basic attributes lacking, he was confident he could maintain this 100-fold advantage. If he had taken the Memory Throne trait when challenging the Primordial Era Tower, with just magic power plus armor piercing and high critical chance, he could have pushed his damage into the thousands, easily crushing the frustrating high magic resistance bosses. Recalling how he had been forced to carefully eke out every bit of damage on the 100th floor, he clenched his fist quietly. Next time he climbed the tower, he would wipe the slate clean. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Two fireballs flew out in quick succession, exploding on another level 3 Yunduo larva. Amidst the sharp insect chirps, the creature, clawing along a tree trunk, lost its balance and fell, its health bar already emptied by the time it hit the ground, where it dissolved into sparkling starlight. Killed level 3 Yunduo larva, experience 6.6. Ending the fight with just 2 fireballs, Su Yun's confidence soared. Without the instant cast talent, he admittedly struggled to adapt to the new chanting rhythm at first, but the huge damage allowed plenty of room for error. With practice, he could even craft a no-damage route despite the harsh passive that limited his maximum health to a single point. Tossing the insect shell fragments casually into his backpack, he strode deeper into the forest, completely unaware of Salusa's stunned expression behind him. Salusa had been sent by Talu to protect Su Yun and prevent him from venturing into dangerous territory. But once outside the Night Elf domain, the situation exceeded everything she had expected. As a native Night Elf, she relied on years of hunting experience to navigate the moss-covered deadwood and thick leaf litter of the 7-color Phantom Forest safely. Yet Su Yun could pick the relatively safe paths with his eyes closed, as if this forest were his own backyard. What made her scalp tingle even more was the battle against the Yunduo larvae. Even as larvae, their thick armor granted them high magic resistance, and the brave warriors of the Night Elves always had to go to great lengths to deal with them. But Su Yun, with a newly learned fireball spell, sent those bugs to starlight heaven in just 2 quick casts. Was this even normal? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. A shout from ahead pulled her back to reality. Salusa realized she had been left far behind Su Yun. On my way. She shook her head, pushing the chaotic emotions aside for now and quickening her pace to follow. Along the way, Su Yun managed to slay nearly 20 ravaging worm larvae, finally leveling up to level 2. At the same time, the progress bar for the main quest reclaimed the 7-colored divine tree quietly inched up to 2. If he hadn't spent a fortune hiring the official forces from the Free Sanctuary, he would have had to follow a rather complicated official procedure for this quest. According to the design, every player treating the 7-colored illusion forest as their newbie zone must team up to kill 100 ravaging worm larvae wandering through the woods. Then, they have to bring the larvae's dropped shells back to camp and hand them over to the Night Elf warriors. Even Philip the unlucky guide just cut off by Su Yun would trigger this process. Afterward, the Night Elves would discover a substance called Ley Vein Essence. This translucent green liquid quickly softens the larvae shells, effectively lowering the quest's difficulty. But since Su Yun took the shortcut of spending money to hire an army, he didn't have to follow the steps. To the Night Elves, the ravaging worms were an unsolvable disaster. But to the paladins of the Free Sanctuary, they were just targets to be struck down. Moreover, the worms weren't just mooks that bullied newbies. Su Yun even suspected that the batch of larvae occupying the 7-colored divine tree and driving the Night Elves from their home were no more than 2 eggs casually dropped by a passing branch of the species, not even a proper offshoot. What truly terrified the continent was the Worm King, the black abyssal void worm, Talu. Though sharing its name with the old Night Elf chieftain Talu, their power levels were light years apart. The black abyssal void worm Talu was a legitimate mythic quality boss, who nearly erased the level 2 capital Shishue King City from the map. It was only when an NPC from the human faction appeared that this massacre was stopped. None other than Huesli Leon, the youngest sword saint in human history, wielding the Sword of Light, also bearing a mythic quality tag. Mythic quality NPCs weren't rare, but how do you turn them into Itsong memory echoes? Su Yun sighed deeply at the thought and instinctively glanced back at his ever-silent little tail Sorusa. After some time together, he increasingly doubted if he had recognized her correctly. What kind of goddess of vengeance was so adorably clueless? Su Yun stopped walking, and Silrusa blinked up at him. What is it? Did you find another treasure chest again? In this vast forest that felt like a maze, Su Yun could unearth a hidden treasure chest every few steps in bushes, soil, even high in tree branches. Silrusa had gradually gotten used to his ridiculous luck, but deep down she couldn't help but mutter, is this even fair? Solutia was completely baffled. How on earth did Shi Yun find all those treasure chests? It was as if he had hidden them himself in the forest beforehand. Otherwise, how could he know the route so well, spotting a large treasure chest after just walking a short distance through such hidden places? At this moment, he stopped again beneath a tangle of vines and moss-covered roots. Pointing to a half-covered pile of fallen leaves, he said, hey, race another treasure chest, but this time you'll have to open it. Since leaving the camp, Shi Yun had warned her not to act without permission and just stay alert. Solutia, usually confident, knew that skilled hunters hated others stealing their kills, so she had willingly taken the role of follower, quietly trailing behind him. But now, it was her turn to step up, and she could hardly believe it. She recalled their journey so far. Larval abyssal worms, scattered forest fiends, whether attacking outright or lurking, none had escaped Zuyin's fireballs. Ordinary grunts were instantly incinerated. The tougher ones only took a few hits. Fireball was a simple, low-level spell with nearly no casting delay, yet in his hands it unleashed incredible power. As long as they didn't anger the abyssal worker worms or some apex monsters, nothing in this colorful illusion forest seemed capable of threatening him. Powerful fiends realizing this, Solutia felt a chill. Up until now, Shi Yun had stuck to safe paths to speed travel, and she had almost forgotten the terrifying creatures lurking deep within the forest. She tightened her grip on the bowstring and lowered her voice. What are you planning? There's a nest up ahead, a sort of hidden treasure mob, Shi Yun said casually. They'll let you draw their attention first, then he'll finish them off. He pulled up his status panel as he spoke. Thinking back on their streak of luck and setbacks, 5 wild treasure chests only yielded money, with an awkward 10 pieces of copper currency popping out. 10 copper coins were worth 10 million wasteland credits, more than enough for an ordinary player to enjoy modest comfort early on, but for him, it was just pocket change. Money was never a problem. What really mattered were the drops from that nest of fiends. Fifians. Solutia was stunned. After winding through the forest with Shi Yun, she had long lost any sense of direction or what monsters lurked nearby. She was completely in the dark. Yeah, fiends. Zuyin's gaze stayed fixed on his panel's attributes section, clearly unfazed by Solutia's unease. After testing his skills all along the way, he was increasingly familiar with the memory throne's workings. Even better, he had gained 17 abyssal worms, all now under his command as new memory servants. Because Solutia was always by his side, Su Yun had avoided summoning Ipu to prevent unnecessary trouble. But this upcoming battle looked tough, and to leave nothing to chance, he decided to prepare carefully. Do you want to inherit the equipment effect of Yulan Blade, level 310 demigod, 8-star? Currently inherited 06 yes no? Yes. System prompts flashed one after another. Yulan Blade effect inherited. On hit, causes poison effect, draining 5 of the target's max HP every 15 seconds. Current inheritance 16. Detected change in Yulan Blade's attributes. Trigger memory retention effect? Su Yun lightly pressed confirm. The next second, he was surprised to see the Yulan Blade's equipment effect in his backpack extracted and transferred into his memory throne talent. The effect slot on the blade itself turned blank, but his character panel now showed a special poison status effect. In essence, he had forcibly taken the Yulan Blade's effect for himself. This meant from now on, any attack he landed with sword slash or fireball would apply poison. Fireballs inflicting poison. That was ridiculous. After a moment of thought, he opened the second prompt. Memory retention triggered. Choose whether to separate effect from original equipment. Yes, no. Yes. Separated. Remaining retention uses 3. Current level 2. Daily retention limit 4. With a flash, the Yulan blade in his backpack split into 2. One kept the poison effect, the other's effect slot was empty. Copy successful. This feature was insanely powerful. With the level cap of 310 demigod, if each level granted 1 retention use, and retention could be triggered once per day, by max level, he could generate 313 independent items daily. The scary part wasn't just that. For example, death substitute totem. Be that logic, he could copy 313 more death totems every day. At level 2, that gave him 7 extra life-saving uses daily. Reaching max level, it would sort of 316 times per day. And these copied items were tradable. High-value gear, endlessly replicable, no wonder had never run out of money. As he dreamed about endless future potential, Su Yun lifted his foot to move, but his sleeve was grabbed firmly. Wait, you can't go? Solutia urgently held his arm. Ever since Su Yun asked for her help hunting monster beasts, Her little brain had been spinning like a whirlwind, racing to assess their surroundings and hidden dangers. Nearly overheating her mind, she finally came to a conclusion: the opponents were a male and female pair of red-striped leopards. Because of the Yunduo worm's rampant destruction, the ecology of the seven-colored phantom forest was shattered. Native monsters had either migrated or died in the woods. Those still active were either powerful enough to drive off Yunduo worms or had extreme self-preservation methods. The red-striped leopards clearly fell into the former category. Night elves always kept their distance from them. Tal's task for her was to protect Su Yun's safety. How could she let him recklessly rush into danger? That would be madness. What are you waiting for? Is there something else? Youth is priceless. Maybe our tactic should be like this. You take the initial aggro first. If you can't hold it, I'll quickly grab the threat and pull it onto myself. Then you snatch the aggro back and keep kiting it. It's that simple. I trust you. Salusa. The forest light was shattered by overlapping branches, and a cold wind swept through the gaps at the tree roots. Salusa had planned to quietly pull Su Yun away, but a sudden boom startled her. Su Yun launched a fireball, trailing flames as it flew into the woods and exploded on a moss-covered dead tree. Splinters flew everywhere, and the blast echoed sharply. Damn! As an experienced hunter, Salusa immediately realized this noise would alert the red-striped leopard. Escaping unscathed was wishful thinking now. She had to hold the beast back long enough for Su Yun to withdraw. Regret gnawed at her. Su Yun's familiarity with the forest terrain had clouded her judgment. She had assumed that Su Yun, an expert, wouldn't provoke the territory's apex predator. If she had known Su Yun would risk it all here, she never would have let him act so recklessly. But regret was useless. Moving swiftly, Salusa drew her longbow and notched an arrow while barking orders in a fast pace. You go first, I'll hold it off. She accepted the rear guard role calmly, hoping Su Yun would follow the plan and get out quickly. Yet just as she spoke, she realized the space beside her was empty. Su Yun had vanished. Something's off, she muttered. A deep, guttural roar came from the forest. Looking toward the sound, branches rustled violently as a huge black shadow emerged, advancing steadily. Salusa's heart sank. It felt like Su Yun had sold her out, and now she was left to collect the bill. They had agreed she'd cover the rear while he fled first. At least he could have warned her before leaving. The sting of betrayal flickered, but the urgency silenced all other thoughts. She whipped around and dashed back the way they came. Her footsteps enraged the lurking beast even more. With a sharp whoosh, a striped blur streaked out behind her. Name: red-striped leopard. Species: monster beast. Level: 30 elite. Disposition: hostile. Target: currently unknown. Battle info flickered briefly in front of Su Yun's eyes. Without scouting abilities, his display showed only a few lines. Actually, the panel didn't matter. Had lost count of how many times Head killed this leopard. Like treasure chests, the red-striped leopards are elite monsters that respawn on a timer. No matter how many times players defeat them, this area will always have a male and female pair guarding the same treasure. Normally, players must be level 20-30 before they can team up to take on these elites. But normal never included Su Yun. From the start, he had been following a no-damage strategy, standing exactly where he was. Stepping forward triggers both male and female leopards at once. But if he uses a loud skill to hit the trees, only one will appear. Then he could take them down one by one. If Su Yun relied on himself alone, it would certainly take some effort to kill two elite monsters 28 levels above him without taking damage. But he had Salusa, a level 45 elite monster, by his side, making it basically no challenge at all. Well, that is, if Salusa didn't keep running away and actually engage the red-patterned leopard in the forest. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sharp sounds sliced through the air almost simultaneously as two feathered arrows skimmed past leaves and struck the thick, red-patterned hide of the leopard. 597. 379. Double critical hits. Thanks to the terrifying stats stacked from the Throne of Memories, Su Yun's output was already 100 times that of an ordinary player, yet Salusa's damage still surpassed his. After factoring in the leopard's defense and resistances, it still amounted to hundreds of solid damage points. If it were an ordinary player, Salusa would have been one-shotting kindergarten-level enemies with every arrow. Those two shots didn't just rip through the leopard's flesh, they also cut off its escape path, giving Salusa the chance to create distance. A roar. Pain forced the red-patterned leopard to howl toward the sky. Only now, in this real test of strength, did it realize it might not be a match for this small elf. More precisely, it turned out both it and Salusa had underestimated each other. The intense pain made the leopard hesitate, its charging steps gradually slowing and even faltering with a hint of retreat. Seizing this brief opening, the young girl had already darted away, light as a shadow slipping through the trees, quick to shake off the aggro. Su Yun was dumbfounded. Could this really be the cold-blooded avenging goddess she was supposed to be 5 years from now? They were supposed to be working together to kill the red-patterned leopard, with her holding it in place. Why was she running now? In truth, Salusa's retreat was scripted by the system. It simply did not allow her to solo the red-patterned leopard. Watching the threat bar almost empty, Su Yun had no choice but to step in himself. Crack, crack, crack. Like a sudden cold wave, more than a dozen icy walls formed instantly around the red-patterned leopard, shattering with crisp, clear sounds. Among the flying ice shards, 17 abyssal melt larvae crawled out one after another. Unlike the common dark brown adults, these summon larvae were glowing ghostly blue, as if an entirely different species. Their first real battle entrance came with full special effects. Su Yun tightened his grip on his staff, had only one drop of health left. There was no way he could fight the leopard heat-in like Salusa. Though confident from his knowledge of the leopard that he could take it down unscathed, he wasn't about to be reckless. Boom. A scorching fireball traced a graceful arc and slammed square into the leopard's forehead, sending sparks flying and firmly pulling the fading aggro back to Su Yun. 197. 420 poison. Even a critical strike only shaved off around 200 HP, clearly showing how high the red-patterned leopard's defenses were. Fortunately, the poison effect from the Yuan blade kicked in. After calculating damage reduction, the poison still dealt a hefty 420 damage every 15 seconds, equal to 5 of the beast's max health. 2 waves of poison instantly shaved off 15 of the crimson-striped leopard's health bar. After a brief daze, it shook off the scorching flames and refocused its gaze, yet the heavy damage had triggered its danger senses. Sensing continuous defeat, it knew it couldn't win. Tilting its head back, fangs bared, it let out a desperate call for backup. Su Yun knew the elite monster's mechanics well. If single damage exceeds a threshold, it will summon a companion. He gave no chance. With precise control of his staff, he launched a fireball straight into the beast's gaping mouth. 278. A critical hit to its weak spot, stunningly effective. The fireball exploded in its jaws, abruptly cutting off its call for help. Burning in agony, the leopard thrashed wildly, trailing flickering flames as it shook its head violently. Its sharp claws shattered dry twigs beneath its feet, kicking up clumps of damp earth. Using the ground's recoil, it lunged at Su Yun like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, 418 poison, 13, the poison damage ticked again after the 15-second cooldown, causing a piercing gnaw. But the charging leopard collided head-on with 2 Yuanrong insect retainers. A muted crack sounded. The insect shells cracked with web-like fractures. Barely enduring the impact, they were reduced to fragile layers of exoskeleton. Though the insect larvae's attacks were weak, their natural role as meat shields fit perfectly with Su Yun's strategy. While maneuvering the retainers to distract the leopard, Su Yun tilted his head back and gulped down a blue potion, magic churning in his body. 5 blue potions hit the ground in quick succession, bottles clinking crisply at his feet. He alternated launching 28 fireballs and ice shards, flames and frost weaving into dazzling crimson ribbons through the forest. Finally, the crimson leopard found an opening, rending apart the 2 barely surviving insect shells, leaping to bar Su Yun's path. Its eyes flared blood red, driven insane by the relentless kiting tactics. With a full swing of its front paws, slicing through the air with a chilling howl, it lunged for a final strike. 437 poison. The last poison tick finished off its health bar. The massive beast collapsed with a great roar in the pre-dawn gloom, dust billowing around it. Throughout the fight, Su Yun hadn't even moved his feet. Aside from the empty potion bottles scattered at his feet, his figure looked effortlessly composed. Such a waste. If Salusa hadn't fled, this wouldn't have dragged on so long, he muttered softly. Defeated elite crimson-striped leopard level 30. Experience 178. Player Cloud Tactics Group reached level 4. Enemy target crimson-striped leopard successfully converted into a retainer. Cracked dry branches snapping suddenly sounded nearby. A notification popped briefly on the screen. Su Yun dismissed the interface with a swift glance, then raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Who are you? And how can you control Yuanrong insects? Not far away, Salusa was slowly walking back towards Su Yun, her bowstring drawn tight. She hadn't actually gone far. When the muffled thunder of the exploding fireball rolled behind her, she immediately realized she had made a huge mistake. Su Yun had ignored her advice to retreat early. Frustration and guilt surged through her all at once. After circling through the forest, she returned to the battlefield. What she saw was completely unexpected. With the help of several Yuanrong insects, Su Yun was forcing the crimson-striped leopard into a steady retreat. The once fierce beast was now covered in wounds, its angry roars tinged with fear. The childish innocence vanished from Salusa's face, tears brimmed in her eyes, but she still pulled her bowstring to its limit. She simply couldn't understand it. Half the Yuanrong insects had ravaged the night elf's homeland. Su Yun was treating them like allies. Put your bow down first, I can explain. Answer me. Salusa's voice trembled, as if Su Yun controlling the Yuanrong insects was a grave sin. Yet on Su Yun's status screen, their relationship still showed as intimate. This girl was the classic case of sharp words, but a soft heart. Su Yun spread his hands and explained, "It's my talent. I can summon the dead to fight for me. You saw? I only used a few Yuanrong insects I had personally killed earlier. Your talent? Salusa's tense nerves eased slightly. She noticed the Yuanrong insects by Su Yun looked very different in color from the normal kind, clearly not the same species. As for summoning the dead, she had personally witnessed Su Yun hunting down 20 Yuanrong insects. The numbers didn't match exactly, but the logic more or less made sense. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked something strange. If I died, could you bring me back like that too? If you're willing, yes. Su Yun nodded honestly. Would I still be me? Would I still have my own thoughts and feelings? Salusa asked anxiously. Of course. Not only that, I can make you stronger. Su Yun answered half jokingly, half seriously. If Salusa was a goddess of vengeance, Su Yun's original plan was to trick her into becoming his memory companion. What was going on now? Was happiness knocking at the door? Salusa was now volunteering to be his memory companion? How can I trust you? The rules of the Eternal Epic have always been harsh, yet fair. It's not only players who have initial template talents. Almost every living being is born with their own innate template talent. Take the abyssal worm, for example. Its talent is directly reflected in its tough, resilient shell. With sufficiently advanced reconnaissance skills, anyone could see the words resilient armor displayed on its attribute panel. These talents are closely tied to the faction race system. In the human faction, for instance, the most common template talents for both players and NPCs are usually related to magic. Within the same faction, NPCs or hostile enemies often have similar talents, lacking the random variety that players enjoy at the start, so their diversity is somewhat limited. But there are exceptions. When encountering high-quality NPCs like the Vengeance Goddess Salusa, the Abyssal Voidworm Taru, or the Sword of Light Hustly Lion, the talents they possess greatly surpass those of most players in strength. Shiyun even suspects that these legendary beings might hold more than just one talent. However, even the most advanced reconnaissance skills currently known cannot fully reveal all the panel details of myth-quality NPCs. In theory, extremely rare reconnaissance talents might get around this limitation, but Shiyun has never witnessed such a thing firsthand. That's why high-level reconnaissance talents that can peer into others' depths hold immense strategic value. Yet if the bearer lacks self-protection, openly displaying such abilities in the eternal epic test of human nature is almost guaranteed to draw unwanted attention, potentially making them a target for both players and NPCs. Not to mention that some highly intelligent races might outright capture players for experiments. Someone like Xu Yun, who carries vast wealth, might even face robbery by NPCs. At this moment, Xu Yun knew clearly that Salusa hadn't gone far. After he took over the red-striped leopard's aggro, she had stopped at the edge of the woods and then turned back, silently observing. He had no intention of hiding his cards after all. If he could convince Salusa to become an ally, it would be beneficial for the future. Even though she was also a night elf, their affinity was calculated independently from other night elves. As long as he improved their relationship, even without reconnaissance talents, he could gain access to more panel information to verify whether Salusa was truly myth quality. Do you want me to prove it to you? Salusa murmured, furrowing her brow. After a quiet moment, as if weighing the pros and cons mentally, she finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll agree. But what about the other conditions? There are no other requests, Shiyun said, opening his hands. The 3 rules is just a saying. We don't need to actually list 3 rules. As he finished speaking, he raised his right hand slightly in the air. Centered on him, the ground within several meters quickly frosted over with a layer of cold ice, frost patterns spreading and cracking with sharp sounds. In the next instant, a huge beast's claw suddenly broke through the ice from beneath the surface. Its sharp claws scratched long marks across the shattered ice to steady itself, followed by a massive blue beast's head emerging through the broken ice. Shards of ice scattered everywhere, and the sudden turn of events startled Salusa. The moment the ice cracked beneath her feet, she had already drawn her bowstring taut and was retreating swiftly. She feared that Su Yin might take advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack. But after a brief moment of panic, she saw clearly what he was doing. Su Yun was quietly chanting, his hands weaving intricate gestures, as if fulfilling the earlier promise. I can resurrect the dead to fight for me. In the next instant, the solid ice covering the earth was forcefully pushed aside, and a massive beast emerged, its entire body of vivid blue adorned with deep indigo stripes. Though its fur had transformed from the original brown and crimson markings to a blend of blue and white, Salusa recognized it at one seat was the red-striped leopard that Su Yun had just slain. Her gaze flicked to the distance, where the leopard's original corpse had already dissolved into twinkling stardust drifting away. The newly reborn red-striped leopard remembrance lay obediently beside Su Yun, allowing him to stroke the soft fur on its neck. Its blue eyes were clear and innocent, like those of a newborn. This sight made Salusa lower her bow completely. After a brief hesitation, she stepped forward. Su Yun said nothing, only signaling the leopard with his eyes. The beast flared its nostrils, exhaling a warm breath onto Salusa's fingertips, alive and tangible. So do you believe me now? Su Yun said softly. Salusa, However, kept staring at the blue fur and murmured hesitantly, I don't like blue. Can it be a different color? Her palm slid gently over the leopard's cheek, fingers brushing through the dense fur with a tender touch, though a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Suyun frowned. Did this girl really want to die? He had just explained clearly that he could only summon the deceased. Salusa was very much alive, yet now she was picky about color? It should be possible. He suppressed his doubts and tried probing gently, following a hidden quest trigger pattern. Is something troubling you? Maybe I can help. For someone who could potentially become a mythic-level NPC goddess of vengeance, Su Yun wasn't going to miss this chance. If he could unlock a hidden quest, the rewards might be extraordinary. He might even gain his first mythic-quality remnant. Nothing really, Salusa whispered, then looked up and added, you probably won't be leaving the seven-color Phantom Forest anytime soon, right? She shook her head quickly, as if realizing she'd let something slip. Hastily, she withdrew her hand from the leopard's fur and clenched it tightly. Clearly, the quest didn't trigger, something was missing. Su Yun's mind raced through the 3 essentials to unlock hidden quests. 1. Raising affinity to intimate level. 2. Carrying a related hidden item. 3. Reaching level 10 to unlock luck and charisma stats, and increasing both enough. The pieces were almost there, he just needed to figure out the last key. The first point about Su Yun was already settled. Thanks to Teru, Salusa, and he had grown close. As for the second point, unfortunately, they would have to wait until the level 5 main city unlocked the 7-colored divine tree before any clues could be found. Regarding the third point, he didn't press further. Salusa's matter wasn't urgent. They could deal with it after reclaiming the 7-colored divine tree. By the way, he added with a smile, if you ever have anything on your mind, just come to me. They'll keep your secrets as well as you keep mine. Thank you, Salusa nodded gently, accepting the offer. That little moment passed, and now it was time to quickly take care of the other red-marked leopard. Roar. In the forest, the 2 red-marked leopards fought fiercely, blood splattering everywhere, one covered in vivid red stripes, the other with fur shimmering in eerie blue. Leaves rustled as Su Yun, Salusa, and the remaining 6 abyssal worms unleashed continuous attacks from the shadows of the trees. Only now did Su Yun notice a pattern. Whenever he stepped forward to draw aggro first, Salusa held back and didn't recklessly rush in. His firepower was fierce as always, and combined with the close-range tangle of the red-marked leopard's memory servant and Salusa's magical support, the fight lasted only 5 minutes. Downing 3 bottles of mana potion and channeling a charged fireball critical strike, the second red-marked leopard's health bar instantly dropped to 0. The mana sustaining the memory servant's battle fell sharply, like a stock spiraling downward. Su Yun poured bottle after bottle into himself, almost getting the illusion that he could refill his own mana the same way. 203. Killed level 30 red-marked leopard elite, EXP 138. Player Yunduo Strategy Team reached level 5. Hostile target red-marked leopard now convertible into memory servant. Su Yun had clearly told Salusa before, when the enemy's health was low, she had to hold back or risk stealing the kill. Only he could deliver the finishing blow for the system to allow the transformation. The monstrous beast collapsed with a thunderous fall. In its dying eyes, the vertical pupils filled with confusion. Did my husband go out once and come back to team up with a stranger to bully me? The red-marked leopard died with regret. JPG. Meanwhile, the newly born red-marked leopard memory servant wagged its tail and snuggled up to its master's feet. It cleaned the blood off its paws, obediently lay down, and nuzzled Su Yun's arm with its head. Su Yun felt a bit awkward. Making the red-marked leopard kill another red-marked leopard almost made him feel like the villain breaking up a couple. But in the 7-colored illusion forest, red-marked leopards were bullies. Many dark elves had lost their lives to their claws. Salusa was visibly uplifted, pressing her hands together, facing the 7-colored divine tree, eyes closed in prayer. Su Yun, thank you. So many of our people died under the red-marked leopard's claws. Without the protection of the 7-colored divine tree, we always feared more kin would be harmed. You've helped us remove this threat. We're truly grateful. Ding. Hidden quest activated. Comfort the dead dark elves. Quest background. You met Salusa, a kind but troubled dark elf girl. By chance, you teamed up to slay one of the ferocious beasts dominating the forest, learning that many dark elves had perished at its jaws. Quest objective. Defeat 3 of the 7 ferocious beasts inhabiting the 7-colored illusion forest. Quest reward. Unlock achievement regrets of the past upon completion. Quest time limit. Before the tragedy occurred. Current progress. 13. A hidden quest? Su Yun's mind stirred. Sure enough, Salusa carried a side quest within her story. 7 ferocious beasts, if he guessed right. They were the 7 welfare monsters guarding treasure chests, matching even the number perfectly. The hidden quest triggered by Salusa strongly confirmed Su Yun's suspicion she truly held a great secret. But right now, the more pressing question was whether he could persuade Salusa to join the Yitsong faction. With that weight on his mind, Su Yun looked up at the sky. Through the sparse treetops, the midday sun blazed intensely overhead. He had been at it all morning, and his stomach was already empty. Opening his status panel satiety, 38. It turned out that taking blue potions could only replenish mana, not fill his hunger. The survival mechanics in Eternal Era were almost synchronized with reality. Going too long without rest caused fatigue, and too long without eating caused hunger. Why almost? Because in the game, you never had to deal with, well, bathroom breaks. Maybe to keep the logic simple, even that was omitted characters became like mythical Pishio beasts, only consuming but never releasing. After sorting through the loot from killing 2 crimson leopard beasts, he shook off his thoughts. 1. You obtained Boiled Flame Staff. Level requirement, 30. Effect, 3 spell power. Quality, Novice 6 star. 2. You obtained Shadow Step Boots. Level requirement, 30. Effect, 2 movement speed. Quality, Novice 6 star. 3. You obtained Snake Venom Ring. Level requirement, 30. Effect, adds poison to melee weapons, deals 50 HP damage every 5 seconds, up to 300 total damage. Quality, Elite 1 star. 4. You obtained 5 gene, about 2.5 kilograms of crimson leopard rib meat, usable for cooking. 5. You obtained crimson leopard sharp teeth 2. 6. You obtained crimson leopard claws 5. From the 2 crimson leopards came 2 white tier items, 1 green tier item, plus various materials and ingredients. The elite gear probably dropped thanks to the first kill bonus, but unfortunately, he was not yet high enough level to equip them. In Eternal Era, gear rarity was primarily determined by level from 1 to 310. Each level increase raised base attributes. Level acted as both the equip requirement and a rarity indicator. Then came quality tiers: White Novice, Green Elite, Blue Boss, Purple Epic, Orange Legendary, Rainbow Demigod. Each quality tier was further divided into 1 to 20 stars. There are limits to what kinds of monsters can drop what quality of equipment. Generally speaking, the rarest gear a player can get by killing hostile targets tops out at blue tier boss level. That's the quality most players typically wear. Higher tiers like Epic and Legendary only drop from a very small number of specific bosses or rare treasure chests, and their drop rates are painfully low. As for demigodier gear like the Yulan blade hanging at Su Yun's waist, it's only awarded by the system after reaching max level 310 and completing the demigod advancement quest. There is theoretically a higher tier called mythic quality. Su Yun guesses that to obtain such gear, players probably have to kill mythical grade NPCs with titles like the Goddess of Vengeance, Syria. It's not impossible for players to defeat these monsters, but he's never heard of anyone actually getting mythic drops. Maybe some who managed it kept it secret. Either way, he has never challenged a mythic boss himself or cared much about it. Many quests to do, and a full set of demigod gear is already enough. Thanks to the talent hints from the Throne of Memories, he knows there are tiers even higher than demigod, god tier, and ancient god tier equipment. But since clearing the Eternal Epic Tower, he hasn't even seen a shadow of those 2 tiers. After sorting through the loot dropped by the Scarlet Mark Leopard, Su Yun fixed his eyes on the most important target of the trip, the treasure chest. The leopard's lair was a small cave about waist high, and the chest was buried at the bottom, dug out by the leopard's thralls. Syria, come here. He called to the mythic goddess guarding the box, rubbing his hands nervously, hesitating to open it. Previous chests had only yielded piles of gold coins, leaving him with a serious money trauma. The entire Prism Phantom Forest had only 7 epic-level treasure chests when it first spawned, including this one. Once opened, chests would periodically respawn, but with downgraded quality, randomly ranging from white newbie to purple epic. In theory, epic chests could respawn, but the odds were so slim they were basically negligible. Su Yun didn't have time to camp here every day, so this attempt was make or break. He didn't consider himself lucky, but his body honestly admitted to a bit of bad luck. What to do when luck's bad? Let someone else try. With his signal, Sirius stiffly crouched beside him. Another giant treasure chest. Who would have guessed Su Yun knew such a thing was hidden in the leopard's lair? You could explain the other chests scattered in the forest as planted by him, but this one made no sense. How could the leopard have guarded her den for years and let someone bury a treasure chest inside? It defied all logic. Come on, what are you waiting for? Open the chest and see how your luck holds up. Oh, Salusa stifled her curiosity and forcefully lifted the treasure chest lid. From the moment a narrow crack appeared beneath the lid, beams of orange gold light shot out like arrows, brightening the dark cave. When the lid was fully opened, the light flickered stubbornly for several seconds before slowly dimming. Su Yun stood nearby, staring blankly, his mind only able to blur out one line. Wow, a golden legend. Is this right? An epic-grade chest should only glow purple when opened. Who stuffed LED lights inside? As the light faded, the chest's interior became clear. It held only a single ring. The system messages flooded the screen. You have obtained Zephyrus Oath Ring. Equipment requirement, level 5. Equipment effects. 1. Increases maximum mana by 50,000. 2. When mana reaches 0, instantly restores 60 of max mana. Quality, legendary 1 star. Note, quest item. Legendary quality. Su Yun swallowed hard. An epic chest producing a legendary item? He couldn't equip it yet, but the stats felt like a godsend, like having a pillow handed over just as he was about to doze off. Enhancement. Suyun's first thought was the upgrade system, the most expensive feature in the ancient era, but since this ring only required level 5 to equip, enhancement costs would be relatively low. He could easily afford it. A few upgrades would boost his mana pool enough to cut down on blue potion consumption. Speaking of blue potions, their taste was like rotten herbs. The game's realism going a bit too far. Well, nicely optimized, but next time maybe don't. Suyun hesitated, wondering if he should return to the night elf camp first. As he pondered, Salusa acted quickly, grasping the ring tightly in her palm and whispering, "Can I buy this ring from you? He'll pay." Her action solved the mystery for Suyun. Why had she pulled a legendary quest item from an epic chest? The ring's quest item tag made it clear. Regardless of which of the 7 welfare monster chests she opened first, the outcome was always this ring. Of course, but can I borrow it for a while first? I promise to return it intact this afternoon. Suyun had no intention of keeping it, but he wanted to find a way to replicate the ring's effect. Couldn't live forever on blue potions alone. Gift to me? Salusa lifted her downcast head. The chest was discovered by Suyun, so logically the ring belonged to him. She had initially planned to buy it, but worried she couldn't afford it. Now knowing he was willing to give it to her, her worries vanished like clouds. System affinity update. Close intimate. Is this ring really that important? What's its story? Suyun noticed her passing it back again and hesitated to take it. Keep it for now. When we return to camp, he'll borrow it briefly and return it immediately. But I have one condition. You have to tell me the story behind this ring. Since he needed to make a quick stop at the night elf camp, Suyun downed a bottle of mana potion, replenishing his depleted magical energy. Then, with a summon spell, he awakened another newly bonded memory, Servanta crimson-spotted leopard. A thin layer of transparent ice quickly formed beneath their feet in the cold air. With a sharp cracking sound, the mother crimson leopard burst through the ice. Now the 2 crimson leopards, a male and a female, were finally whole family reunited. The mother, just barely back from the brink of death, still looked dazed. Her gaze immediately fixed on Suyun. Through her eyes, the soul of her bonded master shone like a brilliant blue sun, solemn and radiant. This was a vision only a memory servant could see. In that moment, any sense of hostility or allegiance dissolved under the pull of this strange soul light. But the mood shifted sharply when she noticed the familiar male leopard nearby. The male's fur along his ears bristled as he panicked and scrambled behind Suyun, tail down, too scared even to twitch. The mother raised her plump front paw, retracting her padded foot beneath it, and out snapped 5 sharp claws. Mother leopard, heartless traitor, prepare to die. Male leopard, whimper master please, I'm scared. Before he could finish, the mother leopard lunged forward with a powerful push from her hind legs, leaping directly over Suyun's head. The male didn't even have time to try to escape. Howl! Howl! Piercing screams and the sound of claws tearing echoed. Ice shards scattered and a faint mist of blood hung in the air. Mother leopard, you deserve this for betraying me, for staining your fur, for bullying your wife. 250, 250, 250. 3 bright red damage numbers exploded above the male leopard's head in rapid succession. Suyun. Salisa tugged at Suyun's sleeve in disbelief. Suyun, why are they fighting? Aren't you going to intervene? Suyun shrugged. It's family business, am I supposed to step in? Salisa glanced down at the male leopard's plummeting health bar. If you don't step in, he's going to die again. You don't care? Having witnessed firsthand that a dead beast can still be revived with intact emotions, Salisa fully believed Suyun's theory now. Her tone betrayed not worry, but more of a confirmation of experimental results. Suyun forced a laugh. It's nothing serious. I just have to give him a couple more mana potions to heal. Yet inwardly, he was surprised Salisa seemed a little darker than usual, judging by her usual kindness. Shouldn't she be more worried about the male leopard's well-being? Remembering the absurd scene from earlier where the male leopard obeyed this new human and led an attack on his former partner, Suyun couldn't help but think of a saying. The first sword after landing severs the ties of the heart. Life's unpredictable. The good often gets swallowed by the bad. Fate comes full circle, and no one escapes judgment. The male leopard had secured his iron rice bowl first. Now the female had also landed a massive critical blow on her beloved. The male leopard fled howling, holding his head. Honey, let me explain. The female pursued relentlessly. You're the heartless one. You stained your fur. You abused your wife. The chaotic chase between the 2 leopards was absolute mayhem. Suyun saw the male's health bar nearly gone and hurriedly stopped interfering, chugging mana potions to stabilize his magic, then cast a gentle healing spell that barely stemmed the bleeding. Finally, exhausted and panting, the mother leopard clutched the male leopard and vented all her fury before grudgingly retracting her claws. She shot a sideways glance at Suyun. So you're saying you have an older sister, and this ring belongs to her? After some effort, Suyun managed to calm the mother leopard down. From now on, we're all comrades in arms within the same unit, so internal conflict is absolutely out of the question. With that in mind, Su Yun could only order the female red-spotted leopards to stop swiping at the male ones. As for how the pair would get along moving forward, that was up to the male red-spotted leopards to smooth things over themselves. Riding atop the broad backs of the two red-spotted leopards on their way back to camp, Su Yun took the opportunity to ask Salusa about the ring of promise she had made earlier. Throughout the journey, he carefully probed, switching up his questions, but in the end, he managed to squeeze out only a nearly meaningless answer. Salusa had an older sister named Zifalu, and the so-called Ziphilus vow ring literally just meant Ziphilus vow ring. Su Yun nearly rolled his eyes. Wasn't that just repeating the question in a different way? He pressed on. Is your sister also a night elf? Is she doing all right now? She must be very beautiful, right? Every time Zifalu came up, Salusa's words froze like an old scratched DVD, leaving silence so thick it was maddening. What made things even trickier was that Su Yun had never encountered the name Zifalu in any previous records from his past life. As the goddess of the game, Salusa having a sister should have leaked at least some classified intel or rumors within the player community. A lone cold-blooded female assassin made less of a splash than a pair of sister flowers would. The only reasonable guess was Zifalu was long dead. Suddenly Salusa's earlier remark, "There's no point in living," gained context. She probably hoped to use Su Yun's power to bring her sister back to life. But the question remained, where is she? To turn someone into a memory servant, he would have to personally defeat them in battle. Unfortunately, Salusa remained tight-lipped, so Su Yun had no choice but to give up for now. Obviously, some crucial plot point was still missing, or maybe she simply hadn't fully trusted him yet. Approaching the night elf camp, Su Yun called off his rides, the red-spotted leopards, ordering them to hide quietly. He and Salusa continued on foot to avoid drawing too much attention. By now, they could see other players scattered throughout the forest. Most players on their first day weren't yet wary of death after all. Restarting an account wasn't a big deal, so reckless behavior was rampant. If they saw him riding double leopards with a night elf beauty in tow, there would likely be comments like, "Zhang-san, bro, where'd you catch those two leopards? He'll pay you 30,000 wasteland coins. Make it 3 million, don't shortchange me. Lee C. Friend, leave the leopards and the girl and get out of here. Don't force us to get rough. Think twice before you make a mistake." According to game rules, killing such rampant players on day one was nearly impossible, which was enough to give anyone a headache. To avoid trouble, Su Yun told Salusa to pull her hood over half her face and keep a low profile for the day. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful. When they stepped into the night elf camp, a few players were already wandering about. Clearly, after several hours, many had triggered quests and earned the right to enter the camp. As Su Yun passed by the witch Shira's tent, he noticed a male and a female player standing guard, talking to Shira. Just as he was about to hurry past, Shira suddenly raised her hand and called out warmly from half a street away, "Su Yun." Her clear voice made the two players in front of her jump so hard they almost lost connection in the dialogue. Following the witch's waving arm, they saw that next to Su Yun was an elven girl as beautiful and gentle as moonlight. "Wow, an elf girl." The male player gasped. How did he manage to snag an NPC with that kind of looks in the camp? After entering the night elf camp, Salusa no longer needed to cover her face with animal skins. The rough, stuffy hide was ugly anyway. Now her silver-white hair and pointed ears were fully uncovered, making her allure skyrocket. Seeing the two players staring dumbfounded, Su Yun couldn't help but think inwardly. If those fan-favorite goddess characters from his past life were active among players, the chat screen would probably explode. Cough. Better not think too much or risk getting banned. Quickly waving off Shira's invitation, he grabbed Salusa's hand and turned to leave. The witch watched his retreating figure, glanced down at her proud, mature figure, and chuckled softly. "Still just a young guy?" Then she turned back to the two still shaken players and called out, "Stop dazing off. Keep working on your alchemy beginner quest. I don't have time to wait." The two players, who had struggled hard to trigger that quest, could only follow behind with downcast faces. Relying on memories from his past life, Su Yun found his target after only a few steps. A burly old elf with a full beard and broad shoulders. "Grandfather Ifer." "Oh, little Salusa is here." The old elf's eyes softened instantly, like a kindly grandfather seeing his beloved granddaughter. But when his gaze flicked to Su Yun standing beside her, his brow furrowed sharply and his expression changed in an instant. Not far away, a group of about 10 players crouched by the roadside, all intently watching the blacksmith Ifer like a pack of hungry wildcats. These high-level players, passionate about storyline quests, had sneaked into the night elf camp. Among the essential NPCs they had to interact with early on: blacksmiths, alchemists, restaurant owners. The blacksmith was especially key since all the upgrades depended on them. But dealing with Ifer was notoriously frustrating. The old man had a terrible temper, and anyone who approached with small talk nearly got kicked out of the camp. Everyone knew he probably held some great quest, so they guarded him fiercely but were powerless against his bad temper. Another unlucky soul going to get turned away. Bet he'll get kicked out within 2 minutes. As these whispers fell nearby, Su Yun was already standing in front of Ifer. Before Salusa could introduce her companion, Su Yun pulled out 10 sets of abyssal larvae outer shells from his backpack and handed them over with both hands. Senior Iffer, you'll need these, right? For anyone else, unlocking a quest with this old blacksmith would be near impossible. But who was Su Yun? In his past life, Iffer's bad temper was well known among the players of Rainbow Tree. But he was also the key to triggering a whole hidden quest lineage. It was Su Yun who first discovered it and uploaded the guide to the forum. That video had racked up 3 million likes. I definitely need these materials. Old Ivor calmly took the piece of deep blue, steel hardshell from the abyssal melding worm out of Su Yun's hand. In the next moment, a row of translucent quest prompts popped up and quickly slid past Su Yun's vision. Side quest Ivor's commission. Quest background. Accept the commission from Old Elf Ivor. Objective. Collect the shells of the abyssal melding worm. Reward, 50 wasteland coins. Current progress, 105. Side quest completed. Helped Ivor collect abyssal melding worm shells part 1. Side quest completed. Helped Ivor collect abyssal melding worm shells part 2. 10 leftover shells from the abyssal melding worms perfectly allowed Su Yun to complete 2 rounds of this task shortly after setting out. If there's nothing else, you should leave soon. I need to see if these shells can improve armor defense. These damn worms are even harder than my forging hammer. Even after receiving the materials, Old Ivor's tone held no gratitude. Instead, it was a direct dismissal. Su Yun, however, acted as if he hadn't heard and turned around to pull from his backpack a sharp tooth thicker than his thumb, glowing with a dark red luster. You might still need this. This is Grandpa Ivor. That's a tooth from a red-marked leopard. Salusa jumped in excitedly, her voice full of enthusiasm. Su Yun helped us clear out those 2 red-marked leopards, so now we can hunt in the eastern forest too. You mean, he killed those 2 red-marked leopards in the east? Ivor frowned, disbelief evident. Yes, Grandpa Ivor, I saw it with my own eyes. Su Yun is a very skilled hunter. Salusa nodded earnestly, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Yun was a little surprised she was pulling a favor for him in a moment like this. Su Yun knew well that the reason he targeted the treasure chest guarded by red-marked leopards at the start was because their materials triggered many side quests around the Night Elf camp. Hidden quests like Ivor's usually require players to blindly test various materials to find the right triggers. For Su Yun, all those steps were already clearly mapped out in the guide. He even knew how to connect Ivor's hidden quests with minimal materials. But Ivor's stubborn nature meant he wouldn't believe a young night elf could single-handedly kill a red-marked leopard without witness or concrete proof. Salusa's support here was therefore especially important. If that failed, Su Yun was prepared with other ways to verify his feat. Still doubtful, Ivor took the red-marked leopard's tooth. It was an inch longer than a typical fong, with blood-red veins twisting over its surface. He gently ran his fingertip over the ridges before bringing it close to his nose to sniff the lingering metallic sweet scent. Looks like it definitely a red-marked leopard's tooth, he murmured. Yet his gaze kept flickering between Su Yun and the tooth. This little guy here? How does he have the right to kill a red-marked leopard? How exactly did you do it? I lured the 2 red-marked leopards separately and, with Salusa's help, managed to hunt them down, Su Yun answered calmly. Little Salusa? You took her hunting red-marked leopards? Ivor furrowed his brow, his tone suddenly growing heavier, as if the kindly old grandfather he once was had just seen someone take his granddaughter on a reckless adventure and was about to storm into the kitchen for a knife. The vibe was strikingly similar to that wild blonde kid recklessly igniting ghost fire. Even though it ended well, don't you realize how dangerous that whole journey was? He slammed his hand down on the anvil, sending sparks flying. Grandpa Ivor, I'm not a child anymore. Salusa stood her ground without flinching. Nonsense. I know you're destined to stand on your own and become a top hunter someday, but you can't rush into things like this. Ivor threw the tongs back onto the workbench with a loud bang, his voice echoing between the wooden beams of the forge. Grandpa Ivor, I never want to see the tragedy from before happen again. Salusa met his gaze with determined eyes. Those words felt like a cold bucket of water, instantly dousing the fire blazing over the old elf's head. The redness in Ivor's cheeks faded slowly as his heavy breath steadied. Nearby, Su Yun took in every subtle shift in their emotions. He keenly sensed that Ivor knew a great deal about Salusa's past. Perhaps, through this old blacksmith, he might uncover clues about her missing sister, Zifulu. Sigh, you've grown up, and old Ivor can hardly keep up with you anymore. Ivor rubbed his temple, his drooping ear tips trembling slightly. The atmosphere grew heavy and still for a moment. Su Yun quietly stepped back a couple of paces to give the grandfather and granddaughter pair some space, then gently nudged Salusa's shoulder as a sign for her to speak. Grandpa Ivor, I'm sorry. Enough, enough. Ivor waved his hand, his voice low but gentle. I only wish for your safety and health. These old bones of mine still have some strength left. I just want to look after you a few more years. The crackling of the forge fire threw warm, reddish light on their already similar side profiles. Su Yun silently took note of every word. The closeness between Ivor and Salusa exceeded his expectations. He chastised himself inwardly for not digging deeper into this backstory in his past life. If Salusa really was the legendary goddess of vengeance, why would she one day slaughter the Night Elf tribe? Who exactly was she seeking revenge against? Suddenly, a series of golden system messages appeared before his eyes. Side quest triggered. Ivor's request. Objective: hunt the red-striped leopard and retrieve its fangs. Completed 11. Rewards: red-striped leopard dagger, abyssal-infused boots. Suyun only received the quest completion notification after Salusa and Ivor's conversation ended. Meanwhile, distant players who had been watching for a long time finally couldn't sit still any longer. He didn't get chased off, and now he's even chatting with Ivor. A few players gathered around a campfire, their eyes fixed intently on the line of nicknames reading Cloud Tactics Group. Game just launched today, and already making strategy guides? Otherwise, why choose a name like that? But he really got a quest from the blacksmith. How did he trigger it? One player voiced the group's biggest question. That elf girl. It has to be because of her. Another pointed decisively at Salusa besides Su Yun. What separates us from him? Just that elf girl. The forums don't mention anyone getting early access. Everyone started today, so how come he got a quest first? We've been guarding here for ages, and Ivor hasn't even said hi to us. Let's split up and search the camps. Maybe there are other elf NPCs like her. He'll keep an eye on this spot, and if he leaves, he'll try triggering the quest again. The players murmured among themselves as they dispersed, the flickering firelight casting their backs in shifting shadows. A player named Feedpig Onsite quickly assigned tasks to the others and sprang into action. After everyone dispersed, he couldn't stay idle either. He crouched low and quietly approached Ivor, needed to see for himself how Su Yun had managed to connect with this seasoned blacksmith. Ivor stared at Su Yun's busy back, concern evident in his voice. Kid, Salusa is still too young. I don't want to see you taking her on any more adventures. Leave here for now and come back later. I'll use the materials you bring me to craft 2 pieces of equipment. You can pick them up yourself. At this point, all of Ivor's side quests had been triggered. Although no system notification popped up, Su Yun had effectively unlocked the blacksmith's workshop feature. From now on, whenever he obtained crafting materials, he could come to Ivor to have gear or items forged. If Su Yun could wear equipment, his top priority would be gathering materials for the Abyssal Larvae set, which was a huge early game boost. But finding Ivor wasn't just about crafting gear. Su Yun smiled and said, Senior Ivor, I've heard your craftsmanship is unmatched among the Night Elves. But your forging hammer looks a bit worn. Won't that affect the finished product's quality? The side quest was activated, but to push it further, Su Yun had to press a little harder. As for the hammer's location or whether it was really worn, Su Yun didn't actually know it was following a guide. Ivor raised his brow. My forging hammer is still in the tent. How do you know it's worn out? It's true. This hammer has been with me for many years, my old companion since I first learned the craft, but don't worry, I have ways to make up for what it lacks. His expression darkened slightly as he spoke. Su Yun pressed on. I heard you once had an incredibly powerful forging hammer, forged from countless rare minerals, infused with your very craftsmanship. Why haven't you used it since? Ivor was stunned again. How do you know that? A warm feeling suddenly welled up inside him. An outsider Night Elf like Su Yun couldn't possibly know such secrets. Clearly, Salusa must have told him. Thinking of his granddaughter's attentiveness, Ivor's gaze softened. Salusa was left staring in shock. How did Su Yun know all this? Her image as the little sweetheart was instantly shattered. Ivor sighed. When we evacuated the 7-colored divine tree, everything happened so fast. That hammer was lost in the chaos. If that's the case, Su Yun immediately said, let me help you find it. That forging hammer shouldn't be away from you. You shouldn't have lost it. Hidden quest, the forgotten forging hammer. Quest background. You learn that old blacksmith Ivor lost his precious forging hammer during the evacuation of the 7-colored divine tree. Though he's given up hope, you decide to help him retrieve it. Quest objective, recover Ivor's forging hammer. Quest reward, a series of quests unlocking further content. Time limit, none. Current progress, 01. The hidden quest successfully triggered, and Su Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was only supposed to receive this quest in the level 5 main city 7-colored divine tree, and worried he might miss the chance now that it had fallen. Ivor gripped Salusa's arm anxiously. Where do you plan to go? The hammer was dropped during the retreat, and now the 7-colored divine tree is infested with abyssal larvae. It's extremely dangerous. You're not seriously thinking of running off on an adventure, are you? As for Su Yun, if he could go to the 7-colored divine tree and help find the forging hammer, that would really be something. After quite a bit of effort, Jianzhu Jiawei finally found a small, inconspicuous corner where he could overhear the conversation between Su Yun and IV without drawing too much attention. Where are you planning to go to help me retrieve the forging hammer? It was lost during our retreat from the 7-colored divine tree. 7-colored divine tree? Retrieve a lost forging hammer? Jianzhu Jiawei's breath caught in his throat, and his heart practically jumped into his mouth. Every key word in the conversation rang loud in his mind. It could very well be the trigger for a hidden quest. Recalling all their previous attempts, where a dozen of them had taken turns trying in vain to extract any valuable information from IV. Now the Yunduo Strategy Team seemed to have casually unlocked a crucial plotline. With his years of gaming experience, he knew how important hidden quests were, especially early on. The rewards were never disappointing. Pay to win. The microtransactions in Eternal Era were outrageously priced. 100 yuan for a single wasteland coin, making it impossible to keep up without owning at least a few mines. The best and most efficient way to progress quickly without spending money was to find hidden quests. And with IV being a blacksmith NPC, completing his quest might unlock some hidden gear, truly a once-in-a-lifetime breakthrough. Just as Jianzhu Jiawei made up his mind, the Yunduo team finished their conversation and left the blacksmith shop with the female elf. The room was left with only IV, arms crossed as if waiting for the next player to step up. Action beats hesitation. Jianzhu Jiawei pushed off the ground and dashed over like an arrow released from a bow. Sir, I heard you lost a forging hammer at the seven-colored divine tree. I can help you find it. IV stared in surprise. What was going on today? One after another, people kept showing concern for his old broken hammer. How did this outsider night elf even know the hammer was lost? Fixing his gaze on Jianzhu Jiawei's face, which had annoyed him since morning, IV instantly realized it must have been him eavesdropping on his conversation with Su Yun. You little brat. Eavesdropping on others is impolite, don't you know that? Before the words even finished, IV grabbed the tattered coarse cloth Jianzhu Jiawei was wearing, and with a sharp jerk, lifted him off the ground. Jianzhu Jiawei was completely stunned. The Yunduo team had lingered here all this time without issue. Why was he being handled so roughly? Humph. IV snorted coldly and released him. Jianzhu Jiawei crashed onto the floor hard, his health bar instantly dropping by half. Stars flashing before his eyes, a pale blue system pop-up suddenly appeared. Hidden quest triggered. Had done it. The hidden quest had really triggered. The pain and dust instantly gave way to joy. If he could find that forging hammer, perhaps had earned the legendary hidden gear and make a name for himself. He almost wished he could share the news with the others immediately. Wait, where exactly was the seven-colored divine tree? Hold on, where was the seven-colored divine tree again? At that moment, Feedatsight suddenly realized he didn't actually know what the seven-colored divine tree looked like. The hidden quest that just triggered didn't provide any useful clues either. Worse still, he had no idea what Ifis' lost forging hammer looked like. The Yunduo strategy team had already walked far ahead, and trying to catch up now would probably be too late. Senior FU, where exactly is this seven-colored divine tree? He had no choice but to ask directly. To his surprise, old FU was very cooperative this time, and pointed in a certain direction. But before that, Su Yun had to repeatedly promise that he would never take Solutia to the seven-colored divine tree to adventure. Only then did FU feel comfortable letting them leave the blacksmith's workshop. Once outside the camp, Solutia jogged alongside Su Yun. Su Yun, where are we heading next? Back to the forest? At some point she had gotten used to following Su Yun's lead. If Su Yun told her to return to camp, she would. If he asked her to accompany him to the blacksmith's, she followed without hesitation. She trusted everything Su Yun said, every action he took. For example, Su Yun had promised to give her the ring, which now lay safely in the most secure pocket, close to her heart. And just now, Su Yun solemnly guaranteed he wouldn't take her on any dangerous journeys to the seven-colored divine tree. I still have to wait a moment. I need to return old Ifis' hammer first, Su Yun replied casually. Solutia froze. Didn't he promise not to go near the seven-colored divine tree and to keep her safe? Why was he suddenly talking about looking for a hammer? Something seemed off. She was about to ask more when Su Yun suddenly stopped walking. Looking closely, the direction he was leading her wasn't even the forest path toward the seven-colored divine tree, instead it was. This is Grandpa Talus' tent. Solutia blinked, struggling to recognize where they were. They had actually come to the clan leader Talus' tent. What are you standing there for? Come in. Su Yun pulled aside the tent flap and swaggered inside. Oh. Solutia quickly followed. Before leaving, Talu had told Su Yun to stay here and wait for him to bring back the Holy Paladin. So this tent was like his own backyard. Inside, the tent was still empty except for a few essential items. Su Yun circled the inside along the walls twice, as if searching for something. Solutia held back for a while, but finally couldn't resist. Su Yun, are you suspecting Grandpa Talus stole Grandpa Ifis' forging hammer? Su Yun was taken aback. Why would Chief Talus steal a hammer? He's not a blacksmith. The hammer wouldn't be any use to him. Solutia froze again. Then what exactly are you looking for? There weren't many items in the tent to begin with, and after Su Yun's 2 rounds of searching, he found nothing suspicious. Wait here for a bit. Suddenly, Su Yun left Solutia inside the tent and stepped outside. After about 3 or 5 minutes, he returned with 2 shovels he had somehow found. Help me out, he said, handing one shovel to Solutia while gripping the other tightly. He swung his shovel down with a loud clang, breaking up the earth beneath their feet. Solutia held the unfamiliar, heavy shovel awkwardly, growing more bewildered by the moment. What exactly was Su Yun trying to do? She hesitated, unsure whether to start digging. when suddenly a sharp metal sound came from beneath Su Yun's feet. Clang. Really lucky, huh? Su Yun murmured, casually tossing the shovel aside. He crouched down and began digging through the freshly overturned dirt with his hands. Soon, he stood up, holding a gleaming silver hammer that radiated a chilling cold light. Salusa? Her mind blanked out instantly. Wasn't that the forging hammer Grandpa Ifu had lost? From the moment Su Yun offered to help to the moment the hammer appeared in his hands, barely the time it takes to steep a cup of tea had passed. How did he know the forging hammer was buried under Grandpa Tala's tent? Was it really Grandpa Tala who stole it? But Su Yun had just denied that, ruling out all the impossible options left only one explanation. Su Yun, tell me the truth. Did you steal Grandpa Yaifu's forging hammer and bury it here yourself? Su Yun. He had been about to celebrate completing the task, but Salusa's question nearly gave him a backache. Steal? What kind of thought process was that girl running on? If you didn't steal it, how did you know the forging hammer was missing and find it so quickly? I didn't steal it, Su Yun said helplessly, shrugging. It was Yaifu's apprentice Niken. Yeah, it was him. How could Su Yun pinpoint the location so precisely? Simply had the script. Of course, luck played a part too. In the normal mission flow, the hammer wasn't lost in the seven-colored divine tree, but stolen by the apprentice Niken during the chaos. Feeling guilty, Niken neither used the hammer nor dared to flee with it out of the Night Elf clan. Instead, he secretly hid it in a secret compartment within Chief Talus' tent. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Under usual circumstances, to complete this hidden quest, players must gain access to Talus' room, grab the hammer from the secret compartment when the chief is away, and return it to Ifu. However, that step only unlocks after the seven-colored divine tree is reclaimed. Since the tree was lost and Talu had settled temporarily in a camp tent with no visible secret compartments, the quest seemed impossible. Since the quest activated, the hammer had to remain near Talus' room. Su Yun first searched the tent twice, but found no secret compartments and guessed the hammer might have been buried along with the tent. Luck was on his side. After just a few shovelfuls, he heard the metallic clang and found the hammer peeking out. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot more effort. Niken. After hearing the explanation, Salusa fell into thought. Of course she knew Niken about her age, Yaifu's youngest apprentice. Niken had lost his parents early and was taken in and raised bit by Ifu. If Grandpa Ifu knew Niken had made such a mistake, how heartbroken he would be. Su Yun, can we not tell Grandpa Ifu about this? I promise, Niken will never make the same mistake again. The girl gently tugged on Su Yun's arm and lowered her voice so only they could hear. Salusa was already quite adorable, and with that almost pleading tone, well, who could resist such a heartfelt appeal? Even without Salusa's insistence, Su Yun had never intended to tell Eve everything about Niken in detail. The reason was simple. The entire quest line involving Eve, from the lost forge hammer to the final handover, centered on him growing older and preparing to entrust the blacksmith shop to the young apprentice Niken, who was still inexperienced and needed guidance. According to the quest design, if a player helps Niken overcome his doubts and complete all hidden objectives, the blacksmith shop's platform NPC changes from Eve to Niken. The player also gains several rewards. 1. A certain amount of increased affection with Niken. 2. Several custom-crafted pieces of equipment personally forged by Niken. 3. And a valuable blueprint for the retractable wing gear, called Sky Wings. Wearing the Sky Wings allows players to fly short distances, but at present, Niken's skills are insufficient to complete this piece. As the story progresses, Niken will leave the Night Elf territory at Eve's request to study in the tri-level capital Boundless Greenwood, jointly governed by High Elves and Forest Elves. After growing into the foremost blacksmith among the Forest Elves there, players can simply present the blueprint to have him finish the final forging. Because of this side quest, Niken became one of the few Night Elves who survived the massacre wrought by the vengeful goddess Salusa. Of course, all that was still to come. For Su Yun, the Sky Wings were not tempting enough to necessitate pursuing them at any cost, but damaging the relationship between Niken and Eve was clearly unwise. Who knew when this young blacksmith might be needed in the future? Instead, it was Salusa herself, the goddess of revenge, who intrigued Su Yun more and more. From any angle, it was hard for him to reconcile the gentle person before him with the ruthless avenger who killed without blinking. Judging by her demeanor toward Talu, Eve, and Niken, she hardly seemed the type to carry out a massacre. Unfortunately, Su Yun's knowledge of Salusa was limited. The Night Elf city of Seven-Colored Divine Tree was only a level 5 capital. If it weren't for achievements, he wouldn't have bothered to detour there from a human capital. When Seven-Colored Divine Tree suffered the slaughter, he had long been active across multiple level 2 and level 3 capitals and knew little about the exact circumstances. As for the origin of the Forge Hammer, he already had a ready excusado credit. Good luck, if asked. Returning to the blacksmith shop, the forge blazed hot with sparks flying. Eve froze when he saw the heavy forge hammer in Su Yun's hand. How much time had passed since Su Yun promised to find the hammer? Only a few hours had elapsed. Eve knew well that in such a short time, There was no way Su Yun could have traveled to seven-colored divine tree and back, especially now that it had become a nest for abyssal larvae, drastically increasing the danger. Even rushing at full speed, a return so swift was impossible. Yet the reality was undeniable. Su Yun had accomplished an almost impossible feat. How did you find my old friend? Eve asked cautiously, taking the hammer with rough hands and tracing the patterns on its surface. His eyes brightened. No matter how he looked at it, this was the forge hammer he had lost. It was as if the forging hammer had sprouted legs and run back on its own, only to be picked up by Su Yun. Nothing more than a coincidence. Ahem, pure luck. It wasn't lost on the seven-color divine tree, but was actually in the forest just outside the camp. That forest, shrouded in mist year-round, lay no more than 100 steps from the camp. Su Yun was strolling with Salusa when he happened to spot the hammer half buried under the fallen leaves and casually picked it up. Su Yun, you're clearly making stuff up. JPG, Ivor said, eyeing the hammer with a complicated look. Aren't you a little too lucky? Sure, luck played a part in killing the Crimson Leopard, but finding this hammer in the forest? There are plenty of night elves around, not all cooped up in camp. How did no one else spot it before you? Feeling cornered, Su Yun cleared his throat and gestured discreetly to Salusa. The little girl nodded knowingly, pecking her head like a bird. Yeah, exactly like that. Ivor narrowed his eyes. Something feels off. Despite his doubts about Su Yun's string of good fortune, the forging hammer was found after all. Hidden quest completed, the dusty forging hammer. Hidden achievement unlocked, masterful craftsmanship. Quest complete, experience 150. Player Cloud Strategy Group reached level 7. The main city remains locked, reputation rewards will be delayed. Gripping the hammer handle solemnly, Ivor promised, your gear, it will use this hammer to forge it. With its help, the final quality will definitely improve one tier. The system's reward message was brief but clear. From now on, whenever Su Yun triggers side quests with Ivor and gathers materials for forging, there's a chance the finished product will upgrade by one level. Su Yun understood well it wasn't Ivor's skill at work, but an underlying game mechanism. Given sufficient raw materials, the base quality could start at the boss tier, and pushing it further might even reach epic level. Epic gear was rare and powerful enough to be worn comfortably at level 100 or above, provided the affixes were strong. Unfortunately, Su Yun couldn't wear the gear himself, but that didn't matter. Half the mission of returning to camp was now complete. The other half awaited a hidden mechanism triggered only after reclaiming the forging hammer. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun looked at Ivor and said, Senior Ivor, I have an unusual request. May I borrow the forging hammer for a while? Borrow the forging hammer? Ivor raised an eyebrow. You can borrow it. Sure, but do you even know how to forge? I know the basics. Also, I need to use the forge as well. Ivor frowned. Su Yun's ability to hunt down the Crimson Leopard proved his talent and dedication. But night elves had limited energy, and he was still young when he had time to learn forging. After a brief pause, Ivor handed the forging hammer over to Su Yun. Name, Yifa's forging hammer. Equipment restriction, level 45. Equipment quality, epic, 18 stars. Strength, 1976, 30 strength. Sharpness, 590, 10 sharpness. Health, 50,063, 80 max health. Equipment effect, specialized for life profession blacksmiths when forging. Forging efficiency 50. First time forging success rate 30. Second time forging success rate 15. This is a quest item. Yifa's forging hammer. Within the realm of equipment forging, it is nothing short of a legendary artifact, boasting outrageously powerful effects. Before completing the first stage of Yifa's hidden quest, this hammer looked like an ordinary wooden mallet plane and unimpressive. But once the quest is done, its full potential instantly unlocks, unleashing staggering stats that leave any blacksmith speechless. Su Yun traveled across half the continent for this hammer, painstakingly posting the guide to Yifa's hidden quest on the forum, which quickly went viral because any player who borrows the hammer even once could save hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. The most eye-catching special effect is the 15 second time forging success rate. In the game, equipment enhancement is called second time forging. Going from 0 to 20 is a nightmare of resource consumption. After 10, the base success rate drops to 1, and attempting to go from 19 to 20 is just 0.01, with a chance of the gear shattering on failure. But with Yifa's forging hammer in hand, even after 10, the success rate is forcibly raised to a guaranteed 15. For level 310 demigod quality gear, just increasing enhancement by one level costs 50 gold coins, doubling each step thereafter. Its true value is beyond calculation by numbers alone. According to the rules, each player can only borrow the hammer once after completing a certain stage of Yifa's hidden quest. This limit is both harsh and fair. Because of this, Su Yun originally planned to save his one shot for when he got truly exceptional gear. However, the existence of the Throne of Memory talent completely erased his hesitation. The opportunity had to be seized now. What was that saying? Your forging hammer is pretty nice, but now it's mine. Su Yun laughed as he swung the great hammer, its face sparkling with a cold gleam. Then he faced Salusa and opened his left hand. Salusa, lend me your ring for a bit. The girl stared at the dazzling great hammer, suddenly feeling uneasy. What was Su Yun planning to do with her ring? But she recalled his promise that after it was done, he would return the oath ring intact, and that the ring originally belonged to Su Yun. After a moment of hesitation, she handed over the ring. Watching Su Yun take both the ring and forging hammer as he lifted the curtain and entered Yifu's tent. Outside the tent, night had fallen low, and the lingering warmth from the anvil still rippled through the air. Little Salusa, what's wrong? Yifu noticed her unease and softened his gruff voice. Grandpa Yifu, I miss my sister. The old dwarf wasn't skilled with comfort, but he gently placed his warm, calloused hand atop the girl's head. The heat seeped through her hair and into her heart, and in that brief, awkward silence, they found warmth in each other. Inside the tent, Su Yun was already inspecting the anvil, the forge fire, and materials. Everything seemed to herald an upcoming miracle of forging. Will he inherit Yifu's forging hammer's level 45 epic 18-star equipment special effects? Currently, 1 out of 6 upgrade slots can inherit the special effects of Ivor's forging hammer. For the crafting profession of blacksmith, forging specialization grants 50 forging efficiency, 30 success rate on the first forging attempt, and 15 on the second attempt. Now, 2 out of 6 slots are available to inherit. The moment the hammer landed in his hand, Su Yun immediately opened his status panel and copied the golden text lines. 50 forging efficiency, 30 success rate on first forge, and 15 success rate on second forge. It wasn't that he was unwilling to further upgrade the hammer itself. The rules of Eternal Era were clear. The system classified this hammer as his main weapon, and only after reaching level 3 in the blacksmith profession's forging specialization could he unlock the option to enhance main weapons. In theory, he could ask another blacksmith, like Yver, for help. But the game mechanics imposed strict limitations. 1. If another smith forged on his behalf, that person wouldn't gain any bonus effects tied to Su Yun's forging hammer. 2. The maximum enhancement level by proxy was capped at 5. 3. Most critically, asking Yver to upgrade Ivor's forging hammer meant having him modify a second identical hammer appearing out of nowhere. A scenario Su Yun found impossible to explain clearly. During his hesitation, the system popped up again. Detected attribute change on equipment, Ivor's forging hammer. Activate memory preservation effect. Remaining memory preservation uses, 7 out of 9 level 7. He confirmed. Memory preservation successful. Remaining uses, 6 out of 9 level 7. With a series of commands, the single forging hammer duplicated under swirling blue and white light, splitting into 3 identical physical copies, all lined up on the workbench, their runes glowing, indistinguishable from one another. Su Yun handed one cleanly back to Yver and stowed the other 2 in his backpack. His next goal was already set, acquiring Salusa's ring. As the second stage of the quest began, Su Yun weighed the special effect hammer in his palm to get accustomed to the weight, then hung it at his side. The other 2 were safely tucked away in his pack. Affected by the Throne of Memory's debuff, he couldn't benefit from either the hammer's stats or effects at this moment. If it weren't a quest item flagged by the system, simply wearing something this high level would have made it impossible for him to lift his arm. No matter how luxurious the gear, right now it was just an ordinary lump of iron in his hands. But having it was better than nothing. Certainly couldn't use a bare fist to perform forging upgrades. There are 2 ways to enhance equipment. The first is for players to defeat monsters and complete quests to obtain various types of mineral resources. These ores, known as enhancement stones in Eternal Era, are classified into 5 grades based on their material and rarity. To level up equipment, players must have the required quantity and grade of these stones. By mid to late game, with a mature trading system and a large player base, anyone willing to spend money can easily buy the stones. But it's only been half a day since the server opened. Even someone as quick as Su Yun can't gather enough materials, let alone other newcomers. So the only option left for him is the second path, paying money to force the enhancement. In this game, money isn't just a number. Whether it's wasteland coins or the rarer ancient dragon scales, they're like different types of batteries, storing energy that is sealed in the land's veins. When this energy is injected into equipment, it boosts its overall attributes and special effects. The downside is obvious. The enhancement direction is random. The level cap is only 20, and unlike enhancement stones, it can't finely tune a single attribute. The more scattered the attributes, the more diluted the benefit. For example, Eve's forging hammer has the attribute strength 30. If a player's base strength is 1,000 points, equipping it grants a fixed bonus of 1976 points first, then adds 30 on top of that, totaling 3,276 points. If all subsequent enhancements lean towards strength, the value can continue to rise. For Su Yun, money-based enhancement is costly and random, but since he can't wear equipment yet, he doesn't fuss over that. At this moment, the forging table displayed a prompt. Enhance Xyamphilis Oath Ring. Current success rate, 115. Cost, Wasteland Coins 20. With success rate over 100, there was no reason to refuse. Su Yun took out 20 dark gold wasteland coins from his backpack and placed them together with the ring on Eve's forging table. The heavy hammer came down, sparks flying. Enhancement successful. Xyamphilis Oath Ring 1. Attribute change detected. Trigger memory retention effect. Remaining uses, 5. Unlike the main weapon, the ring didn't require the blacksmith profession to enhance, saving Su Yun a lot of trouble. With a guaranteed success rate over 100, there was no suspense. After the enhancement, Su Yun finally managed to snag the ring. Soon, he would be able to separate the memory retention effect and return the ring to Salusa. Glancing at the equipment stats, after upgrading by 1, the special effect increased the maximum mana from 50,000 to 50,500, and when mana was at 0, the mana recovery rate rose from 60 to 61. Ding, ding, ding. Su Yun swung his forging hammer and struck 6 times in a row, pushing the Xyamphilis Oath ring all the way to 7. Starting from 5, the system no longer charged ordinary gold coins but demanded special gold coins, 50 for 6 and 75 for 7. Fortunately, money was no problem for Su Yun. His attribute panel rose accordingly. Maximum mana reached 74,500, and mana recovery hit 74. According to the rules, from 1 to 5, all attributes increase by 1 per level, with an extra boost every 5 levels. From 5 to 10, each level grants 2 more. Su Yun had been aiming for 10 all along, but his limited chances made him increasingly uneasy the higher he pushed. A system prompt appeared. Enhanced Xyamphilis Oath Ring. Current success rate, 45. Cost, 100 special gold coins. Su Yun took a deep breath and brought down his hammer. Clang. Enhancement failed. Clang. Enhancement failed. Clang. Enhancement failed. 3 strikes, and the 45 success rate gave him no luck at all. 300 special gold coins down the drain. Su Yun was stunned. That probability couldn't be right. He gritted his teeth and took out another 100 coins. Clang. Enhancement failed. Another sharp failure sound, and the 400 coins evaporated instantly. Su Yun was now sure the problem wasn't the forge but himself. Thankfully, below 10, failure only cost money, not the equipment. Otherwise, his limited chances to preserve memories would have gone to waste. Staring at the ring resting quietly on the forge, Su Yun suddenly remembered Salusa. That girl could open epic treasure chests and even get legendary items. She had always thought it was just luck. But judging by how wrong she looked earlier, Su Yun realized. Here he was, tinkering with her ring alone in the tent, while outside, Salusa was probably about to break down. Committed to honesty, he grabbed the ring and stepped out of Ifer's tent. Outside, Salusa kept her head down, silent, while Ifer scratched his head awkwardly. Hearing footsteps, Salusa mechanically lifted her gaze, eyes empty, as if about to shatter like glass. Senior, itchy scalp? Go wash your hair, Su Yun teased casually. Ifer was taken aback. Itchy scalp? He was only scratching because seeing Salusa reminded him of his sister and he didn't know how to comfort her. Here, I'm returning this to you now. But I still have some work to do. Su Yun held out his palm, revealing a ring identical to the original, the very one he first copied with memory preservation. He slipped the ring back into Salusa's hand and gently squeezed her smaller hand. Bring you some luck. Saying that, he turned back toward the forge and pulled out another 100 special gold coins. Ding, ding, ding. 3 strikes later, the system prompt suddenly flashed. 10. Su Yun froze on the spot. Could Salusa really have a talent for luck? After reaching level 10, his stats had maxed out at an incredible 117,500 maximum mana and a 90 mana regeneration rate. With just a little mana management, this was more than enough for Su Yun to dominate the early game. But good luck coming his way wasn't going to let him stop so easily. 1 failure, and he'll call it quits. He set a hard limit for himself. Then ding, 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 ding. 5 consecutive hammer strikes hit the ring. Against all odds, with only a 15 success rate per attempt, the ring's enhancement soared all the way to 15 without breaking even once. This luck, could it really be mine? Su Yun's heart raced. Just as he marveled, thinking gamblers don't win every day, a sudden clang brought him crashing back from euphoria to reality. The enhancement failed, and the equipment was damaged. Fortunately, he still had some memory preservation uses left. He immediately consumed 1 and restored the ring to 15. Looking at the stats, he wanted to stop, but an uncontrollable restlessness stirred within him. After hesitating, he crawled out of the tent for some fresh air. At that moment, the dark shadow on Salusa's face had completely vanished. Ivor, puzzled, wondered how Su Yun had managed to cheer up his granddaughter so effectively. Maybe he should learn some tips from this guy? Su Yun ignored him, stepping forward to grasp Salusa's small hand tightly. Just riding the wave of luck. Don't blame me if it brings you bad luck. With that, he turned back toward the tent, leaving the girl with a bewildered expression. Grandpa Ivor, what does riding the wave of luck mean? How would I know? The old man replied, equally confused. With Salusa seemingly blessed by this second round of good fortune, Su Yun again raised his forging hammer. System prompt. Enhance Zifrus Oath Ring. Current success rate. 15.1. Cost. 200 golden tokens. Confirm. A flash of light. Enhancement successful. Zephyrus Oath Ring 20. Equipment attribute change detected. Trigger memory preservation effect. Remaining uses 3. Achievements unlocked. Hidden achievement Big Spender. Hidden achievement Peak Equipment. System continues. Player Yunduo Strategy Team has enhanced equipment to 20 for the first time in the entire server, triggering a global announcement. Hide player name and equipment attributes. Suyin didn't hesitate. Name do not hide. Equipment attributes hide. A rare chance to show face, meant it was time to build his fan base and lay groundwork for future plans. Global announcement. Player Yunduo Strategy Team has successfully enhanced hidden equipment to 20. Achievement points 1. This being a server first, extra achievement points 2 awarded. Hours later, over 100 million players had flooded into Eternal Era for various reasons. As announcements flooded the screen, the forums exploded. Whoa, which legend just got 20 on day 1? How did he even do that? You all are pros now. Where do you unlock the enhancement feature? Main City Blacksmith Shop, someone explained. Server just opened today. Most blacksmith shops are still locked behind quests. So far, only Human City Western Water City's blacksmith shop works. Pay the smith to enhance. Level 1 gear to 1 costs 5 waste tokens 500 currency. 2 costs 5 or tokens 500,000. 3 requires 5 red copper tokens. Do the math and expect the costs to double later. Holy moly. 2 is 500,000? How much for 20 then? The world's richest guy? Even the richest can't afford that. Check his ID into a strategy team. They do guides. Don't ask how they had a guide day 1. But it's definitely not just throwing money around to hit 20. Anyone curious about the achievement points 1-2 from the announcement? I don't see any explanation in game. Probably a feature not unlocked yet. Eternal Era has so many twists and no real manual. Better hit the guide forums and try your luck. Forget forums. Does Yunduo Strategy Team even have an account? Any guides posted? Let's just watch and learn. This was the very first player to trigger a server-wide announcement on day 1. Suyin fully understood the impact of a server-wide announcement, but that didn't stop him from letting it simmer and spread, aiming for a full-blown explosion before the game locked down tonight. Having a second chance at life meant never passing up a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the downtime, he pushed Zion Felis Vow Ring all the way to 20. The stats on his character panel instantly skyrocketed. 1. Equipment effect. Increases maximum mana by 217,500. When mana drops to 0, it instantly restores 160 of the maximum, temporarily exceeding the limit. 2. Leyline specialization. Triggering skill effects grants 5 seconds of leyline support, during which leyline energy replaces mana consumption. Just the 217,500 mana increase alone made this ring slightly stronger than his level 310 demigod gear from his previous life. Though it looked like a legendary item, it was still technically only a level 5 piece. With its low base stats, over time, other players with fewer pieces could easily catch up, even more so considering the failures during enhancement, which cost him nearly 2,000 gold coins. If he hadn't been stuck relying on the equipment effects and unable to switch gear, such extravagance would have been unbearable. In other words, this ring was destined to be replaced eventually. But until then, Suyin used it to gain a valuable time advantage, turning it into a genuine artifact for now. Equipment focused purely on mana was rare, and he naturally wasn't about to miss out. When he stepped out of Ivor's tent, Salusa and Yver were waiting at the entrance. Both were curious what he had been tinkering with at the forge. Senior, thank you for your generous help. Suyin solemnly returned the forging hammer to Yver before turning to Salusa, holding out his right hand. In his palm lay a ring Zion Felis Vow Ring 20. This was a separate copy he had made after mastering the duplication skill, using one of his limited memory preservation attempts. Here, it's yours. Suyin handed over the ring with a sincere tone. I thought this ring would mean a lot to you. It's connected to your sister. I know you don't like to talk about it, but I also understand that those memories might not be happy ones. As a friend, there's not much I can do. Please forgive me for taking the liberty. I made you this copy of the vow ring. You can keep the original locked away somewhere safest and most hidden. This one you can wear with peace of mind, without worrying about losing it. Only then did Salusa truly realize why Suyin had insisted on borrowing the forge. He wanted to craft an identical vow ring, just for her. Her feelings were still confused and faint, but Salusa could clearly tell who cared for her like Grandpa Yver, who had always treated her like his own granddaughter. Though not much for words, Salusa understood that quiet affection perfectly well. Tears welled up uncontrollably in Siluosa's eyes, as if another blurry figure had once again barged into her dreams of beauty, painting over them with bold, dark strokes. Suyin, her voice was barely a whisper, but the trembling was unmistakable. Her feelings were too complicated to express, part gratitude, part confusion over how to respond. Suyin didn't notice her momentary falter. He was staring blankly at the interface. Siluosa's intimacy level remained stuck at inseparable, showing no sign of increase. This data existed in the game but was hidden by the system. Players couldn't see the exact numbers. Suyin had invested great effort trying to raise Siluosa's favor, hoping to prove she was the avenging goddess. Yet now it seemed all his work was about to be wasted. Wait. The growingly ambiguous atmosphere was abruptly broken by Ivor's gruff voice. The aging blacksmith, with his salt and pepper hair, had been curious about what Su Yun might be doing borrowing the forging hammer and anvil. Seeing that Su Yun had only crafted a single ring, he had felt slightly disappointed. Such a ring was entry-level work for a seasoned smith. Ivor assumed someone so young should focus more on hunting skills, not trying to master every craft. But when his eyes finally fell on the finished piece, Ivor immediately realized how wrong had been. Kid, let me see that. Without waiting for a reply, he snatched the ring, bringing it under the light for close inspection. Not a line, joint, or detail escaped his scrutiny as he studied it over and over before carefully returning it to Su Yun's palm. That's right, this ring represents the pinnacle of forging skill. Ivor exhaled heavily in rare admiration, wiping the iron shavings off his rough hand on his apron. He spoke solemnly. Old Ivor is impressed. Interested in taking your skill further? I can write you a recommendation, introduce you to a true master smith. If you go, that master will make your name known far and wide in this craft. Hidden quest triggered. Ivor's recommendation. Quest background. Your forging skill has completely won over Ivor. He is determined to guide you on the path to mastery. Su Yun was stunned. Had triggered a hidden quest, complete with a master's recommendation? Siluosa was equally shocked. She quietly slipped her hand into Su Yun's and took the ring. She didn't understand forging, but she could tell how much Grandpa Ivor treasured this ring. Yet it was a gift Su Yun had just made for her. Looks like the little cozy jacket is starting to let the cold in. Meanwhile, a player sat dumbfounded on their living room sofa, lost in thought about the recent encounter. Their game ID was originally Feed the Pig on site, the same player who had just schemed a little and stolen the hidden quest to retrieve the forging hammer from Ivor and Su Yun. From the moment Jianzhujio received the hidden quest from Ivan, he pushed his mount to the limit whenever they saw a pig, spending extra money to assemble a team for the mission. The squad numbered 18, including several top-tier players known in other games as Operation Gods. Their sole goal was clear: complete the hidden quest, retrieve the forging hammer before the Yunduo Strategy Group could. They crossed mountains and rivers, trudging through forests without stopping for even a sip of water, grinding every wandering monster into mere experience points. Finally, a silhouette emerged in the Distancia city, seemingly formed by colossal ancient trees rising into the sky. That's the seven-color divine tree, someone exclaimed. Just the name suggested a deep connection to the hidden quest, likely the capital city of the Night Elf tribe. If that was true, these 18 players would be the first to reach the capital. Fueled by excitement, they gripped their weapons tightly, thinking, all this effort has been worth it. But as they reached the city outskirts, their path was blocked by several level 30 abyssal meldworker bugs. The newbie arrows rattled harmlessly off their shiny carapaces without leaving a scratch. The bugs' slick armor was impenetrable. Even all 18 attacking at once couldn't dent their defenses. Worse, the noise attracted more abyssal meld bugs from nearby. Soon, without any chance, the whole team was wiped out. In the silence that followed, everyone realized they had stumbled into a dangerously high-level area beyond their current power. Yunduo Strategy Group really caused us trouble, someone shouted. If you can't complete the hidden quest yourself, why spread rumors? No wonder they had been constantly racing to catch Yunduo. Turns out the opponents never took this dead-end path at all. In this game, death meant the account was deleted. Jianzhujio stared at the dim login screen, his heart sinking. His account was gone, meaning he had to start over. Suddenly, his phone beeped, an incoming call from a teammate who had just died with him. Hello? Did you hear? Yunduo Strategy Group just triggered a server-wide announcement. They upgraded a piece of gear to 20, the first player in the entire server to do so, and the system rewarded them with 3 achievement points. Jianzhujio was speechless. Ivan the blacksmith, the lost forging hammer hidden quest, Yunduo's 20 gear, all these fragments crashed through his mind. Since Ancient Era launched, he had been active in the player community, often seeing posts about insanely expensive upgrade costs. Even the richest player couldn't have afforded a 20 enhancement under current rates on launch day. Ruling out all impossibilities, there was only one answer. Yunduo Strategy Group completed Ivan's hidden quest, and the reward was exactly a 20 piece of equipment. Jianzhujio collapsed onto his sofa, the phone slipping from his hand to the floor, screen down with a dull thud. How much was a 20 piece of gear worth? Ancient Era had revolutionary potential and was destined to become mainstream. A server-wide announcement plus a rare item like that could easily fetch hundreds of millions from a savvy buyer. He had just missed out on at least $1 billion in game currency. How did Yunduo actually do it? Could they really defeat those damage-immune abyssal meld bugs? He wondered, quickly grabbing his phone to search the entire internet for Yunduo Strategy Group. The name clearly indicated a focus on game guides. Soon he found an account with 350,000 followers. Its homepage was filled with videos of popular and niche games, tag speedrun, no damage, full completion, yet strangely, none featured Ancient Era since in-game uploads were restricted to the official forums. He casually opened a video and instinctively scrolled down to the comments. Yunduo God, where's your ancient era guide? Please update soon. Checking in, eagerly awaiting your new tutorial. Hundreds of comments like these showed many players were eagerly waiting for Yunduo Strategy Group's upcoming ancient era walkthrough. Alright, Salusa, take the shot. Having just solved the problem of too much mana consumption, constantly needing mana potions, Suyun refocused on leveling up and the hidden quest triggered by Salusa. Following the plan, he was set to challenge the second of the 7 treasure chest benefit monsters, a giant spider lurking deep in the forest. These so-called benefit monsters were near impossible for early-stage players to beat unless they exploited bugs. But for Suyun, this huge spider was still an easy target. Besides, he intended to use this opportunity to conduct a few experiments. From a distance in the woods, Salusa stared at the spider, whose body was easily twice the size of the crimson-marked leopard, silently for a long time. On the way here, when Suyun ordered the leopard to take a strange detour, she felt something was off. The bitter memory of their last reckless intrusion into the leopard's territory was still fresh, so she dared not recklessly follow Suyun again. Throughout the journey, Salusa had been racking her brains to keep track of their location, fearing Suyun's wild charges in the forest might attract some terrifying apex predator. But she never expected Suyun's first stop with the crimson-marked leopard to bring her right into the domain of the broodmother giant spider. Name, broodmother giant spider. Race, insectoid. Level, 30 elite. Disposition, hostile. Other targets, unknown. Compared to the crimson-marked leopard, the broodmother giant spider was far more cunning and ferocious. Its territory was considered an absolute no-go zone, even among the Night Elf tribe. If not for Suyun's presence, Salusa wouldn't have dared set foot there for even a second, let alone approach it. The massive spider's body was covered with countless smaller spiders, such a terrifying sight that it haunted Salusa's nightmares and could wake her from sleep just thinking about it. And now, Suyun wanted her to shoot an arrow at this monster? Suyun, do you really have a way to defeat it? Don't worry, Salusa. Haven't we worked together once before? I trust you just shoot the arrow and leave the rest to me. Encouraged by Suyun's repeated urging, Salusa took a deep breath, knocked an arrow, and bent her bow. Seizing the moment before the broodmother giant spider noticed, she suddenly released. The arrow tore through the air from their hiding spot in the grass, forcibly piercing the spider web strands as thick as steel cables around the giant spider, striking straight at the huge head of the mother spider. 5031. With just one arrow, the broodmother giant spider's health instantly evaporated by 90. Suyun, crouching nearby, saw it clearly. Salusa's shot dealt an overdose critical hit of over 5,000 damage, nearly killing the spider outright. This was exactly the key point Suyun wanted to test. As everyone knew, players could equip gear, and NPCs could too often with even fewer restrictions. Suyun was curious. If he gave his enhanced equipment to an NPC, would they fully benefit from its attribute bonuses? It was obvious. Before, Salusa's attacks on the crimson-marked leopard dealt just a few hundred damage, so what caused this spike to over 5,000 now? It's not that the offspring giant spider has low defense, it's just that Salusa is benefiting from the 20-ring attribute. In the previous life, no player was willing to spend a fortune upgrading equipment only to exploit a bug and give the finished product to an NPC, but Suyun actually did it. According to the system rules, player equipment cannot be directly gifted, except for quest items like the Ziphulus Oath Ring. Quest items must be kept until the quest triggers, after which they either vanish or lose their quest item tag and become normal equipment that can eventually return to the player as a reward. In other words, investing reforging stones into this ring was basically throwing money down the drain. But Suyun didn't mind. He had the memory retention effect, which allowed him to duplicate any equipment. Although his main character couldn't wear the gear, the description clearly stated that equipment could be freely given to the Yitsong servant. If this theory held, all the equipment he farmed later could be given directly to Yitsong to boost its stats, which could then share those stats back to him, creating a perfect feedback loop. Now, he just needed an Yitsong that could actually equip gear. Suyun, it's charging at us. What do we do? Salusa's shout pulled him out of his pleasant daydream. What do we do? Shoot it again. Suyun replied casually. Your last shot almost one-shot it. Does the quest mechanics not allow you to kill this kind of treasure box monster alone? Before he finished speaking, he gave Salusa a thumbs up. Nice shot. We'll take it from here. He raised his hand, and flames gathered in his palm. Without Salusa's cheat, the safest way to take down the offspring giant spider ahead of level was with fire. Its fur was highly flammable, and the dense cluster of small spiders on its back acted as natural fuses. Just one spark would disrupt its signature move of releasing spiderlings by half. 203 ignited, 276 poison. The fireball hit, flames surged, and the spiderlings on its back were set ablaze at the roots. Not a single one escaped. 5 burning, 7 burning. The burning damage ticked 7 or 8 times per second, rapidly worsening the offspring giant spider's already thin health bar. System messages flooded the screen. Killed offspring giant spiderling. Experience 0.3. Killed hostile offspring giant spiderling. Successfully converted into e-servant. Each burn tick signified the death of a spiderling, many of which Su Yun quickly captured as e-servants. If it weren't for Seleucus' arrow just now that took off over 5,000 HP, the burn alone wouldn't have been able to kill the mother spider, but after clearing the spiderlings, Su Yun was confident he could safely kite the wounded boss without taking damage. At that moment, the offspring giant spider writhed in pain on the ground, frantically rolling and using its 8 sharp spider legs and piercing mandibles to desperately remove the burning spiderlings from its back. Youth has no price tag. Just try a bite of my creation. It melts in your mouth instantly. Before the burn damage even finished ticking down, Su Yun launched 3 more fireballs, stacking poison effects. Taking advantage of the elite spiderling's forced casting animation, he blasted it to death right then and there. Killed level 30 elite spiderling. Experience 106. Player Yunduo Strategy Team reached level 8. Hidden quest comfort the deceased night elf progress. 23. The smaller spiders had triggered revival about 80 of the time, according to the system prompt, but the big spider never once revived. Su Yun, you didn't just bring back that spiderling too, did you? Seleucus tugged on his sleeve with a look of disgust. I don't want to team up with that ugly thing. Absolutely not. Don't worry, I don't like it either, it's way too hideous. Su Yun waved his hand. Hearing his refusal, Seleucus finally relaxed. After the battle was over, it was time to loot. Su Yun had originally planned to let Seleucus gather the spoil. She was known for good luck, but she refused to get close even though the huge spider had already turned into sparkling dust. Reluctantly, Su Yun got to work himself. You obtained 3 gene spiderling silks. Spiderling venom fangs 2. 80 milliliters spiderling venom. Several pieces of equipment dropped, along with exclusive crafting materials. But the real prize was still inside the treasure chest. Su Yun summoned his tool leopard, and after some effort, pried a treasure chest out from a spiderweb-covered bush. The red-striped leopard carried it back to the clearing and handed it to Seleucus. Every time she saw him pull a chest seemingly out of thin air, Seleucus was amazed. With expectant eyes, Su Yun watched Seleucus open an epic treasure chest. And then nothing. No glimmering effects. No equipment, just an empty bottom. Su Yun. This confirmed his suspicion. No matter which benefit monster chest Seleucus opened, she always got the same legendary ring, Zephyrus Oath. Having opened it once already, she was destined to get nothing else. What a shame about this epic chest. Next time it respawns, will it even count as a first-time open? On their third stop, the two took a detour on their way back and successfully tracked down the third benefit monster treasure guardian, a large snake living in a mountain stream. Seleucus was growing numb to it all and wondered if Su Yun intended to hunt every major boss in the forest, then resurrect them as allies. Indeed, with his resurrect the dead talent, taking down powerful foes was the fastest path to strength. As usual, he'll lure it out. You shoot an arrow, and he'll finish the rest. Su Yun laid out the plan. Seleucus knocked her bow without objection, but suddenly detected a strange scent on the breeze. She bent her bowstring at once. A cold gleam flashed as her arrow shot through the trees and buried itself fully in a dead tree. It wasn't a miss, but a warning shot. Hey, not bad shot. A discordant voice echoed through the forest, followed by a dozen night elf players slipping out one after another. Every ID had the prefix Bloodthirsty Jianghu. Su Yun cast a quick glance over their stats. Guild leader, I found the boss just ahead. A sharp-featured night elf in front called back to his comrades. Damn it, I told you to keep watch, and now we've been spotted. Leading the group was Bloodthirsty Jianghu Lu Bai, a name Su Yun knew all too well. The Bloodthirsty Jianghu Guild had been a top guild in the Night Elf Forest in his past life, and was an old acquaintance. The elite Wang Zhao and Su belonged to the Allied Vanguard Alliance. Back then, Su Yun had plenty of dealings with them, often quite literally in battle. Damn it, today's just been one thing after another. Everywhere I go, those invincible bugs keep showing up. Then there's random small fry blocking the path whenever I run into a boss. And that guy across the way shoots us with an arrow the moment he sees us. You don't think this is just going to blow over, do you? From a distance, a player named Bloodthirsty Tiger shouted towards Su Yun, his voice harsh like a rusty gong. Obviously, Su Yun least wanted to mess with the riffraff in the Bloodthirsty Jianghu Guild. They always traveled in packs, countless in number. Their leader, Bloodthirsty Jianghu Lu Bei, was your typical rich second-generation heir, rumored to be filthy rich, but no one knew how much exactly. Su Yun only knew he was always surrounded by sycophants, snatching bosses and staking territory like it was as normal as eating or drinking water. In the previous game Eternal Age, 3 months after launch, the most infamous event involving Bloodthirsty Jianghu was when a small guild stole one of their bosses. Hundreds of bloodthirsty henchmen surrounded that guild at the main city gate, trapping them inside for days. None survived the brutal clash. Being blockaded in the main city was like being stuck in a spring pool. No matter how many side quests spawned, leveling up in the wild was far more efficient. Level and population gaps stacked up, so the outcome was inevitable. These kinds of bullying weren't rare in Eternal Age. Today was the first official day of the new server, and it was the only time Su Yun had seen Liu Bei with just about a dozen followers. The bloodthirsty group steadily closed in. Su Yun smiled slightly, calmly asking, "So what do you want to do about it? Pay up. Got any cash on you?" "Wait." The skinny little lackey who had been leading the forward line suddenly widened his eyes and pointed at Su Yun, his voice cracking an octave higher. "Boss, look at his name Yunduo Strategy Team." Only then did Liu Bei look up and give Su Yun a proper once-over for the first time. Yunduo Strategy Team, just recently, the server-wide announcement said they got the 20 enhanced gear. You're the one who triggered the announcement just now. Liu Bei's tone was incredulous. The others crowded around scrutinizing Su Yun, their gazes sharp enough to burn a hole. None of them knew what the 20 legendary gear looked like or its stats. But Su Yun was draped in dirty, unenhanced gray cloth, not even wearing a single piece of beginner's armor. Without the name, who would think he was a top player? If it weren't against the rules to duplicate names in the game, Liu Bei wouldn't waste time on him at all. Dressed so shabby, and still trying to sound like a pro? Must be an idiot, one lackey murmured, but his voice was abruptly cut off. "It's me." Unexpectedly, Su Yun didn't dodge the accusation, but calmly confirmed it. "Su Yun, you know them?" Beside him, Salusa noticed the shift in tension and whispered privately, so only Su Yun could hear. The surrounding night elves were all hired mercenaries brought in from outside. Among the night elves, stealing kills was strictly forbidden, especially near the territory of the withered forest python. Originally, Salusa had intended to signal them to retreat with her arrow, but now she sensed intense hostility radiating from these night elves. "I know them more or less an old acquaintance," Su Yun said calmly, without hiding anything. "You know me?" Liu Bei from Bloodthirsty Jianghu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Of course, you're the president of Bloodthirsty Jianghu." Su Yun nodded. "Since that's the case, name your price by the gear I just triggered the global announcement for. Oh, and her too. She's probably part of a hidden quest. Include her in the price." As he spoke, Liu Bei raised his hand and pointed at Salusa standing next to Su Yun. Moving closer, he finally realized this female elf trailing behind the Yunduo strategy group wasn't a player, but an NPC. An NPC out here in the wilderness? Liu Bei was secretly surprised. Had seen almost all the night elf NPCs, but never heard of one leaving the camp to roam the wild. Given the name Yunduo Strategy Group, he immediately concluded that Su Yun had triggered a hidden quest again, and that explained the NPC follower. Since the other side recognized him, things would be easier. Although Liu Bei's reputation in the industry was middling at best, those who knew him still gave him some respect. Those who didn't would suffer the consequences. "President, you're awesome." A snide lackey with a pointed face rubbed his hands eagerly, eyes lingering on Salusa. "This little girl looks pretty hot. How about we buy her so the brothers can have a good look?" That crude joke made Salusa frown and instinctively grab Su Yun's sleeve. She wasn't afraid, just thoroughly disgusted. Su Yun glanced around, taking in about a dozen night elves present, a smile playing at his lips. "I've long heard that the president of Bloodthirsty Jianghu is generous with money. I wonder if that rumor is true." Had been avoiding random players all morning, not out of fear, but because on the first day of the game, those players couldn't really be killed. In his past life, had chances to eliminate Wang Zhaosu, but mercy only led to a tragic ending. Now, with this second chance, if he let this old rival slip away again, it would be a betrayal of fate. He didn't yet know which capital city Wang Zhaosu had started from, but Liu Bei was here, right in front of him. "Ha ha ha. Kid, you probably don't know your east from your west." The lackey named Bloodthirsty who laughed loudly, arrogantly brandishing a dagger. "Our president only pays if he's feeling merciful. If you try to raise the price, he'll chop off your hands and feet and feed them to those annoying bugs in the forest." Liu Bei raised a hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, then fixed his gaze back on Su Yun. "The rumor is true, but I'm only generous to friends. Whether you're a friend depends on whether your price is fair." After an unlucky day, Liu Bei hadn't expected his luck to suddenly turn. Just wandering the forest, he ran into the Yunduo Strategy Group that had just triggered the global announcement. That global announcement had made Yunduo Strategy Group famous. Many were curious which capital city he started in and which starting race he chose. Of course, the real gamble was whether he could snatch that piece of gear triggering a server-wide announcement from the Yunduo Strategy Team. Blood drinker Jiangus Liu Bei considered himself insanely lucky to catch the Yunduo group alone in the wild with only an inconspicuous NPC by their side. That 20 legendary gear was his prize, no question. If Yunduo played it smart, he was willing to spend some small change to buy the gear along with the hidden quest. If not, he wouldn't hesitate to settle things the simplest and most brutal way possible: kill and loot. In Epic of Eternity, when a player dies, their account resets to 0 and all their equipped gear drops in one go. That brutal mechanic was his confidence. The only thing giving Liu Bei pause was the combat power of that 20 gear that triggered a global alert. But when they finally met, he felt relief instead. Yunduo's group was empty-handed, had never seen a hidden equipment feature in the game. On the other hand, The gear his own team had was bought with real money. As for the NPC trailing them, it was just one more target to hit. The price is fair depending on how you see it. He'll hand over the gear and the quest, but you have to pay with your life, the Yunduo team said coolly. The Blood Drinker group exchanged glances, then exploded with rage the next moment. Damn it, giving face, but they don't want it. Everyone, get in there and destroy him. Blood Drinker Tiger roared, drawing a rusty, great sword from his waist. This weapon was exactly what Liu Bei had bought for 2 million cash from a Dark Elf NP teammate had won. He didn't believe the Yunduo team could match that price. Tiger charged forward, the greatsword slicing the air towards Su Yun. Before the blade could land, shards of blue ice suddenly swirled up in front of Su Yun, and a crystal blue insect crawled out of the flakes, colliding head-on with the attack. Damage 1. The greatsword swept the creature away, and a huge red damage number popped up on screen. Tiger froze. Wasn't that the invulnerable forest monster? Why would it take a hit for Su Yun? The question flashed through his mind, but he had no time to think. Only a few meters remained between him and Su Yun when more ice shattered on the ground. A massive beast head burst out from the ice. Crack. Flesh splattered everywhere. System message. Player Blood Drinker Tiger killed. 1 point criminal value accumulated. Hostile target Blood Drinker Tiger killed. Successfully converted into memoried servant. Su Yun stood frozen. Tiger was actually devoured whole by a crimson-spotted leopard. He knew killing players raised one's criminal value and had planned to wait for the other side to strike first, so he wouldn't get the red name stigma. But with his health down to 1 point, he couldn't afford to take a hit and had to attack first. Unexpectedly, player deaths could be converted into memoried servants by him, something that previously only worked on wild monsters. Now he wondered, where was the Real Tiger at this moment? A low roar sounded. Another crimson-spotted leopard stepped through the ice shards, shaking the leaves with its deep growl. The few meters of open space between them was instantly blocked by these two massive beasts. Blood Drinker Jiangus members were forced to stop, a chill running down their spines. Su Yun himself was speechless, stunned by the sudden appearance of his allies. These two red-spotted leopard monsters were clearly wild boss-level creatures, yet they answered his summons. Now, what exactly stood between these two factions in battle? Two bosses? That guy, MD, doesn't even bother acting anymore. He's definitely cheating. The sharp-faced, sneaky lackey stared dumbfounded at the two crimson-marked leopards standing in front of Su Yun. Those massive blue beasts looked like moving bosses to him. The game had only been live for half a day, and yet a player had already summoned boss-level creatures? Was that even possible? The only explanation was one thing. The Cloud Strategy Group must be hacking. But as the battle suddenly erupted, suspicion quickly became pointless. Everyone in Blood Drink Jianghu drew their weapons, their minds filled with the word cheater, forced to grit their teeth and fight. Amid the chaos, Blood Drink Jiangus Liu Bei, using his extensive cross-server experience, was the first to calm down and spot a weakness. Bypass those two blue leopards and hit the Cloud Strategy Group directly. He's probably a summoner. Those mechanics always have a flaw, Liu Bei whispered urgently as he laid out the plan. He's not even wearing any gear, so his health must be low. 3 or 4 people keep the leopards occupied. The rest focus on taking him down fast. Except for Blood Drink's who was immediately killed trying to charge the leopards. The others spread out at Liu Bei's command. 5 archers drew their bows and aimed straight for Su Yun. Liu Bei stepped back to the rear of the group, his dark eyes locked on Su Yun. Now that the fight had started, it was do or die. At that moment, Liu Bei suddenly noticed Su Yun raise his hand behind the 2 blue leopards. Boom! A fireball rapidly swelled in Su Yun's palm, instantly turning into a blazing meteor that surged forward with a wave of scorching heat. Liu Bei finally realized. This guy wasn't just summoning beasts, she had magic skills completely different from their physical attacks. Dodge. It was already too late. 896. A nearly 900-point critical hit instantly drained Liu Bei's health bar, leaving only a sliver of HP. In stark contrast, the damage numbers flickering overhead on guildmates nearby were just 1, 2. Liu Bei's mind went blank, then wildly elated. This had to be the 20-gear boost. No wonder the Cloud Strategy Group could dish out such explosive damage. He really was cheating. Damn, luckily I've got thick skin, Liu Bei thought with his heart pounding, barely surviving the fireball. He immediately tried to retreat. Even if the opponent had skills, there had to be cooldowns and limits. He was certain the Cloud Strategy Group couldn't have infinite hacks. After all, had already spent over 100 million yuan after just half a day in Eternal Era, but the game was known for balance. Pain couldn't buy overwhelming advantage. Why should the Cloud Strategy Group be any different? As that thought flashed through his mind, Liu Bei moved his foot but was suddenly frozen in place by the blood-red numbers appearing before him. 47 poison. Before he could even pull out a potion, the ongoing damage drained the last of his health. Blood Drink Jiangus Liu Bei? Poisoned? Where did this poison damage even come from? From the start of the battle until his death, he had only been hit by 1 fireball cast by Su Yun. Could it be that the fireball was poisoned as well? His health bar instantly dropped to zero, and a brilliant white light erupted fiercely. Within the beam, a winged silhouette appeared, the wings translucent, glowing with golden radiance. Bathed in the double light of the white glow and the phantom, bloodthirsty Jianghu Liu Bei was forcibly erased, his death replacement totem activated. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. This guy actually had a death replacement totem? In his memory, the respawn point was set near the Night Elf tribe's camp. Upon death, the totem would immediately teleport the player back to their designated respawn point and restore their status to full. If he had faced such an opponent in his previous life, he truly wouldn't have stood a chance once the enemy returned to camp. There was no way to catch up. Night Elf tribe camp. The same white light suddenly appeared out of thin air, then quickly faded as bloodthirsty Jianghu Liu Bei staggered out. Damn Yunduo Strategy Team. As soon as he revived, Liu Bei slammed open the settings menu, frantically scrolling through the options trying to find customer service or report. Yunduo's team had one-shot him with a fireball that triggered poison damage, barely even pretending to play fair, clearly cheating. If it were just 2 or 3 20 gear effects, he might have understood, but a combo that instantly kills and stacks poison was beyond ridiculous. Nothing but hacks could explain it. After barely flipping through the interface, he slammed it shut in anger. If customer service actually existed, he would have found it. The server had only been open half a day, yet he had already spent over 100 million in game currency, but couldn't find out which company operated Eternal Era, nor any exclusive support. Damn it! Damn it! Roaring, he flung the 12 million gold sword head just bought down onto the ground. The death replacement totem had cost him a fortune. 50 million cash exchanged for 500 or coins, only obtained through a Night Elf NPC who had one unique to the whole server. If he hadn't splurged on a bunch of gear, the NPC wouldn't have even sold it. Now one white light blast had burned through tens of millions. Show, could he stand it? Yunduo Strategy Team. Gritting his teeth, Liu Bei vowed silently. As soon as possible, he'd organize pro players into the game, 10, 20, dozens, hundreds if needed. He would hunt down the Yunduo team until they logged off, refusing to believe they couldn't be beaten. His rage burning, his gaze involuntarily fixed ahead. In his mind, the last image of locking eyes with Su Yun resurfaced, that fiery fireball streaking toward him. In a daze, he thought he saw the same fireball rapidly enlarging at the exact same angle. 896. 47. The 2 poison damage ticks appeared almost simultaneously, wiping his health bar completely again. And this time, he had no second death replacement totem to activate. This was definitely not a hallucination, but the memory authority skill from Su Yun's memory throne talent. It ignores distance and always hits. As long as the target has suffered damage from him before, it can inflict an additional 100 true damage on top of the original hit. A flash of light appeared, followed immediately by the system prompt. Player Xuyin Jianghu Liu Bei killed. 1 evil point gained. Hostile target successfully converted into memory servant. It was Su Yun's first time using memory authority, and he was just testing it out. He hadn't expected that even a totem of death protection couldn't save Liu Bei. What if the target is teleported back to the main city? He thought quickly. Players cannot harm each other inside the main city, which is why frequent water-blocking standoffs happen in Eternal Era. The Night Elf temporary camp is not the main city. If 2 players fight there, the NPC garrison mercilessly cleans them out. But the skill description clearly stated ignores undying and locked blood effects. Meaning if the opponent is sent back to the main city by a totem of death protection, he could still use memory authority to instantly kill across the city? With the thought, he withdrew his gaze. Liu Bei of Xuyin Jianghu had just died, and the rest of their group immediately lost their heads. Damn it, split up. We can't beat Yunduo's team because they're cheating, but there are so many of us can't possibly catch all of us. A sharp-faced player shouted hoarsely, then abandoned his comrades and ran. The battlefield descended into chaos. Su Yun wasn't confident he could keep all these enemies alive without hurting teammates, and was considering letting some escape. Beside him, Salisha had already drawn her bow. Whoosh. 8039. The leering-looking player exploded into stardust on the spot. Su Yun? I'm protecting you. Salisha's voice was crisp. Her bowstring vibrated continuously as arrows flew in a rapid volley, 1 arrow for each little pest. In moments, over a dozen Xuyin Jianghu guild members who had tried to flee but were still attacking 2 crimson-striped leopards were pierced one by one by her unerring shots, their bodies dissolving into beams of light. If Su Yun hadn't quickly thrown out 2 fireballs to claim the kills, he wouldn't have even seen the final kill notifications. In the real world, files had scattered across the floor. An expensive custom office chair was overturned. The office was a mess. Liu Bei gripped his phone in one hand, and with the other, snapped his laptop's screen hinge, exposing the internal wires. What did you say? You all got killed by that NPC next to Yunduo's team? He roared in disbelief. He had just been sent back to the Night Elf camp by a totem of death protection, but was still instantly killed, and now this absurd news? The voice on the phone trembled. I saw it clearly. She shot me with an arrow, a critical hit for over 8,000. What? How much? 8,000 something. Liu Bei, an NPC could deal over 8,000 damage to a player? His fury almost ignited the entire office. He slammed the broken laptop piece onto the floor. Create 500 Night Elf accounts for me. I don't believe we can't kill that thing. Saying that, he slammed down the phone, violently pulled up his virtual panel, and forcibly calmed himself. Logging into the game, a flash of white light, and he was back standing on the familiar grassland. System prompt. Please set your ID name and choose your race faction. Xuan, Jianghu Liu Bei. Sorry, that name is already taken. Please choose another. Liu Bei had only been killed and logged out for a short time and someone had already snagged his name? I swear if I find out who you are. His curses echoed across the wild field. Around him, birdsong and blossoming flowers. Attention! As the annoying Zhang San and Li Si were swiftly sent back to the respawn point by Salusa's 2 arrows, the battlefield instantly fell silent. Su Yun didn't even glance at the scattered loot on the ground, nor did he have time to deal with the trembling treasure chest monster hiding in the grass. Instead, he immediately summoned the 4 newly acquired Echo Servants. Blue light flashed one after another as the 4 Echo Servants players named Blood Drinker, Jianghu Liu Bei, and 3 others lined up. Their names, appearances, and stats were nearly indistinguishable from real players, except for their strange blue-wobbly skin tone. Even the pointed ears marking them as dark elves were perfectly replicated. If not for the color, it would be impossible to tell them apart from the originals. Blue-wobbly elves, why do they look so much like Amauta? Su Yun murmured to himself, adding a dry comment. Is Eternal Era going to get sued for copyright? Of course, no one could answer that. After all, no one had figured out who actually developed Eternal Era, and rumors even claimed the creator might not be human. At Su Yun's command, the 4 new Echo Servants snapped to attention, staring straight ahead. Su Yun walked past them, glancing left and right as if inspecting troops. Salusa stood nearby, frowning slightly, sensing something was off. Just moments ago these 4 had hated Su Yun and Salusa fiercely, but now they obeyed Su Yun without question. It seemed those revived by his resurrection talent instantly lost all hostility toward him. Su Yun is not the type to kill innocent people randomly. Salusa tried to convince herself and accept the situation. Yet looking at the 4 blue-painted elf faces, she couldn't help but grumble internally. That color is just too ugly. Blue really doesn't seem quite right, Su Yun muttered, echoing her thoughts. Salusa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exactly. Too ugly. Can we change the colors? Is it possible to change their color? She asked eagerly. Su Yun grabbed the face of Blood Drinker, Jianghu Liu Bei's Echo Servant, rubbing it back and forth until the thin, elven skin almost wrinkled. After a long moment, the vivid blue tone didn't change at all. Looks like it's not possible, Su Yun shrugged. The sparkle in Salusa's eyes instantly dimmed. What a disappointment. Actually, Su Yun's concerns went beyond mere aesthetics. Ever since confirming that players could become Echo Servants, a bolder idea had taken shape in his mind, to build a guild all his own. Plan 1. If he could change the skin color of Echo Servants to perfectly match the originals, he could quietly eliminate the originals and let the Echo Servants take command. Wouldn't the Blood Drinker Jianghu Guild then be entirely under his control? Plan 2. Simply rely entirely on Echo Servants to form an absolutely loyal guild. All guild-only benefits would belong solely to him. In his previous life, he had mingled in guilds, but in this second chance, the lone wolf lifestyle seemed more appealing. Unfortunately, the memory clones have major issues with their appearance. Even if a Muta takes the stage and looks identical, many people will still be suspicious. So Plan A is most likely a dead end. Plan B might work, but if it doesn't, he'll probably have to recruit some nominal players just to form a guild himself. With the problem unresolved, Su Yun decided to shift his focus. Taking advantage of the fact that no one nearby was interrupting, he prepared to run a series of system tests on these freshly created memory clones. The first task, verify whether they could equip gear. As always in the ancient era, the official rules never show everything on the interface. Many details have to be figured out by players themselves. Su Yun casually took out some beginner gear from his backpack and tried to directly gift it. The system instantly popped up a cold notification. This equipment cannot be gifted to the target. Just as expected, it didn't work. After all, memory clones were unlike memory subjects. They couldn't enjoy growth potential or receive free equipment. Their base attributes were no different from ordinary players. Unlike NPCs or wild monsters, which came pre-equipped with templates, without gear they were as vulnerable as a player without any lifeline. Su Yun frowned and muttered to himself. If one day memory subjects and memory clones can share 50 of the max HP, maybe the clone's survivability could improve, but till then, these guys are just cannon fodder. Is that all the player-generated memory clones are ever destined to be? Suddenly his gaze landed not far away. After the Blood Drink Jianghu Guild members were killed in an instant, a pile of dropped equipment lay scattered on the ground, gleaming in the light. The testing report from his previous life flashed in his mind. If carrying a death totem, there's about a 60 chance of dropping one piece of equipment upon death. If not, all your gear drops 100. The dropped items immediately become unowned, and whoever picks them up first gets them. Su Yun's eyes lit up. He immediately ordered, on my command, go over there. Each of you grab one main weapon and one full armor set. No one takes more. He had worried that the clones might not understand the concepts of main weapon and armor set, but those concerns proved unnecessary. The 4 memory clones charged toward the battlefield wreckage like trained soldiers, precisely searching, picking up, and equipping their gear. The results were immediate. Good news, memory clones can wear equipment. As unowned gear dropped into their hands, their attribute panels noticeably jumped, piece by piece, rising higher and higher. With armor and weapons equipped, they were no longer just expendable targets, but a burgeoning 4th Calamity Legion. Bad news, no matter how much money Su Yun threw at it, he couldn't fill the equipment black hole created by memory subjects and their clones. Just 4 clones already strained his resources. If someday there were truly tens of thousands of memory clones created from players, could he really expect to keep hunting down other players nonstop to arm them? Would that not make him a public enemy of the entire game? At that thought, he suddenly felt. Actually, the more reckless players like Zhang San and Li Si there are, maybe that isn't entirely a bad thing? In this game world of 10 years, he had killed countless players. He wanted to argue that most of the time it was out of his control, but deep down he knew it was just an excuse. And truthfully, he had grown somewhat numb to it all. However, Su Yun still hoped to keep his original heart. At the very least, he didn't want to become someone bloodthirsty who indiscriminately killed the innocent. After studying the 4 newly summoned memory servants, his gaze fell on the pair of red-marked leopards. If he could equip them with gear, wouldn't they essentially be living biological weapons? Go ahead, pick that up. He pointed to the giant sword that had first been gripped by bloodthirsty tiger. A male red-marked leopard shook its head, clenched the sword hilt in its mouth, and struggled to adjust its balance, barely managing to stand. But when Su Yun pulled up its attribute panel, the numbers hadn't changed one bit, just like when he held the forging hammer ever. All show, no substance. All right, put it down. Su Yun withdrew the thought. Even among memory servants, you have to distinguish between wild monsters and players. How? Having been given permission, the male leopard immediately dropped the sword, tilted its head, and rubbed against him as if asking for a reward. Su Yun recognized it was male. Looking at the female leopard beside it, that disdainful glance seemed to say pathetic. Judging by these two, a peaceful relationship was probably never going to happen. After testing the hidden mechanics, Su Yun saw his mana was sufficient. So he took Salusa and a few memory servants to find the 3rd treasure chest welfare monster, the final target to complete Salusa's hidden quest. This monster was called the Withered Forest Anaconda, whose lair was hidden behind a mountain stream waterfall. According to the guide, it would only peek out if it heard noises outside. To farm it safely, you needed to use thunder magic to paralyze it continuously by leveraging the waterfall's flow. Fortunately, he had just gotten an introductory thunder magic book from Shila that morning. But now with the team's combat power greatly increased, that tactic seemed unnecessary. Red-marked leopard tanks up front. Salusa fires 2 arrows, then I finish it off. That's enough. Boom. The fireball exploded in front of the waterfall, sending water mist flying. The crashing sound of a massive creature moving quickly drowned out the waterfall's roar. Soon, a snake head, as thick as a bucket, broke the surface, its dark green scales shining coldly in the water's glow. Name, Withered Forest Anaconda. Race, Magical Beast. Level, 30. Monster type, Boss. Relation, Hostile. Additional info, not currently visible. It looked similar to the previous 2 welfare monsters, but the elite label had been replaced by Boss. Among the 7 treasure chest monsters, they were supposed to be all elite level. Why was this one ranked higher? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Salusa's hidden quest had forcibly elevated the Withered Forest Anaconda's tier. Hiss. The giant snake opened its mouth, flicking its blood-red tongue above the water like a warning, as if declaring its territorial dominance to the intruders. Su Yun, should we run? As the massive, water-barrel-thick body of the withered forest python slithered out from the dark bushes, Salusa instinctively clenched Su Yun's sleeve so tightly that her knuckles turned white, muttering nervously under her breath. Su Yun glanced at her and thought to himself, run? Why would we run? Why is she so scared? Admittedly, as a boss-level creature, this withered forest python was theoretically beyond the ability of an elite NPC template like Salusa to handle. But didn't she realize she was wearing the only 20 equipment in the entire server? How could she not understand her own strength? How is she supposed to be the goddess of vengeance like this? Salusa, tell me, do you have anyone you care about? Su Yun lowered his voice. Yes, my sister, Grandpa Ifewer, the whole Night Elf clan, and Salusa answered without hesitation. What if someday, someone tries to harm them? Do you want to keep being protected by them forever, or are you going to take up your weapons to protect them? I want to protect them, but I don't have. No. Maybe some people are naturally strong, but no one can ever stop progressing and rest on their talents. Su Yun's eyes blazed. Tribal Chief Taru said you're young, but already the best hunter in the Night Elf clan. Everyone feels fear. I felt the helplessness of wanting to act, but being unable to. But I never stop. What I want from you is that when the people you care about are truly in danger, you can raise your bow and defend them. If there comes a time when no matter what you do, you just can't, then running is the right choice. But don't leave any regrets. And if you really face something beyond your power, it'll help you. You only have to hold on until the last moment. His voice suddenly deepened. Just like now, the real challenge here isn't hard for you. As he finished speaking, Su Yin raised both hands high. After a 1-second chant, dark clouds gathered above the python's head, and dark purple lightning crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom. 201. Paralyzed. 1,654 poisoned. The chain lightning spell held the withered forest python frozen in place for a full 3 seconds. Seizing the moment, Su Yun began chanting again. 197. Paralyzed again. The second bolt extended the control. Fueled by Su Yun's determination, Salusa raised her bow and shot an arrow during the paralysis window. 3,987. Even as a boss, the python's defense reduced damage by 20, but with ring bonuses, this arrow still took out more than a tenth of its health. Move. We have to run now. After successfully guiding Salusa to fire her first arrow, Su Yun didn't pause for a second. He grabbed her hand and sprinted away. Since chain lightning requires casting time and cooldowns, Su Yun couldn't maintain the paralysis by himself indefinitely. But that doesn't really matter. As long as she attacks wherever there's water and uses Ku Senin's whirl, then clears the cooldown on the lightning strike skill, applies paralysis again, and keeps repeating this cycle, the poison damage alone will be enough to kill Ku Senin. Yet Salusa, didn't Su Yun just tell her to be brave and not regret it? So why is he suddenly dragging her away running together? As an NPC, Salusa can't check any system panel. She can't see the damage numbers from each arrow, nor can she glimpse the seemingly endless health bar of Ku Senin. All she can feel is the terrifying pressure as the giant serpent lunges forward. Hold on to Salusa, don't run too fast. Su Yun's command snapped her out of her daze. A red-striped leopard crouched out of the grass, steadily lifting Salusa onto its back, while Su Yun vaulted onto the other. How's the visibility? Enough space to shoot? In the stream, Ku Senin, just freed from paralysis, twisted its 10 soft-meters long body, splashing a wide arc of water as it lunged fiercely. Yeah, clear enough. Salusa held her breath and focused, drawing her bow. 3,976. 1698 poison damage continuing. 4,001. In just 3 arrows, over 30% of Ku Senin's health had evaporated. Su Yun only said one thing, keep going. 4,081. 4,056. The giant serpent reached the shore, less than 10 meters away. Its blood-red tongue flickered, and its pale fangs gleamed ominously, the stench of its breath assaulting her nose. Sweat dripped from Salusa's temple, but she dared not blink. Su Yun, keep firing. 3,986. 1,700 poison. 3,997. Su Yun suddenly urged his red-striped leopard to leap high, deliberately causing a jolt. Salusa's next arrow shot was delayed by 2 seconds. 1,700 poison. During those 2 seconds, the poison fully drained the last of Ku Senin's health. The serpent, still propelled by momentum, was firmly pinned down by Salusa's final arrow. Boss Ku Senin level 30 defeated, experience 156. Enemy target Ku Senin successfully converted to memory servant. Achievement unlocked. First boss kill. Player Yunduo Strategy Group advanced to level 9. Hidden quest Comfort the Dead Knight Elf Node 33 completed. Hidden achievement obtained. Regrets of the past. Quest completed. Experience 115. Player Yunduo Strategy Group reached level 10. Quest reward received. Unknown key. Player Yunduo Strategy Group has killed the boss level enemy Ku Senin, triggering a regional announcement in the Forest of 7 Color Phantoms. Hide name. Reached level 10. Attributes luck, charisma, and achievement points unlocked. Functions achievement and race reputation unlocked. Level 10 reached. Class features unlocked. Level 10 reached. Unlocked racial skill memory core. As long as the health of the memory throne is above 0, the body will not be completely destroyed. Name not hidden. Regional announcement. The player group, Cloud, has successfully defeated the boss level target in the Rainbow Phantom Forest area, earning 1 achievement points. Since this is the first time this achievement has been triggered in the Rainbow Phantom Forest, an additional 1 achievement point has been awarded. As Salusa's final teal-green arrow pierced the serpent's scaled hide, the enormous withered forest serpent emitted a harsh, piercing hiss. Its massive body crashed into the stream like a falling ancient tree, sending a wave nearly a meter high. The crimson-striped leopard trembled sharply, its foreclaws gripping firmly on the slippery stone surface, while the elf girl on its back appeared weightless, almost out of sync with the turmoil around her. The withered forest serpent, the fiercest one, did I really kill it? Salusa stared blankly at the churning water, a wave of disbelief washing over her. She understood now that every step Su Yun had arranged before was meant to build her confidence. and somehow, she had just accomplished a feat she had never dared to imagine before. Suyin, I did it. I really did it. The girl shouted aloud. Yes, you did. Great job. Suyin reached out to gently pat her slender shoulder. At his approving words, a smile blossomed across Salusa's face, yet small tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Suyin saw clearly that this was the emotional release after long suppression. Night Elf Tribe Camp. Bloodthirsty Liu Bei. Liu Bei confirmed his new ID on the panel, forced to abandon even the character's Jianghu from his previous name. As the guild leader, his name was supposed to stand out, yet someone had stolen his old ID while he was killed by the Cloud Group. Thinking of this, he nearly turned away again in anger. The Cloud Group and the careless name thief wouldn't let either go. What made matters worse was that the Cloud Group was now hiding within the Night Elf tribe. If news leaked, the coveted 20 gear was bound to spark a fierce scramble among thousands of players. He absolutely could not allow such chaos. Suppressing his rage, Liu Bei immediately gathered 500 Night Elf tribe accounts overnight, planning to crush the Cloud Group by sheer numbers. Unsatisfied, he ordered more reinforcements recruited from the real world. Soon, over 600 players gathered at the camp, silently awaiting his command. At that moment, the area announcement suddenly rang in their ears. Liu Bei? Some core members exchanged uneasy glances. Leader, leader, his subordinates shouted anxiously, yet Liu Bei's face turned pale and dark in turn, nearly fainting on the spot. The boss-level target mentioned in the announcement was the very withered forest serpent stolen from him. The equipment, gold, and even skills dropped by the boss far surpassed the initial goods bought at the Night Elf tribe shop with huge sums of money. Moreover, his last raid ended in a wipe, wasting the 100 million he had invested. More terrifying than the loss was the fact that the area announcement essentially informed the entire server that the Cloud Group was right here in the Rainbow Phantom Forest and that one member was a Night Elf. This meant others could come to snatch the loot too. Cloud Group. Liu Bei ground his teeth. Everyone log off immediately. Investigate their real identities. Once found, guard them closely. I don't believe they can stay logged in forever. The moment we catch them, bind them on the spot. Liu Bei roared fiercely. Senior, I heard you lost a forging hammer in the 7-color divine tree. After much effort and feeding every pig he met, he finally completed the entire process of restarting a new character leveling and Night Elf account accepting side quests to get the camp pass. The moment he stepped into the Night Elf camp, he headed straight to the blacksmith Yver and repeated the lines from the previous hidden quest trigger, just to confirm if he had indeed missed that forging hammer that could be exchanged for the server's very first 20 enhancement equipment. Is that you? Yver looked up, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. I did lose my hammer once, but an elf has already found it for me. As he spoke, he shook the hammer in his hand, its metal gleaming dazzlingly. In the ancient era, character customization was limited to applying racial traits over the player's original appearance. Even though he restarted his account repeatedly, his facial features hadn't changed much. Yver recognized him instantly. Feeding every pig, he gave his classic expression, "OQ exactly." The Cloud Strategy Team really completed the quest. 20 gear. His mind raced through possibilities. How did the Cloud Strategy Team reach the 7-color divine tree and retrieve the hammer? What about those giant scorpions along the way that were basically unbeatable? The only logical explanation was that the team found a shortcut to bypass the scorpions. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time for a round trip. Just then, the area announcement flooded the screen naturally visible to the Night Elf player feeding every pig. Returning his gaze to Yver, he noticed the title Elite prominently displayed on the blacksmith's status panel. Leader level target? What does that even mean? His thoughts exploded. Ridiculous. Opening the door to ridiculousness. Ridiculous to the extreme. In front of Yver, he felt like a newborn chick that could be lifted in one hand with no chance to resist. But the Cloud Strategy Team had killed the boss-level enemy. The entire Night Elf camp had no NPC marked as a leader. Who exactly did they kill? Travelers on the Talu Road judge opponents by strength only. Those of comparable power are worth pursuing, and a huge gap kills motivation. Right now, feeding every pig was exactly this kind of thoroughly uncatchable feeling. But clinging to someone strong should work, right? From today on, feeding every pig, am officially the #1 fan of the Cloud Strategy Team. He declared his allegiance on the spot. The forum exploded again. Did you hear? The Cloud Strategy Team just made a new achievement, killing a leader-level target in the 7-color Phantom Forest, triggering an area announcement. The boss is in the 7-color Phantom Forest? Where's that? Thanks for asking. The 7-color Phantom Forest is the exclusive newbie village of the Night Elf race. No way. I'm deleting my account and starting fresh just to worship the gods there. 110,086. Wait, what exactly is a leader level? I wandered the wilds all day, nearly nightfall, but didn't see a single leader monster. To the person above, I saw a king marked as a leader level in the human capital. King? That means the Cloud Strategy Team must have at least taken down the strongest figure in a capital city? There shouldn't be confusion while bosses and NPCs are definitely different. The king is already level 60, and even with 20 gear, I don't buy that the Yunduo strategy group can take down a level 60 boss right now. Feed every pig you see, friends always say. I just witnessed a top player firsthand. His 20 equipment came from a hidden quest. I got that hidden quest too, but I couldn't complete it because along the way I had to face a bunch of monsters that simply wouldn't lose any HP. Man, I'm heading to the 7-color Phantom Forest too. If I stick close to that pro player, maybe you'll get some loot. After reading that string of shocked and envious comments on the forum, feeding every pig you see couldn't help but feel a bit proud. See? That's what a true expert looks like. By the stream, the sunset tints the water red. After a day on the move, Su Yun's hunger meter has run dry, and his stomach growls faintly. Patting his belly, he decides to stop wandering and quickly inventory the drops from the withered forest python, preparing for the server shutdown at midnight. First, he deals with the python's dropped gear. Learning from past experience, this time he doesn't pick it up himself. Instead, he sends his newly summoned player avatar Shuin Jianghu Liu Bei to collect it. Since the gear equipped on the avatar can be viewed by him anyway, Su Yun simply gives this temporary humanoid storage a straightforward nickname Liu Bei No. 1. Liu Bei No. 1 crouches in the grass and swiftly returns with 3 pieces of equipment. The most eye-catching is a boss 5-star, level 30 requirement longbow, its cold gleam shimmering, strings slightly vibrating as if telling tales of its sharpness. The other 2 pieces also seem well-suited for a night elf archer. A sudden idea strikes Su Yun. If he kills this avatar, would its equipment drop too? After all, loot from the withered forest python belongs to him, and Salusa can't directly pick up non-quest items. If he wants her to use them, he'll have to exploit the game's mechanics once. Come on, Salusa, shoot an arrow at Liu Bei No. 1, Su Yun says firmly by the stream. Why? Salusa's fingers tremble slightly on the bow. Night elves are taught to only shoot enemies. Besides, Liu Bei No. 1 poses no threat and follows Su Yun's orders loyally. How can she attack if it's not an enemy? There's no time for why, just do it. Su Yun urges, his plan can't be delayed. Oh, the girl bites her lip, but raises the bowstring. The next second, the arrow slices through the air. 8003. With over 8,000 points of critical damage, Liu Bei No. 1 instantly turns to a wisp of blue smoke, not even leaving ashes behind. Clatter several pieces of equipment drop exactly as Su Yun suspected. The avatar's gear also drops upon death. Come on, try them all on, Su Yun calls to Salusa. Salusa looks puzzled, but, after Su Yun insists, she carefully picks a pair of greaves, a bracer, and the shimmering longbow. Previously, like Su Yun, she only wore plain clothes with no attributes. As for her original longbow, name, Swift Longbow. Level requirement, 15. Quality, Elite 1-star. Barely a quest item, more symbolic than useful. Alright, let's check the damage now, Su Yun says, summoning another player avatar, Shuin Hu, nicknamed Ho No. 1. In the next moment, an arrow cuts through the air. 8,267. The new gear boosts damage, but only slightly. After all, a 20 enhancement still brings a hugely disproportionate stat increase. After gathering the extra equipment, Su Yun ordered the remaining memory slaves to pick up every single piece, without exception, and carefully store them in the shared warehouse. They would return everything to its original owners once Ho No. 1 and Liu Bei No. 1 revived tomorrow. Once the gear was sorted, he moved to the creek to check on the more valuable loot. Suddenly, system notifications flooded the screen like a waterfall. You obtained 1 snake fang of the withered forest python. You obtained 5 scales of the withered forest python. You obtained 5 gene of python belly meat can be used for cooking. You obtained skill book Heavenly Feather Meteor Legendary. You obtained skill book Heavenly Feather Meteor Legendary. This is a quest item. The materials and common drops were nothing unusual at first. It wasn't until Su Yun bent down and scooped 2 identical dark blue skill books from the shallow stream that he was stunned. Heavenly Feather Meteor. That name was far too familiar. It was the terrifying skill wielded by Sarusha, the avenging goddess, in her previous life. He recalled a death screenshot that once went viral on the forum. You received Heavenly Feather Meteor from avenging goddess Sarusha, causing 1 million damage. HP reached 0. You have died. That was the 5th year after the game's launch. Players had finally managed to withstand most bosses in the wild, but still couldn't survive against Sarusha. She would soar into the air, feathers raining down like a storm, and anyone caught would take a flat 1 million damage, instantly wiping out large groups of players. Thanks to this AoE skill, she became infamous for having slain millions of players. Looking now at the shy little girl standing beside him, Su Yun reckoned she very well might be that same avenging goddess. But no one in the past had ever seen the withered forest python ascend to a lord-level boss, or triggered any hidden quests related to Sarusha. So how did she get the skill book? Did she personally slay the newly empowered python lord? Or was the drop source not limited to the python? Questions churned in his mind, so he decided to double-check. Mounting the red-marked leopard, he returned to the waterfall where he first discovered the python. He commanded several abyssal fusion worm memory slaves to dive through the water curtain together and lift out a large purple gold-edged treasure chest. To avoid Sarusha's luck running out and failing to get good loot, this time, he opened it himself. You opened epic treasure chest. Obtained items, 2 life substitute totems. Still an epic chest, but this time the drop was an incredibly rare top-tier quest item, the life substitute totem. Normally, it could only be obtained through dedicated quests, and epic chests shouldn't have such items on their drop tables. Was this a system bug? Even stranger, Suyin already had 3 of these totems in his inventory, yet the 2 new ones didn't count toward the carry limit at all. After a moment of thought, Suyin stuffed both life substitute totems into Sarusha's hands. Do you wish to give the items to the target? Gifted successfully. Surprisingly, these life substitute totems were even freely giftable to NPCs. To be clear, players themselves couldn't freely trade these items among each other. Busy until now, Suyin hadn't even had time to check what reward Salusa's hidden quest had given him upon completion. The quest Comfort the Fallen Night Elf had vanished from the task list, meaning the storyline was completely finished. Earlier, he had wondered if clearing all 7 treasure chest mobs might trigger some secret mechanism. Now that the quest was gone without a trace, it was obviously impossible. If there was more content, it would have appeared as a brand new quest, but the system hadn't offered any new hints. What to do next, or whether there would be a sequel, remained a complete mystery. To be honest, this was the deepest hidden quest Suyin had ever come across. It left not a single clue for the player. He opened his inventory. The reward was very understated, just a rusty key, nothing else. The item description was blank, offering no hint whatsoever. Most players probably wouldn't have guessed the key's significance, but Suyin immediately recognized it. In his past life, while farming quests in the Night Elf tribe, he had gotten the exact same key from a completely unrelated quest. How could 2 unrelated quests drop the same item? He frowned, his mind racing to recall the details. As his thoughts churned, Salusa quietly moved closer. She noticed Suyin staring blankly at the rusty key for a long time, without moving, and couldn't help but worry if something was wrong. Perhaps even she hadn't realized it. But unknowingly, Suyin had become her anchor. It's nothing. Suyin put the key away and smoothly changed the subject. Are you hungry? Hungry. Salusa had been helping him all day, and neither of them had eaten a thing. Can you cook? Can I guess? Maybe? A little bit. All right then, let's find a safe spot and get some food first. Half an hour later, a pot over the campfire bubbled with a mysterious blackened mess, and Suyin stared at it in disbelief. He had been so confident, giving Salusa the precious drywood python belly meat and picking a few edible mushrooms from the forest, thinking the stew would be delicious. But what ended up in the pot was a pitifully burnt sludge. Suyin was at a loss for words. In Everlasting Era, players have both hunger and fatigue stats. Eat when hungry, rest when tired. You can buy prepared food in the main city or cook yourself. Cooking is almost like real life. Cutting, seasoning, grilling, boiling. The possibilities are endless if your imagination is rich. You can create countless dishes as long as your character has a chef as a life profession. Even without a professional cooking skill, anyone can cook, and even cook quite well, though there's always a chance of failure. Using the same ingredients and cooking methods, if you lack that professional life skill label, you might suddenly end up serving a truly disastrous dish. Suyin was exactly in this situation. Had just reached level 10, and his life skill profession was newly unlocked, but he hadn't returned to camp to choose his specialty yet. He had planned to let Salusa try her hand in the kitchen, but he never expected this young girl to have a hidden talent for dominating the realm of dark cuisine. If Suyin cooked himself, even if he failed, it wouldn't be to this absurd degree. But now, in the pot bubbled a pitch-black mass, exuding an indescribable, horrifying smell. There were no words to capture how terrible it was. Salusa realized she'd caused trouble and lowered her head, carefully scooping up a piece of the black bubbles with a spoon, trying to prove the horrid thing was still edible. Suyin was about to stop her, but she hesitated, nervously stammering as if waiting for him to intervene. Salusa, why isn't Suyin stopping me yet? Don't eat that. They'll make a new batch, Suyin finally said. Over the next half hour, he went into the forest to select wild herbs that could serve as seasonings, picked several plump mushrooms, and procured a clean patterned venomous snake. The fire crackled, the soup simmered, and the fresh aroma of herbs and mushrooms gradually overwhelmed the former dark stench. After a decade of surviving in the eternal epic, Suyin naturally knew how to cook, just usually avoided trying because of the risk of failure. Luckily, fortune was on his side. This time he succeeded. The steaming bowl of mushroom snake soup was brought out. The milky white broth in a porcelain bowl held the snake meat and mushrooms in chunks, emitting an enticing aroma. Salusa eagerly took a large spoonful, and as the flavor hit her tongue, her eyes lit up in delight. Wow, Suyin, if you can cook this well, why did you even ask me? She exclaimed sincerely, shaking her head in admiration. No exaggeration, Suyun's culinary skills easily surpassed all the restaurant owners among the Dark Elf tribe by miles. Hurry and eat. Don't worry, next time I won't let you cook. Su Yun said, serving himself a bowl and tasting it. Consumed homemade meal, strength 1, satiety 5. His luck held out, and the rare effect of an attribute boost triggered. With the cozy mood lingering, he finally found time to check his newly unlocked level 10 features. In his stats, 3 new entries appeared prominently. Charm 0. Luck 0. Achievement 35. Charm and luck could be enhanced with free attribute points, but achievement could not be allocated. Luck increased the success rate of all face-dependent events, while charm determined the chance to unlock hidden quests, and could even raise NPCs' goodwill at first meeting. Currently, Su Yun had 100 free attribute points, 10 points per level gained, a benefit granted by the Throne of Memories. In his previous life, he only earned 2 points per level, plus 1 point from his profession, totaling 3. Without the artifact, he would have started with only 1 free point. Now, it was effectively a 10-fold increase. Normally, investing points into core attributes to raise their maximums would be the safest bet. But looking down at luck, Su Yun suddenly felt maybe putting points into luck might actually make more sense. The lucky bonus applies to every event. Su Yun stood still without rushing to spend his free attribute points. Once attribute points are used, they can't be taken back, and he didn't want to regret it later. Besides, there were 7 different attributes on the status panel needing free points, and distributing them evenly wasn't feasible. Better to wait for now. His gaze shifted to the last section: achievement points. This was the hard currency. Completing a regular achievement 1 point. Completing a hidden achievement 2 points. Triggering a region-wide or server-wide announcement would grant extra achievement points. The panel clearly showed achievement points 35. 35. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure had done that many big things. He quickly opened the achievement details. Legendary achievements. The last descendant of the ancient god hidden 10. I will reclaim the authority of the gods hidden final storyline branch 10. Hidden achievements. Crafted with ingenuity 2. Lavish spending 2. Equipment mastery 2. Regrets of the past 2. Regular achievements. Magic beginner 1. First boss kill 1. Additional achievement bonus 5. Legendary achievements. Hidden final storyline branch. Su Yun looked puzzled. In his previous life, had only seen similar notices when clearing the Eternal Epic Tower near the end of the game, where he barely had time to check the achievement panel. He only remembered 2 uses for achievements. 1. Every 10 achievement points could be spent on a lottery draw for a random skill book from any of the 5 magic schools. 2. When the character reached level 300, the Demigod Breakthrough quest would require achievement points as an entry ticket. Legendary achievement points sound so flashy, surely they aren't treated like regular achievement points? He muttered, then clicked on the lottery draw button. System prompt. You may spend achievement points to draw a prize reward. Skill book. Current available achievement points, 15. Cost per draw, 10 points. Wasn't it 35? Why only 15 left? Su Yun nearly jumped out of his seat. So legendary achievement points don't count towards the regular pool? He complained helplessly. Gee, so regular achievement points are actually more useful? Then a light went on in his eyes. Salusa, come here, let me shake your hand. He treated his ridiculously lucky friend's name like a prayer. Confirm draw. The interface flashed with golden light, and an ancient spellbook slowly floated up. You receive the magic skill book, Heavenly Floating Thunderlight Legendary. Skill effect. Condense the Heavenly Floating Thunderlight. After chanting for 5 seconds, deals magic damage equal to 500 magic affinity to a targeted area, and applies 5 seconds of paralysis stun. Mana cost, 5,000. Cooldown, 1 hour. It's gotta be Salusa. Su Yun pumped his fist excitedly. Legendary magic skill books like this have a drop rate of less than 5. As dusk deepened and the night drew near, Salusa sat by the crackling campfire, gazing toward the direction of the 7-colored divine tree. She held a wooden bowl in her hands, steam rising from the hot soup swirling around her fingertips, but it couldn't clear the tangled thoughts clouding her mind. Su Yun, if it were just me alone, could I take back the 7-colored divine tree? Her quiet question was nearly swallowed by the pop and crackle of the flames. Su Yun paused, then rolled his eyes silently. What was she thinking this time? Had her newfound confidence gone to her head already? He weighed the meaning behind Salusa's words carefully, then gave a blunt answer. No, you can't. His reasoning was straightforward. Had already spent the money, and no one could say how long it would take Teru to return with the paladins of the Free Sanctuary. But no matter what, reclaiming the 7-colored divine tree was only a matter of time. Compared to the timeline where the previous player finished this main questline, their current progress was absurdly far ahead. If Salusa acted on her own now or missed key plot points, and if she really was the goddess of vengeance, the outcome would only revert to the worst possible timeline. 5 years later, the vengeful goddess Salusa destroyed the 7-colored divine tree, consumed by endless hatred. So for now, whatever she wanted to do, the safest bet was to take the opposite approach first. Or perhaps the goddess of vengeance, Salusa, wasn't even this girl right in front of him, but her always mysterious older sister, Zephyru. Until Salusa's qualities were confirmed to reach mythical level, that identity remained uncertain. Having spent so much time with Salusa, Su Yun increasingly sensed a subtle difference between her and the vengeful goddess he remembered. The appearance was similar, but she lacked some certain aura or spirit. Besides, it was practically impossible for a player to meet a mythical-ranked NPC before they earned their title. If Zifaru looked like Salusa and remained shrouded in mystery, she clearly fit the goddess of vengeance profile better. So it really can't be done. Salusa's shoulders slumped noticeably at Su Yun's verdict. Don't worry, it won't be long. It'll definitely help you take back the seven-colored divine tree, Su Yun said instinctively, reaching out to tap her shoulder. But his reassurance went unanswered. Salusa remained lost in thought, like mired in an ever-deepening swamp. Su Yun stared at her. Her expression, posture, even the subtle tremble of her fingertips had changed oddly, like a hidden plotline had been triggered. Could her secret be that only he could personally accompany her to complete the seven-colored divine tree questline? He quickly checked his own condition. Flying solo, it would still take several days of progress before there was hope of completing the task. After all, he had only one drop of blood left, with a painfully low margin for error. And if things dragged on, Teru might return any day now. With the paladin's situation would be completely different then. Legendary achievement points can be used to enter a lottery. The reward is a racial skill book. Current legendary achievement points, 20. Each draw costs 10 points. Su Yun had kept the player system panel open all along, but only now did he realize he had unknowingly tapped something, triggering a prompt from the system unexpectedly. Legendary achievement points. So this thing really was useful after all. Compared to the ordinary achievement rewards of skill books for the 5 primary attributes, the legendary achievement reward was a race skill book. If it were someone else, they might hesitate to use this opportunity right away, thinking about saving it for a stronger race later. But Su Yun had no such worry. He currently belonged to the one and only ancient god-level race, the Memory Throne. Aside from the newly acquired memory he hadn't fully studied yet, all his other race skills were ridiculously powerful, so there was no reason for him to hold anything back. Draw. A flash of white light burst forth, so bright it nearly blinded him. You have obtained the race skill book, Flowing Light Anchor. Function 1. Consume 10,000 mana to condense one flowing light anchor. When the anchor exists, you may choose to deploy it or not deploy it. If deployed, within a 10-meter radius, any event has a chance to be delayed by up to 0.5 seconds. The anchor can't move, and only one deployed flowing light anchor may exist in the area at once. If not deployed, you may designate a single target to consume the anchor. Upon consumption, the target is immediately marked, and one of their template talents is randomly drawn for the Memory Throne to learn. This effect can trigger up to 10 times daily, and up to twice permanently on the same target. You have obtained the race skill book Memory Swap. Effect. The Memory Throne can instantly swap positions with any one Memoriate or Memory Servant. Cost. 10,000 mana. Cooldown. 12 hours. In just a few breaths, 20 points of legendary achievement granted him 2 major race skills. Although they had no direct offensive power, both were overpowered abilities maxed out on mechanics. Especially Flowing Light Anchor, even being able to peek one template talent from an opponent was enough to turn the tide dramatically. It's important to understand that the Memory Throne's race template talents gave Su Yun the additional ability to inherit 3 template talents from others. The trouble was, players' template talents were invisible to each other, making it impossible to copy them. He had always thought this was a hard system limitation, but now he realized it actually required coordination with other race skills to overcome. As for the seemingly strict conditions of Flowing Light Anchor, they were hardly restrictions for players in theory. Each player had only 1 template talent, so the daily limit of 2 triggers per target was more than enough. The real restriction likely applied to mythical quality NPCs like the Goddess of Vengeance, Salusa. With that thought, Su Yun barely hesitated. The moment he acquired the skill, he decisively spent 10,000 mana to condense his first anchor with Flowing Light Anchor. If he could glimpse Salusa's 2 template talents, he could determine whether the rumors about her mythical status were true. In the next instant, a delicate anchor emitting a faint blue glow materialized out of thin air in Su Yun's palm. Using the radiant anchor, I began extracting one of the template talents belonging to the target. The total number of template talents was 8. The finale plot branch talent made it much harder for the character to die, and whenever the finale storyline triggered, the character's abilities would persist in some form, whether as a puppet, flesh construct, undead, corpse, or by possessing others. Runes flickered on the luminous screen, and 8 striking digits hit Su Yun's heart like a hammer. Would a normal NPC really have so many template talents? The thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He quickly recalled all the anomalies Salusa had displayed, her absurdly lucky streak. Every strike a critical hit, every blow deadly, so ridiculously extreme, it sent chills down his spine. I was just deducing she might not actually be the Goddess of Vengeance, Su Yun chuckled bitterly to himself. From this moment on, even if Salusa truly wasn't the Goddess of Vengeance, she had to be an NPC of legendary status and had just run straight into her. He looked back at the status panel again. Among the extracted template talents was the one belonging to Salusa, Finale plot branch. Simply put, any character with this talent was guaranteed to survive until the game's end. Even if they fell, they would continue to exist as a puppet, undead, or similar form. In other words, it was nearly impossible to completely remove her from the story. Is this really something a player could use? Su Yun's Adam's apple moved as he silently complained, thinking that renaming the talent protagonist's aura might suit it better. There was always an unsolved mystery about the vengeance goddess Silas after annihilating the seven-colored divine tree and millions of players. Where had she gone? With just this talent alone, any player trying to complete the questline to defeat her had a success rate approaching 0. Undoubtedly, the real vengeance goddess Salusa had to possess this template talent too. Salusa, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and now I suddenly feel it's better to just tell you. Salusa, what is it? She whispered cautiously, lowering her voice instinctively. Since just now, Zuyin's expression seemed to have changed completely, his intense gaze nearly piercing through her soul. A momentary distraction made her overlook the reason behind it just before she had thought of her sister. Everyone has secrets, and she was no exception. As she snapped back to reality, she collided with Zuyin's almost all-knowing eyes. Does Xiyin already know something? Salusa felt a chill in her heart. The longer they spent together, the more she saw Xiyin as someone just as capable as her sister. Salusa can't cook? In fact, she had been an orphan of the Night Elf tribe since childhood. Grandfather Ifu, Chief Talu, and the whole Night Elf community treated her like their own, and she had long considered them as family. But her only blood relative was her sister, Kafilu. Kafilu was about her age but had grown into a skilled hunter early on, familiar with the dangers of the seven-colored illusion forest. Setting traps, recognizing poisonous mists, tracking magical beasts, her sister had taught her all these skills, little by little. Back then, Salusa believed that with her sister around, she didn't need to learn everything on her own. The same went for cooking. Her sister's culinary skills might not have been as good as Zuyin's now, but they easily outclassed any restaurant in the seven-colored divine tree. The happiest days were when Salusa roamed the forest collecting all sorts of ingredients, then watched her sister stir magical flames over the stove, filling the entire tree with enchanting aromas. All she had to do was wait quietly on the side. Having watched so long, she assumed cooking was nothing special. She could surely learn if she tried. Until a tragedy of the seven-colored divine tree struck suddenly, forcing her and her sister apart. No one knew that Salusa could clearly sense her sister's Stadian almost telepathic bond. Kafilu was still alive, but her presence grew weaker by the day. The emotions her sister sent were full of danger, repeatedly warning her to stay away from the divine tree. The connection revealed limited information. The tree had been occupied by abyssal weevils. Chief Talu led an emergency evacuation of the tribe, and everything happened too fast to respond properly. To this day, Salusa doesn't fully understand what her sister truly wanted to convey. Beyond the danger, was she also warning her to beware of someone who was just as perilous? In her eyes, Shiyun was as capable as her sister. She longed for Shiyun to save her sister, but at the same time, she was afraid. If even the dangers Kefila mentioned could hurt her sister so deeply, then what if Shiyun, who was just as powerful, got hurt, or even left her because of it? She knew Shiyun seemed to have found a way to help Chief Talu reclaim the seven-colored divine tree. But was it truly foolproof? The time her sister left her might be running out. Suddenly, Shiyun asked, "Do you believe there are gods in this world who can do everything?" Salusa, I believe so. Suyin? Wait, what? Why isn't he following the usual script? Is this really something that easy to accept? In my eyes, sister, and you too, are like omnipotent gods, Salusa whispered softly, her words gentle, but each one sinking deep into Su Yun's ears. Hearing this, Su Yun's mind froze for a moment, but to make her his Yitzhong, he forced himself to keep acting. Actually, I am the omnipotent god, he said, lifting his hand and pointing toward the horizon with solemnity. In this world, no matter who it is, as long as they can move, there's nothing I can't defeat. Even if there really are gods out there, they all answer to me. But Salusa couldn't help but laugh softly. She could see through Su Yun's attempt to chase away the shadows in her heart, and was secretly amused by his efforts to cheer her up. Thank you, I feel much better now, she said cheerfully, shoving all her worries back down into her chest. But Su Yun was out of sync. Su Yun, huh? What kind of I feel better nonsense is that? Something's off here. He quickly added, well, the thing is, although I have godlike powers, they were sealed for some reason. I must get help from a dark night elf blessed with great fortune to break the seal. He was willing to make anything up just to get Salusa to agree. A dark night elf blessed with great fortune? What's that? Salusa knew Su Yun was joking but played along and asked. Su Yun pretended to be profound, making random hand gestures, looking up at the sky and down at the ground. After a moment, he stopped and looked at Salusa. Ah, beautiful elf lady. I have been searching for you a long time. You are exactly that dark night elf, blessed with great fortune. Me? Salusa blinked. No doubt about it. If you help me, they'll regain my supreme godly power, able to go anywhere and slay at will. Real gods? I could dispose of them with ease. After all that build-up, he finally got to the point. So how do I help you? Salusa asked, half understanding. You know I have the gift to bring the dead back to life, Su Yun said seriously. If you let me resurrect you, it'll restore my powers. Really, I'm not lying. No thanks, I don't like blue. Salusa cut him off, shaking her head. Su Yun? Seriously? That rejection was way too straightforward. Couldn't she consider it? Ugly or not. He wanted to give his Yitzhong a new look too. But the skill effect of the Throne of Memories was always blue. Okay then, Salusa suddenly changed her tone. Su Yun's eyes lit up. A chance. So have you thought it over? He asked eagerly. You have to wait until I die first. So are you really going to kill me now, just to revive me later? Salusa said. Su Yun, well, that was a question he couldn't argue with. To become Yitzhong, the premise was you had to die first. Then a crazy idea flashed through his mind. Find an unbeatable boss. Take Salusa on an adventure and accidentally perish together? The seven-colored divine tree seemed perfect, though something still felt off. Even he laughed at how ridiculous the plan was. There was no rush anyway. He'd stick close to Salusa and wait for the right opportunity. It was getting late. In a few hours, Eternal Epic would lock out all global players. He had to return to the city for final preparations. Su Yun, are you serious? If you revive me, you'll grow stronger and become so powerful even gods won't be able to stand against you? Salusa asked suddenly before mounting the scarlet-marked panther. Of course I'm serious. Su Yun laughed. You are the Dark Knight elf blessed with great fortune. With you around, I can easily slay the gods themselves. They'll remember that. After much zigzagging, the two sneaked back into the Dark Knight elf camp. Why so stealthy? Because the night was livelier than the day. Players were everywhere in the wild, leveling up in groups. If they had been ordinary players, no big deal. But while passing a group, they overheard this conversation. How did the Cloud Strategy Team piss off Blooddrinker's gang? Thousands of people are hunting them all over the mountains. Who knows? That's the Jianghu bounty. Whoever finds the Cloud Strategy Team gets 500,000. I've never seen that much money before. I wish they'd just run straight into my arms. I'm going to report them, maybe they'll get the reward. Yeah, after hearing that, Su Yun immediately covered his face. Level 10 is the first major milestone for players. You could say that most of the game's features only truly unlock once you hit that mark. To get ahead of everyone else, Su Yun spent an entire day powering through progress, taking a few hidden quests as bonuses along the way, and raced forward non-stop. By the end of the server's first day, he successfully reached level 10, a feat that put him at least 1 to 2 days ahead of the top-tier players. Once hitting level 10, the top priority is to choose a profession. The profession system in Eternal Era is quite complex, initially divided into 2 broad categories: main professions and life professions. 1. Main professions directly affect combat power, and the higher you rank in them, the better your character's overall growth potential. 2. Life professions don't engage in combat directly, but they often hold the key to turning the tide in battles. Take blacksmith as an example. Only players with blacksmith qualifications can upgrade all their gear independently up to 20. Imagine forcibly upgrading a low-level item to 20. It costs thousands of premium gold coins, making it one of the most expensive activities in the entire game. Most players shy away once they see the price. Now consider alchemist. By gathering and collecting herbs, they can brew potions with a variety of effects: healing, mana restoration, fatigue recovery, hunger replenishment, poison curing, and more. In his previous life, Su Yun often bought a kind of satiety potion. Just a small vial meant he didn't have to eat for the whole day. Veteran hunters who were always out in the wild knew how valuable such potions were, though the price was painful to stomach. How many life professions are there exactly? No one can say for sure. Even in Su Yun's past life, people were still uncovering new life professions through hidden quests up until he conquered the Eternal Era Tower. Unfortunately, the system restricts players to choosing a maximum of 2 life professions. You can reset your choices, but all your progress and levels in those professions are wiped clean, forcing you to start over from scratch. Originally, Su Yun planned to combine blacksmith and cartographer. He chose blacksmithing to strengthen gear. Though he couldn't wear equipment himself, his companions Ipu and Yitzhong could, and he could share their gear attributes through Yitzhong. Without blacksmithing, this combat power loop would be incomplete. He chose cartography to gain the highest level of identification in the game. Once a cartographer reaches level 5, they can fully read data from over 90 of NPCs and monsters in Eternal Era, except for legendary NPCs like Salusa or major hidden quest characters, where the system forcibly hides information. It sounds powerful, but still has limitations. For example, a racial skill Su Yun just obtained, Flowing Light Anchor, can directly extract the template talents of Salusa, something the cartographer cannot do. At this point, Su Yun suddenly realized, if he wanted to fundamentally solve the eating problem for himself and Yitzhong, maybe focusing on satiety in the life professions would be more worthwhile. Yes, life professions are complicated, but main professions aren't simple either. The main professions revolve around 5 core attributes, such as magical affinity, which corresponds to the mage class. Depending on the type of magic a player innately masters, at the second advancement, They can further specialize into elemental mages, white mages, black mages, or chaos mages. At the third advancement, hidden classes can also be unlocked based on the choices made during the first and second advancements, but that's a story for later. For Su Yun, there was barely any choice, for his first profession players from his previous life had already concluded that only the mage could break through the 100th floor of the ancient era tower. "Where have you two been all day? We barely saw you around the camp," his companions teased, but Su Yun, with Sarusha by his side, headed straight towards the witch Gila's tent. Seizing the rare moment after Gila had just dismissed a group of players, he knocked on the tent's curtain. "Mentor Gila, I'm here to take the mage's initiation test." Su Yun followed the steps laid out in the profession guidebook, reciting his line with determination. Gila paused in surprise. "The mage's test? Didn't you just learn the basics of magic this morning?" The NPC's sophisticated intelligence felt almost too realistic here. That morning, she had given Su Yun a beginner's spellbook, and now, by evening, he was demanding his first job advancement. For Gila, it was completely off the expected pace. "Becoming a mage isn't that simple," she said, her gaze shifting between Su Yun and Sarusha. Yet deep down, she couldn't help but recall the astonishing magical affinity had shown earlier, an unprecedented talent that made her secretly decide to send him to the Mage Guild, so those old veterans could witness what genius truly looked like. Her original plan had been to wait for Su Yun to master spellcasting over a few days and pass the entry test, then personally escort him to the guild. But who could have predicted he'd do it in half a day? More precisely, not even a whole day had passed. Su Yun earnestly pressed on. "Mentor Gila, I believe I am gifted in magic casting, sufficiently proficient to take the test now." Still following the script, Gila fell silent for a moment, then finally accepted the genius must follow a different path reality. However, she also understood that without a solid foundation, progress would be limited, so she spoke seriously. "All right, if you insist, I will conduct your mage initiation test. But you must promise that if you fail, you'll remain here under my personal guidance until I believe you are ready to pass." Her expression was full of hope. Gila truly wishes for Su Yun to shine brightly on the magical path. "Deal." Su Yun agreed without hesitation. "Good." Gila lifted the heavy curtain. "Follow me." She opened the tent and stepped inside first. Strangely, standing behind Sheila, Salusa saw nothing but darkness inside Sheila's tent. No firelight, no sign of her at all. The blackness looked like a devouring abyss, swallowing even the tent's fabric with not a single crease left visible. "Come on, Salusa. She's inviting you to step inside with me," Su Yun whispered as he stepped into the dark veil. The corner of the tent flap flickered, and he seemed to be sucked into a pool of black water, vanishing in an instant. "Salusa, what's going on here?" The girl instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide, then clenched her teeth determinedly. Su Yun wouldn't harm her. She lifted the hem of her dress and ran a few steps into the tent. The ground beneath her feet suddenly changed, damp and soft, like walking on a thick carpet of fallen leaves and wet earth. A mist spread out, pure white and thick. She couldn't see beyond her arm's length. Gradually, her eyes adjusted to the haze. Nearby, Su Yun and Sheila stood side by side, gazing deeper into the fog sea with focused expressions. Other than the fog, there was no thing, no sound of wind, just an eerie silence that felt unsettling. "Well, little Salusa, are you interested in magic?" Sheila turned her gaze back, a smile cutting through the mist toward her. "So profound." Salusa nodded seriously, her voice barely above a whisper, afraid to break the strange stillness. Su Yun was unfazed. In his understanding, this place was called the Maze Fog Realm, a trial scene the Magicians Association used to test newcomers. All NPCs related to mage quests in the main city could transport people into this boundary at will. For players, the Maze Fog Realm was just a special map in the game. For NPCs, it was a secret technique of the association. Funny how a game scene comes with such a well-crafted explanation for itself. This is the Labyrinth Mist, the first checkpoint every aspiring mage must pass through. It has witnessed the birth of countless great spellcasters. Shira spoke on her own initiative, explaining the background of the Labyrinth Mist to Su Yun and Salusa. Seeing Salusa's curious expression, Su Yun didn't interrupt her. "So, Salusa, what do you think? Interested in becoming a mage?" Shira finished her long-winded introduction with a cheerful invitation. "No." Salusa rejected bluntly without even thinking. "Well, a goddess of vengeance isn't really cut out to be a mage." Shira trying to persuade Salusa was like talking to a brick wall. Shira's expression fell after all the effort. She was rejected in a single sentence. "All right then, Su Yun, are you ready?" Since Salusa wasn't willing, Shira didn't push further and quickly turned her attention to Su Yun. "Yes, Instructor Shira. I'm ready. Let's begin." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of mist bubbles suddenly appeared deep within the labyrinth mist. Centered around Su Yun and densely packed in all directions, 100 bubbles of varying sizes floated erratically. Su Yun barely glanced at them. With a flick of his sleeve, fire elements instantly condensed. Boom. Fireballs shot out with precision, shattering the mist bubbles one by one. A minute later, the lingering heat still simmered in the air, but the ground was spotless, save for wisps of dissipating mist. Su Yun had launched a fireball every second without missing a target. Throughout it all, his gaze remained steadily forward, as if the bubbles' positions were already etched in his memory. Breaking mist targets with magic is the basic initiation task for apprentice mages. In fact, all players' target coordinates are fixed. To prepare his strategy, Su Yun had memorized every position and even recorded tutorial video she could complete it blindfolded. Su Yun is amazing. Salusa clapped enthusiastically, barely hiding her admiration. Shira frowned. Was this really possible? On his very first day learning magic, Su Yun was able to use fireballs this effectively in less than half a day? She quietly checked the time. 100 mist bubbles in just 68 seconds, an average of less than 1 second per fireball. Even seasoned mages struggle to reach that speed. She herself couldn't match that limit. Instructor Shira, is the trial over? Su Yun stopped and spoke calmly. Almost. There's one more task. Shira agreed with a reluctant smile. She waved her hand gently. With a cold gleam, a massive shadow emerged from the deep mist. Thick fog was torn aside like a curtain, revealing a crimson-patterned leopard formed from condensed mist. Its scarlet markings flickered fiercely against the pale gray body. When its front paw hit the ground, ripples ran through the mist surface, and its low growl vibrated the air. Su Yun's eye sharpened as he caught lines of attribute data glowing along the creature's translucent form. He could even see its status panel. Name, red-striped leopard. Mysterious mist realm. Race, monster beast. Level, 20 elite. Relationship, hostile. Target, remaining unknown. Su Yun? Is that right? When did the beginner magic assessment start letting newcomers face elite monsters alone? And that faint figure in the mist, it's another red-striped leopard? Sarusha immediately sensed something was off. The real red-striped leopard had long been defeated by Su Yun and brought under his command. Now, suddenly another one appeared in the mist realm, obviously a copy created by the assessment system. Su Yun, use your magic and take it down, she said firmly. If you succeed, you pass the assessment. Nearby, Shella snorted coldly, her thoughts written plainly on her face. This kid's talent is insane. He can't be left to his own device. She must be sent immediately to the Magicians Association. But Su Yun just looked curious. Hidden storyline? The red-striped leopard crouched low in the black mist, growling deeply but not attacking first, as if waiting for the player to make the first move. Since the monster was giving him the chance, Su Yun wasn't going to hold back. He raised both hands. An elemental energy erupted around him in an instant. The air within 10 meters churned like boiling water. Although his level was low, the elemental storm was visible to the naked eye. Shella's pupils contracted sharply. What on earth was Su Yun doing? How could he directly manipulate the surrounding elements? After 5 seconds of chanting, the sky suddenly tore open with a dazzling purple light. In the next instant, a purple beam shot down, blasting straight through the red-striped leopard. Boom. A deafening explosion followed. 2,307. Paralysis. 107 poison. This was Su Yun's newly learned legendary skill, Sky Floating Thunderlight, in its first real battle. The paralysis immobilized the leopard, cutting its health bar in half immediately. Compared to the original beast, this mist replica was far more fragile. Sarusha wasn't surprised. She watched calmly. After all, even the real red-striped leopard had been subdued, so this copy was no challenge. Shella, however, grew uneasy the more she watched. How could an unpromoted beginner magician remain so composed? What baffled her more was Sarusha's unwavering confidence in Su Yun's power. Before the 5 seconds of paralysis ended, Su Yun launched 5 fireballs in succession, burning the leopard's flesh and blood. His final strike, a lightning bolt, finished the job. 206. Paralysis. Before the paralysis could even refresh, the leopard's health bar was completely depleted. With player damage multiplied by 100 times, plus the legendary skill's preemptive control, the red-striped leopard never stood a chance. Yet no kill notification appeared, no loot dropped. Not even the Memory Throne's memory servant capture feature triggered apparently. The system only treated it as an assessment target, and Su Yun's plan to expand the red-striped leopard clan was thwarted. Mentor Shella, I think me beginner magician assessment is officially passed, Su Yun said, bowing slightly. Shella was stunned speechless. Underscore already passed? Shella, long time no see. A hoarse, aged voice suddenly sounded. The black mist thickened again, forming the vague shape of an elderly human figure. Sarusha reacted instinctively, moving protectively beside Su Yun. Shella snapped back to attention and blurted out, Mentor. The old man's voice was kind but authoritative. I was here before the battle even began. Young man, you're quite impressive. His eyes locked on Su Yun without a hint of concealment, clearly admiring his talent. No system panel appeared for this old manha was neither physically present nor a creation of the mist. But Su Yun recognized him. Cambadol, the grand archmage of the human faction. Judging by the current timeline, this supreme mage was at least level 200. Mentor Sheila, who is this? Based on past experience, whenever the Grand Mage Campbell appears at a moment like this, it usually signals that a hidden storyline is about to unfold. To move things along, Su-Yun calmly asked Sheila, as if just making casual conversation. This is let me explain. Before Sheila could respond, an elderly man with flowing silver hair and ornate robes spoke loudly. I am Campbell, the Royal Court's Grand Mage and also Sheila's mentor from when she studied at the Mages Association. As he spoke, he stepped forward towards Su-Yun, his gaze warm but scrutinizing. Campbell turned to Sheila with a smile. Sheila, I take it he is the student you mentioned recommending to me this morning? Yes, Sheila replied affirmatively. In just a few sentences, Su-Yun began to piece things together. The disturbance he caused while testing his magical attributes earlier had clearly triggered a hidden quest. Sheila reported it to the association, prompting the Grand Mage himself to arrive. This was much like the secret task given by Yver to recommend him to the Master Smith. Campbell continued, I believe so. For a novice mage, his command over magic is notably gifted. Then, lowering his voice to soothe Su-Yun's nerves, he added, I have come to bestow upon you the title of Junior Mage. Every student who excels within the Mist Labyrinth must undergo this rite. His tone was kind, clearly seeking to build rapport with this promising new talent. Su-Yun's outward composure was humble, but inwardly he scoffed. A Grand Mage handing out junior licenses? How many novice mages sprout up every day worldwide? You can't have that many available slots. Su-Yun, don't you think it's time to call me Mentor? Sheila subtly stepped closer, quietly reminding him. This was a golden opportunity to join the Mages Association officially, with Campbell himself as his teacher, opening a wider path for his future. Since it was a free advantage, Su-Yun smoothly played along and bowed slightly. Greetings, Mentor. Huh, excellent. Campbell laughed heartily. Then you are my student now. Welcome to the Mages Association. Su-Yun was momentarily stunned. Just like that, he was in? Founded within the Human Alliance, the Mages Association was the largest magical organization on the continent, open to all races, and had outposts everywhere except the Wild Wasteland. As a second-tier faction, membership allowed free travel across all association territories. This wasn't necessarily bad for Su-Yun. It just meant he wasn't yet strong enough to leave the starting area on his own. Once he leveled up, he could explore the continent freely without relying on the association. Besides, the weekly assigned missions could be a hassle. He had quit the guild for that reason in his past life. Not every mage player joins the association. He knew that very well. Campbell spoke again. Your name is Su-Yun, correct? Are you willing to accompany me to Shishui Royal City for advanced training? Shishui Royal City? That name sounds so familiar. The human capital that the abyssal larva Teru nearly destroyed back then was none other than Shishui Royal City, where the Sword Saint's Sword of Light also stood guard. Yet this newbie just reached level 10, and Campbell immediately tries to coax him into going to the secondary capital. Sorry, Mentor, the 7-color divine tree is still under threat from the abyssal larva. I can't leave yet. Su-Yun refused without hesitation. He knew all too well that heading to the second-tier capital right now would crank the game difficulty straight up to hell mode. Besides, Salusa's situation was still unresolved. Exhaling softly, seeing Su-Yun stand firm, Salusa, who had been hiding quietly nearby like a ghost, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Campbell didn't seem surprised, simply nodding coldly. Fine, deal with the abyssal larva trouble first. Su-Yun thought to himself. Even after that, I have no interest in going there. The Archmage suddenly turned around and said, Hila, please take this young lady away for a while. I want to talk to my student alone. The young lady in question was obviously Salusa. Hearing she had to leave, she clutched her cloak anxiously and whispered Su-Yun, fearing this strange black mist elder might forcefully take Su-Yun away. Under Campbell's watchful gaze, Su-Yun stayed silent. Weighing his options, he decided to show a hint of goodwill. Even if he didn't join the Mage Association, keeping on good terms with the Archmage could be beneficial. But following him? Not a chance. He gave Salusa a reassuring look. The brief trust between them eased her nerves considerably. After Hila led Salusa out of the misty maze, only the master and student remained in the cavern. Gray fog swirled around as Campbell's figure, entirely made of black mist, paced with a sly smile on his face. Any instructions, Mentor? Su-Yun asked first. What I am about to say, I want you to keep confidential. Su-Yun nodded but grew more curious. What exactly was Campbell's true motive? I heard today was your first contact with magic. Campbell's voice lowered. Do you know the true essence of magic? The essence of magic Su-Yun certainly knew. It was controlling magical factors. Realizing this, a bad feeling rose sharply in his chest, as if he already guessed Campbell's purpose. The essence of magic is the manipulation of magical factors. Campbell folded his arms and circled through the fog, voice echoing. The elemental magic you just cast essentially gathers stray factors around you. Take lightning for example. You must gather lightning factors from a certain radius and expel factors of other attributes, keeping the lightning as pure as possible. Su-Yun was silent as ominous feeling only grew stronger. So, do you know the limit of magic? Here it comes. Su Yun cursed inwardly. Damn, I really guessed it. It's after mastering factor manipulation that one can cast, theoretically only so far existing in theory forbidden magic. He boldly answered first. Wait, huh? Campbell stopped mid-sentence, his misty face showing a confused expression. You said today is your first time encountering magic? How do you know the answer? Is this reasonable? Is it scientific? I found an ancient magic book with the exact words, Su Yun said calmly. And the book? Lost it. Title? Author. No cover. Only half the book remains. Campbell bombarded him with questions, but got no useful info. The black mist stirred uneasily. It was clear he was troubled. Finally, he fell into long contemplation. Right now, he was worried about how much forbidden magic knowledge this new student had really absorbed from that book. About 6 or 7 years into the game's release, the Mage Association launched a major hidden quest called Forbidden Spell, which caused quite a stir in the player community. At the time, Su Yun was busy with the main storyline and didn't take part in an accidental stroke of luck that saved him from disaster. The quest premise was simple. The Mage Association wanted to recruit a group of mage players or NPCs, didn't matter as long as their class was listed as mage. As compensation, this recruitment appeared as a hidden quest offering rewards so generous that many magic-focused players were eager to join. The process was tempting. Instead of handing out skill books, the association personally taught a technique to control magical factors without any skill books. Then, these newly skilled mages were invited to collaborate on forging a forbidden spell that existed only in theory. But disaster struck. The forbidden spell prototype exploded during testing, instantly wiping out over 90 of the players and NPCs involved. This triggered a forced death event in the storyline, one that not even death substitute totems could prevent. Su Yun still remembered the wails on the forums afterward, dazzling light effects, and the entire dungeon map reduced to ruins. Looking back, his absence from that quest was a huge stroke of luck. Now, Campbell suddenly appeared at his door, evidently carrying the remnants of that calamity, the early experimental phase attempting to drag Su Yun into it. It was clear the vice president didn't come bearing gifts, but intent on claiming a life. Su Yun quietly compiled all the knowledge he had brought from his previous life into a magic grimoire. The pages detailed how several grand mages, experts in manipulating magical factors, had tried to create the forbidden spell prototype, and like before, it exploded with no survivors. Su Yun planned to use this book to firmly shut down Campbell's persuasion and keep himself far away from that sinking ship. After listening to Su Yun recite the grimoire content impromptu, Campbell fell silent for a long time. As a seasoned archmage, he was fully aware of the forbidden spell's dangers. Yet he had intended to see Su Yun as a pawn while his understanding of magic was still limited. Who would have thought Su Yun just happened to possess a tome so detailed it could practically recreate the catastrophe? Was that reasonable? Too reckless. Campbell cursed inwardly, regretting not probing more subtly through Gila first. Now it was too late. Su Yun had made his position clear. He feared the lurking dangers, and Campbell couldn't force a young mage to risk his life for a forbidden spell's chance of success. You're right. It is incredibly dangerous. Campbell suddenly looked 10 years older as he gently patted Su Yun's shoulder. You have passed the preliminary test for the mage profession. The mage profession is now unlocked. Currently, the novice mage profession is unlocked, granting 10 affinity growth with magic and 1 free attribute point per level. Achievement unlocked. Mage profession entry. You have joined the Mage Association faction. Current faction contribution, 0. Current faction reputation, 0. System has detected that player, Yunduo Strategy Group, successfully completed the profession entry test. Since this is the first achievement of its kind on the server, a global announcement is triggered. Would you like to hide the player's name? Global announcement player, Yunduo Strategy Group, has successfully passed the Mage Profession entry test, becoming the first on the server to do so. Achievement points 2. Hide player name. The night was deep, yet the excitement of the primordial era only kept climbing. In just one day since launch, hundreds of millions worldwide had logged in to personally experience this almost indistinguishable from reality world where you can feel temperature, touch textures, feel pain from injuries, and hunger without eating. It was like stepping into a parallel universe. For people exhausted by dull reality, this sudden heavy stone crashing into their lives stirred countless waves. Who could resist a fantasy adventure in another world? Yet the game's realism also turned inexperienced newcomers' experience into a nightmare. Please help. How do I beat level 3 wild monsters? Get some gear first. Which main city are you in? I don't even know which main city I'm in. Similar conversations kept flooding every major chat channel. Global announcement player Yunduo Strategy Group, the second global announcement acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the community. What the heck is a profession? That pro unlocked it on day 1. This is his second global announcement. First one, he just got the first 20 enhanced equipment on the entire server. You can actually enhance equipment in this game. Again, it's Yunduo Strategy Group. Are they cheating? Who even knows how to unlock a profession on day 1? Someone discovered his location, the 7-colored Phantom Forest, Night Elf Novice Village. Jealousy makes me ugly. Let's gang up on him. The Bloodthirsty Rivers Guild had ambushed over 1,000 players in 7-colored Phantom Forest, but still couldn't stop him from flooding the chat again. CPD, where's the girl's main city? Damn, am a guy? Guys are okay too. CPD, press 1. Meanwhile, Bloodthirsty Roads North, who had searched for Su Yun in the entire forest for hours, was fuming. Guild leader, where the hell did he unlock his profession? Maybe he went back to camp. Most profession quests trigger in main cities. Hell, back to camp. How did he swagger past all the guards there? At this moment, Su Yun paid no attention to the external uproar. He was contemplating how to get away as quickly as possible. There were other plans ahead. Mentor, if nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Campbell stopped him with a hand. Wait, even though you refuse to experiment with forbidden spells, I still have to teach you some basics. With a big gesture, a surge of black magical energy appeared before him. This is black magic, strongest in attack power, but feared by many. The key lies in the user's mindset. He'll first teach you how to channel magical energy. This works for all disciplines. The black magic quickly condensed. A beam shot forth, piercing through the thick mist and carving a round hole with rolling fog at the edges. What do you think? Interested in learning? Before he could finish, Campbell froze. The black magical energy residue in the mist was somehow breaking free of his control and flowing directly towards Su Yun. Mentor? Campbell stared in fascination at the magic particles swirling around Su Yun. It was only Su Yun's call that brought him back to reality. How about it? Want to learn? Or if there's anything about magic you don't understand, feel free to ask me, he said instinctively. Su Yun already had second thoughts. If the real Campbell had been standing right there, he certainly wouldn't want to leave any piece of equipment, skill book, or even a side quest casually dropped by the Grand Archmage would be enough to transform him completely. But right now, this mentor was only a substitute formed from mist in the maze, probably carrying nothing valuable. Without even a hidden task popping up, it would be pointless to stay. Thinking long-term was wiser, he decided to withdraw. No questions for now. I know better than to bite off more than I can chew. If there's a chance, they'll learn from you another time. Mentor, if there's nothing else, they'll be going. Before he could finish, Campbell grabbed his sleeve. Wait a moment, Campbell smiled gently. Let me share some more magic techniques with you. As he spoke, he subtly summoned the drifting magic particles nearby. After the earlier blast of black magic, the remaining particles instinctively gathered around Su Yun. Seizing the moment, Campbell conducted a small experiment, could forcibly wrest control of the particles, but at the slightest relaxation, they would bolt like wild horses right back to Su Yun. It was as if Su Yun was naturally bonded with magic. This discovery stirred Campbell's blood to a boil. The very reason he appeared in the maze was that his forbidden spell research had hit a dead end. For the Grand Archmage to progress further, it required lifelong integration with magic. Campbell himself had spent nearly a century engraving magic into his very bones. But forbidden spells weren't for ultimers shackled by magic like them. They required someone who had walked a completely different path from the start, a mage who learned to truly control magic from day one. Campbell had seen the letter from Hela but hadn't read it closely, only knowing that his apprentice wanted to recommend a student. What really drew him was Su Yun's masterful command of magic during his battle with the maze's red-striped leopard. Now reality offered an even bigger surprise. This cheap student was a born magic prodigy. Even more incredible, not just elemental and black magic, but nearly every kind of magic particle flocked to Su Yun eagerly. With some guidance, he might actually have a chance to complete forbidden spells after all. Forbidden magic is essentially the forceful manipulation of multiple magical elements, causing them to collide and unleash unparalleled destructive power. This art is extremely dangerous and demands nearly ruthless levels of mental discipline and talent from its wielder. Campbell knows this well. Yet the student before him, Su Yun, is a prodigy unlike any he's ever seen, naturally attuned to every magical attribute. Though Campbell said he would explain a few more spellcasting secrets, not a single word truly escaped his lips. His entire focus was already utterly captivated by the magical elements slowly converging around Su Yun. Su Yun sensed something unusual too. Countless tiny sparks of starlight flickered around him, like a galaxy blooming alone in the night. These glimmers were the magical elements drawn in by his unique constitution, brightening and even radiating a faint warmth the closer they drew to him. What exactly was Campbell planning? A twinge of unease stirred in Su Yun's heart. He caught his mentor's gazite was complex, a mix of surprise, expectation, fervor, and even a trace of possessiveness. What amused Su Yun most was how familiar that look was. He often found himself wearing the same expression when looking at Silisave's burning urge to see growth and breakthrough. So, have you decided to go to the Shishua Royal City yet? Not long after, Su Yun emerged from the haze of the maze and immediately bumped into the curious Hela. Her eyes were filled with inquiry, while Salusa stood beside her, nervously clenching her hands, clearly anxious for the answer. No, I want go. Su Yun paused briefly, weighing the pros and cons before giving a short reply. Why not, Su Yun? Going to Shishue Royal City to train under the Archmage is the only way to progress further on the path of magic. The Night Elf heritage can't help you much anymore. Hila was so frustrated she nearly stomped her foot. Her expression, the perfect picture of so disappointed I want to scream. Campbell told me to stay with the Night Elf tribe. He'll send someone to find me. Actually, Su Yun wanted to complain. He was only level 10. What was the point of going to Shishua? But he swallowed the words. Oh, so that's why you didn't go to Shishua. Hila muttered, then suddenly froze. Wait, what did you say? Campbell is coming to our Night Elf tribe? He's sending people, Su Yun corrected. That doesn't sound right either. Hila's confusion deepened. Su Yun could only spread his hands helplessly. Obviously, Campbell had already detected faint traces of talent in him. After all, the advantages of the ancient god bloodline were too obvious. Next, it would probably be Campbell trying to curry his favor. What a headache. A deep encounter with Campbell ahead of schedule. Was it a blessing or a curse? Forbidden magic, if mishandled, was deadly serious. He couldn't just rely on the never-dying trait of the memory throne to cover mistakes, especially since he hadn't even obtained the memory throne yet. After saying goodbye to Hila, night had fallen deeply. Su Yun and Salusa walked to the edge of the camp to handle the last tasks of the day. It's you, my most respected friend. Just one day apart, Philly was still as enthusiastic as a blazing fire. Hey, friend, Su Yun shook his hand. We'll soon reclaim the 7-colored divine tree. There's bound to be a ton of work waiting for us after. Yeah, at the mention of the tree, worry flickered across Philly's brow. The 7-color phantom forest is huge. I don't know if the paladins will help us clear all the lurking dangers. Actually, I have a way to find you plenty of allies. That should solve many problems. Allies. MMHM. Don't forget, I'm also from an outside branch of the Night Elf tribe. I'm confident I can persuade them to join us in reclaiming the 7-colored divine tree. In just a few hours, the Eternal Era would completely lock players out, and before that happened, Su Yun's goal was to maximize his gains. There were only 2 ways to save up in the Eternal Era. The first was the classic grind, completing quests, farming monsters, steadily accumulating rewards. As character levels rose, so did the payouts. By the time players reached the highest level main city, some hidden quests could reward hundreds or even thousands of golden coins. The second way was trading. With such a large player base and constant surprises, higher level players often carried vast sums in their inventory. Crafting professions offered even greater opportunities. A single rare potion recipe for an alchemist could lead to rapid wealth through selling potions. Su Yun decided to return to his old specialty, creating game guides. The game restricted adding friends across different regions and limited normal communication channels, but the official player community had no regional barriers. Although the community's features were basic, no way to view player affiliations or profiles, it was the only platform everyone could access that supported online trading. Where there are people, there's business. Su Yun knew this well. In his previous life, he had 30 million followers in the community and built a small fortune through guide videos and item promotions. If it weren't for investing in enhancing his semi-divine equipment set, his gold coin stash would have multiplied several times over. Roughly calculated, the total income from his decade as a guide blogger could be measured by the rare ancient dragon scale. Community monetization methods were diverse. As long as you had followers, videos got views and likes, revenue flowed in. A more direct approach was compiling complex hidden quest lines into guides and selling them at a price, saving buyers hours of map running. The Eternal Era's map was so massive that running through all main cities was nearly impossible. Su Yun needed to focus his energy on the most valuable hotspots. Since the server had just launched, he still had the chance to get ahead by hunting rare potion recipes and then selling them in the community through his fan base. Many players in his past had made fortunes through this kind of online merchandise sales. The good news didn't stop there. 2 global announcements had just appeared in quick succession, and Su Yun was the only player to achieve this feat on day 1. His reputation skyrocketed instantly. He planned to capitalize on this momentum to build up his account and attract enough players to the 7-colored Phantom Forest. His character had reached level 10, raising his limit of recollections from 3 to 4. Yet he hadn't secured his first recollection companion. Even if Salusa barely counted, he was still 3 short, and things could easily get worse from here. Mythical-grade NPCs or hostile monsters are definitely hard to find, but it's not impossible. In fact, if an area has enough players, there's a chance that world bosses outside the main storyline will spawn. And some of those world bosses can even be mythical grade. Can any experts teach me how to play? There are traps everywhere. I've been in the game for 2 hours and still can't get out of the beginner village. Same here. I have no idea how to level up. I can't even kill a single wild monster outside the beginner area. Team up. Find a group to carry you. Ever heard strength in numbers? Is that reliable? I got a great talent, but I heard if you die, you lose it. I don't want to wipe out. Isn't there a safer, faster way to level up? There is. Trust me, brother, I actually know 8 ways. Keep dreaming, man. That's just wishful thinking. While everyone was arguing loudly, someone suddenly shouted, "Whoa, guys, search for the Yunduo Strategy Team, they just posted a video." The expert posted a video. I'm checking it out now. Everyone go see it. It's insane. Insane? How insane? Jian who had been obsessively surfing the forums, finally noticed the sudden shift in the community. Almost every post and comment was talking about Yunduo Strategy Team. As their biggest fan, he couldn't believe he was the last to find out. The expert posted a video. What kind of video? Curious, he immediately typed Yunduo Strategy Team into the search bar. Soon, an account with a whopping 30,000 followers caught his eye. It had only 3 videos. The first one was free, titled The Correct Way to Play Jenga Era. The other 2 were locked behind a paywall. Instead of watching the free video first, Jian impulsively clicked on the third one. The system popped up. This video costs 1 Gene coin to unlock. 1 Gene coin. What is that? Only then did he notice the long video title. How to get 20 reinforced equipment, unlimited attempts. Everyone has a chance, but each person's opportunities are limited. Recommended to attempt when you have stronger gear late game. Such a long title. This is crazy. The Yunduo expert actually made a video revealing how to get 20 reinforced gear? And it's a method everyone can use? Is that reasonable? Is this even legit? And 1 Gene coin is some kind of currency now? Experts don't even trade with wasteland coins or coins anymore. But he was broke, so he gave up, feeling even more curious about the secret of 20 enhancement gear. I can't watch the first paid video, so let me try the second one. Nervously, he clicked on the other locked video. The system popped up again. This video costs 1 wasteland coin to unlock. 1 wasteland coin. I have that. Without hesitation, he paid. The screen lit up instantly, first-person perspective inside a misty fantasy realm, surrounded by translucent fog bubbles. The video's protagonist threw fireballs rapidly, popping the bubbles one by one, the sparks casting flickering light through the mist. What is this? He murmured, then glanced at the video title. Mage Profession Entry Test, 100 Completion Guide. He read the description under the video twice, finally realizing this was a complete step-by-step method to obtain the mage profession, detailing every step. Follow it exactly, and you're guaranteed to unlock the class. This kind of strategy guide, and the expert only charges 1 wasteland coin? There are 2 paid guides, coincidentally corresponding exactly to 2 server-wide announcements triggered earlier by the top players from the Cloud Strategy Group. After triple-checking, Feeding the Pig is convinced this isn't an illusion. The expert really packaged the method to obtain 20 equipment and the profession unlocking process into paid guides and uploaded them to the player community. Even more absurdly, the community now allows players to unlock videos directly using in-game currency, which made him belatedly realize just how serious this is. Anyone willing to pay can instantly gain access to the most crucial shortcuts for character growth. Let's start with professions. The profession panel only becomes available once a character reaches level 10. Take the mage class as an example. Upon unlocking, the character immediately gains a full 10 points of magical affinity growth potential. To put this in perspective, the Dark Elf race's original base is a pitiful 2 points, meaning it's effectively a 5-fold increase. In other words, any player who wants to progress further has no way around this career path. Figuring it out solo? The process is complicated and obscure. Without a guide, players will only encounter dead ends. By the guide, and it's an instant head start. Feeding the Pig has never even seen the word profession anywhere in the Dark Elf interface, so when he finally hits level 10, he'll likely be completely lost. What's even more crushing is that the expert sells this critical information for a bargain price. Across the entire server, tens of thousands of players want to advance their profession, so even if just a few thousand copies are sold, with 100 game coins converting to 1 wasteland coin, he can easily net tens of thousands of wasteland coins. The actual numbers could be even more staggering. This move might just have made the expert wealthy overnight. On top of that, there's a premium version priced at 1 golden coin, a rare currency few people even care about since money is abundant in the late game. Feeding the Pig is now broke and can only watch enviously. If he actually had a golden coin, he'd have gladly clicked confirm purchase by now, just to satisfy his curiosity about this new way to play. This shock has also sparked a sudden thought. Maybe he could start his own guide channel and cash in like the expert. But after cooling down, he realized he actually has nothing worthwhile to share. Lots of enthusiasm, but no valuable content. Wait, did he miss something? A flash in his mind. Besides the 2 paid videos, the expert also gave away a free guide. The title was short, just 1 sentence. From leaving the newbie village to guaranteed profession unlock. Those few words imply a ton of information. To leave the newbie village, players must fight abyssal mites, creatures with tough armor that take forever to kill, even when a whole team gangs up on one. And when you finally manage to kill one, the reward is pathetic: just a little experience and a useless scrap of shell, a total loss. Yes, there is a quest to hunt abyssal mites for newbies, but the reward is so paltry it's not even worth it compared to running menial errands in the Dark Elf camp. But the real bombshell is the guaranteed profession unlock. Since unlocking a profession requires reaching level 10, Guaranteed means you get boosted straight to level 10 without even needing to find the portal starting off right at the crucial milestone. If the requirement to unlock a profession is level 10, this guarantee is basically a guaranteed level 10 boost, skipping all the grind before it. On the way to the 7-colored divine tree, Jiang Zijuai had died once. Now, staring at his hard-earned revived level 3 character, he fell into deep thought after just a few minutes of cooldown from rebirth. He seemed completely numb to the idea of death. With a tap of his finger, he opened the free walkthrough. At the very top of the screen, a screenshot marked main quest popped up. It showed the quest background, the steps to complete it, and a densely packed list of rewards. Jiang Zijuai stared at the line that read retake the 7-colored divine tree for a while, suddenly struck by a question. So this game actually had a main storyline? He had been to the 7-colored divine tree before, and had even fallen on that road himself, had no idea it was part of the main plot. The first-person perspective video only showed dialogue with one NPC, no narration, yet it conveyed a huge amount of information. Jiang Zijuai scrolled down, and a flood of detailed walkthrough text came into view. 1. Don't hand over the shell of the abyssal moth for the newbie quest right away. You can take it to the blacksmith IFU to unlock a hidden side quest, and even forge it into equipment. 2. Want to kill the abyssal moth? Use the starter bow given at the beginning, or trade with the night elf NPC for heavy weapons like a greatsword or hammer. Any weapon with heavy in its name has a chance to break its armor. 3. The main quest is guaranteed to be clearable. Later on, the Night Elf tribe leader will invite a paladin from the free sanctuary to assist the player in moving the mission forward. And even more ridiculously detailed stuff: every step to take, who to talk to, even hidden drops along the way were marked clearly. If the 2 paid walkthroughs before had tempted him to spend money, this free guide completely overturned his understanding of Eternal Era. Such rich content, and the author was giving it all away for free. Most other creators would have split this into volumes, offering half for free and charging tens of thousands for the rest, and still sell out. This is insane. Totally absurd. Jiang Zijuai couldn't help exclaiming. How on earth did this pro manage to turn this game inside out like this? The player channels exploded too. Crazy. Guys, have you watched that Yunduo walkthrough video? I'm heading straight for the Night Elf tribe. Haven't even left the newbie village yet. The main quest probably touches every newbie village, but there must be tons of prerequisites. 1 day behind means 1 step lost. Hurry. Chat messages and bullet comments flooded the channels. Everyone was scrambling to reach the Night Elf tribe first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Bei, the vice leader of the Bloodthirsty Guild, was watching the same video with a grim face. Guild leader, what do we do? A companion whispered. What else can we do? Head back to camp and grind quests. Liu Bei ground his teeth. He had never expected the Yunduo walkthrough team to reveal so many hidden strategies. What made him even angrier was that the widely accessible 20 equipment wasn't even rare. If that was the case, why hadn't the Yunduo team sold the gear to him? To get other players willingly to spend money on guides, there's a lot of strategy involved. Main quests will eventually be figured out by everyone. The real key is the time difference. On day 1, most newbies haven't yet grasped the game mechanics, so Suyun drops a guide that's basically a bombshell. It not only builds popularity for his account and makes future operations easier, but also takes advantage of the current window when players can still log out freely. He directs traffic toward the 7-color Phantom Forest, hoping to trigger the world boss early, accomplishing 2 goals with 1 move. Suyun wins twice here. What about new players who haven't logged in yet and can't see the video? Suyun isn't worried at all. After the forced login at midnight, anyone browsing the community will find veterans posting things like, "Good thing I picked Dark Elf early," naturally piquing their curiosity about what Suyun posted. To avoid missing out next time, they'll likely follow his account, turning them into potential fans. Among the 2 paid videos released this time, the first is a mage class unlock guide, priced at 1 wasteland coin. Within 10 minutes of going live, over 10,000 people bought it. As momentum builds, sales are expected to multiply, potentially bringing in revenue between 1 red copper coin and 1 shining silver coin. The income may seem small, but Suyun's real goal is to prove that community videos can be set as paid. While this slow accumulation is too gradual for him, others will think differently starting today. Many will imitate him and make their own paid guides. Once everyone jumps on the bandwagon, he can then release everything free for all, instantly gaining both traffic and reputation. After all, who has more guides than him? Once the fans are there, monetization naturally follows. Take the 20 equipment acquisition method video, for instance. He priced it at 1 gold coin. At this stage, players simply can't afford that amount. Widespread trading of gold coins won't really be common until years later. Suyun is putting future content on the shelf early, setting players an ambitious but distant goal. Even selling a few copies will firmly lock in a core group. His hidden quest line for Ife needs no introduction. The prologue is already completed ahead of time. He triggered it in his past life. Now no one else can shortcut it. Even if someone buys the 1 gold coin guide, there will quickly be Cloud Guide Group selling the 1 gold coin content at 500 shining silver coins reselling it. Su Yun doesn't mind. He can always release more goals and doesn't have to put all his eggs in one hidden quest basket. With the guide videos all sorted, Su Yun felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Returning to terrace camp with Sarusha, he casually flopped down onto a lounge chair and relaxed. Haste makes waste. With everything prepared, Su Yun was ready to rest. He hadn't slept for 4 days, barely holding on for 3 days inside the Eternal Epic Tower, then pushing through a full day's progress after rebirth. Though his fatigue level wasn't completely depleted, his mind was already on the verge of collapse. So Rusa, I need to sleep for a bit. I have a task for you, okay? He squinted, his voice hoarse, his energy drained to the point of emptiness. As soon as he leaned back on the chaise, sleep hit him like a flooding dam breaking. Su Yun fought to stay conscious, fearful that the story's hidden plot heroine might falter if he closed his eyes. All right, tell me. So Rusa nodded, clearly sensing his exhaustion but unaware of the details. She obediently agreed. Rest here tonight. Don't leave the camp. If you absolutely must go out, wake me immediately. Okay. Repeat back what you just promised me. Rest here tonight. Rusa's voice faded like it was carried away by the wind. Su Yun only remembered she had answered before his awareness slipped into darkness. In his dream, he still marveled. I really can endure 4 days straight without sleep. Who can handle that? And yet here I am, cultivating immortality. Thank goodness Talu had granted him access to the tent in the camp. Otherwise, finding a truly safe refuge would have been impossible. Whether it was Talus' tent inside the camp or the room beneath the 7-color illusory tree, no player could step inside without Talus' permission. With Talu away, that tent basically became an unintentional bug in the system. Meanwhile, as Su Yun fell into deep sleep, other players in the Eternal Epic were destined to remain awake. Ranged archers, pull the mobs. Heavy weapons, break the shields. Senior Ifa, help me forge equipment. Damn, why are there so few abyssal mires in this forest? After Su Yun's strategy was released, the atmosphere in the 7-color Phantom Forest shifted entirely. From can't leave the novice village to not enough abyssal mires to go around. Groups of players carrying heavy swords and battle axes scoured the mountain for the creatures, but in a radius of 500 miles, there were hardly any gaps, not a single solitary abyssal mire, but rather none free from other players' siege. Waiting in line to feed pigs for so long, finally squeezing up to the blacksmith Ifa, players learned that to trigger Ifa's quest, they had to hand over the abyssal mire shells directly. All the other materials they'd painstakingly gathered that morning suddenly became useless, should have eaten less greedily. Put it here and queue up. Ifa didn't even lift his eyelids. Who would have thought that after nightfall, an endless stream of people would come bearing shells for him? Phil and Sheila were also lost in thought. Mentor Sheila, I want to test my magical aptitude. A long line formed beside Sheila. Once the aptitude was tested, players could receive the entry-level magic spellbooks. If you could cast spells, why bother swinging a sword? Don't rush, one at a time. Her voice was immediately drowned out by the sea of people. The busiest one by far was Phil. Brother Phil, I want to fight for the Night Elf clan. This was Su Yun's code phrase. Any external branch Night Elf who said this voluntarily joined the campaign to reclaim the 7-color illusory tree. Phil only needed to nod and agree, but Su Yun hadn't warned him that nearly every external elf would show up. All right, warrior. Phil mechanically repeated the same words. I want to fight for the Night Elf clan. Sigh, all right, warrior. Reality left Phil no time to contemplate. As the saying goes, a game is only fun when there are lots of people playing together. Thanks to Su Yun's God-tier strategy video, within just a few hours, the daily online population in the Night Elf beginner village exploded to its limit. The sound of drums and firecrackers echoed non-stop, and system fireworks bloomed repeatedly in the night sky. But the most striking sight remained the impossibly crowded corridor, a sea of players packed shoulder to shoulder. It was nearing midnight, yet the camp was still jam-packed, with barely any open space to rest. Compared to the new players who had just transferred servers following the guide, the first batch of veteran players had almost completely burned off their fatigue points. Logging off now. I'm dead tired. See you all tomorrow morning. I need to stay up a bit longer. Got work early. Gotta be busy. Guys, cut it out. I'm serious. I'm going to sleep. Catch you tomorrow. The young player named Feed Me When You Pig was struggling to keep his eyelids open, but he had died once just a moment ago. The fatigue deducted from that left him a bit of stamina to grind a little longer. Watching his friends log off one by one, he gritted his teeth, ready to sneak in some more playtime. Burning the midnight oil to crush them all. He tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared to slip into the forest. At that moment, a blinding white flash suddenly exploded right in front of him. As the light faded, a player dressed in rough beginner's cloth armor stood there, looking dazed. So lively here, Feed Me When You See Pig remarked. Looks like the Night Elf area is about to burst at the seams. But the strange events weren't over. The sudden bursts of exclamations were quickly followed by thousands of white flashes appearing one after another. Even stranger, many of these new arrivals showed levels not at 1, but at 3, 4, or even 5 and 6. Server crash again. Feed me when you see Pig was stunned when suddenly someone grabbed his arm. Looking up, he saw the friends who had just said goodnight earlier. What the heck? I just closed my eyes and now I'm online again. Where's this? Did I time travel? I'm pretty sure I didn't get into a car accident. Hey, can't you all log out either? No way. I just logged off for sure. In an instant, the already overloaded beginner camp turned into utter chaos. The older players exchanged confused looks, and through the noisy chatter, they finally pieced together what was going on. The game wouldn't let anyone log out. More and more players attempted to pull up the menu, but whether by voice command or gesture, the logout button was stuck, completely unresponsive. Where's customer service? The admins? Has the game crashed? Don't even bother. No one answers support all day. If they could fix it, they would have by now. I have work tomorrow. If I'm late and get docked pay, who's covering me? Amid the confusion, a player asked in bewilderment, where is this? How did I suddenly end up here? Are you all even real people? A veteran pushed to the edge of the crowd rolled his eyes. This is the 7-colored phantom forest of the Eternal Epic. Didn't you come here because you watched the pro's guide? The Eternal Epic? That transparent dialogue box that popped up during the day? What do you mean? You don't know? Wait, let me think. I never clicked that dialogue box. I've been ignoring it all day. Then how did you get pulled into? Guys, I have a bold theory. Haven't you ever wondered how the Eternal Epic's transparent dialogue box actually works? How come you can enter the game directly without any device? You mean to say, this might not even be a real game? Exactly. Besides, have you forgotten? In Yunduo era, there's no respawn count. Die once and your account is deleted and you get kicked offline. Who's brave enough to test that now? See if you just get logged out or just straight up die. Wait, I just got a prompt. The system says I received 3 death substitute totems. Does anyone know what these things do? You got them too? You guys have them as well? Alright, looks like everyone does. The first light of dawn filtered through the tent seams, casting a soft glow on the mat. After a night without dreams, Su-Yun finally caught up on the sleep had been missing for days. System notification, rewards claim death substitute totem 3. He snapped his eyes open and immediately pulled up his inventory panel to confirm the number next to the death substitute totem read 6 before exhaling in relief. He hadn't had a chance to test whether the memory retention effect could copy this item, afraid the system might gobble up any extra totems. From today onward, Yunduo era was no longer just a game. The 3 death substitute totems were part of a system-forced newbie gift pack. Each totem counted as a life, and once used up, any death meant real death. The main city hadn't been unlocked yet, and there was no warehouse either, so he capitalized on this forced gift to bypass the usual totem holding limit and ended up with 3 extra lives, an unintended little cheat. Closing his panel, he glanced to see Solutia on the lounge chair beside him. The girl had been sitting all night with her back against the chair, silver blue strands of hair messy over her forehead. Eyes half closed, said clearly, she hadn't slept soundly. Solutia. Su-Yun gently shook her shoulder. Ugh, she blinked groggily, her voice hoarse. Why did you fall asleep sitting up? Nothing. Want to try sleeping some more? No, I'm fine. Then let's get going. We'll probably have a hectic day ahead. He stretched his shoulders. If Teru can't bring the paladins back on time, I might have to personally lead you to the 7-colored divine tree to trigger your hidden quest. If you want to rush in blindly, you'll have to level up first. Suddenly, a sharp crack like fireworks exploded through the silence. Solutia instantly snapped awake and ran to the tent flap, throwing it open. Su-Yun, that's the assembly signal. Chief Teru must be back. In the distant sky, a massive fireball drifted slowly, the dark elf's sign of return. Terrace back? That fast. Outside the camp, Teru swung down from his horse. Beside this level 60 leader stood dozens of knights clad in silver armor, brandishing huge swords, mounted on warhorses. Players' gazes bypassed Teru to fixate on a more striking figure. Name, Xiao. Race, human. Level, 210 elite. Class, paladin. Relationship, friendly. Remaining info currently hidden. A level 210 elite monster in the newbie village, does that make any sense? The player group exploded with chatter. Judging by the timing, Teru must have ridden non-stop through the night. The 3 gold coin hiring fee paid off. According to Terra's plan, 40 paladins were split into 3 squads. 1. Main force, 30 charging straight to the 7-colored divine tree. 2. 2 flanking sweep teams, each with 5 members, tasked with clearing the surrounding forest. Su-Yun and Solutia naturally blended into the main force. Except for them and the 30 paladins, the rest were handpicked elite dark elves. Su-Yun was the only player in the whole group. Other players wanted to join but were tightly blocked by the paladins. Normally, joining the main squad required gradually completing a long chain of quests and slowly raising Terra's favor level. But Teru had been persuaded away by Su-Yun on day 1, so no one else got the chance, let alone enough time to build favor. After all, not everyone can fork out that kind of money to outright buy favor points from an NPC. Whoever first realized that throwing money at NPCs boosts relationships was a real genius. Truly a remarkable talent. Without pausing, Su-Yun's squad plunged deeply into the forest like a powerful tide. Longbows and staffs flashed intermittently beneath the tree shadows, their footsteps crushing thick moss and fallen leaves as they quickly left the sounds of the camp far behind. Only after the group had completely vanished into the dense woods did the players watching from the perimeter snap back to reality, unable to stop marveling. The Yunduo Strategy Team's pros are amazing. Overnight, the forum and chat channels buzzed non-stop with the realization that an everlasting epic, death, is no joke. The chitin of the abyssal merglings was a key material, and yet more and more players were gathering near the campsite. Many blatantly ignored Su Yun's repeated warnings about never entering the deep forest and forced their way in. The consequences were clear in the dim tree shadows. They ran straight into the real nightmare. The abyssal mergling workers. The little tricks that worked on the larvae were useless here, like trying to smash alloy walls with a wooden stick. One by one, players burned through their first, second, even third death totems. This tragedy wasn't confined to the night elves alone. Across all races, players lost every death totem they had. The red name list darkened garishly. Those marked offline never lit up again. Only when casualties climbed into the dozens did the community finally grasp the truth. Once death totems run out, you really lose the character. Those who gathered for the tower signal today were among the fastest to accept reality, desperate to grow stronger. They knew that when the 0-point system forced a login, their race, talents, and birthplace would be completely random. Even character names had to be their real names. No room to complain. Only those who had read the guides understood that the main quest line never required player effort, it advanced on its own. Su Yun had already assigned tasks to the willing grind workers. At this moment, the much-praised toolman Philly was online early, busy organizing supplies and tallying healing potions, handling all the details smoothly to keep the main force moving unhindered. The forest wind howled as the group advanced silently, soon emerging from the last shadows of the canopy. In the distance, the tilted silhouette of the level 5 capital 7-colored divine tree finally appeared, the city nestled at the massive root of a tree hundreds of meters tall. The name sounded splendid, but its trunk was as gray and rough as the surrounding dead forest, the branches cracked and dry, long withered centuries ago. But the real trouble wasn't the dead tree itself. It was the abyssal mergling workers swarming the city's perimeter. Detecting living creatures, they surged madly forward, blocking every path. If Su Yun were alone, he could have slipped around them with his stealth skills, but with a paladin from the temple in the group, such detours were unnecessary. Clear the way. The paladin raised a giant sword taller than a man, holy light rippling over the blade. He strode to the front line and swung wide. Golden light slashed through the air, breaking enemy armor like paper. Two abyssal merglings were cleaved into 4 pieces instantly. 270,672. 275,852. The damage numbers popped in bright crimson, over 270,000 points, enough to kill a single mergling over 50 times. The level thresholds at 160, 61120, 121180, 181240, and 241,300 correspond to the 5 tiers of main cities, from level 5 up to level 1. Every time a player advances a tier, they gain a level suppression buff that provides a significant boost to both final damage dealt and damage reduction. Thanks to this built-in advantage, a level 210 paladin cutting down a level 30 abyssal larva was like slicing through soft vegetables. Because of this overwhelming gap, Shiyun quickly gave up the risky idea of killing a paladin to capture them as a recall servant. No matter how long he fought, he probably couldn't chip off a single paladin's life bar, especially since their self-healing outpaced his damage output. Even the semi-divine poison effect from the Azure Fong blade barely scratched the paladin after all the damage reductions. Under the paladin's massive sword swings, stealing kills was impossible. All Shiyun could do was throw fireballs desperately to try and get some damage before the paladin finished off the mobs. 276. 270. Assisted in killing a level 30 abyssal larva elite, experience 15. Assisted in killing a level 30 abyssal larva elite, experience 15. As long as his fireballs touched the abyssal larva first, his name showed up in the kill credits. As the swarm of larvae gathered, 30 paladins formed a formation, surrounding Shiyun and the night elf NPCs in the center to start their cleanup, 1 strike per grub. To maximize experience gain, Shiyun barely blinked as he kept hurling fireballs relentlessly. Player Yunduo Strategy Team leveled up to 11. Assisted in killing a level 30 abyssal larva elite, experience 13.5. Just as the first wave began, Shiyun streaked up a level, riding the paladin's kill streak. 3 golden coins, definitely worth it. Normally, recruiting high-level main city mercenaries was a losing investment. In the previous life, players only realized after reaching a level 2 main city that paying a fortune to hire high-level NPCs to run errands in lower-level zones was absurdly overpriced and didn't bring returns. Who would willingly spend 3 golden coins on a Freedom Sanctuary paladin when the main quest reward was only 50 or coins? But for Shiyun, this was money well spent. Without the paladins, leveling up would have taken ages. Now he just stood still throwing fireballs. Fireball after fireball, white mist steaming off the paladins' swords as one larva fell per strike, the corpse piles towering taller than people. The abyssal larvae poured forward endlessly, sustaining a strange kind of balance. Player Yunduo Strategy Team reached level 12 then 13 then. Kill hostile abyssal larvae to convert them into recall servants. Experience gain notifications flooded the screen so fast Yun barely glanced. Only when he saw the words recall servant capture did he freeze. The paladins one-shotted the mobs. How was he getting kill credit? He didn't know the answer, but if the kill was credited to him, it was pure profit. The team advanced steadily, the ground littered with layers of abyssal larva shells growing thicker and thicker. Occasionally a piece of cold glowing equipment dropped, but no one stopped to pick anything up. They never had time. Yun glanced at the sparkling drops and felt like he'd just missed out on a fortune. After some thought, he slipped to the back of the group and slipped into a distant thicket, summoning all his recall servants. The only command was, grab whatever you can, collect every single item off the ground. If he didn't pick it up, those spoils would eventually be assigned as logistics cleanup tasks to other players. Missing out would be a huge loss. After assisting in killing a level 30 abyssal larva elite, the experience gained increased by 0.6. Player Yunduo Strategy Team leveled up from 10 to 20. Over time, hundreds of abyssal larvae had been cut down by the paladins' holy swords, turning into collectible materials. But suddenly, the larvae stopped blindly rushing to their deaths. Crack! A loud clacking echoed from the throat of the lead larva, as if issuing a command. In the next moment, all the larvae retreated in unison, leaving behind shredded limbs and splattered green goo, standing in tense opposition to the paladins. After a brief standoff, they abruptly changed direction and bolted straight into the depths of the seven-color divine tree. Retreating? Yun watched the swarm vanish like a tide, feeling an indescribable shock. This was the first time he'd seen these mindless monsters actually scared of being killed. Beside Teru, the night elf archers stared after the fading insect silhouettes, their eyes red-rimmed. Without the paladins' timely support, they would never have held back this wave of attack. In fact, if Yun had proceeded by the book, letting the night elves detect the ley line essence earlier, the elves and abyssal larvae might have been evenly matched. Now, it was only by his quick change in plan that they'd bought a slim chance of survival. With the insect plague temporarily pushed back, Teru exhaled deeply and rested a hand on Yun's shoulder. No words were spoken, but his eyes were filled with gratitude. Without Yun, this rescue would have been impossible. The paladins showed no intention to rest. Wiping the larval blood off their holy swords, they maintained their protective formation and continued escorting the team deeper into the forest. We can't let the pestilence return. Today, we must eradicate it completely. This short, intense battle propelled Yun's level from 10 all the way to 20. Due to experience diminishing with level increases, assisting in killing a single abyssal larva now only grants 0.6 of the experience it did at level 1, but jumping 10 levels justified the investment of 3 golden coins. Taking advantage of the break, he opened his personal status panel. Level 20. Experience 31.2. Sharpness 2000. Growth aptitude 100. Memory throne inheritance. Agility 30. Critical hit rate 30. Critical damage 130. Dodge 30. Strength 22. 34. Growth aptitude 100. Memory throne inheritance. Armor penetration 20. Magic resistance penetration 20. Physical resistance penetration 20. Magic affinity 24. 56. Growth aptitude 110. Memory throne inheritance. Mage class inheritance. Magic hit rate 120. Magic power 120. Defense 2107. Growth aptitude 100. Memory throne inheritance. Physical resistance 20. Magic resistance 20. Effect resistance 20. Free attributes 220. 11 free attribute points gained per level. Ridiculous. Yun couldn't help but scoff after just one glance. Take the night elves, for example. Their growth aptitudes for magic affinity, sharpness, and strength are only 2 points. From level 1 to 60, they gain 1 base point per level, multiplied by aptitude equals just 2 points total. In other words, at level 20, their base total for these 3 stats is no more than 40. By contrast, Yun relied on the memory throne, which gave him over 50 times higher growth aptitude than the night elves. Combined with massive damage boosting effects like resistance penetration, critical hits, and more, the damage output he could dish out skyrocketed exponentially. The memory throne alone increased his growth aptitude by 50-fold compared to the night elves, and stacking penetration, resistance ignores, critical strike bonuses, and other damage multipliers resulted in final damage numbers that were over 100 times greater. You see, in his previous life, Yun's innate human race and his class bonuses gave him only about 60 points of growth aptitude in pure magical affinity. Translated to his final base magical affinity at level 310 demigod, that amounts to roughly 340,000 points. Now, After rebirth as the Memory Throne, just the 100-point magical affinity growth bonus pushes his base attributes at level 310 demigod to around 570,000. Adding in the base attribute boost from the Ancient Dragon Relic Scales brings the total well beyond 620,000. Although this might still fall short of the pricey demigod gear set he assembled in his previous life. Once class growth aptitudes start stacking, the gap narrows considerably. The true game changer is the percentage bonus on his main weapon. Take Yaifu's Forging Hammer. It grants a massive 80 life value increase, which is about the standard for ordinary demigod level main weapons but only in a single attribute. Yaifu's hammer is purely a quest item. If a player actually got their hands on it, the weapon would instantly drop in rank. By contrast, Su Yun now has balanced growth across all 5 attributes. Apart from his exceptional magical affinity, none of the other 4 dimensions lag behind. What really boosts his confidence is the hidden all-attribute bonus from the Primordial Era. The system calculates a combined all-attribute value based on the 5 dimensions. Although this number isn't displayed in the interface, it provides an additional percentage damage boost when calculating combat results. Other races at best specialize in 1 or 2 dimensions. Classes usually reinforce only 1. But the Memory Throne, as an overpowered race, advances all 5 dimensions evenly. The amplifying effect on his all-attribute bonus is by no means negligible. Not to mention, he hasn't even allocated any free attribute points yet. If Su Yun poured all of those into magical affinity or other dimensions, no other player could possibly catch up even with maxed growth aptitudes and top-tier equipment in the late game. They would still fall far behind his naked stats. Speaking of which, didn't the Ancient Dragon Relic Scales have a chance to trigger attribute boosts upon upgrading? Yet, he hadn't triggered a single one throughout his entire leveling journey, which felt suspicious. By design, each relic scale randomly grants about a 5 boost to one base attribute, though the exact value fluctuates. Su Yun still had 5 relic scales in his inventory, which provided 5 separate 5 base boosts, 2 to strength, 2 to magical affinity, and 1 to defense. That's why his strength, magical affinity, and defense stats far exceed their peak levels. Beyond this fixed effect, theoretically upgrading should trigger a probabilistic additional boost to one base attribute. Considering the Memory Throne can equip gear, Su Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this race also can't trigger the Ancient Dragon Relic Scales upgrade bonuses? Or was he just incredibly unlucky? After all, the notion that upgrades grant bonuses was something had only heard from others. In his previous life, when he obtained his first relic scale, he was already a level 310 demigod and never had the chance to verify it. To unlock the Memory Throne, Su Yun had already invested a fortune buying 10 relic scales, and now only had 5 left. Fortunately, he remembered several hidden quests that would grant relic scales directly. Once his level increased, he could complete them one by one. Quantity eventually leads to quality. If 5 must not suffice, he'd gather more. But if nothing happened, it would either mean the whole upgrade bonus rumor was nonsense, or while the Memory Throne simply doesn't benefit from upgrade bonuses on Ancient Dragon Relic Scales. The team advanced steadily all the way to the level 5 capital, the 7-color Divine Tree, without encountering any more resistance from the abyssal, melding worms. It was as if those creepy bugs had been scared back into their lairs by the paladin's thunderous might. As far as the eye could see, the once majestic city-state was covered in twisted, flesh-colored veins, crawling like living organisms along the towering grayish-white walls. The abyssal melding worms had sharp claws and didn't need stairs. They climbed the walls directly, leaving holes of varying depths everywhere. Wherever the flesh vine didn't cover the surface, it was riddled with scars and punctures. The massive main city gates were sealed shut by dense layers of pulsating tissue, resembling blood vessels, clearly a deliberate block to cut off all traffic by the worms. Chieftain, is this the only entrance to the town? The paladin leader gripped his great sword, scanning the pitted walls with a low voice as he asked Teru. There are others. This is the north gate. There's another gate to the south. Teru replied. The paladin nodded solemnly. These worms seem to have their own tactics. Trying to wipe them out all at once is unrealistic. Hey, race the plan well. Clear the worms inside the city first, then leave some paladins to guard you, while the rest of us sweep around the perimeter. What do you think, Chieftain? That's perfect. Thank you so much, Teru said gratefully. With their plan agreed upon, the paladins raised their swords in unison. A flash of cold steel tore open a passage more than 10 feet wide through the fleshy gate. The severed vessels writhed and twitched as the view beyond was revealed, causing everyone's expressions to darken. The city streets were swarming with abyssal, melding worms. Countless black, armored bugs squirmed over the rubble-strewn roads, their sharp legs like nails deeply embedded into the stone slabs. Larger worms climbed on the rooftops in dense clusters, and some so massive they were squeezed through broken window frames into ruined interiors. The once warm homes of the night elves were now shattered ruins, nothing more than a breeding ground for the worms. Just like outside, those flesh-colored veins covered nearly every inch of the 7-color Divine Tree capital, making the once dazzling rainbow structures almost unrecognizable. Su Yun stood stunned among the group, staring at the sea of worms, thinking to himself, no wonder we didn't see any on the way here, them all must have gathered here. His mind raced as he weighed the situation. Letting the paladins handle this would earn him free experience, but also greatly increase the mission's difficulty. Normally, most of the abyssal melding worms would be scattered throughout the forest around the seven-color divine tree. Sneaking into the city to find the towering tree's root and destroying the hive-like core structure would dissolve the worm population on a large scale, completing the main quest. But now, the paladins' brute force was driving all the worms back into the city. Su Yun considered whether to warn the paladins to head straight for the hive beneath the tree to avoid complications later. Each worm gave him 0.6 experience. Killing 100 or so would level him up. Yet if the situation spiraled out of control, it might not be worth it. Besides, he had been watching Scylla save Night Elf Girl had seemed distracted ever since leaving the village, and now, stepping inside the seven-color divine tree capital, she looked utterly lost, as if she had lost her soul. Based on Su Yun's past mission experience, these Yuanrong insects probably can't be wiped out completely. At least, they shouldn't be hacked down mindlessly by the paladins like they are now, just to drop crafting materials. Look, what's that? Su Yun shouted, raising his hand to point toward the seven-color divine tree. Following his gesture, all the paladins turned to look. At the base of the tree, a dense, black mass of Yuanrong insects layered on top of each other, restless and watching them intently. Sir Paladin, what do you see? The team leader asked, turning his head. There's something like a cocoon right at the root of the divine tree, Su Yun said offhandedly. It shouldn't be there. Maybe destroying it could repel the Yuanrong in one blow. In truth, the dense swarming insects blocked his view completely, and Su Yun barely saw anything clearly. But he had already identified the mission target, the cocoon. A cocoon, the leader muttered thoughtfully, then recalled the insect hive habit of having a queen. If there's really a queen, striking the nest directly would be faster. I agree with his judgment. Everyone charge. At the command, the paladins shielded the night elf squad and charged toward the city center. The Yuanrong insects surged like a tide. The narrow streets inside the city forced the swarms into a flesh wall, and very few actually reached the paladins' blades. Even those who got close barely managed a sharp screech before being cleaved by giant swords, their shells shattered. Crack. 278,653. Crack. 270,456. Sparks flew from steel clashing with carapace. Green slime splattered everywhere. The night elves in the middle kept drawing bows without pause. 690. 780. Compared to the paladin's brutal combined slash damage of 270,000 plus, the arrows barely chipped at the enemy's health. But the seven-color divine tree was their home, so every arrow, no matter how small, had to keep flying. At that moment, Su Yun stopped firing and ceased gaining experience. Talu and Salusa followed suit. Salusa, how are you? He leaned in amid the noise to make sure she heard. The girl hesitated but finally just shook her head softly. Su Yun grew more certain inside. These Yuanrong insects probably really shouldn't all be killed. Trust me. He gave Salusa a reassuring look, then quickly scanned the surroundings. On the eaves, a few isolated Yuanrong insects crouched alone. Su Yun silently conjured a fireball and threw it at the nearest one. 863. 235 poison. One hit took away a fifth of its health. Several more fireballs shattered the carapace, and the enemy collapsed. Enemy target Yuanrong insect killed and converted into a memory servant. The previously captured memory servants were picking up drops from the rear. Su Yun had to catch another on the spot. He summoned this new recruit. Its blue glowing shell stood out sharply in the brown-black sea of insects, unnoticed by the swarm. Under his mental control, the Yuanrong memory servant darted along the wall through alleys and insect tides with almost no resistance, arriving in the blink of an eye beneath the seven-color divine tree, right beside that huge cocoon. Meanwhile, the paladins up front were still stuck, dragged down by the endless insect tide with no room to advance. If not for them drawing all the attention, this insider would never have made it that far. Swap. Su Yun silently cast the skill. The next moment, he and the Yuanrong memory servant instantly switched places. Facing the overwhelming tide of insects surging in waves, the paladins momentarily froze. Spears and shields clashed against their armor with sparks flying. The dense swarm showed no fear of death, pressing layer upon layer against the front lines just as the night elves had warned. The fiercer the bugs fought to block them, the clearer it became that they would rather die than let humans and elves penetrate the city's heartland. Experience told the lead paladin that if these insects acted in unison, there had to be a central hive mind controlling them, like a massive neural network's brain. As he hacked and struck, he suddenly felt a tug on his cloak. With pressure mounting at the front, clanking armor and the sound of claws tearing mixed into a chaotic roar, leaving him no room to free a hand. Pull back the lines. Break out on the east side. He shouted. The insect tide was more massive than imagined, flooding the night elves' city streets like a rising wave. Even with divine light shielding them, a prolonged fight would just wear down their stamina and holy energy bit by bit. Sir Knight the Tug came again, accompanied by the hoarse call of the elder night elf clan chief. "What is it, chieftain?" He turned hastily and froze. A massive abyssal swarm bug, its shell a deep blue, had somehow breached the core defense circle. Its enormous carapace occupied nearly 80% of the paladin's ring of defense, forcing the night elves painfully into a corner. Arrows rained down on the bug's exoskeleton like raindrops, sparking off, but failing to pierce even slightly. "This something's wrong," the lead paladin frowned. How had it broken through so many layers of defense? And that strange blue hue, could it be some mutated variant? Only one observer knew the truth. It was the abyssal bug servitor summoned by Su Yun's secret memory substitution technique. The giant beast had taken Su Yun's place, but nearly crushed the night elves out of their temporary stronghold. The servitor, possessing keen intelligence, understood that any sudden move here would get it sliced in half by the paladin's swords. Trapped with no escape, it folded its two thick pincers protectively in front and trembled, silently hoping the knights would treat it like air. The night elf girl, Salusa, recognized it immediately. She knew this was the revived abyssal bug brought back by Su Yun and that they had agreed to never reveal the talent for resurrecting the dead. She couldn't possibly explain in public. "Don't worry, it's my friend." That would be harder to justify than the insect plague itself. But something still felt off. How could the resurrected abyssal bug be here all alone? Where was Su Yun, the night elf? The leader of the paladin's mind raced rapidly, watching as the other paladins formed an impenetrable formation. He just couldn't fathom how this one stray Yuanrong bug slipped through. Almost caused a system crash. Only after a furious swing did he manage to cleave the bug in two. "Is anyone hurt?" he asked, sheathing his sword and scanning around, his voice low and tense. But the night elves all froze in place, each looking at the other, completely baffled. Outside the window, hordes of Yuanrong bugs were relentlessly battering the city walls. Inside the room, a sudden identical bug appeared among them, giggling foolishly an instant that nearly sent everyone's spirit fleeing. "No one's hurt, but I think we're missing a teammate." Tala hesitated before answering. "Who's missing? When did this happen? Did they get inside the city?" "Yes, they got in. Just a moment ago." Tala's voice trailed off, growing quieter. The paladin leader's gaze swept quickly over the elf ranks and immediately spotted that the night elf who had told him about the bug nest in the city center was gone. That's right, Su Yun was missing. His eyes shifted back outside to the ever-thickening wave of insects, and a heavy weight fell over the paladin's heart. Clearly, Su Yun not only entered the city but had been using magic all along. The paladin remembered that elf vividly. But now he was gone. It was a situation offering almost no chance of survival. At the same time, using memory displacement, Su Yun broke through the layers of Yuanrong bug encirclement instantly and teleported straight beneath the seven-color divine tree. Teleportation from afar with zero delay was an ancient power. If it could be made into a skill scroll, late-game players would pay a fortune. Spending 10 points of legendary achievement was well worth it. Unfortunately, the Yuanrong bug Ipu had bad luck and was probably already cut in half by the paladin. Within just a few breaths, the final defensive line guarding the cocoon locked onto him by scent. Much like the paladin's baffled confusion, the Yuanrong bugs couldn't comprehend this strange scenario. The defense had no gaps, not even a fly could get through. Yet this elf sneaked in silent lion inside trader, pulling a switch, a nuclear strike on their tiny brains. Su Yun's teleportation landed mere inches from the ultimate target, a massive cocoon 7 or 8 meters tall. But at first glance, he sensed something off. In the Purge, the seven-color divine tree dungeon, he knew well enough to clear blindfolded. This cocoon should have withered like a dried fruit, its shell fragile, with 50,000 HP, but nearly no defense. As long as players killed the guarding bugs, it would fall easily. But now, what he saw was a living creature resembling a gigantic heart. Veins like thick blood vessels covered the cocoon's surface, strikingly similar to the bugs blocking the city gate but larger and denser. These veins not only wrapped the cocoon but climbed the divine tree's branches, as if the cocoon itself extended its vascular network outward, closely fused with the tree. Looking closer, the entire heart pulsed faintly. Su Yun was stunned. His mind raced to piece together possibilities. Could this thing have always been alive? Past players took too long, causing it to wither then. Now, on just the second day after launch, it was naturally still beating strongly. Seeing the countless abyssal creepers guarding the cocoon swarming toward him, Su Yun no longer hesitated. No matter the state of that cocoon now, he decided to blow it up first and worry later. During his brief moment of hesitation, he had already begun chanting Skyborn Thunderlight. The 5-second cast was reaching its end. Centered on Su Yun, the lightning element roiled violently, the sky darkening rapidly. In the next instant, a blinding purple lightning bolt slanted down from the high sky. 13,756 paralysis. 3,089 poison. Boom. The deafening roar of thunder exploded. Far away, The holy knights forcing their way out on the city outskirts all turned their heads sharply. The source of the thunder was unmistakably the very heart of the city-state. Su Yun. Salusa heard the thunder, and the heavy stone pressing on her chest finally loosened a little. Just moments ago, Su Yun had convinced her of his intentions, then vanished, leaving only a blue abyssal creeper disguise behind. She didn't know exactly what he was doing, but understood that he seemed to have glimpsed her innermost secret again, though she wished he wouldn't take such risks for it. The first skyborn thunderlight struck, revealing the massive, heart-like cocoon's health bar. Health, 33,155, 50,000. This perfectly matched Su Yun's memory. The cocoon had a fixed 50,000 health and almost zero defense. With over 2,400 magic affinity and the 500 multiplier of skyborn thunderlight, plus magic penetration and bonus damage, even without a critical hit, he dealt over 13,000 damage. Even the poison damage, calculated at 5 of max HP, triggered over 3,000 points. The initial strike plus poison instantly shaved off about 35 of the cocoon's health. Unfortunately, no critical hit. Surrounding the memory authority, countless abyssal creepers surged at Su Yun recklessly. At this moment, apart from retreating to the city for a resurrection via the death totem, he had almost nowhere left to fall back. Yet nothing stopped him from continuing to destroy that heart before him. As the shockwaves faded, lightning elements gathered once more. The second skyborn thunderlight followed seamlessly, carrying an aura of annihilation and striking down again. 13,756 paralysis, 3,089 poison. Health, 16,310, 50,000. 2 strikes, and the cocoon wasn't broken yet? Then let there be a third. The thunderclouds roared and thickened, and the third destructive flash howled from the sky. 13,756 paralysis, 3,089 poison. When the thunder died away, the cocoon's 50,000 health was completely depleted. At the same time, the once raging swarm of abyssal creepers seemed frozen, halted midair as if their souls had fled. In the distance, the leader of the Holy Knights, staring at the churning purple-black thunderclouds, nearly questioned his own senses. They all saw clearly. 3 bolts of thunder had fallen straight from the clouds, but something fell off. Could it be that some great archmage had come to their aid? Because this skyborn thunderlight hadn't struck above their heads, judging by sound alone, the Holy Knights formed a mistaken impression of that lightning elemental magic engulfing the sky. To them, this had to be magic unleashed by a grand archmage. If it weren't a grand archmage, how could the very sky change color in response? And this wasn't ordinary high-level magic. 3 consecutive strikes of heavenly thunder crashed down, their force enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. As paladins of the human faction who often dealt with magic users, they had only ever witnessed such a spectacle before. A true grand archmage. Knight Commander, it must be a grand archmage coming to reinforce us. Let's hurry to assist. Well said. Charge with me. The lead paladin raised his holy sword high, holy light shimmering golden ripples across the blade. Yet unease gnawed at his heart. Just moments ago, countless swarming insects had attacked relentlessly, but now it seemed as if time had paused. They were oddly motionless. Enemy target eliminated. Black abyssal larva. Converted into memory servant. Main quest reclaimed. The 7-colored divine tree completed. Hidden achievement unlocked. Fight for the Night Elves. Experience, 415. Player Cloud Strategy Team leveled up to 24. Level 5 Capital 7-colored divine tree unlocked. New main quest accepted. Rebuild the 7-colored divine tree. Quest background. After great hardship, the Night Elves have finally defeated the abyssal infestation, but the 7-colored divine tree is nearly withered from prolonged invasion. The chieftain calls on the people to restore the sacred tree and rebuild their home. Quest difficulty. Changes dynamically based on choices. Quest rewards. Changes dynamically based on choices. Achievement goal. Restore the former glory of the 7-colored divine tree. Current progress. 0 group task. Progress measured by the overall restoration of the capital. Night Elf faction reputation. 5,000 reputation increased to level 2. Rewards can be claimed from the reputation NPC. Rewards claimed. Death substitution totem 2 inventory full. Rewards transferred to capital storage. Rewards claimed. Night Elf treasury key 1. Rewards claimed. Swift Hunter set. Story raid purge the 7-colored divine tree unlocked and available to start. System notifications kept piling up before Su Yun's eyes, but he didn't even glance at them. The nearest abyssal larva was less than 5 meters away, brandishing pale white pincers as if trying to snatch the death substitution totem from his grasp. He told himself not to panic, but even he didn't believe it. And if that strange cocoon malfunctioned, the subsequent storyline might be disrupted altogether. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Black-brown viscous liquid began oozing abruptly from the shiny black shell of the larva. Su Yun had seen this many times before and immediately recognized the sign of melting. Within a few breaths, the thick fluid poured out in increasing amounts. The swarming larvae collapsed one after another, their shells cracking and dissolving into countless black-brown streams. Even stranger, the liquid touching the soil was instantly absorbed, as if greedily drunk by the earth itself. In less than minutes, the level 5 capital of seven-colored divine tree, once thrumming like a black tide, was utterly cleansed without a single remnant or limb left behind. Only then did Su Yun breathe a sigh of relief. The paladins would arrive sooner or later, so he needed to prepare an explanation for why he was here. Using this brief moment, he quickly pulled up the system panel to review the hints he had missed earlier. His fingers moved swiftly as lines of information flashed across his vision. He had assumed they were ordinary rewards until he read the topmost line. Enemy target eliminated. Black abyssal larva, converted into memory servant. Su Yun, what on earth is this? Su Yun followed the main force straight to the seven-colored divine tree, while behind him another lively scene was unfolding. Philly and the other night elves had temporarily assigned the most ambitious players to various locations. After all, reclaiming their former homeland wasn't as simple as charging into the city and chopping down that heart-like cocoon. 2 squads, each made up of 5 paladins, were dispersed into the forest to carry out cleanup operations. Although the players couldn't join the main raid group, they could still accompany the paladins to hunt down any stragglers. Thanks to Su Yun's strategy, the larval stage of the abyssal merging bugs had been nearly wiped out, leaving only the worker bugs solid level 30 elite monsters. Even just a bit of assist experience from killing them would reliably boost the player's experience points by 5. In a world where death means the end, the player's eyes glowed with longing. Leveling up was the only way to survive. 2 groups marched into the dense forest. In the first few minutes, the paladins swung their swords like the wind, cutting down any lone bugs on sight. But soon, not a single bug shadow could be seen anywhere in the forest. The initial excitement rapidly cooled, leaving the players feeling like they were just on a forest stroll following the paladins. Just then, a night elf messenger came rushing in, out of breath. The main force had pushed forward and scattered the bugs. The mission was instantly changed to collecting shells along the way. Thanks to Su Yun's strategy, the bug shells were already fetching sky-high prices, perfect cash flow when forged by if. Collecting shells? That was basically picking up money from the ground. The player groups quickly changed direction, taking a wide circle to catch up with the main force's route. Rumor had it that there were piles of bug corpses and shells everywhere over there, so everyone was eager to fight hard for their share. But when they arrived, all that awaited was an empty forest floor scattered with fallen leaves, no shells, not even bug legs. Did we get lost? The players exchanged bewildered looks. Even the night elf messenger scratched his head in confusion. I definitely saw piles of shells just now. Where did they go? Meanwhile, not far away in the shaded forest, Su Yun's summoned servants carried bulging bags filled to the brim, their piles of shells forming small mountains. The task given by their master had been completed without leaving a single piece behind. While these 3 teams busied themselves in the forest, the camp was far from idle. Many other players took on logistical tasks to fill the night elves' manpower shortage. Another idea from Su Yun. Philly had originally worried that something might go wrong on the journey, but ever since the main force set off, everything had gone unusually smoothly. Even the auxiliary night elves seemed so enthusiastic that he half suspected they might be fake elves. Big brother Philly, do you have any more tasks? Give me some. Well, there really isn't anything else that needs help right now. No, brother Philip, they all have tasks already, and I want one too. Then how about you help wipe down the tent? Philip thought for a moment and casually pointed at the dusty military tent nearby. The player in front of him paused briefly, then a side quest notification popped up on their screen. Happily, they ran off to do the chores. Brother Philip, any more tasks? I want one too. Philip? I'm swamped. I really can't keep up. Philip was surrounded by a crowd, waving his hands repeatedly. In the middle of this chaos, all the players' screens suddenly flashed with a system message. Main quest completed. Reclaim the 7-color divine tree. The timing matched exactly with Su Yun's moment of destroying the cocoon prison. As the Su Yun guide had said, this is the best main quest in the game, requiring almost no effort. It completes itself automatically. No way, the main quest really auto-complete? That's so convenient. I was half skeptical, but after seeing the paladin handing out free stuff everywhere, something felt off. What level are you? I just jumped straight to level 13, skipping 10 levels. Got a full gear set plus 2 death prevention totems. Haven't even looked through the rest of the rewards. I hit level 12. No wonder the guide's title says from newbie village to guaranteed class unlock. I just got up and can already do the mage class quest. I was just a step late. There were already hundreds queued up in front of Sheila's tent. Missed out for sure. Wait, you've completed your main quest? Yeah, didn't you accept it? But I'm human. How long ago did the Yunduo guide post go up? You've all finished already? Got all the rewards? All of them. Enough. I'm turning green with envy. Why do only night elves get a main quest while other factions don't even get a clue? Huh. Maybe only night elves have main quests. We spawn without a capital city, so reclaim the capital makes sense as a quest. You all have capitals preset, so no such deal. Damn, That's unfair. Yunduo Guide's author is amazing. Following the expert pays OFFI, told you so. Just as the Night Elf players' cheers were dying down, another system alert exploded. Main quest rebuild the 7-color divine tree has been automatically accepted. No way, you finish off the enemies, and now they want you to whip the corpse. Those golden words reignited the forum frenzy. For Night Elves, it was a day of celebration. For other factions, it became known as the darkest day in player community history. The Eternal Age is unjust, treating all but Night Elves like fodder. Expert, Inhuman, need your strategy. Hello, I'm General Manager at a public company group. Want to talk cooperation? Can I hire you with 1 piece of red copper coin for a low-ranking elf? Su Yun's private messages were being overwhelmed by floods of texts, but he had no time to read them. Su Yun, why are you here? Are you hurt? Chief Talu arrived at the 7-color divine tree and saw Su Yun standing nearby, completely unscathed. His sudden disappearance had made the chief very worried. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Chief, Su Yun replied calmly. Young friend, please come with me for a word. The paladin stood off to the side, repeatedly winking at Su Yun, clearly wanting to know why he had appeared out of nowhere. Su Yun had his explanation ready and stayed composed. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Su Yun. Salusa quietly slipped to the back of the group, her eyes lingering on him for a moment. Seeing him unharmed, she relaxed. Thank you, she whispered silently, then stepped back slowly, her figure fading at the edge of the crowd. But watching Salusa walk away, Su Yun did not immediately follow. Ahem, Sir Knight. Young friend, has the Archmage already left? Just as Su Yun was about to explain, the paladin beat him to it. He paused, 3 big question marks forming in his mind. Archmage? What Archmage? That title sounded completely off. Yet the paladin gave him a meaningful look, as if saying, don't say another word, I understand everything, acting like he had it all figured out. Su Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. What exactly did he think he understood? The paladin patted his shoulder with solemn politeness. Since the Archmage is unwilling to show himself, we shall not press the matter further. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Su Yun standing there in silent bewilderment. It was only now that Su Yun fully registered what had happened just moments ago. He had unleashed 3 consecutive legendary thunderlight bolts by invoking his memory power twice. The air crackled with raw lightning energy, almost boiling. Such a spectacular display naturally led the paladin to mistakenly believe a hidden Archmage was supporting him from the shadows. Considering none of those bolts struck him directly, the paladin's wrong assumption was understandable. For Su Yun, that misunderstanding actually spared him the hassle of explaining why he suddenly appeared beneath the 7-color divine tree. With the main quest accomplished and his 3 golden tokens spent, his mission was essentially complete. The paladins would likely discuss the tree's restoration with Tarun next, but that was no longer his concern. What truly required his attention now was Salusa. Earlier, when the paladin had called him away, he noticed Salusa quietly leaving the group. Now her figure was fading into the ruins in the distance. That girl really never gave anyone a moment's peace. Salusa wandered aimlessly through the broken streets, seemingly oblivious to direction. At the road's end, covered with rubble and withered branches, stood a dilapidated house, hunched under the night sky. She curled up at the corner, her figure slender, moonlight stretching her shadow long and thin, a lonely silhouette that stirred a pang of sympathy. Su Yun hurried to her side and sat down, his eyes scanning the crumbling walls. Straining through memories from a past life, he recalled, this house used to be something players could buy. In the level 5 capital city, 7-color divine tree, players were able to purchase the right to reside in abandoned houses for a handful to hundreds of coins. Owning a home meant truly settling down and unlocking access to a personal inventory. The city's vast, with countless ruins. He couldn't possibly remember each one's details, especially in such decay. But since Salusa had stopped here, perhaps after the city's restoration, he could buy this house, maybe just what she needed. A dusty breeze stirred softly as they sat side by side, staring down at the rubble. After a pause, Salusa's voice came, faint and trembling. Thank you. The fragile quiver in her tone clashed starkly with the former goddess of notebooks figure that had once struck fear into players. Su Yun glanced at her quietly. You're welcome. He was about to say more when Salusa lowered her head, her fingers tracing lines in the stones beneath them. Su Yun, did you guess again? 3 question marks surged in his mind once more. Guess? Guess what? His thoughts raced but found no answer. He blurted out instead, can you not kill the abyssal worm? You won't say anything, no matter how hard I try to guess. Sarusa's voice trembled through the empty forest as she poured out the words she had been holding back for so long. Ever since the paladin entered the woods to cleanse the Yuanrong bugs, she had clearly felt her sister's life force steadily fading. The more bugs they killed, the stronger that decay became. She wanted to stop the team, to beg the paladin to spare those loathsome insects. But the 7-color divine tree was the home of their people, and her sister would never allow her selfishness. Just now, when Su Yun briefly let her believe him, she suddenly realized the weakening had stopped, even shown signs of recovery. But immediately after, Her sister seemed to sense her presence and strongly urged her to leave. Sarusa was terrified but still wanted one last glance at the place where she once lived with her sister. She didn't know where to go next, but she understood she had to obey her sister's orders. Su Yun listened quietly. Then after a moment of silence he said, "Sarusa, do you trust me?" "I trust you," she replied without hesitation. "Everything you say, I believe." "Then you're sure your sister is still alive, right?" "Yes. Let's go." Su Yun stood and reached out a hand to Sarusa, who was crouching on the ground. "Are you leaving with me too?" "No, I received your call for help. Now, I'm taking you to save your sister." Sarusa froze, mixed emotions swirling in her purple eyes as tears welled up but didn't fall. Su Yun's words were like the first light of dawn, instantly clearing the thick fog in her heart. Yet her last worry lingered. "But I don't know where my sister is." "I know," Su Yun answered firmly. "Well, wipe everything out." Starting from the heart-shaped cocoon, they circled halfway around the crooked trunk of the seven-color divine tree until a grand building embedded within the giant tree came into view, the Nightfall Clan Hall. This was the Dark Elf seat of power and was known among players as the most forbidding place to enter. At this moment, the main city was in disarray, so no one noticed the two of them. Su Yun navigated easily to the clan hall's massive door, but Sarusa had never seen it with her own eyes. She had grown used to Su Yun's seemingly innate sense of direction, as incredible as his ability to revive the dead. Side by side, they stepped into a shadowy corridor, and a strong smell of rust hit their noses. "What's that smell?" Su Yun frowned. "I don't know." Sarusa covered her nose, her voice muffled. Su Yun gave her a helpless glance. She was quite unabashed about it. Around a corner, he suddenly dragged out a large treasure chest and easily popped open the lid. System prompt. You opened an elite treasure chest and obtained item, Flowing Lava Stone 1. Dark corners of the Nightfall Clan Hall were covered with treasure chests that often contained gear upgrade stones. Su Yun was well practiced at digging through them. Small gains added up quickly. Sarusa looked at Su Yun, unconsciously making a expression. The tension she'd been holding melted away in this moment. Seeing Su Yun suddenly pull out another huge chest from who knows where somehow made her feel less nervous. From Su Yun's perspective, the so-called Nightfall Clan courtyard resembled more of a sacrificial site than a residence. The branches and leaves of the seven-color divine tree supported the outer architecture. Among the winding roots, a narrow stone staircase just wide enough for two people side by side descended straight down from the base into the heart of the tree, then extended deep underground, as if trying to drag any intruder into the shadowy depths. At the end of the stairs was a cylindrical, open hall. The walls here were intricately chiseled with countless small niches, each holding a stone tablet about 2 palm widths long and 1 palm wide. The tablets were blank but arranged in neat, solemn rows, resembling silent memorial plaques or perhaps containers of some hidden secret. At the center of the hall, 6 statues of dark elves stood in a semicircle. 4 men and 2 women, their features sharp and armored, dressed in robes, wielding crossbows and staves. Every detail was carved with exquisite precision, as if they might step out of the stone at any moment. Su Yun knew well that these 6 ancestors were the very pioneers who had discovered the seven-color divine tree centuries ago and founded the home of the Dark Elves. Salusa followed closely behind. The Nightfall Clan courtyard was a forbidden place in their tribe. She knew that entering was breaking the rules, yet she put the clan's laws aside to save her sister. Yet when she saw the 6 statues of the ancestors, she instinctively stopped, pressed her hands together, and prayed softly, "Ancestors above, your humble descendant is in trouble and forced to trespass. Please forgive my offense." Only after she finished whispering her prayer did Su Yun step forward. He had already studied these 6 statues in his previous life. Each one could rotate independently, and different directional combinations would open 6 secret passages. As a strategy blogger, he had tested all 6 paths. 5 had clear endpoints, but the 6th was a deadly trap. Anyone stepping into it would be poisoned, losing 100,000 health points per second, too much even for the sturdiest to survive for long. Until Salusa, the goddess of vengeance from his past life, destroyed the divine tree and collapsed the tunnels. He never found out what lurked at the end of that fatal path. But today, their goal was not in that deadly corridor. Under Salusa's wary gaze, Su Yun carefully pushed each statue, turning all 6 ancestors' faces outward. A heavy rumbling echoed from below, like massive stones rolling and dust scattering. Su Yun immediately grabbed Salusa and backed away to a safe distance. Then, one of the female dark elf statues slid sideways on its own, revealing a slanting, downward passage, from which a cold, eerie wind blew. Salusa was taken aback. Although she had long accepted Su Yun's uncanny knack for navigating anywhere, something about this just didn't feel right. Before the seven-colored divine tree was overrun by the abyssal worms, the Nightfall clan's courtyard was a sacred place, visited only once every full moon. On those nights, the clan leader, Talu, would lead a group of elves who had made outstanding contributions to the Dark Elf tribe to pay their respects there. There was no fixed standard for what counted as an outstanding contribution. It could be slaying a ferocious beast in the forest or accomplishing some widely acknowledged great deed. Who would go was always decided by an open vote. Salusa's achievements were more than enough to earn her a place in the courtyard, but Grandpa Ife always warned that the damp, heavy air there was too much for her now and advised her to wait until she was older. So she had never entered. Salusa was certain that Xu Yun had never been either. After all, this was his first time. Although he had indisputable credentials, now having slain the crimson-spotted leopard, the giant spider broodmother, and the withered forest python in the tribe would not oppose him. How did he even know the courtyard hid a secret passage? Salusa, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Xu Yun was already at the entrance to the hidden passage, turning back to remind her when he saw her still frozen in place. Oh, I'm coming. Salusa hurried after him. The narrow tunnel allowed only one person at a time. Stone steps descended into the darkness, the walls damp with seeping moisture. Their footsteps echoed loudly in the enclosed space. They finally stopped before a heavy stone door. If my guess is right, we've arrived. Xian placed his hand on the door and pulled out the unknown key from his backpack, the one Salusa had gotten by completing her secret mission. He didn't act immediately, instead looking at the girl first. Arrived? Where's this? Who am I? Salusa half-joked nervously, but her words trailed off as her gaze locked on the stone door. Along the way, the mental connection with her sister had inexplicably grown weak, not because her sister was unstable, but as if something was blocking the link. She trusted Xuyun to lead her to rescue her sister, so she stayed quiet. But if he said they'd arrived, did that mean her sister was right behind the door? She reached out to touch the cold stone. The rough, carved surface made her fingertips tremble slightly. In that instant, the faint mental thread pulsing deep within her stretched taut against Qianfilu was sending her feelings an unmistakable sorrow that could not be concealed. Sister. Salusa was certain she was behind the door. Are you still carrying the substitute death totem I gave you earlier? Xuyun asked softly. Yes. I've had it with me the whole time. Salusa replied, nodding eagerly. Good. Protect it carefully. If you get the chance, give one to your sister and keep the other with you always. Understand? I understand. Xian looked at her intently, his expression serious. From now on, your life might be turned upside down. After you enter, your family bonds may be tested. No matter what happens, follow my lead. As long as you trust me, I will save your sister. Can you do that? I can. Salusa took a deep breath, forcing herself calm, and nodded firmly. Satisfied with her answer, Xuyun inserted the key into the center hole of the door and gently turned it. Click, click, click. The dull grinding of gears echoed off the stone walls, but halfway through the key's rotation, it abruptly stopped. Use the tool unknown key to unlock an unknown area. Warning. This choice may lead to irreversible consequences. Please choose carefully. Yes. Xian did not hesitate. Then, he continued to turn the key. The mysterious key awarded for completing the secret quest Comfort the Departed Night Elf had already come into Su Yun's possession in a previous life. Back then, determined to uncover the key's purpose, he had scoured the 3 layers of the 7-colored divine trees inside and outside the main city. His efforts paid off when, deep among the roots, he found the lock mechanism the key corresponded taught his very ancient stone door before him. Yet when he finally opened it, the interior was nothing but an empty void, no treasure or reward to be found. This time, the key came into his hands again, slipped from the vengeful goddess Sarusa herself. Su Yun immediately guessed the key was connected to Sarusa's sister, Zifuru. The lack of a reward in his past life likely meant he had missed the critical moment to trigger Zifuru's storyliner. Perhaps she was already dead then. Click. Turning the key to its limit, the stone door's lock clicked open. Su Yun released it, pressing both palms firmly against the door to push. As a crack appeared, a flood of system pop-ups exploded onto his vision, nearly filling his entire field of view. 1. You have triggered a hidden main quest. 2. You have triggered a hidden endgame side quest. Main quest. The first attempt to awaken the old god. Difficulty, impossible. Background. You have inadvertently stumbled into a massive conspiracy, a forbidden zone where death is almost certain. Reward. Varies with storyline progression. Minimum completion. Survive until the story's end. Achievement. Witness to the old god awakening attempt. Hidden endgame side quest. Choose 1. Offerings to the old god. Difficulty, impossible. Background. Everything related to the old god is an unknown taboo. Reward. Varies with storyline progression. Achievement. Untouchable taboo. Warning, you have entered story focus mode. The item Death Defiance totem is disabled. If you die, the totem will be consumed automatically, and you will revert to your last save point. The quest will fail. Warning, you have triggered the hidden endgame side quest. Please choose carefully. This mission's outcome will directly reshape the Eternal Era storyline. Suyin. His hand froze mid-push. After carefully reading all the pop-ups, he mentally roared. Holy crap. How did that phrase go again? I've got to say something maybe about this. He actually expected this. After all, Sarusa, the vengeful goddess, was an NPC of mythic caliber. It was no surprise that using the Death Defiance totem was prohibited here. Tasks involving forbidden magic, the Eternal Era Tower, none allowed the totem. All main quests tied to mythic NPCs came with such absurd restrictions. Millions of players worldwide lost a Death Defiance totem each in their attempts against Sarusa thanks to this story focus mode. That said, at this point in time, Sarusa hadn't yet fallen as the vengeful goddess, and Zifuru was still alive and well. What he had to do was basically rewrite the fates of these two sisters. Triggering story focus mode made sense. But what was this hidden in-game side quest nonsense? Had only encountered it twice before. Once after clearing the Eternal Era Tower, and once when unlocking the old god-level racial memory, the throne. No wonder Salusa's innate talent was literally called the Final Act side quest. It turns out, she actually hides a secret final quest line of her own. But what exactly does awakening the ancient god mean? Su Yun's mind raced through everything. He knew he himself possessed the memory throne, known as the last remnant of the ancient gods. If someone intends to awaken the memory throne, isn't that essentially awakening him? If so, could he just pretend to stay asleep? By comparison, the most minor problem at the moment was that his health was down to a single point. If another boss appeared, even a slight touch would mean instant death. One hit, or zero hit might as well be the same thing. Su Yun only hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and pushing with all his strength to fully open the heavy stone door before him. Beyond the door, the scene matched his memory of the hidden chamber, a spacious enclosed area with stone walls lined with torches and a massive bronze brazier suspended overhead, casting flickering flames that dispelled the darkness. The only difference was the presence of an ancient stone altar in the center. Upon it lay a human-shaped figure, more precisely, the remnant body of an elf. Even from a distance, Su Yun could still recognize it, Salusa's older sister, Zifuru. Yet her appearance was almost unrecognizable as human. Her skin was dry and waxen yellow, her body so emaciated it was little more than bone. More horrifyingly, a bundle of blood-red cords woven from hundreds of veins was plunged into her abdomen, one and deeply rooted inside her, draining her life force frantically, the other winding upward and disappearing into the ceiling. Following the cords upward, a pulsating blood cocoon hung high above, a shape nearly identical to the Black Abyss condensation breed Su Yun had slain before, but smaller, like a concentrated miniature version. Sister. Just as Su Yun saw clearly, Salusa widened her eyes beside him. The pain and despair she had held back suddenly shattered, and tears flooded her eyes. Though the flames flickered, her gaze seemed to pierce through time. Big sister, I found all this in the forest. The soup will definitely taste good. Young Salusa held handfuls of mushrooms and wild greens, the fruits of an afternoon's labor. You know, a lot of these can't be eaten. Zifuru took the gathering with a wry smile, patiently picking through it, carefully simmering it into a pot of mushroom vegetable soup. Delicious. Big sister's cooking keeps getting better. Hearing her sister's praise, a bashful smile appeared on Zifru's face. Though she knew she wasn't a great cook, she indulged this innocent hope nonetheless. Run, Salusa. Don't look back. Under the rainbow 7 trees, swarms of abyss worms surged like a black tide. Young Salusa was hidden behind Zifuru, terrified and crying out. Zifuru gripped her weapon. Knowing she couldn't hold out long yet, she was willing to sacrifice herself so her sister could escape. But she forgot Salusa was still just a child, and so was she. Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to get as far away as possible? A tear slipped down Zifur's cheek. The nightmare she dreaded most had come true. Salusa had turned back around and stood next to her. The flood of memories nearly overwhelmed the girl. She stumbled forward, desperate to reach the altar, but a hand tightly gripped hers. Remember our promise? Everything follows my lead now. Su Yun's voice was low but resolute, leaving no room for refusal. He glanced up at the suspended blood cocoon, alarm bells ringing in his heart. That thing was no ordinary object. Letting Salusa approach Zifuru was tantamount to pushing her into the abyss. It was almost certainly no good at all. Earlier, when the cocoon parasitizing the 7-colored divine tree was destroyed and successfully transformed into a memory servant named Black Abyss condensed species, Su Yun immediately sensed something was off. He couldn't believe that the names Black Abyss condensed species and Black Abyss voidworm were unrelated. With a thought, pale blue ice shards shattered and scattered. Suddenly, hundreds of blood vessel-like tubes sprouted from the ice shards like climbing vines clinging to a wall, snapping taut in an instant. Within just a few breaths, the shards reformed to stand behind Su Yun as a massive cocoon nearly 7 or 8 meters tall. The memory servants in the forest hadn't returned yet, and the abyssal fusion worm just captured in the capital was slain by a holy knight's sword. Now, the only one left under Su Yun's control was this Black Abyss condensed species. While waiting under the 7-colored divine tree for the holy knights, he had already run simple tests, fully aware of its value. In fact, the biggest reward from the entire Reclaim the 7-colored divine tree main quest was this very creature. Su Yun raised his hand and injected 500 mana points into the Black Abyss condensed species. The giant cocoon suddenly contracted like a heartbeat, and pale blue mucus burst forth from the tiny pores across its shell, dripping and writhing on the ground before quickly shaping into an abyssal fusion worker worm. The mucus dried rapidly, forming a hard shell. A new memory servant was born. The true power of the Black Abyss condensed species was finally revealed. By expending mana, it could spontaneously produce abyssal fusion worms. 50 mana points, a larval abyssal fusion worm. 500 mana points, an abyssal fusion worker worm with elite template, level 24, matching Su Yun's level. Go, get closer and check it out, Su Yun ordered. The newborn abyssal fusion worm swiftly scuttled over to the stone platform where Xianfiru lay. It didn't trigger any traps and gently poked the blood vessel connected to Xianfiru with 2 claws, as if confirming safety with its master. Despite this, Su Yun remained cautious. He took out another 2,500 mana points and summoned 5 more abyssal fusion worms in quick succession. The first climbed onto the platform, shielding Xianfiru beneath its belly, while the other 5 formed an arc with their shells pressed together, creating a makeshift barrier. Stay right behind me, understood? Mom, I promise. Solution nodded eagerly. She knew Su Yun was trying to help her save her sister and was aware of her own emotional instability, so to avoid causing trouble, she memorized every one of Su Yun's instructions carefully. Once he confirmed the surroundings were safe enough, Su Yun led Solutia cautiously closer to the platform. Along the way, he gritted his teeth and spent 10,000 mana points to condense a flowing light anchor, suspending it in his palm. A tough fight was probably imminent. From this moment on, every drop of mana had to be used carefully and wisely. Determined to enclose Xianfiru within the 10-meter radius covered by the luminous anchor, Su Yun decisively activated its second function. The small anchor, originally resting in his palm, instantly disappeared, replaced by a translucent projection over a meter tall rising beside him. Its outline was drawn from countless tiny points of light, resembling a miniature lighthouse. Though this was his first time trying this technique, he was surprised to find the projection entirely intangible. To confirm, he reached out, his fingers passing straight through the light, feeling no resistance, no touch. The lack of physical form meant it couldn't be destroyed, a conclusion that eased his mind considerably. With everything set, Su Yun led Sarusha towards Xianfiru. As they closed the distance, he noticed more details. Xianfiru's skin was shriveled, as if dried out over a long time. Her lips were pale and cracked from severe dehydration. Most alarming was the thick blood vessel embedded in her abdomen. Its inner walls occasionally visible as dark liquid was slowly drawn upward, flowing through it to a black cocoon above her head slightly smaller than a human skull. Just as he had suspected at first, the smaller black abyss seed was greedily siphoning Xianfiru's life essence. Something doesn't feel right, a chill ran through him. A faint sobbing behind him snapped his attention back to the present. Sarusha bowed her head, her shoulders trembling as she struggled to hold back her tears. Sarusha, give your sister this death replacement totem. Okay. She hurriedly pulled the totem from her pocket. Su Yun bent down and gently lifted Xianfiru's emaciated, stiff arm, carefully opening her rigid palm and signaling Sarusha to slip the totem inside. The girl acted quickly and then withdrew behind him at his silent instruction. The final step required Su Yun's own hand. She carefully clenched Xianfiru's fingers one by one, securing the totem firmly between them. The stiffness caused by dehydration was actually a benefit here. The fingers locked tightly, making it hard for the totem to slip away. Su Yun, what else can I do now? Sarusha whispered, barely daring to look at the scene before her. Every stolen glance tightened her chest with pain. She was grateful he was there. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Just give me some time. I promised to save your sister, and I won't go back on that, Su Yun said softly, laying his hands over the blood vessel embedded in Xianfiru's abdomen. Once the small cocoon above her head was dealt with, everything would become much simpler. Could take both sisters away safely without provoking any hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. 23 bleeding. Su Yun gripped the blood vessel at its lower end with one hand and clutched its upper part with the other. Then, with great effort, he pulled sharply. Xianfiru's entire body seemed to be pulled and twisted by Su Yun, yet not a single blood vessel connected to her showed any sign of breaking. In the dim cave, the black veins looked like thick, rigid vines extending from a small cocoon suspended midair, tightly wrapping around Xianfiru's limbs and torso. Su Yun pulled hard, intending to snap one of them, but Xianfiru's body trembled violently first. Suddenly, a shocking crack appeared across her chest, and droplets of blood splattered out. Su Yun, no, Salusa's trembling voice came from behind him. Sister's vitality is rapidly fading. Was it really impossible? Su Yun's heart sank. His worst fear had come true. The small cocoon above, the veins, and Xianfiru had fused into one. He dared not attack the strange cocoon recklessly, who knew if that would immediately awaken the lurking boss. At the same time, he couldn't harm Xianfiru. The only option left was to strike the veins connecting them. But the earlier attempt had proven that damaging the veins only harmed Xianfiru first. Clearly, the veins had completely taken over her body, forcing her to bear the injury in their place. Now, she was as fragile as a withered leaf in the wind, unable to endure even the slightest disturbance. Crack, crack, crack. From one side of the cave wall, the slow shifting of huge stones broke the silence, and dust fell like rain. The guardian was awakening. Su-Yun exhaled deeply, sweat gathering in his palm. What was meant to come, had come. Salusa, come to me. He stood straight and turned cautiously toward the stone door. Yet in his mind, calculations raced. If he wanted to save Xianfilu, did he really have to strike first before the boss appeared? Kill her on the spot and convert her into a memory servant, or even forge her into a memory familiar. If he did that, at least he could immediately retreat with Salusa, avoiding a direct fight with the monster. The problem was success rate of Xianfilu was only of epic quality. Forcibly converting her might be 80% likely, but if she really was mythical quality, the odds shrank to 50-50. Moreover, only if Xianfilu was not killed by him and agreed willingly could he be certain she would become a loyal memory servant. On one side was the risky plan of a swift kill. On the other, the orthodox way of defeating the boss and then coaxing Xianfilu to join willingly. Su-Yun lifted his gaze, eyes flickering between the trembling veins and the stone door slowly opening. His breath grew heavier. It seemed like he had no choice but to try to defeat the guardian boss properly and push forward with the mission. The heavy stone door was slowly pushed open from the outside, and an elderly figure appeared behind it. Time seemed to freeze. Three old acquaintances exchanged silent, wordless glances. Meanwhile, the newcomer standing at the doorway was stunned, clearly unprepared to witness such a scene in this forbidden place. The one pushing the door open was Taru, the chieftain of the Night Elf clan. As the stone door fully swung open, the first thing he saw was the massive black form of the abyssal condensation servant that Su-Yun had summoned. Its enormous dark body nearly filled the center of the main hall, impossible to ignore. Only then did he notice Su-Yun and Salusa, as well as the 5 abyssal fusion insect servants surrounding Zifuru like a protective barrier, and the small trumpet-like abyssal condensation servant perched high above. In just a few seconds, an overwhelming flood of information surged through Terra's mind, leaving him silent for a long moment before he spoke quietly. Su-Yun, Salusa, what are you doing here? Is this Grandpa Taru? Salusa's heart tightened. She hurried to explain her encounter with Su-Yun. Compared to Su-Yun, the 2 elders who cared for her Taru and felt immense weight in her heart. She understood that the Nightshade Academy was a forbidden zone for the Night Elf clan, and trespassing was a grave mistake. But she had no other choice. If she could just tell Taru about Zifr's fate, he would surely not blame her or Su-Yun. Moreover, gaining Terrace and Su-Yun's help would greatly increase their chances of rescuing her sister. Just as she prepared to speak, Su-Yun raised his hand to stop her, his eyes locked firmly on Taru. Chieftain Taru, the 7-colored divine tree is in ruins now. Shouldn't you be overseeing the restoration rather than having time to come pay respects to your ancestors? The Nightshade Academy is a forbidden ground of the Night Elf clan. Taru narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. I haven't even brought up your crime of trespassing, yet you start questioning me? A half-smile, half-smirk played on his lips, mocking their audacity, yet also relieved that Su-Yun had brought Salusa to him personally, saving him much trouble. Yet Su-Yun pressed on relentlessly, pointing upward toward the cocoon, his voice resolute. Looks like you don't even bother to put on a show anymore. I trusted you, and even hired paladins to clear the abyssal fusion insects. But as a respected elder of the Night Elf clan, you let the insects take over the 7-colored divine tree and let Zifuru suffer like this. How many elves did you sacrifice to feed those bugs? Do you even deserve the trust Salusa, Zifuru, and the whole clan placed in you? Terra's face darkened. You knew all along. Wasn't it obvious? Su-Yun shot back. What I want to know is whose orders are you really following? Those few words stirred a storm inside Salusa's ears. She stared blankly at Su-Yun, then at Taruth, familiar chieftain. The gentle elder, how could he be connected to her sister's tragedy? The exchange was like a blade slowly slicing through her once solid worldview. The words seemed incomprehensible and yet pierced her heart with every syllable. Was it really that she didn't understand them? Although Salusa often seemed a bit naive, she was far from foolish. Su-Yun had made things clear. Her sister, as well as the elves who died because of the Yunron worms, were all victims of clan leader Terra's schemes. It was just that Salusa refused to accept this truth. Why were she and her sister the very first to fall victim during the Yunron worm attack on the 7-colored divine tree? That night, her sister had fought desperately to buy her time to escape. Salusa, trembling and stumbling, rushed back to the divine tree and told everything to Taru. Immediately, the clan leader ordered an evacuation. Salusa knelt before him, begging for her sister's life. But all she got was, Salusa, I must think of the bigger picture. This concerns the survival of the entire Night Elf clan. Rest assured, I will find a way to save Zifuru. Many details that had been unclear back then were slowly coming into focus now. Deep inside the cave, Taru stood bathed in the eerie glow of the blue flames, his eyes cold and unyielding. I don't understand what you're saying, Taru said in a low voice. But Su Yun, he'll offer you a chance to live. Leave the Night Elf clan now. Go to a place he'll never find you, and he'll pretend we never met. Su Yun raised a brow. Let me go? How generous of you. And what about Salusa? She stays. And if I refuse? That means you're wasting what little mercy I have left. Taru raised his hand, and the air warped suddenly. A black wooden staff covered in ancient runes materialized into his grip. He stepped forward as he spoke. Su Yun's system panel popped up in his vision. Name, Taru. Race, Night Elf. Level, 60 leader. Class, Spellcaster. Relationship, life and death friend. Other attributes, temporarily hidden. Su Yun clicked his tongue to himself despite revealing his health bar. Their relationship was still life and death friends thanks to the 3 gold coins effect. He glanced at Salusa beside him and spoke softly. Some wolves in sheep's clothing are crueler than real wolves. They're right among us and hard to spot. Being betrayed by family is painful. I've been through something similar. But some things must be settled by your own hand, or that shadow will haunt you forever. Su Yun vaguely understood why the avenging goddess Salusa in his past life had destroyed the 7-colored divine tree and slaughtered the night elves. The betrayal of the most trusted clan leader and her sister's brutal death were blows powerful enough to shatter everything. But if it was only Terra's guilt, it still wasn't enough to make her hate the entire clan. There seemed to be a missing piece of the puzzle. Su Yun, what did I do wrong? Salusa's voice trembled in the face of Terra's unhidden murderous intent. You did nothing wrong. Su Yun gazed at her steadily. The only ones to blame are those wolves wearing sheep's masks. I understand now. Her tears long dried. Salusa suddenly drew her bowstring tight. The arrow pointed straight at Taru. Ha ha ha. It seems you've completely lost hope of surviving. On the status panel, the bond between Taru and Salusa, once as close as life and death, instantly plummeted to hostile. He threw back his head and laughed loudly, the sound echoing between the damp stone walls, shaking loose clouds of dust. When the laughter died down, he looked up and mockingly sized up the dark elf girl standing not far off. All your hunting skills? I taught you every bit of them, Taru said, gently stroking his black staff as if confiding in a wayward apprentice. You don't really think those few claws and teeth you've sharpened could threaten me, do you, Salusa? Come closer, and maybe you'll forgive your mistake. At this scornful summons, Su Yun, hidden in the shadow behind a stone pillar, furrowed his brow and gave an order with a raised hand. Salusa immediately bent her bow and knocked an arrow. The arrowhead gleamed coldly in the pale violet moonlight. But Taru was utterly unconcerned. Sure, Salusa was one of the top hunters among the dark elves, but compared to him the level 60 boss leader she was a chasm apart. Besides, the young Su Yun before him was nothing but a wet Behinthire's youth, foolishly thinking he could influence the battlefield merely as a bodyguard. To Taru, the idea was utterly laughable. You'll pay for the suffering you put my sister through. Salusa took a strong step forward and released the bowstring. The twang reverberated sharply, and the arrow sliced through the air like a shard of ice, aimed straight at Terra's chest. Taru remained calm, raising his staff slightly. He knew this former disciple's marksmanship was flawless, never missing before, but to him, that was just a trivial flick of the wrist. Seizing the perfect moment, he summoned black ripples at the staff's tip to meet the arrow heat. Click! But the expected crack never came. The arrow was not deflected. Instead, it slammed deep into his breastplate. 7,867. HP. 844-509-2317. Nearly a tenth of his health vanished in an instant. Terra's eyes went wide. His legs wobbled as sharp pain in his chest forced him to clamp the wound tightly with his other hand. This can't be. He stared in disbelief at the feathered arrow embedded in his armor, whispering to himself. How could Salusa's arrow pack such power? Even more baffling, his flawless block should never have missed the arrow by even a hair's breadth. Watching from the corner, Su Yun lifted his head slightly, a complex glimmer flickering in his eyes. According to the original script, it was laughable to think Salusa's current strength could shake Taru was a level 60 boss, after all. But now, a faint golden light sparkled on Salusa's body, an item, uniquely reinforced to 20 across the entire server, worth thousands in rare coins. The power infused by those gilded coins was beyond Terra's wildest imagination. His mind was flooded with question marks, his pride shattered instantly by this unexpected arrow. If the sheer strength was surprising, what was even more deadly was the strange delay. Though his staff stroke was precise, it was just a moment too late. In fact, if anyone were able to see the system's judgment at that moment, they'd realize Salusa was no longer the goddess of vengeance, but the goddess of luck. She had triggered the golden light's anchor effect, causing a probability-based delay that postponed all events in the area. Caught off guard, Taru saw the second arrow flying straight at him, fired by Salusa with her bow drawn tight. Taru raised his staff again, bracing for impact. As magical energy surged through him, he clearly felt the arrowhead scrape against the staff, yet the arrow passed through like a ghost, unhindered, and sank deep into his chest. 7,802. HP. 766-489-2317. The first hit might have been an accident, but there was no way to dismiss this second shot as mere coincidence. Taru had to admit Salusa's arrows were beyond his ability to block. As for why, his pride as a mage prevented him from delving into the cause. Failing to block an arrow didn't mean he was defeated. In the next instant, a thunderous hum exploded through the air. Magical forces swirled wildly around Taru, heat and frost clashing in twisting vortexes that distorted the very light encircling him. Xian. Salusa drew her bowstring tight once more, but paused for a brief moment at full draw. Taru was the chieftain of the night elf clan, powerful and imposing. As Taru himself had said, many of Salusa's hunting skills were taught by him, not just her, but her sister as well. The sisters studied magic while Salusa mastered archery. Together they had complemented each other since childhood. Now what kind of magic was Taru gathering? Could Salusa really break through it? You only need to do your part. He'll handle the rest. Zuyan's voice was barely a whisper, yet it cut through Salusa's hesitation like a blade. Her fingers trembled momentarily before steadying like unyielding rock. Her confidence had been built step by Shiyun, the forest's apex predator, who had felled the deadwood anaconda under her command. Now, all she had to do was trust Zuyan's words. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged, and the arrow sliced through the dense magical energy aimed straight at Taru. Sparks flickered in the air as fire elements were forced to reveal themselves under the crushing pressure of magic, illuminating the dim stone wall behind with flickering light. Madness flooded Terrace's eyes. Each exchange was a flash of lightning and fire. His incantation was nearing completion. Then, crack, crack, crack. A strange, sudden sound of breaking came from behind. Taru instinctively looked back, and a massive pincered claw silently crept into view. It was the abyssal symbiote Xian's silently summoned, mana-consuming insect servant. The blue-shelled creature crouched low, inching behind Taru, raising its ice-cold claws. There was a moment of locked eyes. Terrace's mind seemed frozen, while the symbiote waited its perfect moment to strike. From the moment Taru had pushed open the stone door, had sensed something was wrong. According to the plan, there shouldn't have been any surviving abyssal symbiotes here, let alone a rare blue one. And that blue cocoon, it looked oddly familiar. Too many questions flashed through his mind at once, leaving most of his attention focused on Salusa and Shiyun instead. It didn't matter. Killing Su-Yun and Salusa was all that counted. Whatever those blue abyssal worms were, they'd only serve as nourishment. But just as Taru schemed quietly in his heart, he suddenly sensed something was off. The swarm of blue abyssal worms hadn't launched a single attack on Su-Yun or Salusa the entire time. The thought flashed through his mind, and the next second, one of the abyssal worms suddenly clamped down on his ancient staff. Taru? A worm's servant hissed, "Master, I've got it." With all its strength, the worm shook its pincers back and forth, and ripped the staff right out of Terrace's hand. Having secured its prize, it pressed down with 8 legs on the ground, without even turning its body, and shot off backwards at full speed toward the stone gate, with a perfect 180-degree flip. Taru? Watching the abyssal worm's servant dart farther and farther away, Taru finally realized his staff had been stolen. How was that even possible? Before he could take a step to chase, an arrow from Salusa tore through the air and struck him in the chest. 7,846. A critical hit. Terrace's health dropped to 68,802 points. There's something wrong here, 18 points off. Taru forcibly steadied himself, his gaze suddenly locking onto Su-Yun, who was waving at him. It looked like he was greeting him. Could it be the abyssal worms were taking orders from that guy? No way. This fellow was way too tricky. Taru raised his palm towards Su-Yun. As a mage, even without his staff, he could still cast spells. Crackling noises erupted again, sounding like nails on a chalkboard. Without hesitation, Taru unleashed a fireball spell toward the source of the sound. 1,680. Boom. The fireball exploded, blackening the worm's shell with scorching flames. But with its high defense and thick health pool, the creature only lost half its life, still hardly hurt at all. Meanwhile, the abyssal worm servant that had snatched his staff was already out the stone gate, disappearing into who knew where. If Senior completed the mission so perfectly, how could Junior slack off? Another worm servant trembled, its antennae quivering. I'd go through fire and water for my master. It suddenly clamped its pincer onto Terrace's wrist and strained again. Back and forth, back and forth. Taru? The proud mage felt dizzy from all the shaking. He suddenly realized the first worm stole his staff, and now this one was trying to steal his hand? The worm said nothing and just kept pushing harder. Health, 60, 91292, 317. Taru knew full well that casting any spell required a casting bar, a process called gathering magic particles in the game's mechanics. And Su-Yun? Clearly, he was using the abyssal worms to interrupt his chanting on purpose. Let go. I said let go. Taru fought the dizziness and slammed 2 fireballs at the worm servant, draining its health completely. But no sooner had he turned than something slammed into his back, making him stumble forward, and then came Salusa's second arrow straight at his face. 7,799. Before he could steady himself, another abyssal worm's servant pounced, grabbing his hand again and shaking wildly. Taru quickly glanced around during the brief pause unconsciously. He found himself completely surrounded by the blue abyssal worms. Roughly a dozen of them stood at various positions, each with its own role, all standing perfectly still. It was as if they were strictly following orders, waiting for the right moment to strike. 7,865, 7,631, 7,962. With the fearless aid of the abyssal swarm's memory servants, Seleucus' arrows relentlessly chipped away at Terra's health, driving it below 30,000 points. Unable to cast high-level spells, Taru was tightly ensnared by these stubborn abyssal swarm insects, and finally began to regret his choice. Wasn't this just like shooting himself in the foot? But why was Suyun able to command these bugs? Could these abyssal insects really be smart enough to coordinate their actions so perfectly? After a brief skirmish, he realized the swarm never clustered together. Instead, the bugs came one by one, clinging tightly. This prevented him from settling down to chant high-level magic. Although he could use instant range spells, their range was too small, and the bugs maintained a subtle safe distance, making it difficult to wipe out many at once. He kept waiting, but the opportunity for a one-hit clean sweep never came. The swarm seemed to have calculated the radius of his spells whenever he raised his arm. They scattered and then approached in waves. More and more signs confirmed it. These bugs were under Su Yun's control. The problem was, Su Yun was clearly just a novice in magic, yet it was as if he had seen through all of Terra's tricks. That was just absurd. As a great magician who couldn't cast a single high-level spell, Taru felt a heavy pressure on his chest. 7,652. HP 22, 00392, 317. His health was dropping rapidly as he hammered the abyssal swarm with instant small spells while anxiously searching for a breakthrough to tear an opening through Su Yun or Seleucus' forces. Could you stop shaking already? His casting rhythm ruined. He was on the verge of collapse. The abyssal swarm's memory servants were silent, holding his arm tightly with their pincers, dragging him from side to side. I'm shaking, forward, backward, left, right. In the panic, another arrow flew. Taru forced his body to move, trying to use the bug's swinging momentum to dodge the arrow's path. The insect's understanding was limited. Indeed, she shifted the arrow slightly half an inch off course, and he secretly rejoiced there was still some room to maneuver. 7,803. But the next second, the arrow still found its mark precisely. Couldn't block it, couldn't even dodge. Su Yun nearby raised a slight eyebrow. Seleucus seemed to have invented a new trick with flowing light anchor. This ability stated that within its coverage, events have a chance to be delayed, but said nothing about the probability or form. In Seleucus' hands, Terra's arrow block event was delayed by 0.5 seconds, enough for the arrow to hit first. Similarly, Terra's attempts to dodge the arrow were also delayed, effectively dragging his reaction speed back by half a beat. It looked like he had dodged, but in reality, the flowing light anchor forced him to always dodge half a beat too late. What was even more bizarre was that Seleucus seemed to trigger this special effect with absolute certainty, without the slightest deviation. Su Yun became increasingly convinced that among Seleucus' 8 template talents, one was definitely linked to luck. As for why Taru stubbornly refused to step out of the flowing light anchor's range, that was another discovery Su Yun made after being deployed. The anchor appeared to be visible only to himself. 7,865. HP, 192,317. Seleucus' final arrow completely depleted Terra's health bar. His HP wasn't cleverly stuck at 1, but locked by the story's script, he still retained that last 1 hit point. All right, Seleucus, I'll take it from here. Su Yun raised his hand, stopping her. The girl's hand holding the bow trembled slightly, the string still humming softly. Only when she heard Su Yun's voice did she slowly lower the arrow. In her mind, the image of the old clan chief who once cared for and loved her and her sister clashed with the unbearable sight of her sister behind him. She was still adjusting to this sudden growth. She needed time, and Su Yun believed that after today, Seleucus would undergo a rapid transformation. Taru, clan chief, who ordered you to do all this? A deep red flame rose in Su Yun's palm. He knew Terra's HP was locked by the story, and he possessed the memory emblem that could break through such locks. But in a hidden in-game side quest, a newbie village chief could never be the true final boss otherwise. The difficulty of this unbelievable mission would be way out of balance. He had to find out what else awaited. Taru knelt halfway, hands clutching his riddled chest tightly as he gasped for air. Seleucus' arrows never missed, each piercing the same spot, turning his chest into a sieve. Why did I fail? All your archery was taught by me. I was only one last step away. Taru hung his head, muttering to himself as if he didn't hear Su Yun's question. Babbling nonsense? Forced story trigger? Su Yun squinted. This last step, old god, I am willing to dedicate my life to you. Taru raised his head, eyes fixed on the black cocoon suspended above Zephyru. MD, You really have sinister intentions. Su Yun cursed under his breath, then cast a fireball. I refuse your sacrifice. 2178. 4107 poison. HP, 192,317. Of course, the fireball couldn't kill Terra's locked HP state. But Su Yun still had the memory emblem, a trump card that ignored locked HP. Just as he prepared to act, a flood of information suddenly exploded in his mind. Black Abyss Voidworm Taru, ruler worm of the Abyss Worm clan, a mythic tier boss who nearly destroyed the secondary main city, Shishue King City, before being finally slain by the Sword of Illumination. And the current in-game side quest was titled Choose One of Three, Offer to the Old God. Mission names from the ancient era were never meaningless. Choose one of three likely meant, among the three key figures present, only one could survive in the end to become the old god's offering. It was like raising goo poison. Salusa was undoubtedly one of them. Zifaru was very likely another. But who would the last one be? If it weren't for the mythic grade Yunduo Worm King, the Black Abyss Phantom Worm, none would be worthy of being mentioned alongside Salusha. Three mythic-level NPCs converging on one scene truly warrants the label of an impossible difficulty challenge. With memories from a past life, Su Yun had a clear understanding both the Goddess of Vengeance and the Black Abyss Phantom Worm were destined to manifest in the future. Because of this, he deduced that in his previous life, Salusha must have narrowly escaped death due to some unforeseen variable, only to return 5 years later driven by overwhelming hatred to annihilate the seven-colored divine tree. At this point in his contemplation, Su Yun resisted the urge to trigger the memory sovereignty. He believed that if his deductions were correct, the true value of the Black Abyss Phantom Worm, Taru, far exceeded that of Qianflu, who would appear in the future by millions of times. Yet Taru was without question a genuine mythic-grade entity. Su Yun's gaze flicked between the chrysalis and Taru as his mind rapidly weighed the options. While Taru had just hatched and was still weak, killing and converting him into a remembrance would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If that proved impossible, he could instead seize Qianflu ahead of time and retreat with Salusha. That would be the worst-case scenario, but still a viable fallback. With that in mind, he raised his hand to shield Salusha behind him. To alter the fixed outcome of choosing one of three, the first step was to bring all three key figures onto the same stage. There could be no mistakes in any move. Above, the flesh and blood chrysalis seemed to respond to Terra's low whisper, suddenly contracting sharply like a giant heart pounding fiercely. In the next instant, multiple thick ropes twisted from blood vessels burst out of the cocoon. The thickest one pierced Terra's chest completely without warning, while over 10 others stabbed into the surrounding Yunduo worm remembrancers, greedily draining their life force and energy. These Yunduo worms had been deliberately left behind by Su Yun as nourishment precisely to ease the burden on Qianflu. As for his precious Black Abyss condensed species remembrancers, he had already withdrawn them all when anticipating this moment. Otherwise, if the chrysalis had been fully fed, Su Yun was certain that it would lead to something far worse. Since the primordial era was sealed off completely, locking out all players from the start, the vast majority finally grasped what the words "end of the world" truly meant. A brand new survival environment lay before them. Beyond the main city stretched unfamiliar jungles and towering cliffs, and with just a bit of bad luck, you'd be food for the roaming monsters. The primordial era was anything but friendly for most people. But for the Night Elf players, that morning was nothing short of bustling and chaotic. First Dan Elite Paladin at level 210 suddenly appeared in the beginner village. Was that normal? No one could do a thing about it. Then, the main storyline quests advanced automatically as if handed out for free, no action required, and the rewards poured in effortlessly. When it came time to change classes, everyone realized there was only one NPC for the mage profession. Want to be a mage? First, get in line thousands of players deep and then mutter, "Can you believe this?" So the Night Elf players started shouting. 1. Don't pick Night Elves. You're seriously missing out. 2. Not only do we get carried to level 10 and job change by the main quests, but we also unlock Phase 2 of the Night Elf relocation storyline for free. 3. Humans have their main city? Huh. We can move into the human capital and still farm quest rewards. One quest after another kept piling up, far too many to handle. Oh man, how did this ruined Night Elf capital turn into such a mess? What? We're supposed to help rebuild the city? Well, that better come with extra payno, extra rewards. The system quickly responded. All construction progress counts as quests. The next moment, the chat channels exploded. Heard someone got a death substitute totem just by clearing the ruins. Don't snatch it, let me go first. Extra, extra. Build houses and get death substitute totems. Amid all the excitement, everyone was still thinking about the masterminds behind it all, the Cloud Strategy Group. The prosperity of the Night Elf faction was universally recognized as the result of these expert players carrying the load. Players scoured forums, circled the 5-level main city's 7-color divine tree again and again, practically digging the ground 3 feet deep, and still no sign of the strategy group. Gradually, the same question began to spread. Has the Cloud Strategy Group run off? Then, a flurry of announcements dropped all at once. Regional announcement: World-class boss Black Abyss Worm has appeared at the 7-color Divine Tree. Global announcement: World-class boss Black Abyss Worm has appeared in the multicolor Phantom Forest. Trigger main quest: Hunt the Black Abyss Worm. Quest difficulty: Impossible. Quest background: An unknown conspiracy gave rise to an extremely dangerous life form. Born from the deepest abyss, everything it touches is corrupted. Quest reward: Changes according to story progress. Minimum completion requirement: Survive the Black Abyss Worm's corruption. Achievement unlocked: Gaze of the Abyss. Warning: You have entered story focus mode. The item Death Substitute Totem is now disabled. The channels instantly flooded with question marks. World-class boss? What the heck is that? Only then did the Night Elf players belatedly understand the Cloud Strategy Group's whereabouts. No wonder no experts showed up all morning. They were busy pulling off a massive operation for the entire faction. Damn, the Death Substitute Totem doesn't work. Anamariso, what do we do now? What should we do? Run? Our highest level is only around 10. How are we supposed to take on a world tier boss? Haven't you noticed we can't even use the totems of resurrection right now? No, I think you're misunderstanding what story mode focus means, someone in the crowd explained loudly. Literally, everyone can spend one totem of resurrection to attempt the world tier boss fight. Even if the whole team gets wiped out, you just lose one totem and the mission fails. So you're saying we can stack enough people to deal damage and force the world tier boss down? Exactly. It's a world tier boss. There will be announcements both in the region and across the entire server. If it drops loot, the rewards will be insane. The top players are definitely trying to figure out how to beat it, so we should join them and back up the pros. Damn, that makes sense, someone agreed loudly. Then raised the key question: but where exactly does the world tier boss show up? The players immediately exploded into discussion. On one side were cautious players insisting on surviving first, while on the other side were the more reckless ones eager to go all in for a shot at glory. But as everyone calmed down, they realized no one knew the exact coordinates of the world tier boss. Compared to the vague server-wide announcement, the regional bulletin gave a bit more detail. The world tier boss will appear at the 7-colored Divine Tree in the main city. However, the main city was already in ruins, and the 7-colored Divine Tree was only a half-burnt trunk. Players stood amid the rubble, exchanging looks. Where on earth could this boss be hiding? The system's pop-up caused heated debate in the channel, and Su Yun naturally saw it too. He was mentally prepared, but when the words Black Abyssal Voidworm flooded the screen, he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, wow. Originally, he thought the abyssal larvae in the level 5 main city's 7-colored Divine Tree were just a minor branch of the swarm, hatching a few eggs here and there along the roadside, evolving slowly. Who would have guessed the true abyssal king worm had been lurking inside the core of the 7-colored Divine Tree all along? Back when the Seleucia campaign happened, Su Yun had missed out, but he personally experienced defending the Shui King city, so he knew the mechanics of the Black Abyssal Voidworm Teru better than anyone. High defense, high HP, high attack, immune to crowd control, capable of regenerating health by devouring players. The Black Abyssal Voidworm Teru had extremely complex mechanics. To summarize simply, it's tanky, immune to control, and can heal itself by swallowing players. At that time, the player's task was to hold off the abyssal devouring worm and wait for reinforcements. Fortunately, the Black Abyss Phantasm Worm didn't have any large-scale destructive powers, allowing the players to endure until the Sword of Radiance arrived to save the day. Suddenly, the system interface appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Name: Black Abyss Phantasm Worm. Chaotic form. Race: Black Abyss Condensation Simulated Insect Tribe. Level: 60. World Boss. Relation: Hostile. Target: Remaining targets currently invisible. HP: 1,800,000. 1,800,000. Immediately after, a harsh tearing sound echoed through the dense forest. Sharp claws reached out from a half-human hate cocoon membrane, easily slicing deep grooves into the thick outer shell. In the next moment, a humanoid creature with pale white skin emerged from the cocoon. It lifted its head and looked down at Su Yun from above, its eye sockets glowing with black light, cold as if frozen abyssal pits. As they locked eyes, the pale outer armor rapidly weathered away, flakes falling off one by one. The exposed shell darkened visibly from light to nearly pitch-black brown. Light gleamed off the shell, reflecting a chilling metallic shine, as if this newborn body had donned a cold, warlike armor. The difficulty named Impossible Mission was truly fitting. Though this freshly hatched Black Abyss Phantasm Worm bore the chaotic form title rather than the Teru suffix, it was the very culprit that nearly destroyed Shishui Royal City years ago. Born with a world-class boss template, it possessed a staggering 1.8 million H20 times that of a leader-level Teru. According to the normal storyline, if this thing escaped its hatching ground, the entire 7-colored Phantom Forest would instantly become its prey. All living beings would be doomed to be devoured. Faced with a world boss whose health bar loomed terrifyingly high, Cold sweat trickled down Su Yun's palm, but what overwhelmed him more was an uncontrollable excitement. A level 60 world boss of mythic quality had never encountered such a low-level peer in his past life. If he truly managed to bring it down, the coveted memory insight reward would finally be within reach. This was exactly what Su Yun had predicted, the closest he had ever come to obtaining memory insight. Elite, leader, and world-class leader are basically variations of a talent template. An elite template can multiply base attributes by 10 times, while leaders and world-class leaders multiply them by 20 and 30 times respectively. Take levels 1 to 60 as an example. Each level grants a fixed 50 HP and 1 point to each of the other 4 main stats. Working backward from this, the Black Abyss Voidworm's staggering 1.8 million HP implies its HP growth potential is around 20 points without even factoring in equipment or special bonuses like Ancient Dragon Scales. But the real terror of the Black Abyss Voidworm isn't its health, it's the defense. Su Yun roughly estimates that if the creature's defense growth potential is between 30 and 50, its defense stat could reach anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000. With numbers so astronomical, could he really deal any meaningful damage? This thought immediately dragged him back to his grim solo run through the Eternal Epic Tower where he spent 3 days without eating or sleeping just to slowly chip away at the 100th floor boss health, cycling skills one after another. If this Black Abyss Voidworm stood still, it might even surpass that tower's final boss. The two locked eyes briefly. The Voidworm's compound eyes rolled menacingly before fixing its gaze on Salusa behind Su Yun. That look was pure malice. Su Yun immediately shielded Salusa with his body. If they were going to force down this worm, Salusa must not join the fight. Otherwise, his distraction would mean certain death. There was only one chance. Failure meant utter ruin. He had to control the rhythm of the battle. Salusa, I'm here. Her fingertips trembled as they gripped Su Yun's arm, a soul-deep chill sweeping over her that nearly stole her breath. Only now did she truly understand the danger her sister had warned her about. But the closer she got to the truth, the more it hurt inside. How much had her sister really borne on her behalf? Soon, you take sister and stay far away, Su Yun whispered firmly. Don't attack it, don't draw its aggro, do you hear me? His calm voice steadied Salusa's resolve. Yes, as long as Su Yun was here, she had nothing to fear. He'll remember. The cocoon had already birthed the king worm, and the tendril-like lifeline connecting to Kyanphilus' body had long since snapped. Thanks to the nutrients continuously supplied by the abyssal voidworm's symbiotic minions, Kyanphilu and Teru still clung to life, but barely. To give the two sisters some relative safety, Su Yun raised his hand and conjured a fireball. The fireball slammed into the Black Abyss Voidworm. Battle erupted instantly. Boom. Flames exploded in showers of sparks over the worm's armor. The visual dazzling, but the real truth lay in the numbers. 2. Just as Su Yun expected, even after factoring in his magical affinity, the Voidworm's absurd defense meant the attack dealt only 2 points of damage, and that was a critical hit. Without the crit, it would have been just 1 point. Damage reduction from defense doesn't work like a simple addition or subtraction. Instead, damage is mitigated proportionally according to the defense value. But Su Yun's magic affinity and the Black Abyss Voidworm's defense were worlds apart, so much so that he couldn't deal any meaningful damage at all. And that 1 point of damage? That was after factoring in all the bonus damage from his magical strength, defense penetration, and the series of buffs granted by the Throne of Memories. Force damage, barely a single hit. If it were any other player without defense penetration, they probably wouldn't even see that pathetic 1 point. Su Yun did the math. As long as he could stay unharmed and maintain a 30 critical strike rate, he would need to cast a whopping 1.2 million fireball spells just to wear down this Black Abyss Voidworm. The mere thought gave him chills, but as the saying goes, anyone with dreams is amazing. That was the only comfort he could give himself. 23,080 poison damage. Just as he was pondering the feasibility of spamming 1.2 million fireballs, a sudden burst of bright red numbers appeared in the battle log. Su Yun froze. Wasn't the Black Abyss Voidworm immune to crowd control? If so, it should also be immune to poison damage. Yet the damage was still applied. This surprise turned everything around. The number of fireballs he needed instantly shrank from 1.2 million to just having to survive for 1,200 seconds. Even though each poison tick only dealt about 23,000 damage after the absurdly high defense of the worm was factored in, the damage triggered every 15 seconds would accumulate enough to slowly poison it to death. The Black Abyss Voidworm didn't dodge the fireballs. The flames exploded with puff-puff sounds across its shell. Its naturally sharp senses detected that the dark elf seemed dangerous, but the threat was faint and elusive. Newly hatched and naive, it was probing Su Yun as much as it was testing its own senses. After taking fireballs head-on a few times, it became confused. Why were this attacker's strikes so weak? Where exactly did this danger come from? The Black Abyss Voidworm, _. After a brief moment of thought, it concluded. It just hatched. Its senses needed time to adjust, so it must have been a false alarm. Boom. At that moment, the half-broken cocoon beside it suddenly exploded, the shell disintegrating into countless thin, blood vessel-like tendrils that shot out like living things in all directions. Within seconds, these tendrils wove together on the stone walls, forming a forbidding wall, sealing the entrance it initially came through with an airtight closure. Suyun, while he was still worried the worm might flee if it sensed danger, it had instead sealed off the exit itself. This was exactly the kind of move an hidden boss making its dramatic awakening would do. Su Yun raised an eyebrow and gave a thumbs up to the winged black abyss void worm hovering overhead. Salissa, take your sister somewhere safe and wait for me. He'll get revenge for your sister. As the black abyss void worm dove down, Su Yun pushed Salissa toward a distant stone platform. Without looking back, Salissa ran as fast as she could toward Qianfailu, first scooping up her barely breathing sister before sprinting for the outer wall, leaving the vast battlefield to Su Yun alone. Taking advantage of this momentary lull, Su Yun poured all 264 of his saved free points without hesitation into the luck attribute. System prompt. Luck reached 200 points. Seeing the numbers pop up on his character panel, he exhaled deeply. Salusa had invented a new way to use Radiant Anchor, with an incredibly high error tolerance that made him envious. To make this skill truly effective on himself, he was going all in, putting everything on the line. For a regular player, accumulating 264 free points would mean reaching at least level 132 to even save that many, but Su Yun was doing it all at once. He hadn't done it before in his past life, nor heard of anyone else doing so, but he knew this for sure. Anything involving probability would benefit from the luck attribute. And Su Yun understood that all mechanics related to chance could capitalize on luck's bonus. In the previous life, to gain more views and followers, even after the black abyssal voidworm Teru was slain by the Radiant Sword, it remained unusually active among players for a long time. During that period, Su Yun and countless strategy bloggers, including one known online as Vanilla Little Biscuit, barely slept, analyzing every combat replay uploaded by players frame by frame. They sought to answer one question. Without the Radiant Sword, could players on their own possibly defeat this mythic tier boss? After a month of repeated testing, Su Yun and Vanilla Little Biscuit were the first to release a detailed guide and create a bestiary entry for the black abyssal voidworm Teru. They categorized Terrace attack patterns into 3 forms based on its distance from its main target. 1. Over 30 meters. If the target stepped outside this safety zone, Teru immediately unfurled its pitch-black insect wings and swooped in. While flying, its mobility was incredible, leaving almost no time to react. After all, flying is always faster than running. 2. Between 10 and 30 meters. In this range, Teru would raise a glowing green toxic stinger and launch a piercing ranged attack. One stinger alone could chain up a whole line of players like candied hawthorns on a stick. The good news was that if you caught the brief moment it raised its arm, a timely roll or sidestep drastically improved your chances of survival. 3. Within 10 meters. At this extreme close range, Teru transformed into a moving fortress. With its thick shell and tearing jaws, it charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. It would grab the nearest player or NPC and swallow them whole, restoring 3 of its max health with each victim. Of course, this only happened if it had previously lost health. If at full health, its attacks inside 10 meters became dizzyingly complex, dozens of combo moves transitioning rapidly from sweeping strikes to rending bites, each capable of an instant kill. Even so, by memorizing every opening animation, it was still possible to use precise positioning and extreme dodging to survive. By the end of their research, all experienced players who had carefully studied Teru, including Su Yun, came to the same conclusion. The more people fighting, the lower the chance of winning. Because every player Teru bit became its health source, more players meant faster healing. To succeed, one had to fight solo, or in a small squad of 5 or fewer, all top-tier experts with perfect compositions, combined with relentless trial and error, to slowly chip away at its 8-figure health bar. As for why no one thoroughly explored whether the Radiant Sword itself could be defeated by players, the reason was simple. The Black Abyssal Voidworm at least held the faint hope of maybe winning, while the youngest sword saint of the human side, the Radiant Sword, he was affectionately nicknamed Xiao Outyin by the players. Even though the Black Abyss Voidworm only appears in the late stages of the game, and even if you push the timeline forward 10 years to when Su Yun cleared the Eternal Epic Tower, as long as the Sword of Light doesn't self-destruct, no player could ever hope to kill him. Tales of him are everywhere, and some diehard fans have gathered all his stories into a massive novel of over 4 million words titled, I, Sword Saint, Alone, /4 Disasters. Boom. The Black Abyss Voidworm's wings shuddered fiercely, diving from midair with immense force that shattered the stone slabs beneath it layer by layer. At the same time, Su Yun had already sidestepped and sprinted away from its attack path. The glowing anchor's diameter was nearly 20 meters. Su Yun kept himself within a safe range of 10 to 30 meters, using his recently boosted luck attribute to maneuver against the boss. The poison damage continued to tick. As long as he could buy enough time, He could wear the enemy down, that was the theory. But at this moment, the timing was all wrong. The Black Abyss Voidworm was freshly hatched, only level 60, and wasn't yet strong enough to devastate the level 2 main city, Shishueking City. Su Yun, on the other hand, had grown strong enough to hold off the 100th floor boss of the Eternal Epic Tower for 3 days straight without injury. The black wings folded back, the air crackled, and shattered stones turned to dust. The claw, covered in hard armor, snapped to Su Yun's back in an instant. In a critical moment, Su Yun dropped low, causing the Voidworm to miss and slide several meters forward from its momentum. Waiting for it, he unleashed a lightning strike he had predicted. 1 paralysis, 23,089 poison. The poison effect took hold. This was Su Yun's test. Maybe the Voidworm still lacked control resistance at this stage. But did it also lack a healing mechanism? Sure enough, the lightning briefly paralyzed the boss. The Voidworm's limbs twitched at strange angles, struggling free, then turned again only to find a massive heart-shaped flesh cocoon had appeared beside Su Yun out of nowhere. With 500 mana infused, the Black Abyss seed contracted violently, spraying viscous liquid that instantly solidified into a Yunrong insect servant. The Black Abyss Voidworm stared wide-eyed at the approaching kin, confused. Why wasn't it under its control? The Yunrong insect servant trembled under Su Yun's command, fully aware of the danger the enemy posed. Bang! The claw fell, instantly shattering the insect servant's hard shell. The shockwave cracking the entire stone slab beneath into spiderweb fractures. 88,075 health instantly wiped out. But Su Yun had gained all the information he needed. The Black Abyss Voidworm hadn't even tried to heal by consuming the Yunrong insect servant. That was careless. If he had known that the Abyssal Nexus parasite couldn't regenerate health by eating right now, he wouldn't have wasted all his free attribute points on luck. He scolded himself silently for the misjudgment, but then shifted his perspective. Luck has an astonishingly high ceiling. If he couldn't use it this time, there would always be a next. See you tomorrow. Su Yun whispered an apology in his heart to the abyssal fusion parasite Ipu, offering a final tribute before sending it to a generous death. It's a pleasure to meet you, my bondmate. He repeated this to the abyssal nexus parasite, letting it be unlucky, yet fortunate, as it began secretly exerting its power. All morning long, the outwardly manifested Ipu had been active, and Su Yun's mana slowly drained like water leaking from a bucket. From being fully charged before, it was now just over 100,000. Yet even so, he still felt this was enough. Taking a deep breath, he poured every last bit of his mana unreservedly into the abyssal core seed. In an instant, the pitch-black seed violently contracted, thudding like a heartbeat, then exploded with a boom, as hundreds of blackened shadowy figures burst forth from the thick mist. Over 200 abyssal fusion parasite Ipu broke free from their cocoons. But that was still far from enough. His mana instantly dropped to 0. Su Yun's body trembled as the passive effect on his ring copied from the Oath Ring of Qian Philo activated. Earth Vein support. A surge of Earth Vein energy flowed into him, instantly replenishing his mana to 160 of its maximum. For the next 5 seconds, it completely replaced any mana consumption. In other words, he had 5 full seconds of infinite mana. How to use infinite mana? Su Yun barely gave it a thought. The abyssal core seed burst open like a dam breaking, spilling a cascade of glossy black goo. Even he, standing nearby, was submerged up to his knees. With no built-in cooldown on the seed summoning, he had to see just how far it could go. To test the limit, he had to reveal all his cards. Red and white magic factors churned in the air as he forcibly triggered Ancient God Magic Memory Reconstruction. Suddenly, time rewound 3 minutes, restoring the 100,000 mana he had just spent and granting him an extra 5 seconds of Earth Vein support. A 3-minute time rewind let Su Yun regain 100,000 mana and an additional 5 seconds of Earth Vein support. The limits of the Black Abyss seed far exceeded Su Yun's expectations. Thick black liquid oozed from the seed's surface, instantly solidifying upon contact with the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into swarm after swarm of Abyss fusion memory servants. The insects climbed on top of each other, layer upon layer, filling the once spacious underground chamber tightly and completely. Abyss fusion memory servant 1. You're stepping on my claw, move a bit. Abyss fusion memory servant 2. My lower body is completely numb from the weight, you want me to move? Abyss fusion memory servant 3. Yay, it's a family photo. Abyss fusion memory servant 4. The 10-second burst of infinite magic power flew by in an instant. Su Yun himself couldn't keep track of how many Abyss fusion memory servants had been summoned. All he could do was stare at the magic bar on the panel, which was visibly plunging downward. Fortunately, the servant's actions didn't consume much mana. By a rough calculation based on the current rate of mana decline, he could at least use this wave of insect tide to take down 2 Black Abyss Phantoms. Poison damage, 23,000 per second. Black Abyss Phantom HP, 1.8 million. This translates to roughly 19 minutes and 15 seconds to wear down one, with little variation. Two would take about 40 minutes in total, which was manageable. Even more pleasantly surprising was that during the first release of the Ancient God Magic Memory remolding, his status was completely rolled back 3 minutes his mana, the leyline support effects, everything refreshed. Unexpectedly, all skills that had entered cooldown were also reset, including the race skill memory exchange with a full 12-hour cooldown. It was less like a simple 3-minute rewind and more like a hidden restore to factory settings. Su Yun quietly named this discovery and felt a surge of happiness. Meanwhile, the Abyss Fusion memory servants quickly swarmed over the ground and walls, filling even the ceiling space. Everything around was utterly engulfed by the insect tide. Sarusha's position naturally wasn't spared. Sarusha stared blankly at the massive mounded swarm before her. It turned out Su Yun had already killed so many Abyss Fusion insects. When Su Yun first summoned the Black Abyss Seed's memory servants, she hadn't seen the Seed's true form, but she trusted him unreservedly and never pried into his secrets. Back then, all her focus was on her sister. Now, her sister Zifuru lay quietly in her arms, her warmth clearly felt. Su Yun stood steadily ahead, shielding them from all possible dangers. With the tension easing slightly, she finally lifted her head to ask belatedly about Su Yun's godlike power. Her composure was largely thanks to Su Yun's command for all Abyss Fusion memory servants to avoid touching her and Zifuru as much as possible. For example, to leave a small safe space for the two girls, one servant bore an unnatural weight on itself, dozens of others piled atop it. Because Salusa had tucked herself into a corner, even moving slightly closer to the center would mean facing hundreds or even thousands of the Yuanrong insect servants. The Yuanrong insect servant locked eyes with Salusa. The one standing in front of her trembled all over, but despite its tiny head, it wore an unmistakably determined, almost human-like expression. Although Salusa couldn't understand its language, she instinctively responded with a timid "thank you." Just from the look saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." In her heart, she marveled at how amazing Su Yun's power really was. But compared to this touching scene, the Black Abyssal Voidworm had a much worse fate. Countless Yuanrong insects piled layer upon layer, pinning it firmly to the ground, unable to move even a single finger. Though strong, it was no match for the overwhelming insect army bearing down on it. "Anyone still able to move? Go hit it," Su Yun yelled, straining his voice to command. Before his words finished, the entire Yuanrong insect army erupted into fierce chaos. Countless flattened insect servants forced their half-paralyzed limbs to swing wildly. Even if they could only extend a small bit of claw through gaps among their comrades, they struck the Black Abyssal Voidworm with all their might. 1010. The damage wasn't serious, but the humiliation was intense. With all its brute strength trapped, the worm couldn't even bite back. Its mouth was pinned under a massive claw. For the next while, it could only endure as the Yuanrong insects pounded it relentlessly, repeatedly making it question whether its insect life even had meaning anymore. Time ticked slowly by. At 18 minutes and 45 seconds since poisoning began, the next poison damage calculation left the Black Abyssal Voidworm's health bar nearly depleted, a thin sliver of red remaining. Atop the heap of insects, Su Yun stood on a sprawled-out bug's belly, signaling those nearby insect servants to shift aside and clear his line of sight, so he could peer down at his prey. Health, 24,843, 1,800,000. Just 2 more poison ticks, and he'll take down this Song. Su Yun's hands trembled slightly with excitement at the thought. The last 30 seconds dragged on torturously, each moment stretched like years. 22,976 poison, 28,133 health regen. Health, 30,000, 1,800,000. Su Yun stared with wide eyes. A health lock? Misfortune compounded. As the health lock activated, he saw the Black Abyssal Voidworm shell, once brown-black, slowly suffused with a blood-red hue. It was clearly a forced plot mechanic, completely unavoidable. Controlling the insect servants was always a strange feeling. Everything they saw surged into his memory once he permitted. Through their compound eyes, he vividly tracked the rapid blood transformation of the worm's shell. Meanwhile, 2 Yuanrong insect servants urgently tried to send him messages. One was a Yuanrong worm memory servant who had always protected Salusa and Zifuru, while the other happened to be pressing down on Talu, another Yuanrong worm memory servant. 2 sequences of memories flashed rapidly before Su Yun's eyes. 1. On screen, the skin of Salusa, Zifuru, and Talu instantly appeared covered with countless fine cracks, like delicate porcelain dolls scratched by a sharp blade, with the tiny fractures continuously extending. 2. The 3 life bars simultaneously dropped to 0. The health bars turned grayish-white, and at that moment, Salusa and Zifurus' bodies suddenly emitted a dazzling pure white light. The cracks were erased by the glow, and once the light faded, they restored to their original state. However, Talu was mercilessly crushed along those cracks by the Yunro worm memory servant, leaving only fragments behind. When Su Yun first found two death-replaced totems inside the treasure chest guarded by the withered forest boa, he immediately suspected they were no ordinary resurrection items. They could be freely transferred and were very likely key quest items. So, he told Salusa to give one to Zifaru, while keeping the other with herself. As it turned out, even though the story-focused mode disabled the player's ability to use the totems, those two totems still worked, forcibly negating death twice. But something wasn't right. According to the normal story, it made sense that Zifaru was supposed to die, but why did Salusa have to die alongside her? When Salusa hurried to save her sister in a past life, did she also carry these two totems? If she did, was she able to decide one must be given to Zifaru? If she carried them but never thought this through, it would explain why Zifaru died. But if she didn't carry them, how did the avenging goddess Salusa survive in the end? Su Yun felt he was only a step away from the truth, yet the decisive piece of information was still missing. Death actually rejected you both. Suddenly, beneath the memory servant's feet, the black abyss worm spoke, and shockingly, the voice was Talus. Su Yun had never seen a black abyss worm talk in his previous life, so he immediately glanced down at the status panel. The name Black Abyss Worm Chaos Form had changed to Black Abyss Worm Talu. 0 special status. Poison immunity, 15 seconds. The status panel clearly indicated that the Black Abyss Worm Talu had become immune to poison. It was as if the Chaos Form had encountered death once, but triggered a second life. And this second life was the Black Abyss Worm Talu. Even more absurd, upon resurrection, it automatically gained poison immunity. Su Yun was puzzled. How come? Poison immunity meant that if it swallowed another target again, it might heal itself in the process. Considering this, he promptly withdrew all the Yunron worms except for one kept as a buffer, landing steadily. His timing was perfect. Just as the memory servants retreated, he clearly saw Black Abyss Worm Talu open its mouth to bite, but missed. There was no need for further experiments. If it had actually bitten its prey, it would probably have triggered a lifesteal or regeneration effect. Could Talu provide such complicated abilities to the Black Abyss Worm? Su Yun immediately rejected the idea. The only reasonable explanation was that these abilities did not originate from Talu or the Black Abyss Worm itself, but were most likely derived from Zifaru or perhaps Salusaboth, of whom possessed mythic qualities. If a player dies without a replacement totem, the game is over, and this applies to NPCs as well. However, as long as there's at least one replacement totem left in the player's inventory, this rule is virtually nullified except in certain special scenarios like story focus mode. Regardless of where a totem comes from, each one counts as an extra life. According to system limits, a player's backpack can hold up to 3 replacement totems at once, while the personal warehouse has no such limit. If the respawn point is set in the main city, then thanks to the city's unique locked health mechanic, players can theoretically revive endlessly on the spot at full health, as long as their totems haven't all been consumed. In the worldview of the Eternal Epic, replacement totems hold only a symbolic meaning of reverence for life when it comes to NPCs. Not every NPC can actually activate these totems. It isn't until players unlock the primary main city, the lost city of Lon Aosli, that the item description suddenly adds, "Those blessed by the world shall find even death give way." Although the developers have never explicitly explained this, by the middle and late stages of the previous game cycle, all players understood clearly. Story focus mode isn't some deliberate punishment from the dev team, but a plot device used to temporarily strip away that blessing from the world. And that blessing is something NPCs in the Eternal Epic never truly possess. Sarusa Sarusa. A distant voice calling her name pulled her back from a nightmare of blankness. Only now did she realize she had suddenly lost consciousness moments ago. What just happened? Her sister Su Yun. After a brief daze, she remembered her mission to follow Su Yun and save her sister. How could I be so distracted at a time like this? She shook her head hard to clear her thoughts. Once she steadied herself, Sarusa quickly scanned her surroundings. The first thing she saw was Su Yun's sturdy back. But from a farther direction, she sensed a faint yet familiar warm echo of a family member calling out across the distance. That's great, I knew it. This was a voice from deep inside her, a tenuous telepathic connection with her sister suddenly gaining volume. Sister, that distant warmth, what could it be? At the center of the battlefield, the Black Abyss Void Worm, Taru, had entered its second phase. Su Yun stared at it with a strange feeling. Terrace movements in Phase 2 had become clumsy and awkward, like a novice driver first gripping the wheel and gas pedal. More precisely, the giant worm seemed like an empty shell, remotely controlled by some unfamiliar presence within. In terms of combat difficulty, Taru was now little more than a moving target to Su Yun, barely a real threat. The problem was that it had become immune to poison and could slowly regenerate health, its HP locked at 30,000. Su Yun understood this was a forced plot mechanic. Unless he could instantly deal a massive 30,000 damage burst, killing Taru was a pipe dream. But how could he produce such an explosion all at once? Just as he pondered his strategy, A sharp shout suddenly rang in his ears. Sister, sister. Sarusa's cry abruptly shattered Su Yun's train of thought. Is that you, sister? What did you mean by is that you? Even stranger, the moment Sylvia cried out, the abyssal void worm seemed to freeze, as if its system had crashed, stiffly standing still. The air stretched taut like a pulled rubber band. Every tiny sound amplified the faint sobbing from Sylvia's side, and the crisp, bone-like clattering coming from within the void worm. Sis, please, don't leave me. Sylvia. Suddenly, the void worm emitted a low, broken female voice, halting and clearly stammering. Suyun was sure he had heard it somewhere before, but couldn't recall where at once. I told you to run as far as you could, not come back, you never give anyone peace. The void worm tilted its massive armored head, confusion evident on its face. When the voice spoke again, the syllables were unusually drawn out, and Suyun finally realized why it sounded familiar. That was the voice of the vengeful goddess Sylvia. Don't please, sis. Don't leave my Suli's powerful. Seems to be erasing me very dangerous. I will take it far away, be good Sylvia. Don't follow me anymore, love you forever. With that fragmented confession, the void worm's body twisted at an unnatural angle. The blood vessels wrapped around the stone gate loosened as if commanded, revealing a previously sealed crack. It stepped slowly toward the gate, leaving only a chilling back view. Sis. No. Don't go. Sylvia clutched Zafilu and rushed forward, but Suyun grabbed her wrist as she passed by. The pieces of the story in his mind finally fell into place. In a past life, Sylvia came here to save her sister without a death talisman on her. The void worm could have killed them outright, but Zafilu possessed a unique, soul-hosting gift. 5 years later, the vengeful goddess Sylvia, consumed by rage, destroyed the 7-color divine tree and slaughtered the entire night elf Tribea's sister, driven mad by the loss of her sibling. In reality, Sylvia wept uncontrollably, holding Zafilu tightly. Yet Zafilu was eerily still like an empty shell. In Su-Yun's vision, her health bar read 0, but no true death prompt appeared. Su-Yun hated to admit it, but letting Zafilu leave with the void worm seemed the best outcome. If the void worm fully took over, all night elf players and NPCs would be slaughtered. Once it became a blood bag with 1.8 million HP, it would be impossible to kill. Su-Yun, what you said, it's true, isn't it? Suddenly, Sylvia stopped crying. Wiping her tears quickly, she looked at Su-Yun with an almost pleading tone as she asked, you mean my sister used to tell me that if you head east through the Rainbow Phantom Forest, after about a month's journey beyond it, you'll come across a vast sea of flowers. She heard about it from travelers passing through back when the Rainbow Divine Tree still flourished. As Salusa recalled this in broken fragments, her whole body trembled with sobs. Tears kept flowing into her mouth, but she held them back, swallowing hard to keep her voice clear despite the tremble. We promised each other that once I grew up a bit more, we'd go see that sea of flowers together. Oh my gods, I swear to you. Please save my sister, we made that promise. I don't want to lose that chance forever. Her voice was hoarse from crying, but she wouldn't stop pleading. My life, my past, my future, am willing to give everything, please save my sister. After one desperate plea after another, Salusa finally raised her hand. Only then did Su-Yun notice the slender arrow she clenched tightly. To his shock, she suddenly pressed the arrowhead against her own throat. Thud! The arrow pierced her soft skin instantly. 28967 HP, 028967. This was a narrative mechanic. Salusa chose death herself, without external harm. In that final instant of life, Su-Yun clearly caught the unwavering trust in her eyes. Your life belongs to you. Your past is your most precious treasure. And as for your future, you can go see it with your sister yourself. Su-Yun whispered as he slowly reached out, grasping the arrow still lodged in her throat, and gently pulled it free. Not a drop of blood spilled. The wound instantly sealed as if it had never existed. HP 11. HP 28. 96728. 967. HP 3. 134. 3563. 134. 356. Hidden Epilogue Questline bound by memory unlocked. Hidden Epilogue Questline 1 of 3 choices. Worship the Ancient God task node 12 completed. I've heard your wish. Su-Yun raised his hand, wiping the last tear from her cheek. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished like mist blown by the wind. In his place appeared the Abyssal Fungus Recall Servant, the one who had fled in panic after stealing the ancient staff of Teru. The Abyssal Fungus Recall Servant was clearly disoriented at being suddenly transported here. But when it saw Salusa's tearful eyes beside it, it hurriedly raised its claw, gripping Terra's staff tightly. Salusa understood the message. This is for you. Don't be sad anymore. She tried to raise her hand to refuse, but then suddenly noticed her palm wasn't blue anymore. Some time had passed since the main quest to defeat the Black Abyss Void Worm triggered unexpectedly, and the Night Elf players soon split into 2 completely different factions. The first faction firmly believed that 1 life-saving totem equals 1 life, prioritizing survival above all else. Their highest levels barely reached the teens. How could they possibly take on a world-class boss Hedon? The moment the quest popped up that night, they packed up in a hurry, mounted their rides, and fled Seven-Color Sacred Tree without even looking back. But they didn't run far. Instead, they hid deep within the Seven-Color Phantom Forest, setting up makeshift camps. While keeping a low profile, they scrolled through the forums. After all, the Black Abyss Void Worm was rumored to have appeared in the main city, yet there was no sign of it anywhere. Even more telling, the Night Elves top-tier players, the legendary Cloud Strategy group, had mysteriously vanished. This could only mean one thing. The experts were busy figuring out how to beat the world-class boss. Those wanting to save their skins didn't want to risk their life with a single totem, but they also didn't want to miss out on feasting alongside the veterans. At that moment, their favorite refrain was, "Other races can only regret it later. Night Elves are truly the favored children." The second faction believed firmly in participation is what matters. To them, a world-class boss meant a chance to defy fate itself. Even if they couldn't kill it, getting the minimum completion for the main quest was still a huge win. But gradually, they realized that the quest progress only moved forward while inside the main city. As soon as they left Seven-Color Sacred Tree, the quest grayed out, making it impossible even to meet the lowest requirement: surviving the Black Abyss Void Worm's corruption. So these brave, stubborn players crowded the city, nervously patrolling the streets and looking around in confusion. They walked nearly a full circuit without spotting even a single tentacle of the Void Worm. What unsettled them further was that Night Elf NPCs went about their usual work, hammering away building houses, bending to carry timber, completely oblivious to any alarm. Occasionally, a player couldn't help but shout in the chat channel, "Where's the world boss?" Only silence from the system responded. The only proof the crisis existed was a level 210 paladin elite guarding the city gate, fully armored and standing like a heavy iron monument, warning everyone that the danger was not yet over. Some shifted their gaze toward the forbidden zone, the Nightfall Academy, always heavily secured, but now even more so. Any player who dared approach was immediately chased off by grim-faced Night Elf guards. Though they said please leave, their actions were far from courteous. Bowstrings twanged, arrows whistled dangerously close, frightening anyone into running away. One curious player with the ID "Who's the next cup for" quietly circled around to peek through a side entrance. No sooner had he stepped onto the silverleaf paved path than two long-eared archers caught him red-handed and drove him off with shouts and shoves. "I just wanted to take a look. Is shooting arrows really necessary?" he muttered, staggering as they pushed him away. Yet his curiosity didn't tiptoed to glance back at the Nightfall Academy, desperate to discover what was inside that made the entire Night Elf race so tense. Even as "Who's the next cup for" was driven away, he kept on tiptoeing, eyes fixed on the Nightfall Academy. Suddenly, a shadowy figure of a Night Elf appeared at the gate of the Nightfall clan courtyard. No one knew when. "Damn, didn't you say nobody except the chief is allowed in? Then who is that?" "Another cup, who's for?" shouted instinctively. The Night Elf who was being rushed by him swung around sharply, and indeed spotted the unfamiliar figure, a silhouette that made it clear this was definitely not Chief Talu. Night Elf? Seriously, they let someone slip in? Great God? No way, that's the Great God. "Another cup, who's for?" suddenly screamed out loud. As one of the few players who had encountered the Cloud Strategy group before, he recognized at a glance that distinctive beginner's cloth armor, the unmistakable mark of the Cloud Strategy group. Thinking back to the chance meeting with Feed the Pig on site, while staking out the blacksmith Ivor, he was so excited, he almost jumped. Shouting out loud, he turned and ran, furiously typing into his communicator. "Another cup, who's for? I've spotted the Great God, right at the Nightfall clan. Come quick. Feed the Pig on site. Hold on. I'm on my way." At that moment, near the only exit of the Nightfall clan courtyard, the abyssal fused memory servant who had fled after snatching Ta Lu's staff had not gone far, but instead lay in hiding as promised. He had confidently assured Su Yun, "No one got away. I've been standing guard here the whole time." After completing the memory swap with it, Su Yun replaced its position and quietly lurked. Following the dark corridor that descended downward, he finally found his target, Ta Lu, in his abyssal voidworm form. Its carapace was cracked open, and its thin, sharp insect wings had just unfolded, but clearly weren't yet ready for flight. Each beat of its wings made it stagger and fall, struggling fiercely to flap back up again. Su Yun understood perfectly. Qian Filu had possessed Ta Lu but couldn't fully control this mighty abyssal voidworm body. She had said the monster's soul was slowly erasing her consciousness. Only someone like Salusa, who had lost her own soul and was rooted from the same source as her, dared occupy it completely. "Someone just made a vow to me, asking me to rescue her only sister," Su Yun thought wryly. "My first time acting as a deity, kinda a fake one, but I promised her." He slowly raised his right palm to his chest. At once, a surge of intertwined crimson and white magical energy exploded forth, as if the air itself was torn apart and the sky and earth lost their color. The violent energy swirled before his hand, quickly cooling into a piercing cold stream. Ice shards gathered like a blizzard, forming a chilling spear of deadly cold in his palm. Prepare to meet your death. Before he finished speaking, the ice spear tore through the night with a sonic boom. The abyssal void worm seemed to sense its impending death at the last moment. Its previously clumsy movements suddenly sharpened with desperate vitality. Its survival instinct wrested back control of its body. With a fierce flap of its wings, the explosive thrust pushed it sideways half a foot, the ice spear barely grazing its side. Yet the spear did not continue forward, but instead thudded heavily, embedding itself in the very air beside it, or rather, in the blurred afterimage the abyssal void worm had left a second ago. In Su Yun's eyes, that was the memory residual phantom formed by the position just moments before. The ancient god magic memory ice spear was theoretically guaranteed to hit. With 31,344 points of true damage combined with 30,000 points of health regeneration, Salusa granted Su Yun's health to surpass 3 million. Bolstered by this astonishing total health, his ancient god magic memory spear of ice unleashed 31,344 true damage in a single strike, instantly depleting the Black Abyss Voidworm's health bar. However, despite the health reaching zero, the bloodlock mechanism remained unbreakable. At that moment, the memory authority intervened, conjuring a new ice spear out of thin air. This time, the spear did not miss, it pierced straight through the Black Abyss Voidworm's chest. 31,344 true damage, health, 01, 800, 000. Killing the level 60 Black Abyss Voidworm, the leader of the Talu world, granted a 607 experience boost. The mythic quality Black Abyss Voidworm was successfully defeated and transformed into a memory fragment, with the current fragment progress at 25. Su Yun's health now stabilized at 3,134,356 out of 3,134,356, integrating the total health of both Salusa and the Black Abyss Voidworm, greatly enhancing his strength. The player group Yunduo raised their level to 30, unlocking a hidden achievement. This world-class boss kill triggered a global server announcement, with the system asking whether to hide the player's name. The story progressed immediately, completing the second phase of the hidden final storyline branch with 3 choices. The main quest, the first attempt to awaken the ancient god, also reached 100 contribution, unlocking the highest tier reward and earning the hidden achievement founder of the attempt to awaken the ancient god. The Yunduo group advanced to level 34. Next, the main quest hunting the Black Abyss Voidworm similarly achieved 100 contribution, triggering another round of top-level rewards and unlocking the hidden achievement I, too, shall gaze into the abyss. Experiencing a climactic moment in the main storyline, the Yunduo group leveled up to 38. The system monitored the completion of these high-difficulty tasks, triggering another server-wide announcement and prompting whether to hide player names and quest details. Another player named Who's Feeding Another Cup thought he was the first to discover the Cloud Strategy group inside the Nightfall clan courtyard. But in reality, once he found them, other players did too. As for why, holy crap, why is it suddenly so dark? Is it raining? Or did a world-class boss just spawn? The crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation. All that commotion and now a sudden change in weather? Look, what's that? Above the Nightfall clan courtyard, a pitch-black vortex suddenly formed. Fierce winds whipped up trees and dust like a tornado, but mixed with biting snowflakes. That doesn't look like a tornado, more like a blizzard. What the heck? The temperature just dropped by over 10 degrees, I'm shivering. Minter Shala was called out to restore order. Wrapping her cloak tight, she looked up with a weightiness never seen before. This is magic, she said quickly. Someone is forcibly concentrating magical elements. The density rivals any grand archmage. But how can I tell what type of magic it is? Her voice was fractured by the wind. Magic? The abyssal voidworm, a world-class boss, can use magic? And what exactly is a grand archmage? The player standing next to Shala shuddered, feeling like he'd just uncovered a huge secret. Where's the god-tier player? Right here in the Nightfall clan courtyard. I saw it with my own eyes. Who's Feeding Another Cup pointed toward the swirling white storm. This whole ruckus, either a god-tier player caused it, or the boss did. Several kilometers away, Just Feed the Pig had rushed over as soon as he got the news, but the howling cold wind forced him to turn back before he could get closer. Turned around the same way I came. He covered his face, unwilling to take another step forward. Who's Feeding Another Cup was also pressed down by the storm, barely able to lift his head, only able to peer at the courtyard through the gaps between his fingers. The yard had long since been blanketed in white. Every building and figure had vanished. Suddenly, a series of glowing red-gold characters streaked across the sky. Server announcement. Player Cloud Strategy Group has defeated world-class boss target Abyssal Voidworm in the region Prismatic Phantom Forest, gaining achievement points 2. Due to difficulty impossible, extra achievement points 10 awarded. Server announcement. Player Cloud Strategy Group completed impossible difficulty main quest first attempt to awaken the ancient god. Click to view quest details. Receiving achievement points 2. Extra achievement points 10. Server announcement. Player Cloud Strategy Group completed impossible difficulty main quest hunt the Abyssal Void Worm. Click to view quest details. Personal contribution 100. Awarded achievement points 2. Extra achievement points 10. System message. Main quest hunt the Abyssal Void Worm completed. Current quest contribution 0. Rewards distributed based on contribution due to successful defeat of Abyssal Void Worm. System message. Hidden achievement Gaze from the Abyss unlocked. System message. Quest completed. Experience 1008. System message. Player who's feeding another cup has reached level 24. The pale fierce wind gradually died down. Snowflakes scattered, and the world's true colors emerged again. The two players closest to the Nightfall clan courtyard, just feed the pig, and who's feeding another cup, could finally see each other clearly. The expressions on their faces at that moment were indescribably vivid. How to put it? Surprised? Disbelieving? This is way too complicated to overthink. Even if it feels unreal, both of them genuinely leveled up by 10 just by staying in the main city. As for whatever other rewards they got, neither of them has had a chance to check yet. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Suddenly, the world chat exploded with repeated shouts. Seconds ago, a server-wide announcement blared. The Cloud Strategy Team had defeated the world-level boss. Immediately, every Night Elf player remaining in the main city saw their levels jump up by 10 and even the side quests linked to the main storyline popped up with completed notifications. Guys, did all your main quest side missions complete automatically? Thanks for the invite. I'm building a house under the shimmering tree, and somehow, I just leveled up by 10. Thanks for the invite. I'm chatting with brother Philly under the shimmering tree, and somehow, I also jumped 10 levels. These 3 comments shot straight to the forum's front page, rapidly racking up likes. Then someone else posted, "Listen, I have a friend who got tricked by a traitor and just left the city, didn't make it to the shimmering tree. Is there any way to fix this?" A flood of sarcastic replies poured in. "Someone like you asking everywhere? LOL, the big shots nailed it. 3 server-wide announcements in a row. If you left the city, your guts must be twisting with regret now, huh? Wait, I just saw what? Unite Elf Dogs. What the heck is this side quest hunt Black Abyssal Worm? The world-level boss triggered a main quest for you guys?" The Dwarven forums simultaneously blew up. Why didn't dwarves get this quest? In reality, even the Night Elf players were stunned. Leave the main city by the shimmering tree, and the quest instantly becomes invalid. Yet, despite most never even seeing a Black Abyssal Worm, the announcements confirmed. The world boss was soloed by the Cloud Strategy Team. Personal contribution 100, and the remaining faction members shared the experience rewards. The entire main city leveled up by 10 instantly, with a bunch of extra loot added to their inventories. Holy crap! Unite Elf Dogs. Hope you eat instant noodles forever without the seasoning packets. Someone shouted hysterically in chat. Good question, did instant noodles even exist in the Eternal Era? Another mockingly replied, does it even matter? Meanwhile, players from the runaway faction hiding in the Prism Forest crouched beneath the trees, frantically refreshing the forums, shaking. The world boss had been taken down so fast, and they were hit with a helplessness they'd never felt before, only minutes away from the shimmering tree, yet missing out on that massive experience. Besides the 10-level jump, what else did they get? One runaway faction player trembled as he typed, silently praying it wasn't much. Someone soon replied, quite a few rewards, haven't checked all, but one thing's for sure, side item, jackpot coins 3. Seeing jackpot coins made that player's head spin. Everyone in the Night Elf faction knew how insane those were, mentioned in the first Cloud Strategy Team walkthrough video as the key to unlocking paths to 20 gear. Why the heck? Who was the first one shouting to leave the city? Step forward. Shut your mouth. I'm fuming. Don't make me throw down. Shouts, curses, and wails erupted non-stop, bitterness and frustration spreading across the entire forum. For a moment, all the players crouching quietly in the Prism Forest were having a surprisingly good time. It turned out that putting all of Su Yun's free attribute points into luck made perfect sense. With a 50 capture chance, he actually managed to catch the Black Abyss Phantom Worm. This creature became the second Eat Zone under his control. Where's Zion Feela's soul? Su Yun asked softly, staring at the Black Abyss Phantom Worm before him. The Black Abyss Phantom Worm stood there blankly, looking like a machine stuck in its shell. After a long pause, it slowly lifted a claw, revealing a pale blue glowing orb resting in its palm, flickering gently like a small flame. Su Yun frowned. This is Zion Feela's soul? But how am I supposed to return it? As if understanding his confusion, the worm slowly opened its fingers, letting the blue light dart down the nearby passage, vanishing in an instant. So, that's how it's returned? Is it over? Su Yun murmured to himself. Sure, the concept of souls existed in the ancient era, but he barely understood it. He had never heard of souls that could possess bodies or manifest physically, like Zion Feela's. The Black Abyss Phantom Worm blinked dumbly. Remaining just as dazed, it finally sent him a message. My respected king, I dare not lie to you. Having just obtained a Eat Zone, Su Yun was still learning how to communicate with them. Compared to Yipo memory servants, Yitzong seemed smarter, but this Black Abyss phantom worm gave him the impression it was either damaged by Xionfila's fire or just hatched, still confused. He tried accessing its memories through their master-servant link, but the mind was clouded and nearly empty of useful information. Helpless, he resorted to speaking directly. "My respected king, please bestow a name upon me," the Black Abyss phantom worm suddenly requested. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, noticing that its status panel again showed the name Black Abyss phantom worm chaotic form, losing the former Talu suffix. Naming things. "I'm good at that," Su Yun chuckled casually. "You shall be called Tiliuzwan Dalabengba Hey Buliuki." The worm's expression blinked in stunned confusion. "Very well, my respected king. Thank you for naming me Tiliuzwan Dalabengba," it repeated. "Stop, stop," Su Yun quickly interrupted, only trying to test the creature's thought process. Giving it such a ridiculous name would be an embarrassment. He silently mused. This guy was going to seriously drag down the average intelligence of all his Yitzong. If anyone said they collectively had 800 sharp wits, this worm owed 1,000. "Let's just call you King Worm." The Black Abyss phantom worm blinked again. "Okay, my respected king, thank you for the name. I shall be King Worm." "Yuan Roan Worm King Worm," Su Yun muttered. "Sounds pretty cool." Panel updated. Name Black Abyss Phantom Worm King Worm. Oh wow, it actually updated the name on the status panel. So the Abyssal Voidworm was once called the Abyssal Voidworm Talu. Not because it consumed Talus soul, but simply because it didn't know its own name and borrowed Talus instead? Interesting. Su Yun looked up at the vibrant leaves of the seven-color divine tree, his tone suddenly sharp and firm. "Listen carefully. Leave here immediately. Wherever you go, keep moving and stay as far from me as possible. Without my order, don't come within even half a step of me. Understand?" "Yes, my respected lord," the Abyssal Voidworm bowed humbly. "Repeat my command." Abyssal Voidworm, confused face. "Enough. No need to repeat." Su Yun waved his hand. The insect's wings fluttered, scattering dark feather dust like smoke. The Abyssal Voidworm soared off, leaving a long shadow that quickly vanished into the horizon. It was driven away not out of Su Yun's dislike, but for other reasons. The hidden endgame side quest, choose one, sacrifice to the ancient god, was only just beginning. Right now, Qianfilu was the only living target, though the mission remained unresolved. Talu had only been a pawn all along, while Salusa, Qianfilu, and the Abyssal Voidworm were merely 3 pieces on the board. Worse, the Abyssal Pupae, Abyssal Fusion Larva, and Abyssal Voidworm had no business appearing in the 7-color illusion forest. Clearly, someone had deliberately placed them here, using this goop breeding method to screen for the final victor, the one. Since the game had only just started, Su Yun wasn't worried. He controlled multiple recollections himself. As long as the Abyssal Voidworm survived, neither he nor Salusa could truly die. As long as they didn't gather all together to be wiped out at once, they formed a safety chain like a death loop. With everything arranged, he stepped deeper into the heart of the tree pathways. Between the shadowy vine walls, multicolored light particles slowly flowed, casting flickering glows on his profile. Along the way, he took out the hidden endgame reward. He just obtained 10 points of legendary achievement and, without hesitation, converted it all into racial skills. Draw the lottery. Light flashed, words appearing. Memory replication can copy any skill or racial skill, consuming double mana when cast, but inheriting all effects, no cooldown. Each time it's cast, the mana cost doubles again. Nice. Su Yun murmured in admiration, then glanced at his mana bar, with just over 100,000 left. A cap of around 200,000 just isn't enough to burn through. I have to find that guy from my past life with the infinite mana template, copy his talent quickly, or he'll run out sooner or later. Elsewhere, Salusa carried Qianfilu on her back. Running along the path, they came from just desperate to get closer to Su Yun. She firmly believed that whatever he promised, he would accomplish. Cough, cough. At the faint sound of coughing nearby, that familiar warmth seemed to instantly return at her side. Her sister's presence was clear once again. The wish had come true. Su Yun had done it. "Sister." Salusa hurriedly set Xifilu down, allowing her to rest her head comfortably on her lap. Xifilu's eyes were glazed over as she murmured, "Salusa, I feel like I just had a terrible nightmare." The only image lingering in her mind was a blurry figure blocking her path before everything went blank. Yes, it was a nightmare. Salusa leaned over and gathered Xifilu into a tight embrace, feeling the faint but real beat of her heart against her own. "Cough, cough, be gentle, Salusa." A little gentler. Xifilu choked, struggling to breathe under the pressure, yet forced a smile. Though the death totem nullified her death, her battered body had not healed. The Abyssal Voidworm had drained most of her life force and was relentlessly devouring her soul. She knew better than anyone how fragile her remaining vitality was. Hearing the hoarse plea, Salusa immediately released her grip. Xifilu drew a shaky breath and raised a trembling hand. Her palm was icy cold as she gently cupped Salusa's face. "You're growing up. Even if I'm not by your side, you'll still grow strong, won't you?" She feared they might never touch again. No, sister. Don't leave me ever again. I can't live without you. Salusa shook her head fiercely, rejecting any hint of farewell. Through their bond, she understood exactly what Zifalu was trying to say. At the same time, anxiety gripped her heart. Where was Shiyun? Hurry, hurry. Zifalu's voice was soft, but resolute. Listen to me, Salusa. I can't always be with you. You have to be strong. I believe in you. I want listen. Stop talking. I want you with me forever. Salusa's voice trembled, but she stubbornly cut her off. Just then, a familiar voice came at the right moment. Salusa, how his sister Shiyun finally appeared. Salusa took a deep, steadying breath and wiped away her tears, muttering softly, Sister, you liar, I'll never believe you again. I know you're in pain now, but that's okay, me divine protector is here. She raised her hand, still clutching the arrow, its cold gleam cutting through the tense silence. In Ziphilus' stunned gaze, Salusa did not hesitate as she drove the arrow straight into Ziphilus' neck. The motion was swift, precise, and ruthless, with barely a pause. This second strike was even more practiced than the first. Shiyun? Ziphilu? Blood oozed between Ziphilus' fingers as she clutched her neck, her face etched with disbelief. Had something gone terribly wrong? Her one and only, dearest little sister Salusa, was this an attempt to kill her? Don't worry, sister. Feeling dizzy is normal, it'll just hurt for a moment, I promise. Salusha held Qian Failu in her arms, a faint, uneasy smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. She honestly didn't know how to explain she had just been pierced through the throat by an arrow and, technically, had died once, which gave her some experience. But saying she had experience only sounded weirder, so she chose to show rather than explain. If she couldn't explain it now, there was no rush, her sister would soon understand why she had to do this. Qian Failu's consciousness wavered, her wide eyes full of confusion. She didn't understand why it had been Salusha who acted, yet she didn't blame her little sister. What truly weighed on her mind was whether Salusha could take care of herself if Qian Failu were gone. She had always treated Salusha like a little girl, believing that as long as she was there, her sister could live carefree, no trouble too big with her to back her up. But faced with an endless tide of bugs, she regretted not teaching Salusha to stand on her own sooner. Then, even if she fell, Salusha could hold up the sky. At this moment, held tightly in Salusha's embrace, Qian Failu's eyes were reluctant, but also faintly relieved. Her little sister had grown up after all. Salusha, I love you forever, Qian Failu whispered her final farewell with the last of her strength. She and sister, Shishas, why is she bleeding? Salusha's voice cracked in panic as she saw the vivid red blood along Qian Failu's neck. There had been no blood just moments ago. Shiyun was equally stunned, barely able to react. Everything had happened too fast. To willingly become in memory bond, one must first consent. But did he and Qian Failu even know each other now? Strictly speaking, he knew Qian Failu from her past life as the goddess of vengeance, but Qian Failu didn't know him at all. Qian Failu. Hello, I'm Shiyun, Salusha's friend. Yes, friend. He let out a nervous chuckle, his heart pounding like a drum. Don't be nervous. I just wanted to ask, would you be willing to, would you be willing to? This was critical. If he directly asked, will you become my memory bond? And she said no, everything would fall apart. His power required the other party's willing consent to revive the dead. He hadn't had time to explain his ability to Salusha, who had trusted him fully when she died. Qian Failu was completely different. His mind raced until he found the only possible way. Qian Failu, would you be willing to keep growing alongside Salusha? Didn't you both promise to visit that sea of flowers together? Salusha told me you said yes. Qian Failu's vision blurred. Who was this dark elf? In her nightmares, he was the one who had stopped the black abyssal bugs she once controlled. But with life slipping away, she no longer had the strength to speak. The fading of her life had already silenced her voice. At the edge of her consciousness, a sea of flowers blossomed inside her mind, a vivid scene she had pieced together from travelers' stories she had overheard. Every detail of that floral expanse was imagined, yet so real in her thoughts. Yes, she realized she still hadn't gone there with Siluosha to see it with her own eyes, to confirm if the travelers' tales of its beauty were true. If she could live again, she would gladly go with Siluosha, side by side. The system panel suddenly flashed. Current memory fragment 36. HP 13, 934, 35613, 934, 356. Extra HP 16, 934, 35616, 934, 356. Alright, Siluosha, pull the arrow out now. Su Yun collapsed weakly to the ground, his back against a tree, heart pounding wildly. What a close call. If he hadn't improvised a roundabout rescue plan to make Qian Failu passively become a memory fragment, this place would have exploded into chaos long ago. At the next chance, he had to explain all his abilities thoroughly, especially as Siluosha's Hansen skills were clearly sharpening. Siluosha blinked, sensing something was off. Why was Su Yun acting like a frightened bird? She had never encountered this part in her experience before. Holding steady on the arrow shaft, she mimicked Su Yun's technique, slowly pulling the arrow from Qian Failu's neck. The instant the arrowhead left the flesh, The memory fragment effect activated fully, the blood hole in her neck sealed instantly. The shriveled, gray skin regained its glow. The tear in her abdomen from parasitic blood vessels healed in seconds. Even the gap in her soul was stitched closed. Yet Qian Philo herself hadn't quite come back. Her consciousness seemed just yanked back from the gates of heaven. Sis, wake up. Don't scare me like that. Siluosha gently shook her shoulder. Qian Philo's pupils gradually focused, and the first thing she saw was Siluosha. Siluosha, it feels like I just had another nightmare. She muttered, puzzled by the word another. Yeah, a nightmare. But this time, you're not leaving me again. Siluosha wrapped her in a tight embrace, her heartbeat and warmth pressing close, almost scorching. Cough, cough. Siluosha, easy. I'm nearly out of breath. Qian Philo turned red from being squeezed too hard. Siluosha panicked and looked to Su Yun. Su Yun, does sis still have issues? She looked completely healed just now, so why is she coughing? Maybe you're just holding on too tight. Try loosening up? Su Yun shrugged helplessly. Siluosha looked at him, then at her sister in her arms. Qian Philo thought wryly. Who exactly is this Su Yun dark elf? But he was right, her little sister was hugging too hard, and she really was short of air. Sorry. Siluosha quickly loosened her grip, but then gently wrapped her arms around her again, burying her head in the crook of Qian Philo's neck. She had waited so long to snuggle like this again. The warmth and breath against her skin made Qian Philo pause briefly before she finally raised her hand to lightly pat Siluosha's back. I'm here. This time, I won't let you leave again. You liar. You promised everything will be fine. Siluosha's voice cracked with tears. But see, everything really is fine now. Okay, next time I'll be more careful. Qian Philo spoke softly, stealing a glance at Su Yun, who could explain to her what she had just been through. She could have sworn she had actually seen that imagined sea of flowers. And that utterly broken body, how did it become perfect again just after blinking? It felt like she'd just had a nightmare and woken up to a world that suddenly seemed so strange and unfamiliar. In the underground chamber, the abyssal melding worm servant, who had just snatched the ancient staff of Talu, clutched the staff tightly with its two large pincers, standing firmly on guard. The flickering torchlight revealed countless cracks spreading across the rocky walls, and the air still held drifting dust stirred up by the destruction caused by the king worm. The servant maintained a disciplined stance. This was an order given by Su Yun. Su Yun was deeply intrigued by those blood vessels that could curl up into cocoons and be effortlessly controlled by the king worm. These vessels seemed to be symbiotic entities of the abyssal void worm, serving both as incubation beds and as deadly weapons. To facilitate their later retrieval, he had specifically commanded the servant to keep watch here. Earlier, when Salusa fled out of the chamber carrying the unconscious Qian Philo, she had casually asked the servant if it wanted to come along, but was refused. The abyssal melding worm servant frantically shook its head, so Salusa had no choice but to pursue alone. During a lull in the watch, the servant grew bored and waved the staff around to pass the time. Its pincers opened and closed, causing the ancient wooden shaft to whistle through the air. Suddenly, the cracked stone slab floor trembled slightly, and tiny grains of pure white sand seeped out from the crevices, as if pulled by an invisible force, quickly gathering and taking shape. The piling sand gradually formed a vaguely outlined sand sculpture. This unusual movement immediately caught the servant's attention. The abyssal melding worm's servant tilted its head, puzzled. Cautiously, it moved closer. According to protocol, it was only supposed to stay inside the chamber, but it was not restricted from moving around. Approaching the sand figure, it tapped lightly on it with Talus' staff. Ding! The sand sculpture produced a crisp metallic clink. What on earth is this? Should I report it to the king? Before the thought completed, the servant sensed something was wrong. The white sand particles began rapidly climbing up its legs, swiftly covering its first joint. Overcome with terror, it thrashed its pincers wildly, but could not break free. The grains clung tightly, like bone-deep parasites. King, help! Something terrible is happening. As if responding to the call, the sand surged explosively outward. In an instant, a lifelike abyssal melding worm sand sculpture towered in its place. Thanks to the effect of sharing memories from 50 max health, the servant's HP instantly rose to 5,400,000, but it was still wiped out, and one hit the pure white sand left no room for escape. In the corridor, Su Yun suddenly shot upright from the ground, scenes from the servant's final uploaded memories flashing vividly through his mind. Su Yun frowned in shock. He had suspected all along. If in the secret ending branch choose one of three, worship the ancient gods, Talu was just a pawn, and the three NPCs with mythical origins were pieces on a board, then behind them must lurk an even more terrifying puppeteer, silently pulling all the strings. Having three mythic quality NPCs as pieces on the board means the mastermind behind this must be no ordinary figure. But who would have guessed that the one appearing now would be a human catastrophe? Or worse, the dreaded Salt Witch. She was supposed to stay safely tucked away in the snowy courtyard, yet she has quietly descended upon the level 5 main city, striking the unmistakable pose of here to fry some fish. On second thought, it actually makes Sun seat this stage and the choose one of three to worship the ancient god storyline. The ancient gods themselves haven't truly been involved yet. So for a game-changing human calamity to show up is hardly surprising. After all, in the Epic of Eternity, the number of special NPCs even qualified to brush shoulders with the ancient gods is so small that Su Yun can count them all on one hand less than 20. Suddenly, he feels his earlier assumptions were far too cautious. A human catastrophe is the collective term used by humanity for these beings. In fact, they can be more accurately called witches. Anyone who has single-handedly caused a major biological disaster, human or not, falls into the category of human catastrophe. Players can level up to 310 as demigods, but there are 6 NPC exceptions whose maximum level is 311, classified as pseudo-gods. These 6 311-level pseudo-gods are the 6 great human catastrophes, also known as the Witches' Council, serving as the unyielding final bosses in the Epic of Eternity game. Among these 6 catastrophes, the youngest is at least 300 years old by verified records. The oldest dates back tens of thousands of years through living fossils. Take the Salt Witch currently before him as an example. The reason why the level 1 main city Lon Aosli is also called the Lost City is because she personally destroyed it. Anyone who could somehow bypass the surrounding monsters and reach Lon Aosli would see a haunting sight. The entire city appears covered in snow, but it isn't snow, it's pure, flawless crystals of salt. To unlock the level 1 main city Lon Aosli, the first step for players is to defeat the Salt Witch in the snowy courtyard and break her curse. Normally, at this point in the story, the Salt Witch spawns as the ultimate world boss. Players alone stand no chance of victory. The script requires Sword of Light to join forces with the player to defeat her. However, this all hinges on a prerequisite. The 6 witches achieved pseudo-god status by abandoning their true names. As long as their real names remain unknown to players, they are invincible and immune to all damage. Only by discovering their genuine names can that invulnerability be pierced. Once their invincibility is broken, the Sword of Light makes his entrance, aids players in slaying the Salt Witch of the Snowy Courtyard and thereby unlocking Lon Aosli. Some players have gathered information and even written a novel titled I, Sword Saint, single-handedly slayed 4 human catastrophes, recalling how the Sword of Light killed 4 of them by this method. But when he slayed the Filth Witch, he contracted her curse and ultimately took his own life. The problem now is the server has just launched. According to the timeline, even if the Sword of Light appeared right now, he might not stand a chance against the Salt Witch, let alone Su Yun, who is only level 38. Talking about in-game story branches at a time like this, survival comes first. With that in mind, Su Yun immediately summons all his abyssal symbiotic memory servants. Once a human catastrophe arrives, the level 5 main city's rainbow tree will likely fall within half an hour, becoming another flawless lost city like Lon Aosli. As for the Night Elf NP shell, save as many as he can. After mysteriously completing the main quest to defeat the Black Abyss Voidworm once again, the moment he realized the reward included 3 golden tokens, Jian Zijui's first thought when he saw the pig was the Cloud Strategy Group's guide on how to get equipment enhanced directly to 20. He was insanely curious. How exactly did one get that mysterious piece of gear that could jump straight to 20 enhancement? Without much hesitation, when someone nearby asked, "Should we go say hi to the pro player first?" Jian Zijui pretended not to hear and immediately tapped on the strategy list, locking onto the video that required 1 golden token to unlock. Spending 1 golden token was no burden to him. Getting 3 of them had been way too easy. The main quest reward had gone straight into his pocket, and he hadn't even figured out their real value yet. To him, an item available from the start of the server was nothing special, nothing compared to a piece of 20 enhanced equipment. Besides, the Cloud Strategy Group was spamming server-wide announcements: first kills on bosses, first world boss kills. The system messages never stopped. Such a high return and zero-risk investment? How could he miss out? Guaranteed profit. Jian Zijiwi didn't hesitate to spend the 1 golden token. What he didn't know was that just 3 golden tokens were enough to hire a level 210 free Holy Church Paladin to travel halfway across the continent to help at the 7-color Divine Tree. Had he known that, he might have thought twice for a second at least. The video unlocked. The screen first displayed an equipment card. Name, Ivor's Forging Hammer quest item. It looked as plain as an old hammer you'd find in an ordinary blacksmith shop. Jian Zijiwi had a strong hunch. The secret to 20 equipment had to be connected to the blacksmith Ivor. He had seen the Cloud Strategy Group trigger a hidden quest with Ivor and then suddenly come out with a 20 enhanced item. So what was the key? Scrolling down further. Equipment effects. Crafting profession blacksmith exclusive. Crafting efficiency 50. First forging success rate 30. Second forging success rate 15. Jian Zijiwi's eyes widened in disbelief. The guide detailed the success rates for each upgrade. 10 to 11, only 1 chance. 19 to 20, a mere 0.01. Failure not only meant downgrade, but also a chance the item would shatter completely, undoing all efforts. But Ivor's forging hammer raised the final upgrade success rate from 0.01 to a staggering 15.01. Anyone who had truly played the game knew how valuable an extra 15 success rate was. It turned out the key wasn't Ivor the blacksmith himself, but rather finding a way to borrow his hammer for use. It was so ridiculously clever it gave Jian Zijiwi chills. How on earth had the Cloud Strategy Group discovered this exploit? Just as he was slowly realizing, Jian Zhujiawei understood the reason. When the Yunduo Strategy Team helped Yifu find the hammer, they must have seen its special effects firsthand. With a nervous heart, he went back to the previous screen and quietly lamented. He had bought this strategy guide way too early. Even knowing that Yifu's hammer could provide an additional 15 success rate for enhancement, he simply couldn't afford the sky-high cost to upgrade the equipment to 20, let alone the risk of it breaking, which he couldn't bear right now. It was clear that soon, enhancement stones would be driven to outrageous prices by players. After all, using coins directly for enhancement was too expensive, while exchanging for stones made more sense provided the stones themselves didn't get speculated out of reach. All the players remaining in the main city had received 3 bonus golden coins for defeating the Black Abyss Voidworm. There were probably quite a few people like him who had immediately spent those coins on strategy guides. Business opportunity? Maybe he could make a small profit by reselling enhancement stones for equipment? While he was pondering this, Jianzhu Jiawei noticed the Yunduo Strategy Guide had increased from 3 entries to 4, a new guide from the top players. Could it be about the world-class boss, the Black Abyss Voidworm? The previous 3 guides had corresponded exactly with the global and regional announcements triggered by the pros. Just now, the pros had posted 3 more global announcements in a row, so this new guide was obviously their latest update. The title boldly declared, "Urgent notice. All players of the Night Elf faction, evacuate immediately." Surprisingly, this guide was free, accompanied by only a short message. Urgent notice. A super boss has appeared at 7-color Divine Tree that all players completely cannot contend with. Please, all Night Elf players currently at 7-color Divine Tree, spread this message and flee immediately. Wherever you run, the farther the better. If you see blue abyssal meltworms, mount on their backs. They will not attack and will help you retreat quickly. Jian Zhujiawei thought. The Yunduo Strategy Team actually sent an official alert telling everyone to run. At the gate of the Nightfall Clan courtyard, 2 Night Elf NPC guards hesitated as the blizzard briefly stopped. The courtyard was off-limits to players. Without orders from their chieftain, Talu, they dared not enter, especially since the recent disturbance inside was beyond their control. Just as they debated whether to confirm the trespasser's identity, dense flickering cold lights suddenly shone down the dim corridor like a scattering of stars illuminating the hallway with splashes of color. The 2 Night Elves? What is that? After a brief, stunned silence, the glow was accompanied by the sharp sound of sand and stones being pierced. They finally recognized the starlight abyssal meltworms. Countless abyssal meltworms. The abyssal meltworms in 7-color Divine Tree were supposed to have been cleared out. Something's wrong, one of them shouted. The 2 turned and fled, but their 2 legs could not outrun dozens of legs. The meltworms rapidly caught up. In despair, they closed their eyes awaiting death, but suddenly felt their stomachs tighten and their bodies lighten. When they opened their eyes, an abyssal meltworm was holding each guard by the sides with 2 large pincers, lifting them up like chicks, then swiftly turning direction and running farther and farther away from the Nightfall Clan courtyard. The 2 Night Elves, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, thought, "Something doesn't feel right here." A massive swarm of abyssal larvae spilled out of the Night Vale Clan courtyard gate, hundreds of thousands of writhing insects pressing tightly together like a living tide. The narrow stone door creaked ominously under the pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment. Closest to the courtyard were the players known as Feed Every Pig and Who's Next for a Drink. They were about to circle the outer wall when they suddenly looked up to see a boundless sea of bugs rolling toward them, an endless, moving black mass that stretched beyond the horizon. Who's Next for a Drink suddenly went weak-kneed, heart pounding with one desperate thought. I really wish I'd studied more. If only I had longer legs now. Holy crap, those are full-grown abyssal larvae. What are you waiting for? Run, he shouted hoarsely, but his feet felt like they had been nailed to the ground. Within a heartbeat, he found himself stumbling backward uncontrollably. But Feed Every Pig didn't run. Instead, a sudden memory hit him. Just a little while ago, they'd triggered the secret task, the Dusty Forging Hammer. Back then, they had barely made it near the 7-color Divine Tree only to be chased off by a few scattered larvae, scared into quitting the game altogether. Now, with tens of thousands of these monsters raging, trying to fight through would mean more than just quitting. It would be a nightmare that haunted their dreams. And yet Feed Every Pig suddenly shouted, "Run my hammer." Right, emergency alert just came through. This bug swarm is our mount. The twist dead stopped Who's Next for a Drink, who didn't even have time to open the flashing system warning. Are you insane, bro? Dad? Adoptive dad? If you want to die, don't take me with you, he screamed. But before he could finish, Feed Every Pig grabbed him by the collar and dragged him straight into the swarm. The dark wave of insects surged against them, cutting off any escape. Feed Every Pig leapt first, landing firmly atop one abyssal larva. Surprisingly, the larva paused briefly as if it understood, letting him settle securely. Other bugs instinctively parted, clearing a small space around them. The whole surreal scene blew who's next for a drink's mind. What the hell was going on? Quit standing there. Mount up. We're dead if we miss this chance. Feed Every Pig barked, grabbing the trembling who's next for a drink and hoisting him onto the larva's back. With a sudden burst, the bug's forelegs lashed out, charging like a wild stallion as the swarm surged forward. The two riders were tossed wildly as they held on for dear life. Sitting atop the quivering exoskeleton, wind screaming in his ears, who's next for a drink had only one question in his frantic mind. These abyssal larvae were actually allies. Meanwhile, they weren't the only ones moving. On the world chat, countless players saw the urgent new strategy posted by the Yunduo Strategy Group. A special mount event was underway at the Night Vale clan courtyard. Players needed to catch the bug swarm to escape. But the situation was unfolding so fast that few had time to react. Guild leader, Yunduo posted another strategy update. Stop dithering, move out now. We'll talk more later. The commander's voice rang stern in the guild channel, issuing an absolute order. Among the first to storm the Night Vale clan courtyard was bloodthirsty Liu Bei. Just hours earlier had faced off against Yunduo Strategy Group, still nursing old grudges. But now it seemed their level was untouchably high. Still, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, he thought. Forced by circumstances, he gritted his teeth and made a choice. He was willing to spend more money to make peace with the Yunduo Strategy Group. If possible, he even hoped to recruit the Cloud Strategy Squad into their ranks, bringing them into the Bloody Drinkers Guild. He was among the earliest players to flood into the Night Elf faction with a large group, and was indeed now the largest player force within that race. Having just completed the quest to defeat the Black Abyss Riftworm, he was clutching thousands of bonus coins pooled by all members of Bloody Drinkers, his purse practically bursting. If the Cloud Strategy Squad agreed, he was willing to confidently put up several hundred of those coins as startup capital. After all, no one ever says no to money. By now, in Epics of Eternity, logout was completely blocked. Dying meant the end. He couldn't believe the Cloud Strategy Squad would be foolish enough to face off alone against their guild, which numbered in the thousands. Yes. Yes what? Move. Wait no, guild leader, look ahead. Just as Bloody Drinker's Liu Bei was about to respond, he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Instinctively, he looked Yupan before his eyes stretched in endless tide of rift worms. What the hell is that? Before he could react, the worm tide shattered the terrain ahead like a rolling flood. Damn it. Why didn't anyone warn me earlier? It's too late to run now. Riftworm Memory Minion 1. Brothers, this guy's an enemy of the king. Riftworm Memory Minion 2. Looks like it. Hey, human, consider yourself lucky. Using shared memories from Su Yun, several Riftworm Memory Minions recognized Liu Bei of Bloody Drinkers. After a brief exchange, they decisively commanded the worm swarm to trample forward like wheels crushing speed bumps. You were trampled by rift worms, taking 3,087 damage. Your health dropped to 0. You died. You were trampled by rift worms. You were trampled by rift worms. Currently in story-focused mode, Death Substitute Totem cannot be triggered. After story-focused mode ends, the totem will be consumed automatically and your last save point restored. Liu Bei's screen instantly blacked out, but the rift worm horde pressed onward, storming into the ruined town. Night Elf NPCs building houses. Captured. Night Elf NPCs carrying wood. Captured. Night Elf NPCs forging weapons. Captured. Night Elf NPCs practicing magic. Still captured. Having barely survived the recent worm plague, the Night Elves were terrified. Seeing the swarm blanket the sky, they repeatedly forgot to resist, each crushed and scooped up by pair of pincers before they could run. In moments, the once mighty worm tide transformed into a strange marching formation, each pair of pincers clutching 2 elves. Meanwhile, those players who had received the Cloud Strategy Squad's urgent alert decisively jumped onto the backs of rift worms. Su Yun had already commanded the rift worm memory minions. Pause 1 or 2 seconds to let players mount, but never wait too long, just a brief stop of a second or two, then keep going. Because the story focus mode hasn't ended yet, players can only die once at most before it's over. So whether to save them or not isn't that crucial. If they die, it just consumes one of their extra life totems. But for the Night Elf NPCs, they only have 1 life. If they die, they're truly gone. Time was extremely limited, and Su Yun simply couldn't safely evacuate all the players. The urgent notice he issued was only to help some players keep their extra life totems intact. Therefore, the attitude toward players was straightforward. If the path aligned, the Yuanrong insect memory servants would give them a ride. If not, most of the time they just avoided them. But there were always some reckless ones. When the sea of insects first appeared in the player's view, A rookie instinctively cast a newly learned fireball spell, preparing a desperate attack. 0 HP, 5, 400, 0005, 400, 000. The player froze in confusion. Wait, what? 10,000, 100,000 bro. Sir, please spare me. The Yunrong insect memory servant he hit just trembled its antennae, looking wronged as it transmitted. Guys, he's attacking me. The next second, the dark, rolling mass of insects crushed forward again like a wheel rolling effortlessly over speed bumps. Su Yun's only core command to them was simple. Prioritize escorting the natives to safety. Beyond that, there were no strict requirements. Sharing memories with Su Yun enabled the Yunrong insect memory servants to accurately distinguish players from NPCs and never make mistakes executing orders. As for anything else, they did as they pleased. In front of Su Yun, they could act cute, wagging tails and showing an adorable side. But once Su Yun was gone, anyone who saw them would probably only think one-word plague of insects. It was only when Su Yun truly began to figure out how to get Salusa and Zephyluo away quickly from the Prism Phantom Forest that he realized the Itsong servants and himself could be mistaken as a single unit by memory displacement if they held hands. After confirming this rule, he grabbed Salusa's hand, and she immediately took Zephyluo's. In the next moment, the three of them simultaneously activated their newly learned racial skill memory replication, copy memory displacement. Infusing 20,000 mana points, a wave of dizziness swept over them, and Su Yun instantly swapped places with the Yenyong larva scout he had sent deep into the forest. Just as he steadied himself, he ordered all the Itsong servants stationed around to scatter and run in different directions. A quick calculation told him that to keep supplying mana to the massive Yenyong insect army required a vast reserve. He only had one more chance to use memory displacement at the cost of 40,000 mana points anymore, and his reserves would run dry. Ignoring the shrinking blue mana bar, he leapt onto the back of another red-patterned leopard Itsong servant with the two night elf sisters. The leopard's limbs flew like the wind, bending grass and leaves beneath its paws as it raced southwest. The Prism Phantom Forest was no longer safe. The ultimate boss, the Salt Witch, had arrived at the newbie village, and staying meant certain death. As Su Yun calculated their route, he mentally checked for potential allies to stop the Salt Witch. There were only two possibilities, both mythic-level NPCs. 1. To the northeast lay the second-tier capital, the Shishue King's city. There was a chance it would spawn the Sword of Illuminance. However, that legendary weapon rarely stayed in one place, wandering across the continent. If they rushed there only to find it gone, not only could they not be saved, but the city might also fall. While the Prism Rainbow Tree was a fifth-tier capital, it would still fall quickly to the Salt Witch. All other cities would be equally vulnerable. Only the Shishue King's city, guarded by the Sword of Illuminance, held a slim chance if the sword was still there. 2. Continuing southward would lead them to the boundless South Sea, where the legendary South Sea boundary ship sailed. A mythic-level NPC named Anchor of the Sea Realm always stayed on board, able to protect them from the Salt Witch. Unfortunately, the ship never docked, drifting constantly across the vast ocean, making pursuit almost impossible. After weighing the options, Su Yun pinned his hopes on the South Sea. Catching that slim chance was the only way to ensure safety for himself and the two elves. Su Yun, where exactly are we going? Salusa's doubtful voice came from behind. Guided by Zephyluo's mental urging, she finally mustered the courage to ask. If all goes well, we'll be at sea for a while. Su Yun's reply was swept away by the wind, but still clear enough to reach their ears. At sea. Salusa's eyes widened. Having lived her entire life in the dark forest as a night elf, she had never even seen a flower meadow, let alone the legendary vast lake the sea. Yet, she knew her life was now bound to Su Yun's, so she steeled herself to follow along. Mental link him quickly and ask why Zephyluo's voice echoed urgently in her mind. Zephyluo herself was utterly stunned. She had so many questions she wanted to ask, so many things she couldn't understand. Yet Salusa could only communicate with her through telepathy, and not clearly enough to explain everything for now. At the moment, all she could do was keep running alongside Su Yun and Salusa. The sea breeze, tinged with salt, struck her face, causing her to shiver instinctively. Why did they have to run toward the sea? She didn't even know how to swim. Oh, it's kind of complicated to explain, Su Yun telepathically replied briefly as they ran. Long story short, we've provoked a monster even I can't afford to mess with right now. So we have to lay low out at sea for a while. Salusa was stunned. She quickly recalled Su Yun's phrase, even I can't afford to provoke it. To her, Su Yun was like an all-powerful deity. If even he couldn't handle this creature, then what kind of monster must it be? She couldn't help but picture a towering mountain, its ridge rising sharply, two massive hands covered in scales reaching down from the clouds, its enormous form blotting out the sun and sky that alone was worthy of challenging a god. The Night Elf tribe occasionally worshipped mountain gods, and she instinctively equated this unknown monster with one of those deities. At the same time, The Yuanrong insect horde had already swept over the third outer layer of the level 5 main city 3 or 4 times. Fearing that some night elves had hidden underground out of fear, the clawless insects ruthlessly overturned every inch of ground, not even leaving the gaps in the stone pavement unsearched. Only when they could no longer find a single night elf NPC did the blue-shelled swarm gather in a rumbling mass, surging forward like an incoming tide toward the north. Outside the walls of the seven-color divine tree, 40 paladins gazed at the endless sea of blue insects, falling into stunned silence. What baffled them even more was that many of the Yuanrong insects clutched limp, lifeless night elves in their pincers, as if the captives had already resigned themselves to their fate. The paladins exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shocked disbelief. The scene seemed eerily familiar, yet somehow off. The commanding paladin furrowed his brows. He had once seen a single blue Yuanrong insect before and thought it was a rare mutated individual. But now, thousands of these same blue-shelled bugs surged forward, proving one thing. There was a second, massive insect swarm concealed within the night elf city. But this seemingly ordinary small city, where exactly had it been hiding such an enormous number of insects? Where had they been lurking all this time? Hold the line, he ordered decisively. The enemy was charging like mad, and worse, they were holding hostages. Any reckless attack would likely harm the night elves themselves. The paladins could only raise their great swords and form an impenetrable defensive line, bracing to withstand the first wave of the insect tide. Blades flashed as sacred light walls rose. The insect swarm poured down like a storm, the air ringing with the harsh screech of chitin scraping against armor. The commanding paladin's brow tightened, worry weighing heavily in his heart. Just as the swarm of insects was about to reach the paladins, it suddenly split rapidly into two streams. Without even glancing at the paladins, the two swarms bypassed them and surged straight into the forest. The insect horde crashed forward like a bursting dam, mud and debris flying everywhere as the ground trembled under the relentless pounding of their hard shells. In the roar of their charge, thousands of giant bugs scattered to either side, leaving an empty path in the center, as if in an instant the paladins were cast out of the heart of the battlefield. At first, they thought it was a pincer move and gripped their weapons so tightly it hurt, but not until the last bug disappeared into the shadows of the trees did they realize the swarm was actually fleeing for its life. Even more shocking was the discovery that many night elves were trapped tightly between the pincers of the insects or clinging desperately to the backs of the blue-shelled bugs, their fingers gripping the gaps in the armor as if riding in a wildly racing war chariot, terrified of falling off. The high-speed flight kicked up dust and afterimages that flickered uncertainly in the sunlight, making it hard to tell if what they were seeing was real or just an illusion caused by the speed. The lead paladin frowned deeply. The blue-shelled insects were completely different from the brown-black beetles they had faced before. These bugs ran in an orderly formation, yielding the path to their companions without reckless heroism, as if guided by some kind of intelligence and discipline. The entire swarm vanished into the forest. The canopy shook, leaves and branches rustled down, then fell silent at once. Only now did the paladins snap out of their frozen stances, sensing something was wrong. The bugs had fled, but what about the night elves captured in their pincers? Sir, shall we pursue them? A paladin asked hesitantly, his voice piercing in the stillness at the edge of the woods. For the first time, their leader fell into a long silence. He couldn't answer straight away. This swarm moved swiftly and with clear coordination, like a well-trained army. Their horses were still at the night elves' camp. Right now, they had only their own legs and 40 sacred swords. Pursue? How could they? The forest ahead was thick with drifting dust in the sunlight, the scent of the swarm already fading. With just 40 paladins, it was impossible to catch up to this fast-moving horde. If they wanted to rescue those night elves, they'd likely have to return to the free sanctuary and call for reinforcements first. In an underground chamber, fine white salt grains, as delicate as dust, gathered and slowly settled in the air to form an ancient stone door. In the next instant, the door clicked open, unleashing a torrent of salt particles that poured out like a tidal wave. Amidst the salt rain, a figure draped in a wide, white ceremonial robe appeared. She walked barefoot, the hem of her robe trailing low, and with each step she took, the cracked and faded stone floor seemed to be smoothed and solidified by an invisible force, turning into pristine, jade-like white stone. Her ceremonial robe was tightly wrapped, her face deeply shadowed beneath the hood, yet she obviously surveyed her surroundings clearly. She glanced around at the veins crawling along the walls and the salt sculpture of the abyssal worm in the corner. Then she stepped toward the salt sculpture. The moment her toe touched the ground, a pale white glow spread beneath her, illuminating a path. Standing before the abyssal worm salt sculpture, she lifted her sleeve to reveal a pale finger and lightly touched it. Crack. The sculpture immediately collapsed into countless fine salt grains, falling like a waterfall to form a bright white mound at her feet. A low, hoarse chuckle came from beneath her voluminous robe. Interesting. After the Abyssal Worm horde had been completely wiped out, only a handful of players remained in the level 5 main city, 7-color Divine Tree. The Abyssal Worms had patrolled the city thoroughly, inside and out, multiple times to round up all the Dark Elf NPCs for evacuation, which also gave players ample time to follow and escape. Even those who missed the Tailwind Worm transport still had enough time to flee on their own, meaning those left behind were basically the ones who never planned to leave in the first place. As time passed, the surviving players exchanged information and rumors until a clearer picture emerged. There was a super boss lurking inside the 7-color Divine Tree. Aren't you curious what this super boss, as mentioned by the Yunduo Strategy Group, really is? Aren't you curious why all players were ordered to evacuate urgently? Aren't you curious what kind of rewards could drop if someone actually defeated this world super boss? Opportunities always favor the prepared. The players who stayed behind confidently saw themselves as exactly that prepared group. What does it even mean to say a super boss players can't defeat? The Yunduo Strategy Group had repeatedly completed impossible main quests and defeated both normal and world bosses, with server-wide announcements never ceasing. Even the Abyssal Rift Worm was once called an invincible world-class boss, yet they eventually brought it down. To these players, Yunduo Strategy Group's call for evacuation looked like a ploy to monopolize the rewards. Don't forget, during the Abyssal Rift Worm raid, their personal contribution was 0%, yet they still received an outrageous amount of rewards, gear, bonus coins, death totems, and more. So what did the group that achieved 100 contribution throughout the process actually get? It must have been a whole level of rewards even beyond all that. Why would they stay? Last time with the Black Abyss Void Worm, they barely got any personal contribution, 0. This time, getting even 1 would be something. Suddenly, the world announcement flooded the screen. World-class boss Human Calamity Salt, which has appeared in the area, Rainbow Phantom Forest. At the same time, a new main quest popped up. Main quest Human Calamity. Difficulty, impossible. Background, the Rainbow Phantom Forest, once a barren wasteland, has unexpectedly drawn the gaze of an ancient being. Wherever she goes, only ruins remain. Reward, changes with story progression. Additional info, survive under the threat of human calamity. Rewards are recorded every minute you survive. Minimum requirement, survive more than 1 minute after seeing the human calamity. Achievement unlocked. Human calamity, corpses litter the land. Here it comes again. As expected, the whole server announcement and main quest triggered simultaneously. It's definitely another super boss. By the way, what exactly is this human calamity? Who knows? But this quest sounds way too easy. Just see the world-class boss and survive a minute for rewards? Just peek and run away, right? With overlapping world and regional announcements flooding the chat, players remaining in the Rainbow Phantom Forest exploded in activity. This is just handing out free rewards. The main quest basically says if you find it, you get freebies. The real question is how to trigger it. We finally cracked Eternal Era. Suddenly, some looked up and were stunned to see tiny white flakes falling from the sky like snow, but not quite snow. Huh, is it snowing? Bright sunlight shone overhead under a clear blue sky, yet that player stood frozen. Why is it snowing in clear weather? Then the system alerts poured down like a storm. 1 million damage minimum threshold. 1 million. 1 million. You received Salt Technique from Human Calamity Salt, which, suffering 1 million damage. Your HP dropped to 0. You died. Those who stayed didn't even have time to see what the salt which looked like before turning into salt sculptures under the snow on a sunny day. Replay of death logs. What the hell? 1 million damage in an instant. No way. This has to be rigged. The forums instantly erupted. Again, Rainbow Phantom Forest? Eternal Era. Can other areas even get a turn to play? How many main quests has this area triggered now? How many secrets does the Night Elf race still have? Did you guys trigger it too? We dwarves just got the same main quest. Seriously? This is my first time seeing a main quest personally. This reward was always just for the Night Elves. Eternal Era is finally showing us some love. Love my foot. The reward only counts if you see the human calamity. Am still in the dwarf Ardu. I have to rush to the Night Elf lands just to catch a glimpse of the world-class boss? Envy, complaints, and speculation filled the forums. The Night Elves keep bagging main quests. Who wouldn't be jealous? Am seriously thinking of moving to Rainbow Phantom Forest, or he'll miss out big time. Manually tagging Night Elf players. Hey, where's everyone? Usually so chatty, now completely silent? You guys already got the reward and are full to bursting? Despite the calls, there was no response. Someone recalled a recent emergency post. Didn't you see the Cloud Strategy Group warning? They said a super boss appears in Rainbow Phantom Forest that absolutely no player can beat. All Night Elves should run. Match that with the quest background, some ancient being. The chatter gradually quieted. I have a bold guess. Me too. What if the Night Elf players were totally wiped out? In the brief silence, players across different regions suddenly felt an eerie chill run down their backs. Until no trace of life remained in the main city, the flawless pure white began to slowly spread outward from the Night Vale clan manor at the center. The pure white crept across the ground like a tide, and wherever it touched, the once towering, crooked ancient trees instantly petrified into salt sculptures. The magnificent Night Vale clan manor, perched upon the branches of the seven-colored divine tree, was enveloped in delicate salt crystals within a single breath, losing all its former glory. The surrounding dilapidated houses, cracked stone roads, and even the towering outer city walls froze beneath this layer of deathly white silence. The entire seven-colored divine tree turned into a giant snow-white statue, its branches and leaves suspended midair, as if time itself had lost its final flicker of motion. Yet, the terrifying spread did not stop at the city walls. The white ripples surged outward, flowing into the distant forests, thus giving birth to yet another lost city. And the mastermind behind it all, the figure concealed beneath the wide, ceremonial robe, paced leisurely through the ruins. She walked casually, as if the salt-crusted wasteland was simply a peaceful path. On both sides of the road stood vivid salt sculptures of dark elves, some raising shields, others frozen mid-escape, but she didn't even spare them a sideways glance. The only things that made her pause were the 40 fully armed guard salt statues clutching massive swords at the city gate. She cast them a look, and a hoarse whisper escaped her throat. Is this the prophecy? In the next instant, a system notification abruptly popped up. Final Act Hidden Plotline Branch 3 Choose 1. Offer sacrifice to the Ancient God Mission Update. Repel the Human Calamity Salt, Witch 01. Once the Salt Witch appears, a worldwide announcement is sent to all servers alongside a corresponding main storyline quest. As the ultimate boss that only manifests within the Level 1 main city, she, like the other 5 human calamities, has a chance of survival only through specific plot mechanisms. For example, a teammate must bear damage wielding the Sword of Light. Reckless confrontation, or even a mere glance at her from afar, can instantly turn one to salt entirely at the witch's whim. For this reason, players widely regard this main quest as essentially impossible. Yet now, the final plotline branch unexpectedly provided a mission directive challenging one to face the Salt Witch solo. Suyun froze. Staring at the quest prompt Repel Human Calamity Salt, Witch 01, he fell into deep reflection. At this moment, he was only a level 5 main city adventurer, far from 60, but he had already encountered 3 mythic quality NPCs, an absurdly unlucky streak that felt like the system was deliberately targeting him. He had barely escaped from a Black Abyss Voidworm with 1.8 million HP and a 30,000 shield. Now the Salt Witch was involved too. If he hadn't reacted quickly, probably no one in the level 5 main city's 7-colored divine tree would have survived. This quest, is it really meant for players? He muttered softly. Suyun, it seems to be snowing. Salusa's voice whispered behind him. Suyun glanced back alertly, then raised his eyes to the sky. Under the sunlight, tiny white particles drifted silently like flakes of snow, yet with an eerie crystalline shimmer. Almost without hesitation, the moment Suyun saw those flakes, he issued the final order of the day to all the abyssal voidworm memory thralls under his command. They shielded the night elves beneath them as best they could, trying to conceal them. Slow down. Hey, slow down. Ugh. Ivor was old and really couldn't handle this bumpy ride. The endless swarm of Yuanrong insects kept barreling forward, and this was already the 3rd time had been shaken so hard, he felt like vomiting. His stomach was empty, just churning with acid. The Yuanrong insect carrying him, Ipu, kept shaking its head seriously. No can do. Master said we have to run as fast as we can. Ivor couldn't understand insect speech, only watched drowsily as it kept shaking its head, but stepped even faster. Clearly, these blue Yuanrong insects understood what he meant, but refused to comply. Ivor. Many other night elves shared Ivor's fate. The army's path was far from smooth. Over small hills, the insect swarms simply leapt. At cliffs, they embedded their sharp legs into the rock face and climbed in one burst. The relentless jolting was like being on a roller coaster turned upside down. Anyone who didn't vomit either had a stomach of steel or had already blacked out. As for the players riding the insects, I feel like I'm kind of dead. One clutching a Yuanrong insect shell stammered nervously to the player behind, describing their state. Hang in there, your health bar is still full, the other replied, but was cut off by a sudden gag bent over to vomit. Had been forced to switch mounts to ride on a different player's shoulder, his head feeling like mush from the shaking. Is this even a game? Why does it feel so real? He suddenly felt grateful that Eternal Era had cancelled the pants removal feature otherwise. If there was a water system too? Just thinking about it gave him chills. Just as everyone was dizzy and disoriented, the wild stampede of Yuanrong insects suddenly came to a screeching halt. One player riding on a person's back was instantly flung off. 1670. He crashed heavily onto the shell of a Yuanrong insect ahead, almost falling into the story mode concentration waiting zone. What the heck, dude? At least warn me before slamming the brakes. His bones felt like they'd come apart. Before he could get up, a huge claw suddenly clamped on his waist, and yanked hard. Was dragged away instantly. Where's my buddy? Another shouted, but before he finished, a claw silently reached behind him, clamped his stomach, and yanked him away too. This scene repeated all over the halted insect swarm. Claws shot out swiftly, shoving night elves, players, and NPCs alike under the insect's belly. Seeing the swarm stop so suddenly, Ivor wanted to ask to be put down to catch his breath. His old bones just couldn't take it. But without a word, the Yuanrong insect clamped its claw and shoved him fully into its broad, armored underside. Within seconds, no night elves were left exposed outside. All the night elves players and NPCs alike were pinned beneath the Yuanrong insects. Then, the remnant swarm loyal to the abyss swiftly tightened their steps, lowering their bodies. Their two large pincers closed the final gaps, transforming into one fortress after another. Their thick shells connected end to end like interlocking chains, completely enclosing the night elves beneath them so tightly that not even a sliver of moonlight could penetrate. Feed the pig suddenly snapped back to reality, only to find the surroundings plunged into utter darkness now, completely blocked by countless bodies of the remnant swarm. As the players looked up in confusion, a health bar abruptly appeared before their eyes. 5,400,000 HP, 05, 400, 000 remaining. Delicate snowflakes drifted through the wind, piercing the shells of the remnant swarm like needles. The snowflakes melted instantly on contact, draining all their life force in an instant. The once solid shells began to glow with pale crystalline cracks as they breathed, and in the next moment, froze into statues of salt. Only then did the surviving players suddenly realize those frantically building walls were not trying to block the way, but were saving them, paying with a staggering 5.4 million HP, vanishing before ever seeing so much as an enemy shadow. If the swarm hadn't acted so quickly, everyone outside would likely have perished. So, who caused this indiscriminate massacre? The answer became clear: none other than the superboss repeatedly mentioned by the Cloud Strategy Team, the disaster of Man's Salt Witch. What kind of monster is this? How is it even possible? The shaken players instinctively recalled a phrase, to destroy you. What care is that of mine? At this moment, the Salt Witch remained nestled within the pristine white main city beneath the rainbow tree, as if everything outside had nothing to do with her. Su Yun, who had run the farthest, saw the drifting snowflakes from a distance and suddenly understood. The Salt Witch's destruction aimed at far more than just a level 5 main city. What she was doing, and had already achieved, was the annihilation of the entire Rainbow Phantom Forest. Why are mythic quality NPCs like the Vengeance Goddess Sarusha and the Salt Witch absolutely unbeatable for players? The key reason is that once these NPCs reach a certain power level, their attacks come with a built-in minimum damage threshold. This threshold is usually fixed at 1 million damage. If your health is below 1 million, they simply deduct a full million HP from you with each hit. Only if your health exceeds that number will the system calculate damage normally based on each side's attributes. For players without innate vitality growth potential, even at level 310 in a demigod state, the base health cap barely breaks 120,000, around 122,800 HP. Su Yun's previous life had an edge because of the ancient dragon scale he carried, granting him some extra health, allowing him to approach 130,000. Even if he donned a full set of level 310 demigod quality gear without enhancements, his health would only multiply around 2 or 3 times from that base. Aside from the orphan players living independently in the wasteland, an outside major faction influenced the wasteland flesh dust group. Those who can stack health beyond 1 million are extremely rare. What's even harsher is that pumping up your health doesn't mean much against these NPCs. Take the Salt Witch, for example. Even if you survive the minimum damage threshold and the system calculates damage normally based on attributes, you're still doomed to be one-shot. Su Yun shares his health pool with all his memory clones, which now totals as high as 17 million HP. Yet when the Salt Witch's salt art sweeps over them, he is instantly locked at minimum health, and not just him. Sarusha and Zephyru are locked as well. Thankfully, he had driven away the Black Abyss Void Worm beforehand. Otherwise, the three would have been wiped out by the Salt Witch in one swift move. The Salt Witch's attacks swept across the entire prismatic phantom forest. Pure white salt grains drifted with the wind, turning everything they touched into pristine white. The desolate forest was blanketed in silver, oddly beautiful but eerie. Under the corrosive salt art, the crimson-striped leopard memory clone was contaminated by the salt grains, its body slowly crystallizing until it fully transformed into a salt statue. This wiped out all of Su Yun's memory clones in the prismatic phantom forest. There wasn't a single survivor. Even if any had somehow lived, summoning them back would be a death sentence. Fortunately, the salt art had no effect on his true self. It was then Su Yun realized that the seemingly insignificant racial ability called Memory Entity was the true divine skill. Its description was even more concise than Flowing Light Anchor. It simply stated, when the memory throne's health is not 0, the body cannot be completely destroyed. At first, Su Yun was curious about this skill's purpose. Now he understood. As long as his health does not drop to 0, he is immune to all damage. It's not just him. Sarusha and Zephyru, who have become memory entities as well, also benefit from this. just like before when Sarusha used an arrow to pierce both her own and her sister Zifra's throats. Yet no blood flowed, and no wounds remained. In the ancient epic, players would normally have their limbs broken, but the memory entity skill directly nullifies that brutal effect. In essence, memory entity acts as a direct immunity to that mechanism. If it weren't for the silent effort of his memory core, the moment the salt technique took effect, they would have turned into salt statues just like the Ipu. Their locked blood proved useless against the salt which once caught Hedon. Their only fate was petrification into salt. With this in mind, Silesia cautiously asked under her sister Zifra's mental urging, Shiyun, do we really have to run all the way to the seaside? There's no sea near the Rainbow Mirage Forest at all. Zifra's confusion ran even deeper than her sister's. Before regaining consciousness, she only vaguely felt the world spinning out of control. Now, the more she thought about it, the less it made sense. Her sister kept insisting she couldn't live without her, yet turned around and loosed arrows at her. Even stranger, she seemed completely unharmed, as if she had risen from death fully restored. Using telepathy, she once asked Silesia why, but the only answer was, that's Zuyin's ability, which left Zifaru utterly bewildered. With no explanation forthcoming, she decided to test it herself. Quietly stealing one of her sister's arrows, she cut her palm. Normally, it should have bled profusely, but her skin remained intact, as if the arrowhead hadn't pierced at all. The Rainbow Mirage Forest before them was already coated in silvery snow. Turning the red-striped leopard into a stone statue danger was obvious. Yet the snowflakes falling on her felt unreal, gliding cold and slick over her skin. Zifaru couldn't help but wonder if she had become some kind of undying taboo. With the red-striped leopard gone, Shiyun had no choice but to drag the two sisters into a frantic run, still heading toward the South Sea. To Zifaru, the South Sea was only a rumor. She remembered there was no sea near the forest's edge at all. Upon hearing Silesia's doubt, Shiyun forced a dry laugh. Ahem. There is no sea near the Rainbow Mirage Forest, of course. But if we don't stop and run straight for half a year, we might just reach it. Silesia. Zifaru. Confused face? The sisters almost shouted together. This sounded completely impossible. Without the Ipu as their mount, Shiyun was equally troubled. The Salt Witch's ultimate attack blanketed the entire Rainbow Mirage Forest. Any life touched would instantly turn to salt. Theoretically, if they escaped the covered area, he could still catch the Ipu for transportation, but in reality, he already expected they probably couldn't even break through the forest's edge, let alone reach the South Sea. The Salt Witch was never a foe the players could challenge from the start. Speak of the devil. While running, Shiyun suddenly stopped and grabbed both Silesia and Zifaru. The reason was that not far ahead, a salt gate was slowly forming. A faint mist of salt swirled in the air as the crystal-white frame of the gate gradually took shape, resembling a giant cold, white mouth about to open. The Salt Witch controlled spatial teleportation, and the appearance of this gate meant she was closing in. Since becoming Itzong, Salusa had quietly established a telepathic connection with Su Yun, though she remained unaware of it herself. Although this connection differed from the one between her and her sister, thoughts from Su Yun's mind would instantly flow into her memory. So, at first glance, she recognized that behind this gate lurked what Su Yun had described as an absolutely untouchable monster. The image of the mountain god instinctively burst into her imagination. Once the gate was fully open, would a towering mountain forcibly squeeze out of the narrow doorway, barely tall enough for a person? Yikong's power had also strengthened the mental link between Salusa and Zifalu. Through this channel, Zifalu directly saw the scene in Salusa's Minda fissure filled with swirling dust and sand, from which a massive mountain tens of thousands of feet high was slowly pushing outward. Zifalu was stunned on the spot. What on earth does Salusa usually have on her mind? The next moment, Suyun suddenly reached out and grabbed Salusa's hand. Following his lead, Salusa then grabbed Zifalu's hand. Memory swap. 40,000 mana points were instantly consumed as Su Yun swapped places with a black abyss phantom insect wildly fleeing north. The status panel showed only mana, 2,679. Mana recovery rate, 200. No mana left, no blood left, no mount. And the route to the South Sea completely cut off utterly at a dead end. As soon as the teleportation ended, he dared not pause even for a moment. Pulling the two along, he sprinted farther north while secretly calculating. Since the South Sea was hopeless, the last hope had to be the Shui King city. Wait, maybe it wasn't quite hopeless yet. The three had barely gone far when Su Yun suddenly noticed a young man standing ahead. The man gripped a map with a furrowed brow, clearly lost. Could it be a glimmer of hope in the darkness? The salt gate swung open, and the Salt Witch stepped out. The once soft earth beneath her feet had turned stark white, corroded by her salt magic. In just a few steps, invisible laws radiating from her drained and bleached every withered branch around her. The brittle twigs, fragile as porcelain, crumbled into salt crystals beneath her feet, leaving nothing but a smooth white carpet on the ground. Above this scene of deathly silence and pure white, A jet-black abyssal wraithworm marked by faint blue patterns flapped its diaphanous insect wings desperately. Following Su Yun's orders, it fled in panic toward the South Sea, its head ducked low in utter haste. The creature's frantic, fleeing posture instantly caught the Salt Witch's attention. This was the first time she had seen a living thing not instantly corroded by her salt techniques. She narrowed her icy blue eyes, lips curling into a subtle, knowing smile. How interesting, increasingly intriguing. Yet she made no move to give chase. She stopped, the hem of her snow-white robe blending seamlessly with the ground as it fluttered softly in the wind. Quietly watching, she let the black creature gradually disappear into the distance. Only when the speck vanished beyond her sight did she draw back her gaze with a hint of lingering curiosity and turn her head to look northward. After a brief moment of stillness, the Salt Witch turned and retraced her steps to the salt gate. The moment the gate doors closed behind her, they shattered into a cloud of salt dust, which the wind swiftly dispersed. Not far away in the forest, Su Yun held his breath, only daring to believe his eyes once he confirmed that the young man ahead, holding a map, was not a hallucination. That was Hustley Leon, the legendary Sword of Lithomanides Sword Saint, and the most powerful mythic NPC of the late Eternal Era. Yet something was clearly off. In his previous life, players only encountered Sword of Light after most had migrated to the third-tier capital, and his main questline wasn't triggered until they settled in the second-tier capital, Shishueking City. But here, in the seven-color Phantom Forest under the jurisdiction of the level 5 capital's Rainbow God Tree, he shouldn't even appear. Suddenly, Su Yun recalled his nearly invisible convenient mentor, Archmage Campbell, also the court magician of Shishueking City. During the Misty Labyrinth, Campbell had discovered Su Yun's rare talent of affinity for all magic types, a gift even the memory throne couldn't hide, and nearly convinced him to study forbidden spells. At parting, the old man had patted his chest with absolute certainty. Wait for me in the seven-color Phantom Forest. They'll send someone to find you soon. Now, thinking back, could that someone be this very Sword of Light before him? What reason could he have for summoning such a legendary figure to this godforsaken place? Su Yun's thoughts raced wildly, but outwardly he took a deep breath and turned to Salusa and Zifalu beside him with a smile. I don't think we need to run anymore. Let's go greet him. Salusa's eyes widened. Who is he? He looks so young. Is he a god too? Do you think he can beat that mountain god? Zifalu rolled her eyes. What are you always thinking about, Salusa? Meanwhile, Hustley Leon studied a wrinkled, ancient map, clearly struggling to find the right path. As he paced and paused, he finally noticed a few elves nearby. His face brightened with relief as he hurried over, his silver hair glinting coldly in the sunlight. Hey, friends, are you night elves? He folded the map away and waved warmly. Su Yun raised an eyebrow and replied, You mean you're lost? Yes, terribly sorry. I don't know much about the elves, but judging by your posture, you must be night elves, right? Yes, we are night elves. Hearing the reply, the blonde knight unleashed his words like opening a floodgate. That's great. So, could you tell me how to get to the seven-color Phantom Forest and the seven-color Divine Trio, right? I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Hustley Lion, a knight of Shishua Royal City. There's a mage named Sheila among your night elvishes, a disciple of Cambadal, the Grand Archmage of Shishua Royal City. I come with no ill intent. I've been entrusted by Lord Cambadal to help clear the pest infestation at the seven-color Divine Tree. Also, he paused briefly but kept speaking rapidly. I'm looking for a night elf named Su Yun. Do you know him? Wesley, better known by his famed title Sword of Radiance, kept talking nonstop. Seizing a moment during his self-introduction, Su Yun glanced down at the map in the knight's hands. It was a detailed route map from Shishua Royal City heading south all the way to the seven-color Phantom Forest. Every fork in the road, every river crossing, even marching distances were clearly marked. The only problem, the map was upside down. If Hustley were to follow this guide, he should be traveling north, eventually entering the frigid far north, yet here he was, already standing inside the seven-color Phantom Forest. Su Yun silently marveled. No wonder the Sword of Radiance could arrive precisely at his destination within a day while holding the map upside down. The Hustley before him looked almost exactly like the legendary knight Su Yun remembered. Short golden hair, delicate youthful features like a freshly minted young knight. If not for the blindingly bright title Sword of Radiance hovering above his head, anyone would mistake him for a novice. He wore a pure white knight's uniform trimmed in gold, the same cut as Shishua Royal City's casual wear, but custom-made for the Sword Saint lineage. His plain long sword at his waist was unassuming, yet it was the sacred artifact granted only to the Sword Saint, the Sword of Radiance. But the true brilliance of the artifact did not stem from the steel itself, but from Hustley Lion. It was no exaggeration to call him the strongest mythic-tier NPC of the ancient era. In a previous storyline, he single-handedly slew a level 3 11 false god, the Catastrophic Witch. By contrast, the level 60 Black Abyss Void Parasite in front of them probably wouldn't survive a single strike from him. As for getting lost, that was a feature that all players had long since come to expect. Huxley often vanished midway through expeditions, but there was no need to search would miraculously appear at the most critical moment. Later players pieced together from the lore that this wasn't random wandering, but a kind of plot device or innate talent. The Sword of Radiance only ever manifests where he is most needed. If not for Su Yun swapping places with the Void Parasite, that parasite would almost certainly have been casually slain by Huxley as a trivial enemy. After a brief look, Su Yun opened his system panel. Name, Sword of Radiance Huxley Lion. Race, human. Level, 241 World Leader. Class, Sword Saint. Relationship, friendly. Other information currently unavailable. Su Yun muttered inwardly. Level 241 Hueslikan, he really solo the Salt Witch? Clearing his throat, he said, I'm Su Yun, the new student recently accepted by Master Campbell. Huxley's eyes lit up like he had found a dropped gem. So you're Su Yun? What a coincidence. Seems like fortune still favors me. Pleasure to meet you, companion. Just call me Huxley. Over the next 3 years, we'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. Su Yun? What did he mean by we'll have 3 years to slowly get acquainted? Wait, I'm a little confused. So you're saying that Minter Campbell sent you to find me, but not to take me back to Shishua Royal City? Instead, you're supposed to stay here with me in the 7-colored Phantom Forest? Su Yun raised an eyebrow and glanced back and forth at the Sword of Radiance. The dim forest air was thick with the faint scent of damp moss, while dappled sunlight flickered at their feet through the leaves. The Sword of Radiance hesitated for half a second, a twitch at the corner of his mouth as if caught off guard. Partner, you're not planning to stay here in the 7-colored Phantom Forest forever, right? Before he finished, his face showed clear discomfort. It was obvious he had no interest in living here permanently. In fact, in Su Yun's previous life, the Sword of Radiance rarely stayed long at Shishua Royal City. He was always wandering around claiming to be on some Sword Saint training journey. Su Yun never really understood what that involved. Whenever the Sword of Radiance disappeared, players couldn't find him unless he showed up on his own. Well, of course not. I probably won't stay here much longer before heading somewhere else. Su Yun probed. So you mean you're going to travel with me? The Sword of Radiance sighed in relief, visibly relaxing. Su Yun blinked, confused. What exactly did Campbell tell him? Yes, partner. Archmage Campbell paid a hefty price to have me escort your development for 3 years. Over those 3 years, he'll teach you forbidden magic step by step so you become the strongest forbidden mage in the world. He said only you can pull off this miracle. And I, as a Sword Saint, am honored to witness it. Su Yun's brow furrowed as more questions popped up. Something feels off. Can I ask, what exactly is that hefty price? The Sword of Radiance opened his palm to reveal 6 ancient dragon scales. Their metallic texture shimmered with a cold, iridescent glow. Ancient dragon scales? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Each scale was worth 1,000,000 energy essence gold coins. 6 of them equaled almost everything Su Yun owned. Where did Campbell get so much money? Logically, Campbell was both the Archmage of the Mage Association and the Level 2 Court Mage of Shishua Royal City. Combined, his salary was only around 500,600 essence gold coins annually. To save up 6 scales from his salary alone, he'd need to work over 10,000 years. Does that make any sense? Su Yun muttered to himself. That was careless. Way too careless. I knew Campbell boosted favors, but I didn't expect him to spend this much. Damn it, why do I feel a little moved? It seems like Campbell really did have a plan to win me over. Obviously, Campbell possessing 6 ancient dragon scales wasn't something he achieved alone. Those 6 rare scales were almost certainly pooled together by all the grand archmages desperate to master forbidden spells. Su Yun understood this clearly. Even these renowned grand archmages would need to stumble upon wildly improbable luck finding wild ancient dragon scales to scrape together such costly materials at this point in time. The real question was, Campbell had never secured Su Yun's promise to master forbidden magic, yet he still risked dropping such a huge sum all at once. What if he fails? Campbell was probably too confident for his own good. But just as Su Yun was pondering this, a sudden pang of doubt hit him. Maybe he'd overestimated himself. Perhaps it was the Sword of Radiance that was truly trapped in this mess. Maybe some of these 6 scales originally came from Shishua Royal City's supplies designated for training as Sword Saint, and the ambitious Grand Archmages seized the opportunity to piggyback their own funds onto the city's resources, tricking both Shishua and themselves into this forbidden magic gamble. If that were the case, once the plan succeeded, Shishua Royal City would simultaneously possess forbidden mages and a Sword Saint, plus Salusa, Zifulu, the Black Abyssal Worm. Even the first-tier capital Lenosi couldn't assemble such a formidable lineup. Su Yun had initially refused forbidden magic because its uncontrollable nature was deadly. Even with the memory servant bloodlock effect, obtaining one was extraordinarily difficult, leaving no guarantees. But now things had changed. Already controlled 3 memory servants. If he could keep the Sword of Radiance close, it would be all upside and no risk. After all, the Sword of Radiance's fate was ultimately death. If Su Yun could foster a good bond now, when itself terminated, a new memory servant would be his. In the primordial era, memory servants of the Sword of Radiance's caliber were fiercely contested resource if he could get it to stay willingly. The success rate would be 100, no need to leave it to chance. Missing this would haunt him in nightmares. Everyone would win, truly a cause for celebration. Just as Su Yun privately rejoiced over acquiring the Sword of Radiance, the sword suddenly furrowed its brow. It spun sharply, looking toward the Rainbow Phantom Forest, then stepped sideways to shield Su Yun and the Dark Elves. Ahem, forgot to mention a plague of pests from the Rainbow God Tree has been dealt with, but now there's a bigger threat. The human disaster, the Salt Witch, it said urgently. She destroyed the entire Rainbow Phantom Forest, and the only one who escaped. I expect she's already close behind. The witch? The Sword of Radiance responded coldly. Friend, we're no match for her. You go first, I'll hold her off. Before waiting for a reply, it resolutely planted itself, eyes locked on the forest. Flawless white radiance rapidly crept over the trees, spreading across the ground to their feet and expanding outwards, as if devouring all color itself. Within the blank white forest, a small figure cloaked beneath a wide ceremonial robe steadily approached them step by step. So Rusa, why is the mountain spirit so tiny? Zifuru, don't keep thinking about your little mountain spirit, sis. Name, Human Calamity Salt Witch. Race, Invisible. Level, 311, Demigod World Leader. Class, Human Calamity Witch. Alignment, Hostile. Current objective, Not Yet Visible. Ahem, comrades, remember this. Before the fight starts, you absolutely must shout her name Fatagria. That's her true name, don't forget it. Su Yun urged Silrusa and Zifuru to retreat, while instructing the Sword of Radiance anxiously, careful not to miss a single word. Sword of Radiance, huh? You know the witch's name? Before he could dwell on the question, the battle was imminent, and he pushed aside his doubts. The Salt Witch has an invincible shell no one can break through until her true name is spoken. Even a max-level Sword of Radiance cannot defeat the Salt Witch in her invulnerable state. But now that her name is known, there's at least a chance. As for why Su Yun wasn't the one to shout it, letting Sword of Radiance do it instead, he knew why perfectly well didn't want the Salt Witch to lock onto him yet. Give him a few more years, and he could kill her casually. For now, better to let the reckless Sword of Radiance take the front line. Su Yun decisively left the battlefield to Sword of Radiance and the Salt Witch, but didn't retreat too far. He picked a relatively safe spot to observe the fight. So long as the Black Abyss worms in the south survived, he was safe. But if Sword of Radiance fell, he'd have to consider a desperate last stand. Go forth, Sword of Radiance. You have to win. Facing the Salt Witch, Sword of Radiance shed his usual youthful innocence, slowly drawing his long sword at his waist, his gaze sharp as a blade. The Salt Witch ignored him, stepping forward. Behind her, countless salt grains surged together into roaring tidal waves tens of meters high, blotting out the sky. She lifted her hand and pushed lightly. The roaring salt waves surged towards Sword of Radiance, overwhelming the battlefield. Simultaneously, Sword of Radiance's long sword burst forth dazzling holy light. Fatagria. He swung his sword with all his might. The holy light charged forward with unmatched sharpness, crashing into the sea of salt. The Salt Witch paused, as if hearing her long-buried true name called out. Holy light and salt waves collided head-on. Explosion, no thunderous roar. The impact swallowed all sight. Holy light melting salt, salt grinding away the light. Not far away, a string of 0,0,0,0,0 damage immune appeared before Su Yun. He didn't want to know how much health would have been lost without the Memory Throne's immune shield, probably starting in the 9 digits. But just before the two truly clashed, the Salt Witch's status suddenly changed. Level 241, Demigod World Leader. Sword of Radiance's level did not drop at all. It was as if her mere confrontation with him forced her to rise to the same rank. The aftershock swept through the land, and Su Yun clearly felt the ground beneath him sink slightly. Remember, this was only a side effect of the Salt Witch's saltification of the terrain. To truly destroy the ground, her invincible salt magic would have to be broken first. Otherwise, this entire region might be erased from the world map of the Eternal Era. The information panel flickered midair, displaying the remaining health of both sides in full view. The holy light swung by the Sword of Radiance cut through the sky-darkening sea of salt like a colossal siege axe. The cascading silver-white sword light tore the vast salt sea into countless tiny grains, swirling everywhere. Yet just before it collapsed completely, the fragments of salt suddenly paused, suspended in midair. The residual power of the holy light, having pierced the salt sea, was diminished by over 90%, reduced to a scorching beam by the time it reached the Salt Witch. Without the salt sea as a buffer, she extended her right palm to block it, instantly scorching a deep crack in her palm. Burning life, just to wound me? Pain flared, and killing intent flashed in the Salt Witch's eyes, but she forcibly restrained it. She had completed what she had to do. She withdrew her injured hand, hiding it in the sleeve of her wide, ceremonial robe. In the next moment, a gate of crystalline salt materialized at her side. She did not linger, but stepped through. The gate closed, dissolving into fine salt scattered by the wind, taking her figure with it. Only the salt sea remained, suspended in place, frozen into an eternal spectacle that would never weather away. From afar, Su Yun watched the Sword of Radiance's health bar plummet. He had been ready to rush forward and rescue it, but was stunned to see the overwhelmingly dominant salt, which suddenly retreat. On the surface, it appeared the Sword of Radiance had forced her back, but observing closely as a spectator locked on health, he saw the truth at the final moment of the clash, the salt which had deliberately destroyed the salt sea. Had the salt sea continued to fall, the consequences would have been disastrous. But why did she choose to be injured, yet shatter the salt sea? Just as Su Yun pondered this, numerous system pop-ups rapidly appeared. Hidden final storyline branch, choose one of 3. Worship the ancient god completed. Mission result, repel disaster salt, which 11. Mission completion, 100. Rewards being granted. You obtained reward, memory fragment 3. Hidden achievement unlocked, untouchable taboo. Main storyline mission disaster completed. Survived until observing disaster salt, which, 137. Reward, experience 1086. Player Yunduo Strategy Group level increased to 49. World-class boss disaster salt, which has withdrawn, storyline focused mode ended. As the system notifications flooded in, Su Yun finally confirmed the hidden final storyline branch, choose one of 3. Worship the ancient god, had been perfectly concluded. However, the cost was equally clear. The entire radiant phantom forest had been transformed into a lost city. To break the curse left by the Salt Witch, there are only 2 options. First, the Salt Witch must voluntarily retract the curse. Second, the Salt Witch must be killed. No matter which option, the chances of success are minuscule at best. Su Yun chewed over this conclusion repeatedly in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. What was even more absurd was the choose one of 3. Offer to the ancient god option listed in the final quest. According to the normal storyline, he had already witnessed the outcome of those 3 choices. Salusa and Zifyulu die without fail, leaving only the abyssal voidworm and the spirit of Zifyulu inhabiting Salusa's body alive. But who exactly is the ancient god to be offered? Could it possibly mean himself? After all, Salusa, Zifyulu, and the abyssal voidworm all 3 had become his memories. Was the ancient god actually me? Su Yun's scalp tingled at the thought. Even stranger was that the side quest reward blatantly said memories 3. Memories could be given as rewards? Yet he had barely managed to capture those 3 at the cost of his life. Beyond these memories, the system only threw him 20 points of legendary achievement, which at best meant 2 lucky draws and 2 racial skill unlocks, and nothing more. The salt, which had been gone for a while, worried the dissolving salt sea might collapse at any moment. Su Yun left Salusa and Zifyulu in a relatively safe spot, then jogged over to the Radiant Sword. The HP bar he saw read just 500, obviously locked. The Salt Sea's attack hadn't fully landed on him yet, but the system forcibly pinned his HP low, showing that even the Radiant Sword couldn't defeat the Salt, which in the current timeline. Aside from the Radiant Sword, only the Anchor of the Sea realm could force her to lose a quarter of her health. Still, the Radiant Sword held its final sword stroke pose, motionless. If it weren't for the 500 HP displayed, Su Yun might have thought it had long since perished. He had never seen the Radiant Sword's HP so pitiful. Are you okay, partner? Su Yun reached out and waved his hand in front of it, lowering his voice to test the waters. Radiant Sword. Partner? Radiant Sword? Only after the 3rd call did the sword suddenly emit a milky white glow all around. At first glance, Su Yun thought it was the Death Substitute Totem, but the glow was thicker and richer than he remembered. More importantly, the Death Substitute Totem should only activate when HP hit 0, but this time it triggered early. Players had speculated before that unless the Radiant Sword committed suicide, no one could kill it. Even badly wounded, it could always use some mechanism to restore full health. When the glow finally faded completely, it finally responded. Thanks for your concern, I'm fine, partner. Su Yun glanced at the status panel. HP had jumped back to 1,155,904,750. Are you really okay? He still wasn't convinced. I really am. But you're bleeding from the corner of your mouth. Before he finished speaking, the Radiant Sword's other hand swiftly wiped the corner of its mouth, so fast it left only an afterimage. But the pure white knight's sleeve instantly stained a glaring red with blood. Oddly, after triggering the Death Substitute Totem, it looked even more severely injured. I really am fine, don't worry. It repeated, though its voice sounded a bit weak. Then maybe you should get up first? Su Yun gestured toward the ground. After a brief silence, the Radiant Sword slowly sheathed its blade, lifted a foot, straightened its waist, a process that took over a minute before it barely stood upright. Drops of blood dripped from its chin, forming dark red stains on the gold-edged knight's armor. Maybe wipe that again. This is the discipline of a sword saint, it said with a strained smile. Facing the witch alone has shown me my own shortcomings. I believe I can do better in the future. Let's work hard together, partner. After saying this, it fell backward and lost consciousness. As for why it didn't fall awkwardly despite falling back, that, perhaps, was the essence of being a sword saint. Under the protection of the Abyssal Worm Remembrancer, the Night Elf NPCs, along with the players captured alongside them, managed to narrowly avoid the Salt Witch's first indiscriminate purge of the Prism Phantom Forest, but only just. The entire forest had long since been cursed and petrified into eternal salt. Strangely, the salt sculptures formed from the Abyssal Worm Remembrancers were not directly controlled by the witch. Still, the salt magic silently corroded everything. The rough, white cracks spread across the worm shells, and salt grains fell like fine dust, scattering with the wind. The night elves were the first to notice this lifeless disintegration, and despair slowly crept into every heart. Finally, the first salt sculpture collapsed completely. Pale sunlight poured through the open gap, illuminating the previously dark ground. Ivor held his breath, calmly closing his eyes to face death, clutching his young apprentice Niken tightly in his arms. When they were captured, he was with Niken, and both had landed on the back of the same abyssal worm. Now, all he could do was shield the boy with his aging body one last time. Niken struggled and cried against Ivor's chest. "Please let me go. I'm not afraid to die." His voice was hoarse, but it was no match for his master's years of strength. Ivor gritted his teeth, knowing in his heart, young people have their battles to fight. He was old and had lived long enough. Even if he could only buy a moment more, he would give Niken that chance to gamble on an unknown future. But who would come to save them? In this cataclysm that had ravaged the world again and again, who could possibly reach this place? In the instant the salt sculpture shattered, cold, sharp salt grains lashed Ivor's back, as if burning his skin. He silently repeated in his mind, "Child, you must live." Ivor had no biological children, but Salusa, Ziphiru, and the boy Niken were his family. Ziphiru might already be lost, and Niken might never receive help. As for Salusa, this was the first time Ivor had wished so desperately that Shiyun had led her away from the Prism God Tree, out of the Prism Phantom Forest. "Please, let me go. I'm really not afraid to die. I'm sorry I stole your forging hammer before. I'm sorry." Niken's tears mixed with salt as he kept repeating the lessons taught to him. "If you do wrong, you must punish it, right? Don't risk yourself. Please hide. It's only when death nears that people truly learn to cherish life." The boy screamed hoarsely while Ivor held him even tighter. At the same time, the players received the system notification before the NPCs. "Story focus mode has ended. The Salt Witch has left." Seeing the pop-up, Feed the Pig was the first to react, raising his hand to shatter the already fragile abyssal worm salt sculpture. White shards rose like mist. Relying on memory, he dashed straight to where Ivor was because Ivor was key to obtaining the 20 equipment. He absolutely could not die. Ivor was crucial to unlocking the 20 equipment. He simply had to stay alive. Having fed the pig, Jianzhu just bowed to every one of the 18 Buddhist deities in the heavens before finally spotting Ifu, who was carefully shielding Niken beneath him, though his own back was already bare. "Ifu, Niken, let me go. Please, let me go." "Foolish child, I'm not dead." Ifu dragged his battered body up slowly, dusting off the hardened salt crust on his back as he frowned and muttered, "Why is this stuff so hot?" Now that the salt witch had fled, the salt magic lost its master control and was no longer deadly. But these were still high concentrations of chaotic magic elements. Staying against the skin felt like burning hot gravel. Seeing that Ifu was safe and sound, Jianzhu let out a long breath. But the next second, he noticed Ifu's hands were empty. "Ifu's hammer. Senior Ifu, where's your forging hammer?" "What forging hammer? With everything going on just now, who had time to think about that?" "It probably dropped near the rainbow tree." Before the words had even left his mouth, Ifu pulled himself free from the shattered salt sculpture and immediately hoisted Niken out, too. When Niken collapsed into Ifu's arms, tears mixed with dust streaked her face, and only then did she truly realize how reckless and foolish she had been. Jianzhu stood frozen, but inside he felt like he'd been hammered hard. The forging hammer had fallen near the rainbow tree. The storyline focus mode was over, meaning players could revive at any moment. Was there anyone left in the main city? If some other players found the hammer first, who would voluntarily hand it over? "Back to the city. We have to get back immediately." He took a couple of steps, and then abruptly stopped, and turned around. Didn't even know the way. "Senior Ifu, which direction is the rainbow tree?" Ifu rubbed his aching back, bruised from the chaotic beasts tossing, looking baffled. "The rainbow tree? That worm carried me all the way around. These old bones are nearly falling apart. I have no idea where it is. I just don't know." Jianzhu's eyes went wide in disbelief as he stood frozen. After a full day without food, Su Yun's hunger had long since bottomed out. He stumbled through the forest, carrying the unconscious Tiguang's sword on his back, barely finding a patch of woods untouched by salt magic. Now, he regretted sending out the abyssal void worm. Tiguang's sword was so heavy he constantly doubted his own strength, especially its core, which made his shoulders ache. If not for Salusa and Ziphilu helping share the burden, he wasn't sure how he would have dragged it so far. He found a safe clearing, propped the massive sword against a sturdy old tree as dusk fell. Mist began rising among the trees, and distant insects chirped rhythmically. Let's split the work. Someone start a fire, someone cook, he said, wiping sweat and glancing at the two girls. He'll help cook with sister. Salusa immediately raised her hand, full of confidence, as if an imaginary pop-up above her head said volunteering.jpg. Suyun blinked, speechless. Trust me, I can't cook, but sister can. She always made food for me before. I learned cooking from her. The moment he heard Salusa cooking, Suyun's mind flashed to that bubbling, black foaming concoction she once made color indescribable, something that really shouldn't be called food. He still couldn't figure out how she turned proper ingredients into such a nightmare. If Salusa ever quit cooking, the dark cuisine world would lose a top master. Fortunately, she stressed that this time Zifulu would be the head cook. Suyun trusted Zifulu after all. In her past life, she was a ruthless avenging goddess disguised as Salusa, so making food should be easy. Just the idea of this script goddess cooking for real was something other players could hardly imagine. Yet when he heard I learned cooking from sister, suddenly he wasn't so sure. Could Zifulu really cook? If she couldn't either, what had those sisters been eating all along? He could only tell himself, it should be fine, right? Hopefully, right? Having completed the hidden final side quest of choosing one from 3 options and paying tribute to the ancient gods, Suyun essentially altered the fates of Salusa and Zifuru, the avenging goddesses, changed the destiny of the Black Abyss Voidworm, and even shifted the main storyline arc involving the Sword of Radiance and the entire Spectrum Phantom Forest. Now, holding the freshly awarded quest rewards, only one thought occupied his mind: his previously planned growth path would have to be completely scrapped and redone. Myth-quality NPCs usually only appear after the main story progresses considerably and the player reaches a high enough level. Suyun wasn't fully aware of where these rare characters might be hiding early on, but exceptions always existed. The South Sea Boundary Ship was one such case. In his previous life, Suyun first set foot on the South Sea Boundary Ship more than 3 years after the server opened, when he was over level 180. That enormous ship sailed the long South Sea route, occasionally encountering the Sea Grave, a massive whirlpool capable of swallowing entire vessels. The Sea Grave's timing and location were unpredictable, so all ships planned routes to avoid it. Only the South Sea Boundary Ship's path covered nearly all waters where the Sea Grave might appear, yet it always passed safely through. As a strategy blogger, Suyun was curious if the Sea Grave concealed a dungeon entrance. One day, when the ship happened to skim the edge of the whirlpool, he stocked up 300 bottles of underwater breath potions, items that allowed brief breathing underwater, and plunged in. Chaos erupted instantly. Roaring currents surrounded him as he fought to stay conscious and dodge hidden dangers. After exhausting over 270 potions, he staggered ashore on the other side of the Sea Grave. Waiting there was a vast, unknown deserted island unmarked on any player map, simply labeled as its region name. The island was covered with scorched cracks and broken ancient trees, as if it had just witnessed a brutal battle. Yet when Suyun arrived, the fight was long over, leaving only residual heat in the air. Having other quests to pursue, he only explored the island for a few days, scouted key spots, then used a death totem to save and teleport back to the South Sea Boundary Ship. Later, at level 310 and having ascended to demigod status, he dived back into the Sea Grave seeking fresh inspiration. This time, after spending over a month thoroughly searching the barren island, he finally found 3 wild ancient dragon scales deep within the ruins. Indeed, it seemed possible to collect ancient dragon scales right on that island. Because of this, Suyun firmly believed that the Boundary Ship's regular passage through the Sea Grave was no coincidence. The deserted island concealed a profound questline he had missed by arriving too late in his first life. Now, with time still on his side, he could afford to investigate the island more thoroughly and gradually uncover its secrets. Any place where wild ancient dragon scales could be found had to hold a significant story beneath the surface. As for safety, of course, he intended to convince the Sword of Radiance to come along on the exploration. Leaving the abyssal voidworm on land means he doesn't have to worry about its survival, and Shorth can just go all out. According to Suyun's plan, the next stop is the level 3 main city known as the Capital of the Mages, which is also the headquarters of the Mage Association. There, a mythical quality NPC will appear, Mofa Yuhui, Twilight of the End. Suyun once snuck into the association's database and read her full file. During the first 2 years after the server launch, she was an ordinary person with no magical aptitude. But in the early 3rd year, she suddenly burst forth with astonishing talent, and within a year rose to become the association's strongest Grand Archmage. However, around 3.5 years in, the association launched a massive manhunt against her, deploying 150 Grand Archmages and 500 Archmages on the grounds that she was a potential next witch, issuing a global mission to all members. In the end, Mofa Yuhui fell hastily in that siege. Even her surrogate mentor Kambatel took part in the operation. The Capital of the Mages has seen countless tragedies. For years after witnessing the downfall of the potential next witch, an actual human catastrophe arrived. The Witch of All Laws descended upon the city. By coincidence, the legendary weapon Sword of Light was also there. The Witch of All Laws was treated as just a minor monster and was the most abruptly killed witch. Su Yun mused. Once he returns from the deserted island to the mainland, he should head straight to the capital of the mages and persuade Mofa Yuhui away before her talent awakens. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Salusa and Zifula's foraging trip into the forest, he wandered alone in the woods. They were at the neutral zone on the outskirts of the Rainbow Phantom Forest. To the north lay a canyon. Beyond the canyon to the north was the Twilight Forest, home territory of the elven race. Players who initially chose lowborn elves started there. The gap in between existed because the canyon was infested with monsters level 60 and above. The Rainbow Phantom Forest was already ruined. If the Dark Elf NPC he rescued still had survivors, they would have to find another refuge. Twilight Forest was a good option. He planned to visit there the next day, spend some money to smooth relations, and offer an explanation to players who had followed his guide. With a few hours free, he used a combat exit buff to restore mana and down the remaining mana potions in his bag, recovering his mana to 150,000 total, finally enough. Seizing a perfect moment, he raised his hand and launched a fireball at the treetop. 6,403. Killed a level 5 winged sparrow. Experience 0.023. Enemy target winged sparrow killed and converted into Su Yun's first memory servant. Winged sparrows were common small forest demons, unremarkable low-level mobs, but with 3 major advantages: small size, fast speed, and cute appearance. Their feathers were fluffy, their chests like little tufts, and their 2 pairs of wings folded back made them look like fat round balls. Despite their tiny size, while Su Yun had trekked for over half a year to reach the South Sea, they could fly there in just one day. Thanks to the memory replica skill, Su Yun's memory exchange could be cast at will as long as he burned mana. He planned to capture several more winged sparrows as memory servants and scatter them across the world. Wherever he went in the future, he could instantly exchange memories and save himself the long travels. After all, traveling by foot from King Shui City to Rainbow Phantom Forest, then to the South Sea, took over a year of non-stop running. That was just one corner of the Eternal Arrow world map. For players frequently changing regions, a 10-year gaming career spent most of the time just traveling. As for the Sword of Light, after he teleports away, if he gets its location, he should be able to reach it pretty quickly. Hurry up, sister, you're too slow. Coming, coming. The setting sun filtered through the branches, casting mottled light spots onto the soft forest floor. Salusa stretched out her arms, letting the breeze brush past her ears. Her nose filled with the mixed scent of earth and flowers, while occasional bird calls at dusk broke the stillness. Su Yun was right beside her. The shadows of life and death seemed completely banished by this colorful twilight. And her dearest sister was trailing close behind this time. She would never leave her again. Salusa, don't run too far ahead. Do you even remember the way back? Behind her, Kyanphala's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Huh, what way back? Salusa glanced back, sticking her tongue out playfully. Don't worry, I remember it. I was just reminding you not to fall behind. Kyanphala chuckled softly and hurried forward to catch up. With her sister nearby, the danger of getting lost seemed non-existent. Salusa bounced back to Kyanphala's side, grabbing her arm and leaning close just like when they were kids. Her smile seemed to light up the entire Prism Illusion Forest, forcing the gloom in Kyanphala's heart to retreat. But that darkness hadn't truly vanished. Taru, the Dark Knight Elf Chieftain, was far from the benevolent elder outsiders believed him to be. The infestation of the 7-colored divine tree involved him directly. Kyanphala had witnessed Taru inspecting the black abyssal seeds in a shadowy basement. Later, when the abyssal worms ran rampant, even turning on Taru, he only managed to quell them in haste. What exactly Taru intended remained a mystery to Kyanphala, but she still vividly felt the chilling danger brought by those seeds. It became clear that all of this was creating some kind of monster. Could one chieftain alone really orchestrate such a conspiracy? Kyanphala once suspected that, beyond her sister, the entire Dark Knight Elf tribe was complicit in this disaster. She used telepathic communication many times to urge Salusa to leave the Prism Illusion Forest, not wanting her to be dragged into this whirlpool. And then there was the white frost, a blindingly pure mist that spread over the forest. It seemed to have no effect on Salusa, but what about the other creatures? While Salusa might have been unaware, Kyanphala saw many beasts slowly turning into ice sculptures in the pure white. Was that frost quietly purifying the Dark Knight elves as well? Thankfully, it was all finally over. With the catastrophe ended, Salusa could continue carefree, the best kind of homecoming. Salusa suddenly stopped and turned around, clutching her chest. Her voice was soft and sweet. Have you noticed our whispers are getting clearer? I can hear your thoughts you don't want me to know now. Kyanphala was abruptly pulled back from her reverie. Salusa smiled and added, Su Yun told me the infestation was definitely caused by Chieftain Taru, but no other elves were involved. With Su Yun's help, I personally defeated Taru, and Su Yun didn't bring him back after that. That mountain spirit earlier was indeed very strong. Su Yun seems powerless against it now, but see, Su Yun still found a way to drive it away in the end. As for the night elves, Su Yun promised me he would do everything possible to save them. And it's okay if anything happens to them. Su Yun can even bring them back to life. Along the dense, intertwining forest path, Salusa toyed with a vine in her hand while trying to comfort her sister. So, come on, sis, cheer up a little. I might seem silly usually, but that's only because you spoiled me. I'm definitely not dumb. Kianfaru listened as her little sister chattered nonstop and suddenly realized. Salusa knew all those little secrets she had buried deep in her heart, and from Salusa's account. This elf named Su Yun truly seemed capable of anything. Had she not experienced it herself, Kianfaru would have found it hard to believe such incredible things, but right now, could she really afford to doubt? You haven't told me clearly yet, who is this Su Yun, really? A god, Salusa said matter-of-factly, blinking. Didn't I tell you? He's an all-powerful god, and he's the one I wish to save you. Kianfaru felt something was increasingly off. Could you be a bit more detailed? I'm still a bit fuzzy on it too, but Su Yun said once we're safe, he'll explain everything, so let's wait for that, okay? This brief exchange gave Kianfaru no useful information and only deepened her confusion. Still, she suppressed her doubts and decided to wait for Su Yun's own explanation. Since they had a mission, the two sisters quickly shifted focus. They picked a clearing overgrown with wild vegetables to gather food. The problem was this wasn't the seven-colored phantom forest, and Kianfaru hardly recognized these plants. She had to relearn which wild vegetables were poisonous and which were safe. In the past, she relied on her poison immunity template talent by tasting first. She would eat the plant, then see if it required energy to clear toxins from her body. If she felt no discomfort, she'd feel safe feeding it to her sister. Using this crude method, Kianfaru once sampled almost every flower, grass, and mushroom in the forest. But now everything had completely changed. Previously, she had 30,000 health points, took 1,000 poison damage, and had to spend effort clearing toxins. Now, inheriting Su Yun's life growth aptitude combined with the memory from experience special effect, her health skyrocketed to 3 million, and she was immune to injury. Losing 1,000 poison damage without clearing it had no real impact. These subtle differences rendered her old method useless. She plucked a tender leaf, placed it in her mouth. Chew, chew, chew. 0 damage. Special effect, poison immunity. Seems not poisonous. Next, she picked a red flower. Chew, chew, chew. 0 damage. Special effect, poison immunity. This one seems safe too. A black mushroom. Chew, chew, chew. 0 damage. Special effect, poison immunity. This definitely looks poisonous. Why doesn't it harm me? Like this, Kianfaru almost gathered all the wild vegetables from the clearing, realizing now nearly all were toxic, just varying in strength. Meanwhile, Salusa was completely carefree. Before, she could only watch enviously as her sister tested the food. Now with Su Yun around, she felt fearless. She picked a pure white flower, sniffed it, smells nice, and popped it into her mouth. Chew, 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 so bitter. 150 poison damage. Then a green flower, equally fragrant. Chew, chew, chew. 300 poison damage. Still bitter. Nearby, a brightly colored flower. 15,000 poison damage. Salusa exclaimed, this one's sweet. Let's bring it to Su Yun. Pluck. This one's really sweet. 5,000 poison damage. Pluck. This one's sweet too. 8,000 poison damage. Pluck. A lush green grass. 35,000 poison damage. This one smells great. I have to bring it to Su Yun. Pluck. And so, they filled their baskets with various wild ingredients. After some effort, Su Yun managed to capture over 40 winged birds to serve as memory servants. Half of them he sent flying to various parts of the primordial era world, places he thought he might visit in the future. The other half he kept close by, ready for whenever he might need them. Relying on the winged birds returning to the seven-color divine tree, he quickly learned the latest situation of the night elf NPCs and players. The night elf NPCs were currently sheltering in the salt crystallized seven-color illusion forest, hastily setting up makeshift camps with whatever materials they could find. The camp was makeshift because the salt which had almost completely crystallized the entire forest. The abyssal symbiont memory servants, meanwhile, had rushed the NPCs in retreat from the seven-color divine tree, leaving no time to gather extra supplies. The NPCs could only tear pieces of cloth from their clothes to use as mats on the salt crystallized ground, at least creating places to lie down without direct skin contact with the salt magic. Even without the salt witch's influence, staying too long in the saltified zones would cause painful burns from the salt crystals. While not fatal, it was certainly an uncomfortable and unsustainable situation. Su Yun planned to wait until dawn to lead them toward the Twilight Forest. The winged bird memory servants had already flown to the main city, their Twilight Tree city, so he could go ahead anytime, make contacts, and ensure the group would have a safe place to settle. As for the players, they were scattered throughout the seven-color illusion forest. Many had already discovered that direct contact with the saltified ground would cause health loss, so they were doing their best to survive the night using their skills. Compared to the NPCs, their situation wasn't too bad. The primordial era had stocked their backpacks with basic living supplies like pots and pans, so as long as they weren't surrounded by monsters, they could manage staying alive in the wild. What gave Suyin the most headache was how to relocate all the players scattered across the forest. It wasn't easy to gather them all at once. To avoid repeating the ingredient accident tragedy with Zafilu and Busalusa, Suyun carefully collected several edible wild vegetables from the forest as supplementary food, learning from past mistakes. After settling everything, he retraced his steps. From a distance, he saw a campfire glowing in the woods and two silhouettes huddled close together. Sarusa and Zafilu had returned. But as he approached, the scene caught him off guard. A small pot hung over the fire, bubbling with stew. Zafilu leaned over, gently stirring it, while Sarusa sat obediently nearby, patiently watching the wild vegetables boil. She occasionally picked wild flowers or grasses from a nearby basket to nibble as snacks. Enthralled by her chewing, the girl had a flower stem sticking out of her mouth, and from afar it looked like she was savoring a colorful lollipop. Suyun. She spotted him coming back and immediately waved, her eyes smiling warmly and the flower stem bobbing as she greeted him. If you ignore her current health bar and the string of damage numbers popping up above her head, she still looks pretty cute. 500 poison, 800 poison, 2000 poison, 5000 poison. HP 6, 0503, 134, 356. Suyun stared at the remaining, almost transparent layer of Sarusa's health, then glanced at the pot bubbling with green bubbles over the campfire. A pot of? Well, never mind. He really didn't know how to describe the dinner Zafilu had prepared for everyone. It was sloppy, way too sloppy. No wonder Sarusa said she learned to cook from her sister. The saying great teachers produce outstanding students was absolutely true. Sarusa's earlier pot of black bubbling sludge was at least visually discouraging, but now, Zyphila's green bubbling medicine soup looked more like a secret evil witch's brew from the depths of the forest. Lizard tails, toad saliva, decayed corpse nails. Just hearing the ingredients made his skin crawl. If it weren't for her extraordinary talent, she couldn't have pulled off such a visual shock. What on earth did Sarusa normally eat growing up? Living on handouts? Suyun thought bitterly. Also, how are you nearly out of health? That 3.1 million HP bar didn't climb up little by little for nothing. Suyun, come try it. Big sister's cooking has improved again. In the moment he was distracted, Sarusa actually scooped up a bowl of the green bubbles, blew on it, and then, as if to prove it tasted good, swallowed it whole right in front of him. 80,000 poison, 80,000 poison, 80,000 poison. HP 13,134,356. 80,000 poison damage. That's a serious amount even for a lethal poison. Tasty. Really good. Suyun, you have to try it. Suyun? He doubted he was even fully awake. He glanced again at the basket of vegetables by Sarusa's feet. A few patches of lush green grass, a handful of colorful flowers, pulling him once again into deep thought. Those multicolored flowers were called Wucai Yuanming flowers. In his past life, as a dedicated life skill player and alchemist, they were among the rarest and most valuable high-end materials in the late game. Small as they were, their price soared from 20 gold coins to 500 gold coins, scarce and rarely available. Nowadays, in a savvy main city, a single flower could still fetch 10 to 20 gold coins, equivalent to 2 months' wages working 2 jobs in Capital. As for the lush green grass called Qilintinjit, was even more absurd. Just one segment sold to any buyer dealing in Wucai Yuanming flowers could fetch 300 gold coins, enough to live comfortably in Capital for over half a year. It was like finding a rare Yunnan snow lotus or a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng on the street, something an average player might not come across even once in 10 years. In his past life, many players earned money by gathering these rare herbs in the forest. Just among those Suyun knew, there were hundreds of thousands in this line of work. Hundreds of thousands of people scoured forests all over the world, and even after a whole year, they could only gather 300 to 500 blossoms of the multicolored Yuanming flower. That was the total supply available on the market. As for the gloomy scaled tongue vine, it was entirely a matter of luck. Going through the whole year without finding any was perfectly normal. Yet Salusa had only been wandering casually through the forest for less than half a day before she picked up both of them. Could it really be just luck? Suyun looked at the bundle of multicolored Yuanming flowers and the few segments of gloomy scaled tongue vine in his hands, feeling a mixture of emotions. He was grateful he had come prepared. Otherwise, tonight they'd be gnawing on tree roots. The witch's brew that Xianfalu had prepared was carefully set aside by Suyun. That was a potent poison of the highest grade, possibly useful at any moment, so it could not be discarded lightly. He was even planning to secretly jot down the recipe later. The campfire rose, sparks flickering in the night. Suyun pulled out some pieces of snake belly meat, added water and salt, and boiled a pot of hot soup. He skewered the remaining meat on sturdy beech branches found nearby and arranged them in a ring around the fire. The sizzling fat dripped into the flames with a crackle. All this fanfare was to prepare provisions for the Sword of Illumination, a creature with a famously huge appetite. If Suyun didn't carry all sorts of stuff in his backpack, this meal wouldn't satisfy it. The rich smell of grilled meat soon spread throughout the camp, but the cost was that all meat supplies in Suyun's backpack were used up. Tomorrow would have to be spent hunting in the forest again. The firelight stretched and shrank their shadows. Suyun finally had some time to pull up the status panels of Salusa, Xianfalu, and the abyssal voidworm, whose image he had captured earlier. Since the two sisters had successfully become memory descendants, most of their attributes were now fully unlocked to him. At the very top, the unified display read, Quality, Mythic. Next, he saw that their race field had changed to Race, Earthvein Seed Simulated Night Elf Clan. He had thought the Night Elf Clan was full of hidden talents, so it was surprising to find 2 NPCs of mythic quality. Then he realized they weren't real night elves at all, which made Suyun chuckle. Thinking about it, he and the abyssal voidworm were pretty much the same. They were both seated beings. The Memory Throne, an ancient god-level race currently still identified as Night Elf Clan, while the abyssal voidworm was labeled Abyssal Seed Simulated Insect Clan. Comparing these, the ancient Night Elf Clan's discovery of the Earth Vein essence inside abyssal chitinous shells now seemed inseparable from these two sisters. No wonder they naturally loved plants and flowers. Turning to the growth attribute panel, Salusa had been allocated 90 points as follows. HP, 0, Sharpness, 50, Strength, 20, Magic Affinity, 20, Defense, 0. Originally, there had been 8 template talents, but now as memory descendants, they expanded to 10. 1. Earth Vein Seed. Upon death, this target returns to the Earth Vein and grows anew with it. 2. Earth Vein Yin Vein. The Earth Vein has dual yin-yang nature. This target is Yin Vein. 3. Malnourished. This target consumes just one of the Earth Vein's energy. 4. Earth Vein Symbiosis. Shares life energy with the Earth Vein Yang Vein. If the Yang Vein withers, the Yin Vein ignores HP limits and reduces life to 0. 5. Earth Vein's Blessing. This target enjoys the Earth Vein's blessing, increasing luck. 6. Witch's Blessing. The target carries a blessing from the catastrophe witch of herbs on the Earth Vein, making growth easier, with 200 experience gain and higher luck. 7. Final Act Side Quest. 8. S Blessing. This target carries the blessing of and shares. This intricate web of connections and blessings made Suyun realize just how deeply entwined these beings were with the Earth Veins and their mysterious powers. Suyun stared at the status panel, his face full of question marks. From his perspective, Salusa's template talents were hardly normal. Aside from 4 clearly negative effects, the rest were crazily stacking luck and there was even an extra mysterious entry marked. What's this? Another blessing from an ancient god? Suyun muttered to himself. In other words, while Salusa was still in her Earth Vein form, a surviving ancient god had already bestowed a blessing on her. Compared to this, the witch's blessing suddenly seemed pale and insignificant. Qianfei Lu Growth Aptitude. HP, 0. Sharpness, 20. Strength, 20. Magic Affinity, 50. Defense, 0. Total, 90 points. Qianfei Lu Template Talents. 1. Earth Vein Seed. Target is an Earth Vein Seed. Upon death returns to Earth Vein and regrows with it. 2. Earth Vein Yang Vein. Earth Vein has yin-yang duality. Target is the Yang Vein. 3. Nutrient Surplus. Target occupies 99 of Earth Vein energy. 4. Earth Vein Symbiosis. Shares life with the Earth Vein Yin Vein. 5. Earth Vein's Protection. Ignores any negative effects. 6. Earth Vein Soul. Soul born from Earth Vein. If life withers, soul is not accepted by the Earth Vein. 7. Earth Vein Support. When mana is 0, Earth Vein replaces consumption for 15 seconds. When HP is 0, Earth Vein replaces HP consumption. Current replaceable value is 0. 8. Earth Vein Withering. After Yang and Yin veins are born, the Earth Vein itself has withered. 9. Earth Veins Budding. All life recovery effects are increased by 500. 10. Witch's Blessing. Blessing cast on the Earth Vein by the Human Disaster Herb Witch. 11. Final Act Side Quest. 12. Blessing of Memory. Enjoys the blessing of the ancient god's memory. 13. Memory Entity. When HP is not 0, the body cannot be completely destroyed. Looking over this dense list, Suyun suddenly realized. It was like 2 gourds growing on one vine. One had gone wild, hogging almost all the nutrients, while the other was malnourished, barely surviving. The core special effects in Earth Vein should have Salusa hadn't gotten any of them, except for shared death. Salusa Growth Aptitude. HP, 20. Sharpness, 0. Strength, 20. Magic Affinity, 0. Defense, 60. Next, the last panel entry, the Black Abyss Voidworm. Black Abyss Voidworm Growth Aptitude. HP, 20. Sharpness, 20. Strength, 20. Magic Affinity, 20. Defense, 20. Total, 100 points. Black Abyss Voidworm Template Talents. 1. Black Abyss Seed. Target is a Black Abyss Seed. Upon death returns to the Black Abyss. 2. Black Abyss Parasitism. Can leave parasitic seeds on any living target with HP above 0. When own HP drops below 0.5, the host target dies instead. Upon triggering, the Black Abyss seed begins devouring the host. Until devouring is complete, the Black Abyss seed's HP will not drop below the host's maximum HP. 3. Black Abyss Infection. After completing parasitic devouring, can inherit up to 6 template talents from the devoured target. Currently inherited talents: none. 4. Final Act Side Quest. 5. Blessing of Memory. 6. Memory Entity. The Black Abyss Voidworm's own talents weren't particularly strong, but its operating space was huge. Just like when it parasitized Qianfei Lu before, it could rapidly absorb and strengthen itself by killing others. What if I fed it my memory servants? Su Yun's mind flashed a bold idea. After all, he still had 4-player memory servants with template talents. But for now, he wasn't rushing to conclusions. The panel only said can devour 6 template talents, but didn't specify if they could be replaced. If it were a one-time deal, he'd have to choose carefully. It had to be said, Salusa, Qianfei Lu, and the Black Abyss Voidworm were each showing off distinct and powerful abilities. After quite some effort, Su Yun finally took advantage of mealtime to clearly explain the abilities he possessed to Salusa and Qianfei Lu. The aroma of the food still lingered on the table as Su Yun picked up his chopsticks and summarized the overly long, scripture-like template talent called Ancient God Level. Racial memory thrown into a few simple, understandable points. Then he recited it again according to his own understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions on the sisters' faces immediately showed their reactions. Salusa, wide-eyed disbelief, so it's not like you can just die and instantly come back to life whenever you want? Qianfei Lu, stunned this ability to pull the dead back as a routine thing. Is it really, logically sound? Qianfei Lu was slow to catch on and suddenly recalled something her younger sister said about forever. She doesn't really mean forever literally, does she? A memory of their previous conversation flashed in her mind. Sis, you're really going to leave me behind, aren't you? You'll grow up, you can't be stuck to your sister forever, can you? Why not? Night elves live so long. Sticking around for a few hundred years is fine. They'll never grow up. Thinking of this, Qianfei Lu was momentarily speechless. Deep down, she had always assumed her sister would eventually grow up and become independent. But if they could really stay this way forever, maybe it wasn't so bad. Seeing Salusa's worry, Su Yun put down his chopsticks and rushed to share the latest intelligence conveyed by the winged bird messengers before she could speak. All night elves were safe, including senior members Ifuo and Niken. By tomorrow morning, he could take them to meet their people. Only then did Salusa finally relax, the tension in her brow slowly easing. That's a relief, that's really a relief. But it was also the first time she truly grasped that even divine powers had limits. Only night elves like her and her sister, who carried the great fortune, could be resurrected by Su Yun with 100 success in the condition that it was their own willing choice. Yet she also understood another meaning. Since she now shared some of Su Yun's divine power, any elf she personally killed could be resurrected by him too. Next time there's danger, I have to strike first. After all, if Su Yun resurrects me once, he'll never really die again. Salusa's eyes lit up as her mind raced. To ensure the safety of their clan, she even briefly entertained the wild idea of having Su Yun resurrect everyone preemptively. Qianfei Lu sighed and massaged her forehead helplessly. My dear little sister, didn't you hear the important part? There's a chance this could fail, it's really risky. Su Yun continued by sharing hidden side effects discovered through experiments. 1. The memory avatars are treated by the memory throne as one with the original, allowing him to activate unique abilities. 2. For example, enemies killed by the avatars have an 80% chance to be transformed into new memory avatars. 3. Also, during memory swapping, Su Yun and all his avatars can be teleported together as one entity. These details weren't mentioned in the original template introduction, so he took the opportunity to tell the sisters everything. Unfortunately, Salusa seemed to completely misunderstand the implications. So Su Yun, can I call you that? She asked earnestly, looking up at him. Of course. That means as long as you're alive, my sister and I can never really die, right? Well, theoretically it should work that way. It wasn't until this moment that Qianfei Lu truly dared to accept that she had become some kind of forbidden immortal existence. Like the true gods, she now shared their lifespan, but was that a blessing or a curse? The night elves were already famed for their longevity. Living 1,000 years was enough to astonish ordinary mortals. But God, how long did they live? Tens of thousands of years? Millions? Or perhaps, as Su Yun half-jokingly interrupted, maybe it's just 100 years or even shorter. Salusa was momentarily stunned, and Qianfei Lu's face mirrored her shock. Because in the orthodox understanding of the ancient era, archaic gods living tens or even hundreds of thousands of years was no problem. Longevity wasn't even really a limitation for them. But the question remained. Su Yun was still just a mortal. Could he really live that long? While the two ladies were deep in doubt over Elvenborn no, Earthvaneborn, Su Yun acted quickly. He spent 10,000 mana points and condensed a shimmering, flowing light anchor. With the Sword of Radiance so close, how could he resist trying? The system notification popped up. Flowing light anchor used. Extracting one template talent from the target. Total template talents, 86. 86. Su Yun's pupils contracted in disbelief. Salusa, another mythic grade NPC, only had 8 template talents, which he already thought was absurd. Compared to the Sword of Radiance, Salusa's number wasn't even a fraction. Extraction result. Template talent surefire victory. This target will inevitably win any duel in the Kingdom Night ceremony. Su Yun froze. Surefire victory inevitably win. The name sounded ridiculously overpowered. But having spent time in the kingdom of Shuawang City, he knew the so-called Kingdom Night ceremony duel was basically just rock, paper, scissors. To sum up, the Sword of Radiance could always win at rock, paper, scissors against anyone. Does that make sense? What good was that talent? Only now did he fully realize. Template talents weren't necessarily useful. Salusa and Xianfilu even shared a talent called Death together. If a player got that, they'd probably be cursed to die no matter what they tried. A flowing light anchor could reveal only 2 talents at a time, and 1 chance remained. Su Yun didn't hesitate and turned around. Salusa, come shake hands. I'm trying to catch some luck again. No wonder you're Salusa. That's clever. She responded. The second sparkle of light. Extraction result. Template talent blessing of the world. This target enjoys the blessing of the world. Death itself will yield and step aside. Damn, Salusa really is something. Su Yun almost jumped for joy. The blessing of the world was also a template talent? If the Sword of Radiance inherited that, wouldn't it guarantee a 100 chance to trigger a death-protecting totem? Salusa, shake hands again. He pressed his luck further to convert the 20 legendary achievement points left from the hidden in-game quest line into racial skills. The reward messages rolled in. 1. Racial skill book memory doppelganger. Can condense up to 3 memory doppelgangers. One must be an exact copy of the memory throne. Others can mimic any appearance. These mimics cannot be distinguished by any targets other than the memory throne. Mimics inherit all racial skills of their mimic target, but cannot replicate template talents. If mimicking the memory throne, the doppelganger equals a memory servant and gains all its special effects, but does not share the memory throne's template talents. Current memory doppelgangers, 03. 2. Racial skill book memory, servant rebirth. Consumes mana to instantly revive a dead memory servant. Each revival costs 50,000 mana points. Cooldown, 3 hours. Undoubtedly, Salusa once again appeared as a goddess of luck, delivering exactly the abilities Su Yun desperately needed. But the mana shortage grew even more pressing without an enormous mana pool. These skills were basically useless. No wonder the memory throne could inherit 3 template talents. Without unlimited mana, the memory throne simply couldn't function. Half awake, Tiguang's sword felt as if he had just come out of a long dream, a dream scented faintly with fresh grass, fragrant flowers, and rich, warm oils. When he groggily opened his eyes, he realized he was leaning against the sturdy trunk of a tree. The night was deep and dark, but the crackling campfire in front of him cast an orange-eared glow that chased away the chill in the forest and warmed the air around him. Awake? How do you feel? Su Yun casually asked from across the fire. Tiguang's sword rubbed his temples. Friend, where exactly are we? We're at the border between the Twilight Forest and the Rainbow Phantom Forest. The border? Which part is that? Probably the northern edge of Rainbow Phantom Forest, Su Yun shrugged. Don't ask so many details. Hungry? Want something to eat? He raised his hand and held out a skewer of meat that had long been carefully roasted. The surface gleamed with oil, and the scent, a mix of wood smoke and forest herbs, was mouth-watering. The seasoning aroma was especially enticing. That was a secret recipe Su Yun had learned from a level 5 chef friend in his past life. Even though he couldn't find every ingredient in the forest, had managed to replicate about 7,080 of the flavor. Tiguang's sword's stomach growled embarrassingly. We've already eaten. This is all just for you, Su Yun said, shifting aside. Near the fire, he propped up a row of skewers perfectly cooked but moved away slightly to keep them warm without burning. Friend, it's truly an honor to know you. Tiguang's sword thought gratefully, then took the skewer and almost swallowed the whole piece without much chewing. Before setting out, had done a quick check. The heart of Rainbow Phantom Forest was home to the Night Elves, tribes hidden in primeval woods whose dining habits were likely behind those of kingdoms with established cooking systems. But the moment he tasted the meat skewer, he instantly knew how wrong that assumption was. The mingling of grassy freshness and complex spices created an extraordinary flavor. Even though the meat was a bit dry from long warming, the overall seasoning was just as good as any royal chef's work. One skewer. Tiguang's sword looked up, eyes shining. Friend, can I have more of those? Of course. Thanks for helping us drive away the Salt Witch, Su Yun replied. They exchanged looks, and Tiguang's sword gave an appreciative thumbs up. Then, 2 skewers, 3, 15, 25. Within seconds, all of Su Yun's stash was gone. Friend, did you make all this? Sort of. I did the seasoning. Su-yin scratched the back of his head sheepishly, afraid he might mess up the cooking. After finishing the seasoning, Su-yin hadn't dared to touch the skewers anymore. The rest of the work was all guided by Su-yin as Salusa carried it out. System message. Your cooking skills have been acknowledged by the Radiant Sword, Fusely Leon. Life profession versatile unlocked. Current versatile bonuses cooking. 1. Food preparation efficiency 30. 2. Greatly reduced chance of cooking failure. 3. 50 chance of ingredient drops when defeating hostile targets. 4. 50 quantity of ingredients dropped. Rank. Beginner, can be upgraded by learning more recipes. Current life profession progress. 12. Partner, your cooking skills are so amazing, it's unbelievable. The Radiant Sword gave a sincere thumbs up. Su-yin. But in his mind, he was calculating. The Radiant Sword actually gave me a life profession? In the ancient era, life professions were diverse. Besides common ones like chef or blacksmith, there were rare ones like brewmaster. Their brews could temporarily lower magical affinity but boost strength, sharpness, defense, vitality, critical hit, and critical damage, basically dumbing down magic users. But now this popped up as versatile. If any skill recognized by the Radiant Sword grants a corresponding bonus, does that mean forging and others share it too? The more Su-yin thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Su-yin says you can't drink that. Salusa suddenly exclaimed. Su-yin instinctively looked up and saw the Radiant Sword lifting the cauldron containing the carefully brewed witch's soup by Qianfalu and gulping down a large mouthful, chugging half the pot. Hearing Salusa's warning, the Radiant Sword froze mid-raise with the cauldron still in hand. One special effect, poison resistance. 1. 1. A series of faint red damage numbers kept popping above his head. Alright, worrying was useless anyway. Su-yin sighed quietly. The Radiant Sword wasn't so easily poisoned. It was just a pity to waste that big pot of witch's soup, which was actually a top-grade lethal poison. It's fine. If you want to drink it, go ahead. He gave up trying to stop him, just hoping his teammate didn't die of poison. Soon, like the wind clearing the clouds, the entire pot of witch's soup disappeared down the Radiant Sword's throat. This is also very tasty, he said with narrowed eyes. Partner, I've made up my Mindy must learn cooking from you. Salusa, 0. Qianfalu proudly winked at Su-yin. See? I told you sister's soup was delicious. Su-yin. He suddenly became genuinely curious. What exactly did witch's soup taste like? Has Minter Campbell told you how he plans to teach me forbidden magic? Su-yin changed the subject. I almost forgot. Just a moment. The Radiant Sword rubbed his head. Under Su-yin's stunned gaze, the Radiant Sword pulled out an ancient spellbook nearly 10 centimeters thick from somewhere. As he slowly flipped the pages, an oval-shaped spatial portal appeared out of thin air beside Su-yin. 1 second, 2 seconds. Brief silence, as if nothing happened. After a moment, a slightly hurried figure stumbled out of the portal. It was none other than Su-yin's temporary mentor Campbell. And this time, he was here in person. Campbell wore a loose, deep blue mage's robe that completely concealed his figure. But beneath the hem of the robe, wrinkled white pajamas peeked out, along with a pair of soft, floppy slippers. It was late, and he had been lying in his study room researching spells when the portal began to fluctuate. Hastily throwing on his robe, he rushed out. His gray-white hair lay tousled across his forehead, catching the soft yellow glow of the crystal chandelier, making the great mage look both weary and hurried. Master, Su-yin stepped forward first, a teasing note in his voice. Sigh. Hello, Su-yin. Campbell forced his usual kindly smile and quickly switched to his expression management mode. As always, he was gentle, but the worry behind his eyes was hard to hide. You've come to persuade me to study forbidden magic again, haven't you? Su-yin got straight to the point. Ah yes, but... Campbell hesitated. Before coming, he had rehearsed all kinds of arguments, but when facing Su-yin, he found himself speechless. I know forbidden magic is dangerous, but magic must advance. It needs pioneers, Su-yin interrupted, as if finishing Campbell's unspoken thoughts. But forbidden magic. I know it requires immense mana, and I still need training, but I'm ready. But forbidden magic. I know that whenever I make progress or encounter difficulties, I'll come to you first for guidance. But forbidden magic. Master, what exactly are you waiting for? Youth is priceless. But forbidden magic. Enough with the buts, Master. I've decided to contribute to the path of magic. By the way, how are you planning to teach me? The corner of Campbell's mouth twitched. All his carefully prepared arguments were swept away in a few words from his student. He even wondered if he had said anything at all. Habitually, he glanced down at the heavy spellbook in Su-yin's hands, the secret manuscript from the Radiant Sword's affiliated library. The shimmering runes on the cover seemed to silently beckon him. Partner, let me see that, Campbell said and reached out. You have obtained Introduction to Forbidden Magic Fundamentals. You have triggered a hidden quest. Hidden quest, forbidden magic. Quest background. Magic is essentially the manipulation of magical particles dispersed throughout heaven and earth, drawing arcane diagrams to unleash power. Yet conventional magic has its limits. Great mages have glimpsed the existence of forbidden magic, but lack the opportunity to explore it. Having earned their trust, They hope you will help realize this theoretical form of magic. Minimum requirement. Successfully create a prototype forbidden spell. Quest achievement unlocked. The end of all magic forbidden magic. Quest rewards vary according to story progression. Closing the book, Su Yun smiled to himself, thinking, so it did trigger. All right, master, it's late. They'll take this book for further study. He carefully tucked it into his arms. Oh, and please lend me 2 or 3 beginner volumes on white magic, ones about life restoration, preferably. Campbell's brow twitched. Su Yun, the more magic disciplines you study, the harder it gets to master forbidden magic. Don't worry, master, I won't be learning those myself. Su Yun waved a hand. White magic is mostly status and healing spells. Those are for Cephalu. Campbell recalled the girl born with a natural earth energy constitution that boosted healing effects 5-fold. Su Yun's plan was clear. Combining forbidden magic research with sustained healing effectively meant equipping himself with an almost untouchable, unkillable super healer. With a sigh, Campbell thought, this kid really thinks everything through. An uncontrollable, unkillable healer, you'd be scared too, wouldn't you? Forget the goddess of vengeance. That was ancient history. The Abyssal Voidworm was born with a legendary title and a world-class boss template. Logically, possessing a legendary title means it must be a world-class boss. Among NPC templates, elites receive a 10x boost in all attributes, while world-class bosses get a 30x boost, a full 3 times difference. It's precisely this 3-fold gap that causes Salusa and Zifulus' health to be over 7 million less than the Abyssal Voidworms. Moreover, as base stats increase, this gulf will only widen dramatically. The problem was how to acquire legendary titles for Salusa and Zifulu. Su Yun was indeed troubled. His intervention had completely altered the main storyline for both. The path of the avenging goddess was doomed, and he had no intention of forcing them in that direction anymore. So where would these new legendary titles come from? And how should he plan their individual development paths? As he pondered, he flipped through the templates and talents of the 3 memories. A tentative plan quickly took shape in his mind. 1. Zifulue, pure healer. She has immunity to control effects, an untouchable constitution, plus the 100-point magical affinity growth Su Yun granted her, and her innate 5x life regeneration trait. With proper training, one Zifulu could sustain the entire team's health line, freeing the group from relying on emergency healing to survive. 2. Abyssal Voidworm, a high health, high defense, high attack assassin. Su Yun's strategy was straightforward. Confront the Voidworm's glaring weakness of being easily kited by ranged attackers by eliminating it at the root, give it wings, enhance mobility, and build it into an assassin. Eventually, a monster that can fly, tank damage, and instantly kill. Who wouldn't be terrified? 3. Salusa, a temporary challenge. Her standout attribute was luck alone. Simply making her an archer felt like wasting her potential, and Su Yun hadn't yet figured out a better development route. Carrying these unresolved ideas, Su Yun gradually drifted to sleep. The night stretched unusually long. Half dreaming, he knew he was dreaming but couldn't fully wake. Time lost meaning until a distant yet clear calling brushed against his heart, light as a breeze, but striking his soul deeply. Who was calling him? Half awake, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a vast, dim space. The light so faint he could barely make out shapes. Large chunks of collapsed stone lay scattered here, a pile, there a heap, like the ruins of a long-forgotten site. Worn and weathered by time, the stones still revealed their original forms as remnants of statues. In that instant, sleep fled and questions flooded his mind. Where was he? Still in the primeval era? Or in the neutral zone outside the Prism Phantom Forest? He tried to move, but found his body absurdly stiff. His limbs felt alien, not responding in the slightest. Yet his consciousness was razor-sharp, flooding him with a sense of profound dissonance. Then, belatedly, a bizarre thought came to him. He seemed to have become a statue. The distant call echoed again, as if reaching deep into Su Yun's soul. But this time, that call took on a concrete sound. He lowered his head toward the voice and saw a small, yet striking figure standing there. The pure white ceremonial robe was so wide it nearly swallowed the person whole, revealing only a pair of delicate hands folded humbly outside the sleeves. The figure muttered unfamiliar, awkward words that Su Yun couldn't understand at all. By his estimation, even standing up straight, this figure barely reached his knees. Is this the Salt Witch? Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Sensing his gaze, the figure slowly raised her head. The hood of the robe masked her face entirely, rendering her features blurry, yet Su Yun was certain their eyes met briefly. Strangely, the gaze lasted only seconds before she quickly looked down, as if afraid to hold his stare. Once more, a string of strange words whispered from beneath the hood. Su Yun muttered to himself, what on earth is the Salt Witch mumbling? Surely she's not bad-mouthing me behind my back. At this moment, the Salt Witch gave off the air of an ancient high priestess overseeing rituals, not quite capable of truly communicating with the old gods, yet hardly an ordinary mortal either. Why think that? Simple Su Yun considered himself an ancient god incarnate. yet he didn't understand a word of her recitations. How could she be connecting with gods if even he couldn't understand? Clearing his throat, he tried cautiously. Um, do you speak the human language? The salt, which suddenly lifted her head again, but still concealing her face, but the surprise in her voice nearly leaked through the shadows. Time seemed to stretch, filled only by her hoarse breath. After a long moment, she lowered her head once more and answered in a husky tone. Yes, Honorable Yelida, I do speak the human language. Suyin raised his brow. Yelida? When had he gained this title? What's Yelida? He asked without hiding his curiosity. The salt, which looked startled. You don't understand old epic language? No, I don't, Suyin admitted frankly. After hesitating briefly, her voice dropped lower. Are you the all-powerful ancient god? Ancient god? Suyin's heart jolted. Suddenly, he boldly guessed that the salt which must possess some ritual to summon ancient gods, and he had likely been forcibly brought here by her. If that's the case, he might as well play along. Suyin straightened up, speaking calmly. If you can summon me, then do you know which ancient god I am? Names of the ancient gods are forbidden. I dare not speak them. The salt which quickly shook her head. Then listen carefully. I am the ancient god of memory, and a god of rebirth. I have yet to learn old epic language. So speak to me in human tongues from now on, understood? Yes, Honorable Yelida, she replied. I already said I don't understand that. Use another title. The salt which hesitated a moment longer. Then, Honorable Ancient God? That'll do. Su Yun waved his hand. Now tell Mui, have you summoned me? The salt which took a deep breath, but kept her head bowed. Honorable Ancient God, I have fulfilled all the prophecies. Please grant me the true way to become a god. Become a god. Su Yun snorted coldly. If such a way truly existed, would he be running around chased by some little salt witch? Even if it did, there was no way he'd share it. But prophecies? Su Yun suddenly recalled the earlier hint about choosing one of three paths and offering tribute to the ancient god. The salt witch's actions must relate to the prophecy she mentioned. If ancient gods were involved, how could he not be curious? Tell me the prophecy you spoke of, in full detail from start to finish. Don't leave out a single detail. His voice was low and commanding. He slipped fully into his role, regardless of the strange means she used to summon him, since he stood here now was the ancient god. Unless the salt witch was terribly mistaken about having conducted the ritual flawlessly, she could not possibly believe that the ancient god she painstakingly summoned would communicate with her in such a down-to-earth manner. What was an ancient god? That was a figure from myths handed down since the primordial era. How could it speak like a mere mortal? Not only did it not utter a single word in the ancient tongue, but it even demanded she repeat the prophecy. Wasn't the prophecy something the ancient god itself had left behind? The salt witch's mind spiraled into chaos, a barrage of questions exploding inside her. What was she supposed to do now? Why was she standing frozen? Hurry up and answer. Did she still even want to become a god? A voice dripping with impatience came from the statue. What are you dawdling for? Answer my question. That tone made the salt witch's resistance grow stronger, yet she took a deep breath and whispered, I wish to become a god, ancient lord. Gathering her thoughts, she translated the long-forgotten primordial language into common tongue and recited it word by word. The prophecy says I must first find a still-living ley line. That ley line will nurture 2 seeds. Then, I must venture into the black abyss to retrieve a 3rd seed condensed there. The black abyss seed is immature and needs to absorb power from the ley line to grow. And then, the statue spoke again, its tone urging her on. The salt witch continued. When all 3 seeds sprout simultaneously on a future day, they will slaughter each other. Regardless of how many survive, I must not intervene. Only when all 3 seeds are dead, must I go personally to the place where they sprouted to verify if anyone there can call out my true name. If someone truly calls my true name, I must no longer kill. When the full moon rises, I may summon the ancient god again, that is, you, and you will show me how to become a god. That is the entirety of the prophecy. Su Yun felt a sudden chill down his spine after listening to the salt witch's account. Based on her description, this so-called prophecy seemed tailor-made for him. Who else in the 7-color phantom forest could call the salt witch by her true name, Fidiculea? Across the entire eternal era, probably only he and the sealed parchment from the South Sea Armada even knew this name. That parchment was the sole clue players used along with the Sword of Illumination to defeat the salt witch and unlock the level 1 main city Lane Osli. Perhaps there were other records of her true name somewhere else in the world, but as far as he knew at that moment, none had come to light. For the prophecy to come true without a single word amiss, there had to be a rebirth? No, more precisely, there had to be a throne of memory. Only he had attracted Cambatel's attention amid the maze's mists, which tricked Cambatel into bringing the Sword of Illumination to cleanse the insect infestation. Not to mention, when the salt witch appeared in the 7-color phantom forest, from the start of the battle until the very end, she had unleashed every ounce of her power. She hadn't held anything back. She had even wiped out the entire 7-color phantom forest. Even if a rebirth hero somehow learned the name Fiteglia early on, saying it aloud right in front of the salt which would be nearly impossible, let alone handling all the intricate details involved. First, there was the Black Abyss Voidworm. With its staggering 1.8 million HP and an innate 30,000 health lock, how on earth could one kill that? Then there was Zephrys' soul possession talent. On top of that, they had to deliver the final blow to the vengeful goddess who should have died, but stubbornly clung to life, just to complete the elimination of 3 mythic quality NPCs ending. When you break it down like that, Sarusa, Zephyru, and the Black Abyss Voidworm all seemed like a newbie lucky bag deliberately handed to Su Yun by the prophecy's author. But who exactly left that prophecy? It was outrageous, completely unbelievable. Great ancient god. Suddenly, Su Yun recalled the ethereal NPC he had seen before dying in his last life. Who was she? He was sure had never encountered her in the Eternal Era, so she must have been an NPC as well. Great ancient god, I want to become a god. Please tell me how. Could it be that the prophecy was left by that woman? Was she an ancient god herself? And were the 3 memories actually gifts brought by others? Great ancient god, I want to become a god. The Salt Witch's voice echoed in his ears again. No, that can't be. Su Yun instantly rejected his own suspicion. She was probably the last surviving ancient god. Whether it was the achievement title Last Ancient God Descendant or all remaining info related to the ancient gods, it pointed to one fact. The ancient gods were already extinct. To Su Yun, since ancient gods could be considered a race, they were most likely relatives or colleagues. If any kin really survived, why would they hide from him? Or grow wild somewhere? This was ridiculous. How could something nearly extinct still be described as wildly growing? Great ancient god, are you still there? I want to become a god. For the umpteenth time, the Salt Witch's call pulled Su Yun back to reality. Su Yun wondered, according to the prophecy, did he really have to help her ascend? How could he do that? By turning her into one of his memories. A memory's level floor equals its hosts. If he later reached level 312 Heavenly God, or even level 313 Ancient God, the memories would level up and sync. In other words, that was indeed helping the Salt Witch become a god. The problem was, Su Yun definitely didn't want to add an evil witch with a medieval vibe and a poison-roughened throat to his entourage. Besides, what if he confessed in the snow court, I am an ancient god. If you want to become a god, you should kill yourself first. Would the Salt Witch believe that? She seemed obedient now only because Su Yun was wearing the ancient god disguise. If she found out the truth, who knew what she'd do next? Su Yun stared at her. I have to ask, how did your throat get poisoned and become hoarse? The Salt Witch underscore? What kind of expression is that? Answer me. Do you really want to become a god or not? Great ancient god, my salt, I can create a human seasoning called salt. Sometimes these salts get out of my full control, becoming extremely salty and harsh. Long-term exposure does wear down the vocal cords, but I wasn't poisoned to become hoarse. Su Yun. The Salt Witch's salt technique produces salt so salty that it parsed her own voice. No wonder she always wore a loose priestess robe that covered even her facade, was to prevent salt granules from blowing into her mouth. Damn. Su Yun wished he could record this whole conversation just to show the players from his last life. Case closed. The Salt Witch's silent voice wasn't from poison, but from salt-induced hoarseness. Can you believe that? How on earth could he share this secret? It felt like ants were crawling all over him, just keeping it to himself. To achieve the status of a so-called false god, the Salt Witch had long since forgotten her own name. Countless years had passed. Day after day, she stubbornly pursued the path to godhood, her obsession layering like frost, year after year clinging to her heart. And now, perhaps closer than ever to truly becoming a god, an ancient deity had finally answered her call. Yet this ancient god carried an unsettling, strange aura. Tell me, where is this place? A solemn, sacred voice echoed from the stone statue, each syllable striking the Salt Witch's long-stilled heart like a tolling bell. After becoming a false god, she couldn't even recall when her heart last beat. Your Grace, the ancient god, I do not know. She answered hesitantly, her voice tinged with a helpless absurdity. Though she had come seeking the secret to godhood, she found herself endlessly interrogated by the ancient god and had gained no answers. You don't know? Then how did you arrive here? The ancient god pressed again. Time slowly slipped away, and Su Yun inside the statue became aware of even more questions, the most pressing being, where exactly were they at this moment? Unable to move, his gaze was trapped within the stone body, only just able to shift his eyes. Faint light slanted down from above, like sunlight filtering through a broken skylight, casting a hazy patch of brightness beneath him. Most of the skylight was blocked by debris, making the light soft and faint. Looking down, the Salt Witch knelt at his feet. But to her eyes, Su Yun was just a ruined stone statue, more precisely. Only the rough, pillar-like lower half remained, blurred and crudely shaped. More stone fragments and pedestals lay scattered about. Within sight, Su Yun counted 8 broken statue bases, with more faintly visible beyond. Clearly, this was a hidden ruin never explored before. Were these toppled statues all ancient gods? How many ancient gods existed? And why was his statue the only one still standing? Your Grace, I was transported here through an altar, but the exact location the Salt Witch lowered her head with cautious words. I do not know. In truth, Su Yun himself had collapsed almost entirely. Only his lower half was still fixed, fooling him into thinking he was whole. Where is this altar located? In my white snow courtyard. The Salt Witch took several deep breaths before speaking clearly. The white snow courtyard, that was the Salt Witch's old domain. After her past life ended, the courtyard shaped by salt magic had crumbled, and Su Yun had never examined it closely. But now it seemed the white snow courtyard concealed an altar capable of transporting to an unknown place. The so-called unknown place where they currently found themselves likely concealed a wealth of information related to the ancient gods. Su Yun, who considered himself a seasoned strategy blogger raised on uncovering hidden Easter eggs, felt a surge of excitement, as if ignited from within. If he could explore right here and now, he might uncover a trove of rare intelligence. So he addressed the Salt Witch from afar. Ancient god, I want to become a god myself. Could I first go out and see if there are any notable landmarks nearby? The Salt Witch was equally curious about the surrounding world, but her mind remained fixed on the words become a god, so she immediately called out to the ancient god again. However, this time, the ancient god didn't follow her wishes. His voice bore a hint of impatience. Stop babbling on about becoming a god. How many times have we met? The first time, the Salt Witch answered timidly. Right, the first time. The ancient god's tone was calm, but gave one goosebumps. Do I even know you? No? See, you know I don't recognize you. Why would I help you become a god? The Salt Witch froze instantly, her expression screaming underscore. It sounded reasonable, yet something felt off. Summoning her courage, she insisted, Ancient God, I've already fulfilled all the prophecies. Did I leave those prophecies? I don't even know what's written in them. The ancient god shot back. They just gave you a chance to see me, and you've done that. If I had nothing better to do, would I just respond to every call I get? The Salt Witch's brow twitched. She was underscore once again. The ancient god continued. You think becoming a god is easy? No, of course not. So this being our first meeting, don't you think I need to test if you're worthy? Test. That's not a problem then. I haven't even started testing you yet. Why are you so impatient? If it were that easy, the whole world would be overflowing with true gods. The Salt Witch lowered her head. I understand. Please test me. Only then did she realize the ancient god's proposal to test her made perfect sense. The prophecies said the ancient god would reveal the path to godhood, but that method should be given only after the trial. The ancient god sighed lightly. That's right. Don't worry. The test won't take long, just 70, 80, 90 years, maybe a decade at most. I will definitely help you become a god. You've lived so long already. A little more time won't hurt, right? 70, 80, 90. The Salt Witch's mouth twitched. All right. Then please tell me clearly, what is this test? Su Yun clicked his tongue silently. Had she never installed an anti-scam app? Who actually believes that? 70 or 80 years from now, the Sword of Light might already be collected in his memoirs, and he still needs to be worried about the Salt Witch? The ancient god issued the first task. How about this? In the first year, do some good deeds. I don't really understand. Do you know what good deeds mean? For example, the 7-color phantom forest used saltify dundo the curse quickly. Did the prophecies say you had to saltify the entire forest? No. Exactly. The Salt Witch was underscore once again. Suddenly, she realized something wasn't right. How did the ancient god know she had started saltifying the 7-color phantom forest? Then she thought, if he really was an ancient god, of course he would know everything. The ancient god was supposed to be omniscient and omnipotent after all. What is she doubting? Su Yun caught a fleeting hesitation in the Salt Witch's eyes, and suddenly a light dawned in his mind. I understand now. Sai, do your best. You focus on your task, and he'll be watching you slacking off. A deep, solemn, ancient voice echoed through his consciousness. If you fail the trial, don't blame me for not giving you the chance to become a god. Yes, honored ancient god. I will do my best. Su Yun agreed quickly, but couldn't help whispering under his breath. Good deeds? That's right, good deeds. Remember, they'll be checking at any time to see if your words and heart don't match. The ancient god's voice was firm and forceful, striking Su Yun's heart like a hammer through the air. The Salt Witch then looked around and asked in confusion, by the way, besides you, where are the other 5 witches of the Witch Council? Why haven't I seen them? Companions. A distant call suddenly pierced Su Yun's eardrums. That familiar resonance made his heart skip a beat. That was the Sword of Light. Damn it, why summon me now? I still have so much to explain to the Salt Witch. He suppressed his anxiety and asked again to the one claiming to be the ancient god. Ancient god, I don't quite understand. As far as I know, the Witch Council has only 5 witches, and only 4 have any contact with me. Why did you say besides me, there are 5 other witches? Questions flooded his mind. A huge question mark appeared. The Witch Council, isn't it supposed to be 6 calamity witches in total? Why did the Salt Witch say 5? Companions. The call grew louder again, like a blade tearing at his consciousness. For heaven's sake, stop calling. I have urgent matters. Su Yun yelled helplessly into the void. The Salt Witch froze, her eyes wide open. She clearly hadn't expected Su Yun to suddenly lose his cool. Companions. The Sword of Light's voice was relentless. Su Yun felt his awareness blur, as if being pulled toward another realm. He clearly sensed that the salt witch had a way to summon him, and likewise, the Sword of Light could pull him back. These two forces now grew wildly, tearing at him, almost ripping his soul apart. Damn it, who exactly is the ancient god? Why are you all secretly hiding tricks? Evolving without telling me, and leaving me out? The ancient voice issued a final warning. Do well. Good deeds. For 1 year at least. The next time you call on me, I will test your progress. As darkness gradually swallowed his consciousness, Su Yun managed to leave this final message. Partner, wake up, that's not a place you should go. Su Yun, don't scare me like that. Consciousness slowly rose from a dark abyss, punctuated by urgent and noisy calls nearby. As his vision refocused, he found himself surrounded by 3 figures: Salusa, Zifyulu, and the Sword of Light. The flickering firelight cast their faces in shifting shadows. Each wore a different expression, but all stared at him with furrowed brows, clearly tense to the extreme. He's awake, sister. Su Yun is awake. Salusa was the first to cheer, her voice trembling with relief as if escaping death. Zifyulu exhaled deeply, looking utterly exhausted, her pointed ears drooping. The glow in the Sword of Light's palms slowly faded, but it still held a protective stance. Partner, how do you feel? Her voice was calm, though tinged with a slight tremor. Su Yun propped himself up on his stone arm, the faint light in the cracks confirming he was still a sealed statue. Reflecting on what had just happened, he forced a wry smile and waved dismissively. I just had a dream. It's nothing serious. Don't worry so much, really. But the Sword of Light shook her head immediately. A dream? I don't understand complex magic, but I've heard of soul separation from the Grand Archmages. Once the soul leaves the body, the shell becomes empty. The farther the soul drifts, the faster the body decays. If it weren't for Miss Salusa's timely discovery, you probably wouldn't have returned safely from the realm of the living. Soul separation, Su Yun murmured, his respect for the Salt Witch's ritual growing. No wonder he felt powerless to move his stone body in that strange void. The entire soul was directly summoned away. How long was I unconscious? He asked. 5 minutes, the Sword of Light replied decisively. The timing matched almost perfectly the length of his conversation with the Salt Witch. Yet when he looked up, he noticed faint dawn light tinting the sky outside the camp, and an overwhelming unease settled in. The Salt Witch summoned him when the full moon hung high, which was clearly late at night. Their talk lasted less than an incense stick's burn, yet now the day was already dawning. The timeline didn't add up. What was more perplexing, Su Yun recalled mistaking the light pouring overhead at his transformation into a statue for sunlight. Midnight and daylight, 2 contradictory sensations pressed on his mind at once. On this ancient continent, people call the star that alternates day and night the sun, and the silver disk in the night sky the moon. Strangely, whether in the forest of rainbow phantoms or the distant wild wasteland, day and night always synchronized perfectly with no time difference. Yet the place where his statue stood seemed to exhibit an unnoticed desynchronization. What secret lies behind this? Even more troubling was the Salt Witch's departing words. The Witch Coven has only 5 witches. But in his previous life, Su Yun had witnessed the Sword of Light slay 4 disaster witches. The Salt Witch, the Maker Witch, the Mistress of All Paths, and the Witch of Pollution. Only the herb, which remained alive. Now, both Salusa and Zifyulu bore the witch's blessing template, clearly proving the herb, which already existed long ago, not appearing just recently. While the herb which hadn't died in the previous life, the fact that Salusa and Zifyulu carried inherited witch blessings now also proves she has been around for quite some time. The last of the disaster witches was the Witch of Ashes, who in her past life had waged a fierce battle between the South Sea and the Sea Anchor realms. Because of that, players knew the rugged middle-aged man aboard the boat in the South Sea realm. The Sea Anchor of the Sea realm possessed the hard power to rival the disaster herself. So out of the current 5 witches, which one is missing? I'm sorry to have worried you all. Next time I'll be more careful, Jianzhu Jiawei muttered, feeding the pig while still haunted by the nightmare-like visions from moments ago. He barely remembered how had scrambled back to the main city's 7-color divine tree. Sprinting all the way, his hunger and fatigue bars bottomed out during the long night. A few near-death brushes with the salt technique drained his HP instantly, kept alive only by the life potion's head snatched from Gila. When he lost all sense of direction, he threw one of his shoes to get bearings. If it hadn't been for a small blue bird resembling a Yuan melt insect hovering nearby, flapping 4 wings before streaking like a blue meteor across the sky, he probably wouldn't have found the city's shadow at all. To save his last death-repellent totem, he was truly miserable. Finally stepping foot in the city, he found countless other players clutching the same desperate hope, all streaming back. In front of Yaifu's dilapidated blacksmith shop, the crowd was packed like sardines, 100 strong. Everyone formed a half circle, falling silent as they stared down at the 2 salt lumps on the ground, once forging hammers, now fully crystallized in salt. The interface wouldn't respond, and none could tell which hammer was the key to upgrading their equipment to 20. What now? Is the path to 20 enhancement completely cut off? Despair pounded on Jianzhu Wei's chest like tides. He was just too late. The companion had been captured along with him by the Yuan melt insect. Another cup, feed who, had given up midway. Now their fate was unknown. With no one to confide in, he sighed up at the sky. Heaven, you're really too cruel to me. Then, a booming system announcement blasted. World announcement. World-level boss disaster. Salt which has appeared in the 7-color illusion forest area. Main quest triggered. Disaster. Warning. You have entered story focus mode. Jianzhu Jiawei squeezed into a corner and sat down to catch his breath, only to have system pop-ups flood his screen nonstop. After confirming repeatedly, he was sure the super boss who had just ransacked the entire 7-color illusion forest had returned again. Jianzhu Jiawei. Is this for real? Run. What are you still standing there for? Damn. Does this boss have a grudge against our 7-color illusion forest? Didn't she leave? How is she back again? Where do we even run to? Where's the Yuan melt insect? Help. I only have one death-repellent totem left. I don't want to die. The high-decibel shouts exploded in his ears as hundreds of players scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. But Jianzhu Jiawei stood frozen. Only those who had survived the last catastrophe understood the grim truth. Without the aid of the blue Yuan melt insect, trying to escape this super boss was a pipe dream. Escape? Escape where? No matter where the boss wanted, the outcome was always the same. It meant death. You scared May thought all the Night Elf players were wiped out. Not completely wiped out, but close enough. The opening line of the post slammed onto the forum like a hammer blow. The player ranted uncontrollably, typing furiously. The entire 7-color phantom forest has been saltified. No matter where we run, every few seconds we get hit by dozens or even hundreds of burning damage. There's no way to dodge it, and it won't even kill us. Right after, he posted a line of combat replay in bright crimson letters. Death replay. You took salt technique from man-made disaster. Salt witch and lost 1 million HP. See that? We didn't even get a glimpse of the boss shadow, and still took a million damage out of nowhere. I only have around 500 health. How many times do you think I can survive that? He got more worked up as he typed. Forget it. Whoever goes there just dies for nothing. Who can withstand a million health damage? No wonder the main quest says after encountering the man-made disaster, you get 1 reward per minute survived. Think you can survive a minute? Dream on. At the end of the post, he couldn't resist taunting. Ha! I'm about to get sick of your bragging these last 2 days. Let's see if you're still daring to show off. Now watch out for the super boss coming back to teach you a lesson. His complaints weren't baseless. According to his intel, players from other races barely reached level 7 or 8, but the Night Elf faction, in a blur, rushed through 2 main quests and instantly hit level 20. No wonder people were jealous. Suddenly, a flash of golden light lit up the world chat channel. World announcement. World-class boss man-made disaster. Salt, which has appeared. Followed immediately by main quest man-made disaster. Salt, which has returned to the 7-color phantom forest. The poster froze on the spot. I was just joking, but did my curse really come true? No way did I see that right. The salt witch is back? Night Elf friends, someone come out and deny this. But seconds later, the forum fell utterly silent. The entire Night Elf player base vanished. Those who trusted Su Yun had already sacrificed themselves back during the Yuan Rome worm incident. Those who didn't were just hit with a 1 million damage airdrop from the Salt Witch. Who would dare post now? Initially, they had death substitute totems they casually picked up from the main quest, but any extras had been locked away in their personal storage, still inaccessible. Now, the Salt Witch had destroyed 1 totem per person, leaving just 2 lives each. Without totems, 1 more death means permanent wipeout. Nobody dared to be defiant anymore. President, should we retreat? Shut up. In the heart of the main city, Bloody Drink Liu Bei and a large contingent of Bloody Drink Jianghu guild members stood their ground. The vast cobblestone street was deserted. Other players had long since fled. Just then, the air suddenly froze, and a salt gate shimmering with pale gray-white crystalline light opened right before them. Creak. The gate swung open, and a heavily robed figure, wrapped tightly in broad ceremonial robes, stepped out. Their stride was steady, their gaze as if looking down on ants. A crushing pressure instantly blanketed the entire street. Liu Bei and the others were among the very few who neither fled with the Yuan Rome worm nor got inexplicably hit with 1 million damage from the Salt Witch. Before the Salt Witch appeared, they had nearly been completely crushed by those blue abyssal mergers. It wasn't until the story's focus mode ended and everyone revived thanks to the death substitute totem that they slowly pieced together the full truth. A legendary super boss called the Human Calamity had descended upon the 7-color phantom forest, and shockingly, the blue abyssal mergers were the good guys helping players escape. Every player who didn't follow those bugs out of the main city died at least once. There was something deeply strange about this. Why had they been trampled to death by the mergers? Blooddrinker Liu Beiyu's suspicions grew. The blue leopard summoned beast from the Cloud Strategy Group looked almost identical in color to those blue abyssal mergers that stomped them. and it was the Cloud Strategy Group who first urged everyone to run with the bugs. Can this be a coincidence? No way. After reviving, Blood Drinker Liu Beiyue quickly rallied every member of the Blood Drinker Jianghu faction, vowing to uproot the Cloud Strategy Group before they could grow any stronger. Thousands set out with great momentum, but before they even found the Cloud Strategy Group, they collided head-on with the legendary super boss circulating in online rumors, the human calamity, the Salt Witch. The figure stood enveloped in a pure white priestly robe, motionless between the ruined main city and the salty mist, like a flawless wisp of white. Thousands of players held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Name: Human Calamity Salt Witch. Race: Invisible. Level 311 False God World Boss. Class: Human Calamity Witch. Level 311? False God. What kind of scale is that? Fear and despair crashed over the crowd like a tidal wave. Rumor had it she could casually deal 1,000,000 fixed damage points in one strike, and now with her scythe hanging above their necks, even the most seasoned players started sweating. Yet death did not come. The Salt Witch seemed not to see them at all. Could it be the floor-length priestly robe blinded her vision? Clinging to hope, every Blood Drinker Jianghu member immediately froze like 1, 2, 3, freeze, minimizing even their breathing. The Salt Witch had descended from the Salt Gate, first fulfilling the trial given by the ancient god to reclaim the curse she left behind in the 7-color Phantom Forest. Slender arms extended from her wide sleeves, hands gently clasped, and the entire saltified ground tainted by the eternal curse instantly loosened. Fine grains of salt drifted into the air, dissolving rapidly. Within seconds, the once salt-sculpted city center's 7-color divine trees and the entire forest revealed their original shapes: bark scarred, grass withered, all long dead, but unmistakably restored in form. Only the area around her feet remained a pristine white, untouched by a single speck of dust. Done. The Salt Witch exhaled softly, finally turning her gaze to the trembling night elf players not far away. How long had it been since any living creature dared appear before her so openly? The strange stares made the Salt Witch extremely uncomfortable, but to become a god she endured it. Her pitch-black ceremonial robe fluttered slightly in the wind as she hoarsely raised her hand, casually pointing to the front of the group of night elves. Do you have a wish? The one singled out was Xuan Lubei. Even through the fabric, he could still feel that penetrating gaze. The legendary super boss didn't attack right away, but instead asked about his wish. His heart pounded like a drum. Yes, of course he had one. Too many to count. To do. He blurted out instinctively. Speak it. The Salt Witch's dry voice carried a curious tone. She thought fulfilling wishes was a good deed. Nervous excitement swirling within, Xuan Lubei stepped forward, hoping to get closer. As soon as his foot crossed into the invisible radius around the Salt Witch, tiny grains of salt floating in the air silently adhered to his cloak and skin. In the blink of an eye, his entire body froze from the inside out into a gray-white salt statue. 1,000,000 deceased. The players of the Shuang Jianghu Guild were stunned speechless. The Salt Witch herself was dumbfounded, her eyes wide with shock like underscore. Don't die? She whispered urgently. Salt magic was notoriously hard to fully control, otherwise she wouldn't have to constantly hide beneath this oversized robe, enduring the painful erosion of her throat that made the ancient gods think she'd been poisoned into hoarseness. She instinctively wanted to retract the spell. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the salt statue crumbled into dust and was blown away by the wind, leaving no trace. The Salt Witch froze again, wide-eyed underscore. Only now did she realize. Maybe, for these fragile mortals, staying far away from her was truly best. Great ancient god, I didn't mean it. Really, I didn't, she murmured, hastily taking small, frightened steps into the translucent salt gate. In a flash of light, the gate vanished completely, leaving behind the bewildered Shuin Jianghu players. Is something off here? A shaky voice whispered. System messages kept flooding in. Main quest completed. Survive 047 in the presence of the disaster of man. Salt Witch. Minimum reward requirements not met. Quest complete. Experience 0. World-class boss disaster of man. Salt Witch has withdrawn. Story focus mode ended. Cold-hearted and ruthless, what on earth was that for? Just to kill our guild leader? How dare you? Meanwhile, every moment was fully recorded by the winged bird servant perched on the 7-color divine tree. Through its eyes, Su Yun saw the entire farce clearly. He had no complaints about the Salt Witch in her role as the final boss. She wasn't meant to actually help players. But her frequent incursions into the 7-color Phantom Forest had already left the Night Elf players on edge. No, Su Yun's gaze sharpened. To grow his follower count strong and healthy, he has to give the other players a serious wake-up call. In his previous life, he had already experienced a bad ending. Now, if he wanted to try for a good ending, the story had to be adjusted slightly according to his own understanding. And since the Salt Witch's curse on the Prism Forest had been lifted, he still had a few final tasks to complete before setting off for the South Sea. First of all, Su Yun looked at his companions beside him. Anyone interested in visiting the Night Elf city-state for a few days? After that, we'll head to the south. See, have you been there before? Absolutely. The radiant sword hussily Leon replied enthusiastically, his eyes shining as brightly as morning light. My friend, I've been wanting to use this trip to travel the world and broaden my horizons. That's good. Suyin spoke calmly but instinctively lowered his voice. But on the way, I need to explain my abilities to you, to avoid any unnecessary trouble later. This is a secret of mine, so I hope you'll keep it confidential. A secret? I, hussily Leon, swear by the name of Sword Saint. Hey, no need to get so formal. Suyin raised a hand to stop him. I trust you, just a verbal promise is enough. After reaching an agreement, he waved toward the distance. Salusa Zifalu, let's go. We'll rest at the Prism World Tree for a few days first. Coming silver-haired Salusa quickly secured her cloak. Let's go, sister. Although Zifalu still felt uneasy about the Night Elf tribe, with Salusa by her side, she only muttered a few words before following along. Once all the companions were gathered, Suyin closed his eyes and called to the still sleeping memory servant. Though it seemed like it would take a whole day for the memory servant to revive, in reality, the process reset at midnight. The moment the clock struck 12, all of its daily skills refreshed instantly. As the midnight bell rang, he gently waved his hand. Ice shards appeared out of nowhere, falling like a curtain of snow, then instantly solidified into one after another of the abyssal merge insect memory servants, gathering in the night wind to form a writhing sea of insects. Abyssal merge insect memory servant 1. Yay, finally going out for some fun. Abyssal merge insect memory servant 2. A beautiful day begins the moment we see our master. Abyssal merge insect memory servant 3. Where are we going to play today? The radiant sword stared blankly at the endless tide of insects before him. Friend, is this an insect plague? Yes, Suyin nodded calmly. But this is my own personal plague. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. The salt witch came fast and left even faster. Before many players had even managed to flee the main city, the notification that the salt witch had withdrawn already popped up. This was clearly off almost instinctively. A large number of players immediately thought of the Cloud Strategy Group. Sure enough, their individual channels still only showed old information, with no new emergency alerts issued. The last time the Salt Witch appeared, the Cloud Strategy Group had provided ample warning time for escape. This time, however, there was absolutely no warning. Clearly, the only variable was the Cloud Strategy Group. Feed the Pig waited in confusion, bracing for death. Unwilling to waste a death substitution totem for nothing, his only hope was that the strategy group would send out a new tip telling everyone how to escape. But the message panel remained silent, showing only 3 guide videos and 1 old emergency notice. During those tense seconds when he held his breath, the salt witch came and went swiftly. Then the system notification story mode concluded appeared before his eyes, allowing him to finally exhale. Even more surprising, the saltification effect that had been burning the entire main city was now lifted, this time the salt, which hadn't wiped everything out like last time. So, the lack of new alerts made sense. This catastrophe wasn't meant to harvest their lives. Could it be that the Cloud Strategy Group had already figured this out and therefore didn't raise the alarm? The more Feed the Pig thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, though he still felt uneasy. Just as that thought occurred, the Cloud Strategy Group's channel window in front of him flickered, and the 3 strategy videos instantly became 4. The new title was plain and simple: How to Master the Main Quest, Rebuilding the 7-Colored Divine Tree. Marked as free. Feed the Pig clicked in quickly and skimmed the video content, letting out a curse under his breath. He recalled that after completing the first Night Elf main quest, Recover the 7-Colored Divine Tree, the system had indeed issued the second main quest, Rebuild the 7-Colored Divine Tree. However, unlike the first quest, the second one never came with a detailed strategy guide. Plus, with so many disasters hitting the main city, everyone had been too busy to make any progress at all until now. The new video laid out the critical steps clearly. 1. The blue abyssal mergers, which had shown great power on yesterday's battlefield, would still assist players unconditionally. 2. Players with construction expertise in real life could take charge of the overall city design. 3. Simply inputting the blueprints into the system or showing them directly to the blue abyssal mergers would allow the creatures to carry out the work precisely. Just tell these blue creatures how to build according to the plans, and they would follow orders accordingly. The construction of the main city is judged as complete based on the subjective perception of the Night Elf NPCs. It's important to note that all regions need to start construction simultaneously to keep the city's development progress fairly balanced. The more luxurious the main city is built, the higher the mission rewards players can earn. The Yunduo bugs help transport the wood, stone, and other materials needed for building the city, while players' tasks are simply to assist these bugs around the main city. To ensure you receive the mission rewards after completion, try to avoid leaving the main city until construction is finished. Once the main city is successfully built, players can buy vacant houses from the NPCs inside the city. Purchasing a house unlocks the personal storage, where all items temporarily assigned by the system such as the Totem of Immortality can be found. Houses are very important. so be sure to keep at least 200 iron or coins reserved for buying a house. It's still the signature style of the Cloud Strategy Team, with every detail and caution clearly marked. What else can I say? Cloud Strategy Team really rocks. Ha ha ha. I'm back again as Yuhan-san, not only alive, but look at this attached. The Cloud Strategy Team's personal homepage, featuring their latest top-tier guides just released. Guess how many levels we're going to jump after finishing this main quest? What about the other regions? Why are you silent now? Not fond of talking? And why aren't you laughing anymore? Lost your sense of humor? What goes around comes around. This moment has once again turned into a celebration for the Night Elf players. As for players in other regions, sob. I'm thinking about moving. Where's the Salt Witch? Why are you running away? Come back and save us. Current earnings, 3,278 golden tokens. Staring at the number 3,278 prominently displayed at the top of his profile page, Suyun held his screen in stunned silence for several seconds. It wasn't until after he uploaded his latest paid guide that he remembered to check his wallet. In theory, he had only one paid article for sale, beginner's assessment for the magician class, priced at 1 wasteland coin and targeted solely at Night Elf players. Even if every Night Elf bought it, the total wouldn't come close to a single shining silver coin, let alone surpass 3,000 golden tokens. Yet the glaring number was right there, over 3,000. How to get 20 equipment? He stared at another guide, priced at 1 golden token, with a head full of questions. Where on earth were players getting all these golden tokens? Suddenly, his thoughts snapped to the 3 words, Black Abyss Voidworm. After killing this world boss, everyone in the quest area would receive a reward including golden tokens, which was within expectations. The real question was, how many players actually got these tokens? And how many did each hold? If the 3,000 earnings were accurate, that meant at least 3,000 people had unlocked the guide, and not just in one go, but gradually over time. As of now, players hadn't yet set up a unified communication channel and were still confused about the value of golden tokens. Somehow, how to get 20 equipment unexpectedly turned into a cash cow. Suyun rubbed his hands together. If some people are still hoarding golden tokens, maybe I could harvest another batch of leeks. He grinned like he'd found treasure. Having fans really does make money. Outside the Rainbow 7 Divine Tree's main city, a dense crowd pressed against the city gates, eyes straining for any sign. After several hours, an overwhelming wave of blue abyssal fusion worms finally swept in. As the swarm approached, people could see many Night Elf NPCs riding on the worms' backs, along with scattered players from the wild. This was exactly what Suyun had instructed. The abyssal fusion worm servants were giving rides to gather all the NPCs wandering outside and bring them home. At that moment, those Night Elf NPCs seemed dazed, as if sleepwalking, faces full of confusion. The night before, they had witnessed countless abysmal fusion worms fighting to the death to protect their people, and every Night Elf was deeply grateful to these blue-armored creatures. Some even suggested erecting statues in the city to honor these life-saving worms once they found a new home. But today this blue worm wave returned, behaving unusually friendly. One worm carrying Iver even waved its pincers occasionally, as if running madly with the elf yesterday, but now feeling odd with empty claws. Isn't this the same group of worms that saved us yesterday? Why are they back in such a big group? Slow down. Hey, slow down. Yesterday you really shook this old skeleton all over the place. Riding on the Yuanrong worm, Ifu gently stroked its smooth carapace while cautiously speaking. Yuanrong worm Ipu, slow down a bit. Watch out, your rear partner's bumping your backside. The worm clicked its pincers, as if protesting his slow pace. Ifu, you must be the Yuanrong worm who grabbed me and escaped yesterday. Were you the one who saved me? Ifu asked in surprise. Yuanrong worm Ipu, shook its pincers to indicate it wasn't the one. Instead, it pointed toward another Yuanrong worm in the distance. Following its pincers, Ifu saw a swarm of blue Yuanrong worms all around. Impossible to tell which one it meant. Yet his intuition told him that every one of these worms was a lifesaver from back then who risked their lives to help. Could they have come back from the dead? Scenes like this weren't uncommon. The Night Elf tribe deeply revered these blue Yuanrong worms because they once guarded the elves, even sacrificing their lives for them. Now everywhere Ifu looked, the Night Elves and Yuanrong worms mingled happily, chatting and playing. The elves spoke with words while the worms clicked their pincers in response, silently sharing their thoughts. Among these familiar yet mysterious blue Yuanrong worms, the most puzzling was the Radiant Sword, who had returned with the Night Elf host to the 7-color Divine Tree. Suyun had witnessed firsthand the Radiant Sword's ability to resurrect the dead. These blue worms were the mutated monsters born from the insect plague that once threatened the Divine Tree, yet strangely, the Night Elves treated them with exceptional warmth and kindness. This mystery could only be unraveled by the Radiant Sword itself, in time. At that moment, while the Radiant Sword followed the main force back, Suyun had other plans. A few hours earlier, inside the Nightfall clan's courtyard, using memory substitution, Suyun quickly swapped places with the winged bird Ipu, stranded at the 7-color Divine Tree. bringing Salusa and Zafilu along. Though the winged bird Yipu's return was arduous, its flight was swift and effortless. After leaving the red-striped leopard Yipu to guard the courtyard gate, Su Yun, Salusa, and Zafilu ventured deep into the clan's heart. They had to complete several crucial tasks before the night elf NPCs returned, like retrieving the underground cocoon, nurturing the Black Abyss void worm hosts with vein-like vessels that the void worms controlled freely. Besides that, Su Yun was deeply curious about the 6 hidden secret tunnels of the Nightfall clan, especially the one where entering caused a toxic damage calculation of 100,000 per second. Based on Su Yun's past life, he would never have survived such immense poisoning. But now, with the ability to lock his life value, he was determined to explore and satisfy his long-held curiosity. He approached 6 stone statues of the Night Elf ancestors, carefully repositioned those that had been moved, and sealed off the old secret path leading to the Black Abyss Voidworm's underground lair. Then, he turned the 6 statues in sequence, 1 facing north, 2 south, 2 east, 1 west, unlocking an entirely new secret tunnel. Salusa, how does Su Yun know the Nightfall clan courtyard so well? Zafilu wondered. That's Su Yun's talent. To me, everything he does is only natural, Salusa replied. The 3 exchanged glances and decided to investigate. Su Yun led the way into the newly opened passage, with Salusa and Zafilu following close behind. Inside, numbers kept flashing: 100, 000, 100,100, 000 toxic damage, mercilessly sapping Su Yun's health. Starting at 17,212,850, his HP dropped to 16,912,850 within seconds, losing 300,000 from poisoning alone. Thick green mist filled the air, exuding a sharp, acrid scent that was hard to endure. Salusa immediately covered her nose, clearly disgusted by the environment. In contrast, Zafilu seemed thoughtful, her mood complex. Curiously, Zafilu was immune to the poison, Salusa was not, and Su Yun only partially immune occasionally. Toxic damage numbers flickered above his head. In theory, only Zafilu should be able to withstand this hidden passage. Su Yun, where exactly are we? Salusa frowned anxiously. Su Yun answered honestly, I don't know where this path leads, but my curiosity drives me to find out. Wait, you have things you don't know? Salusa stared incredulously. Zafilu suddenly whispered, I might know where this path will ultimately take us. Venturing deeper into the unknown, the weight of mystery pressed heavily on the 3 of them. The acrid mist and steadily draining life force were constant reminders that this road was far more perilous than they had imagined. Sister, have you ever been here before? No, I haven't. Zayanfalu took a deep breath, inhaling the bitter, grassy mist, then shook her head at Salusa. Do you remember that nightmare I used to tell you about when we were kids? You mean? Salusa struggled to recall, the one where we weren't really night elves, but fruit growing on a tree. Yes, that's the one. Zayanfalu clenched her fists, her gaze flickering in the dim tunnel. And I'm starting to think it wasn't just a dream. The smell here is almost exactly like what I sensed in the dream. I'm sure it really happened, but we've forgotten it. Salusa's face went pale, and the corner of her mouth twitched. I don't want to be fruit. A soft cough broke the silence. Su Yun raised a hand to his throat and interrupted their conversation in a low voice. Actually, what Zayanfalu said might be true. He had been silently trying to figure out where this tunnel where poison damage is calculated at 100,000 per second actually leads. As they walked, and after talking with the Salt Witch, his theory became clearer. The end point is very likely connected to the Earth Vein. In other words, this might be the very source where Salusa and Zayanfalu's Earth Vein seeds originated, and the toxic mist lingering here could be the Earth Vein's breath leaking out. Because of this, the moment he returned from the Nightfall clan court, Su Yun rushed here despite the danger, wanting to see with his own eyes the state of the Earth Vein and whether this path ends at that forbidden zone linked to it. Now, he finally revealed the truth. I've been wanting to tell you, you 2 aren't ordinary night elves. You are the 2 seeds condensed from the Earth Vein. Salusa. Oh. Su Yun went on. Taru probably knew all along. Some senior night elves might have known too, but, for reasons unknown, never told you. The signs had appeared in many earlier events. Taru understood the value of the 2 Earth Vein seeds for cultivating the Black Abyss seed, which is why he allowed the abyssal worms to infest the 7-colored divine tree. The Black Abyss phantom worm emerged by siphoning the power within Zayanfalu. At the final critical moment, when the worm was almost fully formed, Taru prepared to use Salusa to supply energy and, if necessary, sacrifice himself to complete the process. All these actions point to the same truth. The 2 sisters are truly Earth Vein seeds. Su Yun spoke in a calm tone, laying out all the details, but for Salusa, it was hard to take in. I used to think we were night elves, so why do we suddenly find out we're fruit growing on a tree? Her mind buzzed loudly as memories surfaced. Since she could remember, she always felt her kin ate too much fatty food. At the 7-colored divine trees restaurants, whether from Terra's family or Yaifa's family, everyone loved grilled demon beast meat, but she and Zayanfalu preferred wild flowers, herbs, and mushrooms from the seven-colored illusion forest. She had thought it was just a light taste, but now she realized it might be because of their origins. So we're not just picky eaters, we really grew from a tree? The sky is falling. Salusa's voice cracked with despair, crying face, not fruit seeds. That's basically the same thing. She tugged at her long hair, utterly distraught. In contrast, Xanthalos seemed to come to terms with being fruit born from a tree much more quickly. She gently comforted Salusa while her mind kept drifting back to the nightmare she often had. The scene was vivid. Towering ancient trees with branches piercing the sky. A single fruit hanging from the treetop, its skin translucent. Inside the fruit, she held her younger sister, peering out through the thin, clear skin, only to see a foggy, grayish-white world beyond. Suddenly, she realized this might not be a dream at all, but a real memory from some stage of her past. The three of them groped their way down along the wall on one side of the passage, not knowing how long they had been walking. The deeper they went, the thicker the lush green mist became, and the sharper, more pungent the air smelled. At this point, Su Yun and Salusa's health was locked at low levels, while only Zifulu remained at full strength. Suddenly, the passage wall pressed against Su Yun's side bent sharply at a right angle, not really a turn, but like entering the threshold of the next scene. Here, the fog was so dense that Su Yun couldn't see his own hand. His only way to locate his companions was through the faint spiritual connection with Yikong. Not daring to move blindly, he summoned 5 winged spirit birds to scout ahead. Winged spirit birds, at your service, master. As soon as the 5 winged birds appeared, their 5.4 million health bars began to plummet in increments of 100,000. They could only survive for a few dozen seconds in this toxic fog. Fortunately, their incredible speed allowed them to cover a large area in that short time. Small damage numbers came from occasional collisions with walls during high-speed flight, while the large 100,000 damage per second was from poisoning. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds passed, and before one of the winged birds was utterly destroyed, it transmitted its last bit of memory back to Su Yun's mind. In the vision, a clearing with thinner poisonous fog suddenly appeared. At its relatively clear center stood a small, verdant branch. Salusa, give me your hand. To avoid getting separated, Su Yun held Salusa's hand, who held Zifulus in turn. The three plunged into the thick mist following the direction locked onto by the winged bird before it died. After a few minutes, the scene from the memory manifested before them. On the ground grew a small thing that looked both like a branch and a sapling, about the size of a palm. It was entirely emerald green and semi-transparent. The poisonous fog around it was driven away, revealing a rare patch of pure land. To describe it, the first word that popped into Su Yun's mind was jade carving. And not just any jade, this was the finest imperial green jade. At the same time, a status panel appeared in front of Su Yun's eyes. Name, Earth Vein Branch. HP, 0500000. Compared to the black abyssal seedling parasitizing the rainbow 7 mystic trees, main body a crooked old tree that only displayed a health bar. This small sapling even had a name field. Earth Vein Branch. This way of displaying it didn't it seem almost like a mythic title? A health bar, a mythic title. Su Yun's mind suddenly flashed with a bold and unexpected thought. Clearly, this small branch of the ley line was the remnant of the ley line that had withered after nurturing the 2 ley line seeds, Salusa and Zifuru. According to the talent description on Zifru's template, once a ley line produces seeds, it exhausts completely. Su Yun had no ready solution for how to save this withered ley line branch. But if he could somehow revive the dead branch, there might still be a sliver of hope. Su Yun weighed the feasibility of the idea in his mind, and a small part of his contemplation was transmitted to Salusa and Zifuru through shared memory. Salusa's eyes widened in shock. Underscore this little sapling. Could this really be the mother of me and my sister? Zifuru looked even more confused. But wasn't it supposed to be a towering tree? Su Yun, is this really the mother of me and my sister? Salusa seemed to have partially accepted the fact that she was actually a fruit of the ley line, but inside she was still puzzled. Su Yun furrowed his brow. Something feels off, but theoretically that's not entirely wrong. Salusa, you and your sister are essentially children born from the ley line itself. This branch might have simply been the soil where you grew, only now it has withered. That's the situation. I might be able to try reviving it, but I'll need your cooperation, Su Yun said, looking at her. My help? Salusa asked, puzzled. Yes, I need you to lend me some good luck. You wouldn't want to see it continue to die, right? Su Yun replied. Staring at the small, withered branch before her, Salusa felt a strange flicker of warmth, something like the mental bond she shared with her sister, but much weaker. After a moment of silence, she seemed to accept the truth. I guess, that's enough. Su Yun made up his mind and prepared to take a gamble, estimating the success odds at about 50 to 80. After all, this little sapling had no thoughts of its own and probably wouldn't oppose the experiment. He summoned a fireball in his hand and suddenly hurled it at the ley line branch. The fireball exploded on the branch, scattering sparks. 8,456. The damage numbers popped quickly. Next to it read, 0 special effect, poison immunity, HP 0500000. It was clear this was similar to the Black Abyss Sea defense was nearly 0. At Su Yun's current level 49, with over 6,000 magic affinity, even without a critical hit the fireball dealt close to 8,500 damage. But the ley line branch seemed locked in a bleed lock state. Its HP hit 0, but it hadn't fully died. A bleed lock state won't defeat me. Su Yun smiled wryly. He used the memory authority again, summoning a second fireball out of nowhere and struck again. 8,456. Damage numbers appeared once more. Killed mythic quality independent target ley line branch. It's been converted into a memory. On the screen, the ley line branch's HP changed to 47, and the total health rose from 117,212,850 to 118,712,850. Su Yun's actions seemed to be changing the fate of this withered ley line. As the earth vein branch transformed into a memory fragment, the dense poisonous fog around gradually thinned, allowing Su Yun to clearly see his surroundings. He found himself in a semicircular underground cavern, over 100 meters in radius. The walls were roughly hewn from hard yellow-brown soil, with countless unfinished axe marks scattered about. Looking up, tangled tree roots hung from the domed ceiling like giant serpents. Some of the thick main roots spanned more than 10 meters in width, clearly not from ordinary trees. Su Yun guessed that he was standing directly beneath the body of the seven-color divine tree, and those massive intertwined roots must be its root system. Only by absorbing the immense nutrients from the earth vein branches could the divine tree shoot hundreds of meters into the sky. But now, with the earth vein branches withered, the sacred tree had also lost its vitality. After a brief survey, Su Yun bent down and grasped a slender sapling. With a gentle pull, he uprooted the entire small tree, only as thick as his arm, along with its soil intact. Attribute panel. Name, Earth Vein Branch. Level, 49. Inherited race, Earth Vein Branch. HP, 1, 500, 0001, 500, 000. Growth potential, 150. Memory throne inheritance, 100. The panel remained almost painfully bare. No template talents, no four-dimensional attributes, only a change in HP growth potential. It had inherited Su Yun's value, soaring from 500,000 HP to 1,500,000. Everything else was a blank slate. What exactly can this thing do? Su Yun mused, frowning as he toyed with the sapling in his hand. Meanwhile, the template talent on Xionphila's panel changed as well. Earth Vein Withering vanished completely, and under Earth Vein support, the substitute value for HP consumption offset by Earth Vein jumped from 0 to 1,500,000. Maybe he could channel mana into it like the Black Abyss Seed? With his previous experience, his first thought was to test it. Most of his E-slaves were still outside executing orders, consuming mana continuously to stay active. Luckily, being out of combat allowed his mana regeneration to barely keep up with the consumption. To be safe, Su Yun cautiously injected 500 mana points first. No response. He added another 1,000 points. Still no reaction. 10,000 points. 100,000 points. Then another 100,000 points. More than 200,000 mana poured in. Yet the earth vein branch lay quietly in his palm, not even the bark texture showing the slightest ripple. Su Yun's frown deepened. The earth vein branch felt like a bottomless pit. Throwing in over 200,000 mana didn't even cause a splash. From levels 1 to 60, ordinary players gained 200 maximum mana points per level. At level 10, that's 2,000 mana, 10 times the bonus from free attribute points for regular players. At level 49, Su Yun's total maximum mana exceeds 300,000, with around 200,000 of that coming from the special effect of the Oath Ring of Qianfailu. Staring at the absurd number on the stats panel, Su Yun thought to himself, even if I dump all these 300,000 mana points into it, it probably still won't sustain this earth vein branch in front of me. This value far surpasses the mana limit of a standard player at level 310 who has ascended to a demigod. Holding onto a sliver of hope, he poured all his remaining mana into the earth vein branch to test whether triggering its earth vein support effect where mana consumption is offset by earth vein energy within 5 seconds could truly satisfy this mana-devouring behemoth. He couldn't help but mutter, feeding earth vein energy back into the earth vein branch isn't that kind of a glitch? When the number on the panel suddenly dropped to just mana 1, the consumption stopped abruptly. There was no sign of the earth vein support effect had hoped for. Instead, the long health bar of the earth vein branch started to slowly decrease. Su Yun froze for half a second, then tried to summon his multi-winged bird spirit servant. Multi-winged bird servant, V_V master here. The lively text bubble flickered in midair. According to the ability description, mana 0 means the servant cannot be summoned or maintained. Yet now that his mana was stuck at 1 point, the cost to sustain the servant was directly deducted from the earth vein branch's health bar. So its health bar can offset mana consumption? What if I pour in more? Curious, he once again fed the branch with recovered mana points. But there was no significant drop in the health bar thanks to the out-of combat buff regenerating it steadily. Every time his mana recovered a bit, he immediately fed it into the branch. At the same time, the branch restored the health the servant had consumed by an equal amount. It turned out that the glitch of feeding Earth Vein energy back to the Earth Vein branch was not sustainable. Only Su Yun's own mana serves as its proper nourishment. Despite feeling a bit annoyed at the wasted effort, he discovered an unexpected benefit. The Earth Vein branch essentially acted like an additional buffer pool of 1.5 million mana points for him. From now on, he could slowly refill the branch's health with his own mana. After Qianfalu learned white magic, she could also restore it with healing spells. Along with the out-of combat regeneration, unless thrown into fierce battles, it almost formed a perpetual motion cycle. Even better, the Earth Vein branch was now categorized as a spirit familiar with the ability to lock health. If its health ever got locked, how would mana consumption work? This question further piqued Su Yun's curiosity to explore. With the testing phase temporarily over, he left Salusa and Qianfalu by the statues of the 6 Night Elf ancestors. Then he turned the statues and headed toward the underground chamber where the abyssal voidworm had previously appeared. Without Salusa and Zifuru, this place really held a lot of bad memories. Anyway, if everything went smoothly, he would just come down, grab something, and leave. The underground chamber was cold and damp. On the gray-white stone walls, blood vessels twisted and intertwined densely. Perhaps due to the Salt Witch's previous intrusion, these vessels had collapsed against the wall like withered vines, their dark red color fading away, leaving only shriveled brown wrinkles. How could he remove these vessels? Should he replace the abyssal voidworm? In theory, it should still be able to control these vessels. Su Yun's thoughts raced, but before he could act, the surrounding vessels suddenly twitched violently, as if summoned by an invisible force. The shriveled tubes constricted together. Then from the tangled mass, a thick new branch slowly but stubbornly crawled toward the section of the Earth Vein branch in his palm. What's going on? Su Yun instinctively raised his hand, but the next moment, the blood-colored branch had already wrapped around a tender twig of the Earth Vein branch. At a visible speed, the other vessels gathered noisily around, and in just a few seconds, they formed a fist-sized ball clinging steadily to the Earth Vein branch, finally solidifying into an egg-sized cocoon. Life value, 50005000. Su Yun. The scene before him resembled a miniature version of the abyssal seed parasitizing the 7-colored divine tree long ago. The cocoon absorbed nutrients from the Earth Vein branch, and the withered vessels instantly regained their blood color, while the fibrous patterns on the cocoon's surface quickly swelled. However, after this cocoon appeared, the life value consumption of the Earth Vein branch originally used to sustain the memory servant suddenly doubled. Could it be that the abyssal seed which once nurtured the abyssal voidworm was parasitizing the Earth Vein branch again? Could this thing hatch another abyssal voidworm? After pocketing the ancient staff that once belonged to Teru, which had fallen to the floor of the underground chamber, Su Yun finally considered the leftover matters at the Nightfall clan courtyard resolved. Leaving the ruins behind, he set off with Salusa and Zifalu toward their third destination of the day, the 7-color divine tree. With the completion of the main quest Reclaim the 7-color divine tree, the system immediately unlocked the corresponding story raid dungeon. Seizing the free time before departure, Su Yun planned to claim the highest difficulty first clear record. In Eternal Era, the fastest and most consistent way for players to gain experience has always been farming dungeons, far surpassing experience from NPC quests in the main cities or monsters in the wild. However, the dungeon system in this game is fundamentally different from typical online games. Only after concluding large-scale battle main storyline quests like Reclaim the 7-color divine tree does the system unlock the raid dungeon for that storyline. This dungeon fully recreates all the enemies appearing in that segment of the plot and reenacts parts of the story. Not every level 5 main city qualifies to unlock such a dungeon, making these opportunities especially precious. Thanks to Su Yun's covert maneuvering, the Night Elf faction in this world has pulled far ahead of other races. Without his push in the previous life, the margin would have been minimal. The newbie zone in Eternal Era is never absolutely fair. Sometimes choosing the right start matters far more than grinding monsters hard. As Su Yun reached out to touch the rough bark of the 7-color divine tree, a pale blue system dialog box popped up. Enter the story raid dungeon. Please select difficulty. Unlike the fixed difficulty in the main quest, this dungeon allows free choice among 6 difficulty levels: normal, elite, hard, extreme, hell, and nightmare. The main quest's highest unbelievable difficulty is removed here. The differences lie mainly in monster levels and templates. 1. Level 5 main cities range from level 1 to 60. Choosing normal means monsters inside reach only level 5 at most, and enemies originally elite or boss templates are forcibly downgraded to normal templates, their base stats weakened by 10 to 20 times. 2. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters. At nightmare difficulty, The minimum level is 60, and all enemies below boss template are upgraded to boss template. High risk, high reward. Starting at hard difficulty, monsters have a chance to drop blue boss grade equipment. As difficulty rises, drop chances increase accordingly. This is the fastest way for players to collect full sets of level 60 boss quality gear. Suyin also hoped to use this chance to farm complete sets of equipment for Salusa and Zifalu. Monsters killed inside the dungeon do not grant experience or drops immediately. The system calculates and rewards accumulated loot at dungeon completion in a single settlement. Furthermore, the dungeon offers only 3 challenge attempts every 7 days, each granting 3 free revives without consuming death totems. Players may enter solo or in teams, different players entering sequentially open separate parallel worlds. In this dungeon, the challenge only counts as a failure and consumes 1 attempt when all players have died more than 3 times. In multiplayer mode, even if a teammate has reached their 4th death countdown, as long as the team clears the dungeon successfully, that player still receives the completion rewards. Once a dungeon is opened, it operates on a 7-day cycle. If a player succeeds at least once within 3 challenge attempts during that week, they will be blocked from claiming rewards again until the next cycle. Each player can only receive the completion reward once every 7 days. If they happen to clear it on the 7th day, the block only lasts until the next day. This rule essentially aligns with the Mondato Sunday calendar. The basic rewards are experience, money, and equipment, but this dungeon can also drop a rare item called a guild construction order. Only by obtaining this item can players create a system-recognized guild, choose a location in the wilderness or main city to build their base, and unlock the full suite of guild-related content side quests, guild bosses, guild wars, which are crucial for team development. The dungeon interface currently lists difficulty options as normal, elite, nightmare, and at the very end, impossible. Suyin, I thought there was no impossible difficulty in this dungeon. What is this thing? In his previous life, before reaching max level, he spent so much time in dungeons that his feet had calluses. He farmed reclaimed the 7-colored divine tree countless times, but never saw an impossible difficulty. Clearly, something was off. Current dungeon difficulty, impossible. Out of curiosity, Su-Yun clicked impossible for the first time, ready to investigate. A white light poured down from above and engulfed him completely. The next moment, the glow faded, revealing the 7-colored phantom forest. Behind him was the night elf camp. Ahead lay the pristine forest not yet corrupted by the salt witch's salt. Archie was definitely inside the dungeon. Even more surprising were the 2 figures right behind him. Salusa and Zifulu had been pulled in together. You can really bring them into the dungeon with you, Su-Yun murmured to himself. He knew a god-tier race privilege allowed carrying memories into the dungeon. Explaining the concept of a parallel world to these NPCs, however, was a real challenge. Su-Yun, you mean this place is actually your ability? You went back in time just to train us? Zifulu struggled to digest the idea. It was no wonder, as Su-Yun himself was seeing storyline NPCs enter the dungeon with him for the first time. For players, this wasn't unusual, but Salusa and the others had no idea that Eternal Era was actually a game. Su-Yun patiently added, yeah, this is independent from the real-world parallel timeline. If you're lucky, you might even see a different version of yourself here. That's amazing. Su-Yun, you're so powerful. Salusa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zifulu pursed her lips, her face full of question marks. Does this really make sense? Under his little sister's constant coaxing, Su-Yun Hui, everything somehow makes sense, right? Xianfeilu gradually came to accept the parallel world scenario. To figure out what new challenges the impossible difficulty dungeon had added, Su-Yun first summoned 3 memory servants in the form of winged birds to scout the forest from above. Then, he turned around with Salusa and Xianfeilu to return to the night elf camp hidden in the woods. From afar, they could already see 40 paladins forming a square formation in front of the camp. Their gleaming great swords rested against their chests, and their silver-white armor reflected the cold light filtering through the trees. As they got closer, the floating system panel above one of them became clearly visible. Name, Loki. Race, human. Level, 210 elite. Even on impossible difficulty, these paladins were still just elite templates. A sudden heaviness dropped into Su-Yun's heart. It seemed like he had somehow broken this raid in this lifetime. Without approaching the paladins, he turned back and stepped into the forest with the wide-eyed Salusa and the furrowed-browed Xianfeilu. So amazing. Salusa's eyes widened. The camp layout, the fire pit's location, even the marked storage tents, all were unmistakably familiar. Although they hadn't seen this parallel world's version of themselves, she knew there was no mistake. After all, in the real world the night elves were still trapped deep in the forest, and the flora and trees in the prism forest had long withered under the mountain god's curse. The vibrant life before them was proof of this parallel world. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist in the woods became. Suddenly, the bushes trembled and a black larva about an inch long peeked out, a level 5 abyssal larva. Impossible difficulty, 210 level elite paladins assigned as backup, yet the monsters are only level 5? Su-Yun cursed silently. This dungeon was getting absurd was supposed to write a complete walkthrough guide for it. Su Yun decisively bypassed the level 5 abyssal melding larvae. For Salusa and Kifyulu at their current strength, those creatures were too weak to offer any real challenge. He pressed onward toward the 7-color divine tree, stepping over moss-covered rocks and sticky insect nests. At the far end of a deeper passageway, he finally spotted 2 abyssal melding worker bugs separated from the swarm. Their bodies were gray-brown with shells gleaming like cold metal, and their abdomens pulsed with dark red lava-like patterns. Name: Abyssal Melding Bug. Race: Insect. Level: 30 Elite. An instance supposedly harder than Nightmare difficulty, with bosses over level 60 popping up at any time, and all I get are 2 level 30 elites? Su Yun grumbled silently. Still, he knew this wasn't to be taken lightly. Ancient epic monsters never held back, and even the most ordinary mobs in these instances had absurd stats. But clearly, these 2 worker bugs were going to be his test subjects. These are the ones. Let's try them out. He nodded slightly. Salusa raised her hand, drawing her bowstring to full draw. A cold gleam tore through the air as she released an arrow. Meanwhile, Kifyulu traced a hand sign, murmuring softly as elemental power condensed into an icy crystal cone at her fingertips. 88,209. 86,890. The first number came from Salusa's casually fired arrow, the second from Kifyula's sudden burst of ice spear magic. In just one brief encounter, the 2 level 30 elite abyssal melding bugs, normally tough as nails, were reduced to dust amid a cloud of soaring dust and sparks. This confirmed Su Yun's earlier suspicion. Dungeon monsters could not be transformed into memory servants. Yet what had hoped would be a chance to hone their real combat skills ended up barely qualifying as practice. Having inherited Su Yun's growth potential, Salusa's sharpness attribute, and Kifyula's magic affinity each soared to a growth cap of 150 points. Salusa carried over Su Yun's base level 49, while Kifyulu started at level 60. With gear bonuses, Salusa's sharpness attribute now stood at an astonishing 84,850 points. As her primary attack, her bow could trigger damage multipliers ranging from 30 to 50, depending on the hit location, and she consistently hit the highest multiplier. Before, Salusa could only deal around 8,000 damage to a player due to NPC template limits. But now, as a memory servant, those restrictions were lifted. Meanwhile, Kifyulu had no equipment, but her raw 90,000 magic affinity allowed her ice spear to deal full 100 multiplier damage. Against the bug's much lower defense, their damage easily approached 100,000 per hit. Su Yun could only shake his head in disbelief. Even more staggering was that these 2 were still just elite templates. If someday they obtained mythic titles, world-class boss templates, or exclusive classes, it wouldn't be hard to multiply those bonus stats 3 or 4 times, producing damage rivaling a level 2 tin paladin, suppressing the abyssal melding bugs. Salusa blinked, looking confused. Where'd they go? Kifyulu held up her staff, stunned. When did we get this strong? Su Yun's mouth twitched as he thought. Didn't they know these bugs had extremely high defenses? Ordinary attacks were usually ineffective against them. Alright, let's go. Seems like there's no need for extra exercise today. We'll head straight to the finish line. Su Yun smiled helplessly and activated memory transfer with Salusa and Zifuru, instantly teleporting beneath the 7-color divine tree. During their brief stroll, the winged bird servants he had arranged long ago were already in position, awaiting his command. Beneath the swaying branches of the divine tree, a heart-shaped black abyss seed was parasitizing, tightly gripped by thick roots like a grotesque tumor. The sudden appearance of Su Yun and his group immediately alerted a swarm of abyssal fusion insects guarding the seed. The scraping of their shells filled the air as the insect tide surged forward. Before the swarm could close in, Su Yun raised his hand and pointed at the seed. Take a shot. A piercing whistle sliced the air as an arrow flew true, piercing the heart. 93,576. HP 050000. With a single strike, the black abyss seed exploded, splattering thick black slime everywhere. Without their core, the abyssal insects instantly froze in place, then collapsed into piles of putrid goo within minutes. In a previous life, this move would have marked a flawless victory in the scripted quest, completely effortless. But this time, Su Yun sensed the real challenge was only beginning. Sure enough, from the ruins of a broken alley, the leader of the Night Elf tribe emerged slowly amid the rubble. Holding a pitch-black staff, it was none other than Taru, the very one the abyssal insect servants were supposed to obliterate. Taru, the tribe chief? Salusa was startled, while Zifuru clenched her staff tight at first glance, sending a burst of anger through their mental link to her sister. Salusa quickly suppressed her curiosity and whispered, "Sister, don't get mad, or you'll get wrinkles. It's definitely a parallel world version of him." Su Yun seized the moment. "How about avenging this personally while we're at it?" Zifurus' eyes sparkled, her anger instantly transformed into fierce excitement. Before a word could be finished, she began chanting. Cold elemental energy gathered at her fingertips, forming sharp ice spears that tore the air and lunged at Teru. Teru responded with a low chant of his own wasted words. But just then, the winged insect servants swooped down. One pecked fiercely at Terra's forehead, while another flapped its wings to blind him, battering his face repeatedly. 101. The bird servant's damage was negligible, merely disrupting his rhythm. The real threat came from Zephyrus ice spears. Teru gasped, "What is this?" Before he could finish, the first ice spear slammed into his chest. HP 441992-317. Knowing Teru was tough to beat, Zephyrus struck again without giving him a moment to recover. 88,073. HP 192,317. Two ice spears had nearly locked his health at one. Su Yun was used to interrupting enemies' spellcasting right at the start, but this time it seemed like he had let the chained winged bird summon go up and interfere for nothing. The spellcasting bar still filled, yet the spell failed as usual. He kept asking himself over and over in his mind, why? Why did it fail? Clearly, after its health was drained to zero, Teru didn't collapse. Instead, as the script dictated, he lifted his head and loudly recited the lines. "Ancient God, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you." The mechanical yet resonant voice echoed off the stone walls, making Su Yun's scalp tingle. There was no clearer sign he had completely broken the dungeon's original flow. He chose not to forcibly kill Teru. For one, he wanted to follow the storyline. For another, he needed the approaching abyssal wraith to train Salusa and Zifalu. The two sisters weren't the trembling newbies they had been before. As Teru spoke, gray-white cracks spread crazily across his skin like dried earth splitting apart, inch by inch tearing him asunder. When the last syllable fell, his health bar suddenly vanished, and his entire form shattered into swirling dust. Su Yun already anticipated what would happen next. Zifalu, however, didn't immediately catch on. In the previous battle her senses had nearly broken down several times, and now the scene before her felt strange twice. She had shattered Teru with her ice spike spell, the third spike still forming at her fingertip. Should she release it or not? Since when did a spell suddenly become so overwhelmingly powerful? Could this be another trick of Su Yun's? Before she could figure it out, a familiar sense of danger shot up her spine. Zifalu instinctively looked up just as a dark shadow fluttered above them. A colossal abyssal wraith silently appeared, its shell dim, thin wings beating with a grating buzz. Su Yun, that is, her throat tightened. Salusa also raised her head, standing shoulder to shoulder with her sister as they gazed skyward. The abyssal wraith had left a deep psychological scar on her. Without Su Yun back then, she couldn't bear to imagine what might have become of her. Daydreaming? Su Yun put away his staff, his tone casual yet resolute. "This is your chance for revenge, and a test of your strength. Charge ahead without hesitation, I've got your backs." It turned out that breaking the dungeon wasn't entirely a bad thing. Su Yun suddenly realized that this kind of storyline disruption had become the best training ground. As for the abyssal wraith in this dungeon now, Salusa and Zifalu might be more like world bosses themselves. For some reason, with Su Yun's assurance, the hesitation and unease inside Salusa suddenly seemed to vanish. All along the way, the real problems she couldn't solve no matter what never had to be borne by her personally. Only those enemies within her reach were chosen by Su Yun, one by one, to sharpen her combat skills. At this moment, she looked up at the sky. A black abyss voidworm fluttered its translucent wings, casting a shadow over her head. How did Su Yun handle it back then? Salusa frantically recalled. Her first impression was of the overwhelming abyss blend worms, but she quickly shook her head no. The initial move never involved summoning the abyss blend worms. She clearly remembered those eyes, confident to the point of certainty. "First, lure it down." She tilted her head back and shouted defiantly, "Come down here, Zifaru." Her voice was like a sharp spear, piercing the black abyss voidworm's awareness. Its wings suddenly accelerated, producing a high-frequency buzz as it dove from the clouds. Then, run. Salusa drew her bow taut, but didn't even glance back, immediately sprinting sideways, kicking up a trail of dust. In the shadows, Su Yun, who had planned to intervene at any moment, silently nodded. "There's talent here. She is replicating his move by the book." Spending 10,000 mana, he raised his hand and formed a flowing light anchor. A blue-white anchor-shaped projection rapidly took shape in the air, then exploded into a glowing circle centered on the phantom image, the radius exactly 10 meters, with a thin layer of shimmering light hugging the ground. Almost simultaneously, the black abyss voidworm lunged toward where Salusa had just been standing, its sharp jaws snapping at empty air. In a flash, Salusa turned and released her bow. The arrow sliced through the air, and in the next moment, 37,651 HP, 1,762,349, 1,800,000. Salusa, Zifaru, let me explain how to defeat it. Su Yun stood at the edge of the flowing light anchor, raising his voice to ensure they both heard clearly. He lightly tapped the phantom, asking, "Can you see this?" "Yes, we see it." In Salusa's vision, the azure luminous anchor totem next to Su Yun was crystal clear, and the 10-meter radius circle around it was like a precisely calibrated ruler. After becoming memory users, both she and Zifaru could see this kind of special battlefield marker. Remember this distance line. 1. If you stay beyond 1 radius, the Black Abyss Voidworm's attacks are easy to dodge. 2. Beyond 3 radii, it flaps its wings fiercely to enter high-speed movement. 3. Within 1 radius, it launches a series of continuous and extremely complex close-range attacks. Both extremes are tough zones, understand? We understand, they said in unison. With their confirmation, Su Yun decisively left the fight circle, handing the battle fully over to Salusa and Zifaru, retreating to a higher vantage point further away to observe. Though Salusa still had doubts in her heart, she pushed down the unnecessary curiosity. The wind blew again. She bent her bow, knocked an arrow, locked onto the insect's shadow. The second arrow whistled out. 38,511. Arrows clang against the hard outer shell of the abyssal voidworm, unable to pierce its thick armor. Yet, after factoring in the creature's defense against her own sharpened attacks, Salusa's damage is far from insignificant. With each draw of her bow, Salusa gradually finds her rhythm. She dashes within the glowing circle, sidestepping, rolling, then swiftly knocks and releases another arrow, the fletching tracing sharp, white lines through the air. Zifalu senses through their mental link an unprecedented calm confidence emanating from her sister. Salusa is truly growing up. Though she constantly claims she never wants to grow up, in this moment, she can already hold her own. Instinctively, Zifalu looks towards Su Yun. The young man stands at the battlefield's edge, his gaze steady and unyielding, leaving no detail unchecked. She now notices 2 small blue birds circling above his head, their paired wings faintly glowing. They were the ones who earlier dove suddenly to disrupt Terra's sight and break the nearly completed spell. Even now, they hover, awaiting Su Yun's next command in the surface. He appears to have fully entrusted the sisters with the fight, yet the true reins remain firmly in his hands. Since this is a parallel world, and there's a way, Zifalu murmurs to herself, suddenly quickening her pace. She dashes to the edge of the anchor of flowing light, raising her hand as cold air swirls in her palm. Several ice shards materialize midair, held suspended without being launched. Last night, Su Yun had asked her, "Do you want to learn white magic? You have talent. Some advanced white spells can greatly boost the army's power and protect them." She had been silent then, uncertain of her true strengths. All she knew was she had to protect her sister. If she could become stronger, that would be even better. 37,731. 37,955. The first and second arrows strike true. Salusa moves swiftly within the area Su Yun designated. This is her first attempt at such intense rapid fire. The voidworm's sharp palm spikes come flying in rapid succession, their trajectories unpredictable. Any hesitation would mean being pierced. 37,451. 38,112. Third and fourth arrows still land, but the relentless barrage of spikes forces her out of the anchor's protective glow. The abyssal voidworm beats its wings and charges, catching up to her half a beat faster, closing in at her face in an instant. Before its claws can strike, a brilliant blue shard of ice slashes through the air. An ice spike hits the worm's back dead center. 48131 HP. 1,524,458. 1,800,000. The claws halt abruptly. The voidworm emits an angry shriek, its hatred instantly redirected. It flaps its wings like a storm as it lunges straight at Zifalu. In that moment, Salusa recalls what Su Yun once told her. She suddenly realizes that the bowstring's pull is limited. Her greatest asset isn't arrow speed, but her own immortal, damage-resistant body. Their elder sister has suffered so much. If only she had defeated the abyssal voidworm and Teru sooner, none of this would have happened. Where do you think you're running off to? Salusa threw down her bow and arrow, gripping a single arrow tightly in her hand. Without hesitation, she drove the arrow shaft straight into the back of the black abyssal voidworm. 41,680. The black abyssal voidworm roared in pain, its massive body shuddering violently. As it tried to turn around, a second arrow stabbed deeply into the exact same spot. 43,290. Have you ever seen an archer ditch the bow and use the arrow itself as a stabbing weapon? Su Yun stood frozen in disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, a third arrow broke through the shell. 42,997. Only then did the voidworm realize what was happening. The archer who had been attacking from a distance suddenly closed in for close combat. It let out a furious roar and spun around, its dark, razor-sharp claw slashing through the air towards Salusa's shoulder. But Salusa didn't even flinch. She pulled the arrow out from the worm's shell and, with a swift counterattack, stabbed the cold steel deep into the creature's neck. 42,536. The claw clawed at her, but couldn't even leave a scratch. The system numbers flooded the screen. 19,076 HP. 3,393,774, 3,412,850 Salusa. At this moment, her defense was actually higher than the voidworm's attack power. Because of you, she growled, driving the arrow through the worm's carapace once more. 44,001. 18,992. The black abyssal voidworm screamed in agony. Now I'm not afraid of you anymore. 41,166. 18,790. The worm's health bar instantly plummeted HP. 77,456, 1,800,000. Meanwhile, Salusa's health steadily recovered. HP 2,651,552, 3,412,850, 315,000 healing HP, 2,966,552, 3,412,850, 315,000 healing HP, 3,281,552, 3,412,850. Su Yun watched in stunned silence. Salusa had transformed from a typical archer into a berserker in mere seconds. Even more unbelievable, Zifalu seemed to have mastered the basic white magic healing skillbook she had been taught earlier, and her healing was incredibly effective. Yeah, watching this, Su Yun couldn't help but nervously sweat a little for the black abyssal voidworm that had just arrived in the South Sea. 42,743. 41,329. 30,000 health restored. 30,001. 800,000. Two arrows struck the black abyss voidworm's normally impenetrable shell, fired by Salusa. The beast's health was effectively locked in place. Facing the dungeon boss, the black abyss voidworm, Su Yun even suspected it had been thoroughly intimidated by Salusa. Its strikes grew slower and more sluggish with each attempt. Several times it tried to flee, but Salusa gripped it tightly, holding onto the arrows embedded deep in its shell, forcibly pulling the giant worm back into position. This sequence perfectly showcased the exaggerated effect of the memory artifact. Salusa remained completely unharmed, and the void worm's heavy blows felt like mere scratches against her, lacking any real impact. The only damage it could inflict was to chip away at her health bar, but the 30,000 point locked health shield held firmly, rendering all its efforts almost laughable. Su Yun couldn't think of a way this boss could break through Salusa's innate locked health, supplemented by Zifalu's intermittent healing surges of over 300,000 health. All right, Salusa, that's enough. Leave the rest to me. With the black abyss voidworm completely locked in place, Salusa's role was done. Su Yun then activated a special effect from his memory recall talent that he had never used before. Consume mana to share the sum of all memory attributes except health. He watched his hard-recovered mana plummet instantly to 1 point, while his magic affinity, originally only 6,013, skyrocketed to 343,693. After a 5-second cast, thick, dense lightning elemental magic energy began to gather in the air. Heavenly floating thunderlight. A thunderbolt crashed down. Salusa did not flinch, still clutching the arrows pierced in the worm's shell, holding the black abyss voidworm firmly in place. 3,512,998. Special effect paralysis, immune 0. Special effect poison, immune 30,000 health restored. Boom. The delayed thunderclap shook eardrums, immediately followed by the second heavenly floating thunderlight reproduced by the memory scepter. 3,512,998. Health, 01, 800, 000. A critical hit of over 3.5 million damage instantly wiped out the black abyss voidworm's remaining health. Even at full health, it would not have survived that blow. Since the voidworm was a memory construct, Su Yun knew it had a defense growth potential of 60 points, meaning a total defense of 108,000. Even with 20 defense ignored, it still retained over 86,000 defense. However, thanks to the 500 magic affinity multiplier, 340,000 magic affinity, and multiple damage buffs from the memory throne, heavenly floating thunderlight dealt a terrifying 3.5 million damage, far surpassing Su Yun's expectations. What about the cost? He muttered softly, pulling out the dim branch, a sub-branch of the ley line. At this moment, the ley line sub-branch had only 1.29 million health left. Aside from the huge strain of constantly supporting the Yaiwa's actions in battle, Su Yun had activated attribute sharing for about 7 seconds, which cost roughly 150,000 mana points, an average drain of nearly 20,000 mana per second. Who could possibly endure that? As it eats Song, Salusa was immune to the thunderous damage from Su Yun's attack, but as the lightning gradually faded, the black abyss voidworm had already been reduced to a charred husk. Beneath the corrosive thunderbolts, its proud outer shell slowly melted away, its wings shattered and scattered. All that remained was a faint, charred insect-shaped mark lying sideways on the ground. Only then did Salusa release the tightly gripped arrow and let the charred corpse fall straight down. Her face was flushed and dazed, but she couldn't hide her excitement. Su Yun, brother, I won. Her voice trembled with uncontrollable joy. Yeah, you did. Su Yun gave a thumbs up, rare admiration shining in his eyes. Salusa had far exceeded his expectations. He wanted to praise her as an archer, but that title somehow felt inadequate. Salusa, are you hurt anywhere? Zifuru hurried over. Though she wasn't afraid of the Black Abyss Voidworm, she was slightly wary of the thunderbolt Su Yun had just unleashed. Woowoo, sister, scary. Salusa clung to Zifuru, mumbling, sister, scary, hug me. Zifuru looked helpless. Yeah, right. Time ticked by, and though the Black Abyss Voidworm was completely defeated, the dungeon wasn't over yet. Indeed, the real challenge was still ahead. About 10 minutes later, a salt gate materialized out of nowhere, and the doors slowly opened. Su Yun and the others had their health bars locked simultaneously. This was a level 5 main city storyline raid dungeon. After countless trials, the players had finally cleared the dense voidworm clusters occupying the 7-color divine tree and destroyed the Black Abyss spawn. Awaiting them now was a level 60 Magus leader boss Talu. Defeating Talu would summon the next boss, a level 60 world-class Black Abyss voidworm. It was immune to all control and debuff effects, healed itself by devouring players, and boasted a massive 1.8 million HP. If players patiently studied the voidworm's attack patterns, finding ways to evade and maintain optimal distance, they might find a way to overcome it. Crucially, this boss had a 30,000 point locked HP shield. If any player could break through that shield, it would mark a huge breakthrough, the ultimate in-game challenge conquered. Players who succeeded would claim the final boss of this storyline raid dungeon, the reclamation of the 7-color divine tree and face, one of the 6 great human calamities from the Eternal Era, the level 311 false god, the human calamity known as the Salt Witch. At that very moment, Salusa immediately recognized the Salt Gate and the Salt Witch stepping slowly through it. Su Yun was stunned, exclaiming softly, "Oh my god." Wherever the Salt Witch set foot, the ground instantly turned flawlessly white, traces of the salt technique spreading rapidly across the main city. But years ago, when Su Yun had spoken with the Salt Witch under the guise of an ancient god, he had already heard her reveal a prophecy. So without hesitation, he called out her true name, Fatagrila. The Salt Witch was clearly shocked at the sound of her true name. Even as she wore a wide, pure white ritual robe, her expression of surprise and confusion was unmistakable. She lifted her left foot, then quietly withdrew it, as the salt gate slowly closed and vanished without a trace. She came swiftly and left just as fast. However, the dungeon challenge was still incomplete. Su Yun led Salusa and Zifuru to voluntarily exit. Allowing the Salt Witch to escape meant the storyline raid dungeon was considered cleared, with no further bosses to fight. But after this successful completion, the dungeon would be locked for 6 days. Su Yun felt a twinge of curiosity. Since the Salt Witch appeared in this dungeon, could the legendary Sword of Light also appear here? Just then, a regional announcement sounded. Player Yunduo's raid group has successfully completed the storyline raid dungeon, reclaiming the 7-color divine tree in the 7-color Phantom Forest region at impossible difficulty. This marks the first time this raid dungeon has been cleared on impossible difficulty, earning 2 story achievement points and an additional 10 bonus achievement points. At this moment, legend was reborn once more, beckoning Su Yun and his companions to continue unraveling the mysteries yet to come. After Su Yun posted the main quest guide for rebuilding the 7-colored divine tree, large numbers of players resurrected through the death substitute totem gathered at the city gates, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the abyssal worms to help complete their tasks. On either side of the gate, night winds rustled the flags. Tens of thousands of night elf players formed 2 long lines, all eyes fixed on the distant swirling black clouds that was the army of abyssal worms rapidly approaching. Moments later, the crackling sound of chitinous shells filled the air as countless worms kicked up dust while stopping in front of the city gates in a magnificent, overwhelming procession. The Night Elf NPCs were the first to see not the reinforcements they expected, but Night Elf players just like themselves, black waves lining both sides, creating a chaotic yet grand welcoming ceremony. This way, please. This way. The players at the front raised torches, guiding the abyssal worm squads into the city. Following Su Yun's prior arrangements, except for another group transporting timber and stone arriving slightly later, each player present could take at least a dozen worm servants. With clear orders given, the abyssal worm servants marched proudly in single file behind the players. What were they here to do? Build houses. Once the worm servants set down the night elf NPCs on their backs, the NPCs realized they had been left at the city gates outside and inside. Legions of night elf players directed the worms to clear rubble and haul stones, the clang of construction filling the air. The NPCs exchanged glances. Whose territory was this? At that moment, they were guests of the 7-colored divine tree, while the real hosts were too busy to even exchange greetings. Hey, what are you all doing? The blacksmith NPC IFU frowned, grabbing hold of a familiar player. He recalled this person had previously ordered gear from his shop and often tried to strike up conversation. The captured player swung a pickaxe, sweat dripping down his face. Uncle Blacksmith, we're helping rebuild the seven-colored divine tree. If you gaped. The unusually harmonious atmosphere quickly spread to the other night elf NPCs, who lowered their guards and joined in the bricklaying and stone stacking. Even the quiet light sword, who had silently followed the team, got involved, always eager to help. As a sword saint, he hoisted heavy beams and charged forward. Regional announcement. Player Yunduo Strategy Group has successfully completed the storyline raid, retaking the seven-colored divine tree in the region forest of the Rainbow Mirage on impossible difficulty. At that moment, Su Yun had just cleared the dungeon. The main city chat exploded. Oh my god, no wonder I didn't see the expert players around, they were grinding the dungeon. If not for the regional announcement, I almost forgot the main quest even gave us a storyline raid. Why didn't I know we have a raid? Where's the raid exactly? In the big tree in the middle of the city. Just touch it to start the storyline raid. Raid? What raid? What new tricks have the Night Elves come up with? Another player from outside the region furiously spammed question marks on the forum. That's the raid unlocked after finishing the main quest. Yo, check the regional announcement. Our experts just posted news again, and I haven't even had time to explore the raid. Damn, you Night Elves. I don't accept this. Relax, let's focus on building the houses first. I'm sure the expert players will release a guide soon enough. Night Elf players had grown used to ignoring jealous comments from players in other regions. Honestly, I sometimes wondered, do we really need to supervise the house building so closely? The Akiris bugs handle everything automatically. Standing there feels more like being a mascot, just waving my hands like a lucky cat, not really helping with anything else. The progress bar for constructing the dungeon crawled slowly. One player glanced at the stats and waved his hand decisively. Enough talk, brothers. Building the house is going to take a while. I'm going to explore the dungeon first. Wait for good news from me. Aren't you waiting for a guide? Aren't you worried some salt, which will suddenly pop up and cling to you in the dungeon? What guide? The dungeon's called Recapturing the Seven-Colored Divine Tree. You complete the main quest line on your own, probably not hard. Besides, the pros already cleared it on impossible mode. That made sense. Another group quickly followed suit. Good point. Brothers, I'm going in too. Wait for my news. Meanwhile, players left at the camp continued debating the main city's design. Didn't Momyan say it? If we pool ideas and build a fancier main city, we'll get more rewards. Sounds reasonable to me. If Su Yin were here right now, he'd probably sigh at how early the Mom Squad had appeared in this life. In the gaming community, Mom is a fond nickname for strategy bloggers. When a problem arises, shouting Mom almost solves 90% of the trouble. Su Yun had gathered a group around his guides. Some studied architecture, others were kind-hearted, and many simply loved the buzz. All with different motives, but united at the same table discussing how to build the main city. In a short time, they had spread out several rough drafts. But when pooling ideas turns into adding all kinds of extra things, things often spiral out of control. Xian, staring blankly at a huge palace blueprint. Night Elves with a palace? That combination felt completely out of place, but what impact could one person's opinion really make? Just then, a player shoved the palace blueprint toward the Akiris bugs. We're building exactly this. The Akiris bug assistant. Are you trying to put me on the spot here? Though it was called a draft, the blueprint included structure, plumbing, and landscaping all ready for construction. Yet the complex symbols on the plan caused the bug to freeze up completely. It hurriedly sent a distress message through the mental link. Akiris bug assistant, master help. Are we really building this? The memory flashed instantly into Su Yun's mind. Su Yun? He carefully reviewed all the proposals and finally picked out the one that best matched elven aesthetics, making a decisive call. The Akiris bug assistant obeyed, clutching the chosen blueprint from the stack with its pincers as if to declare, this one, my decision. Bystanders? The player clutching the palace blueprint refused to give up. Can't we at least consider this one? The Akiris bugs crossed their pincers into a clear X. Nope. And so, the reconstruction of the seven-colored divine tree officially began. Besides continuing to improve the main city's design plan, there wasn't much else the players could do to help with rebuilding it. By the way, why do these abyssal worms look like they're on an assembly line? Does that even make sense? Jian Ziyoi mumbled as he finally found a moment of free time. He habitually opened the Cloud Strategy Group's homepage first to check for new guides, then switched back to the player community. The Cloud Strategy Group must be cheating, right? How on earth did they beat that boss? Attach the video. I agree, it's ridiculous. Our dozen or so teams, all above level 20, wipe instantly at the hardest difficulty in the forest, and 3 free revives aren't even close to enough. The flurry of messages left Jian Ziyoi completely baffled. What's going on? Curious, he clicked on a video that a player had just reposted. The footage was from a first-person perspective. The camera owner and several other players, including a handful of paladins, were sprinting through the forest. Behind them, a monstrous creature clad in black armor like a giant insect forcibly reshaped into humanoid form was diving after them. Through the system interface, the monster's status pane was clearly visible. Name: Black Abyssal Voidworm Talu. Race: Abyssal Condensed Species Mimic Insect. Level: 60. Type: World Boss. The World Boss the Cloud Strategy Group had once slain? Jian Zhujiuai's heart skipped a beat. In the video, the black abyssal voidworm flapped its thin wings with the speed of a gale. Neither paladins nor players could shake it off. In an instant, a paladin was forced to halt, turning to slam his greatsword against the creature's shell, sparks flying. 30,865 damage. Black Abyssal Voidworm HP. 1,456,773 1,800,000. 1.8 million HP? Jian Zhujiuai gasped. Just as the paladin's sword mark appeared, the monster's claw counterattacked. Despite his heavy holy plate armor, it tore open like paper. 11,087. Paladin HP. 576,331 607,002. No sooner had the tear appeared, the black abyssal voidworm lunged forward, biting through the armor gap. 576,331. Paladin HP. 607,002. One-shot kill. Immediately, green numbers popped up above the monster's head. 54,000. Black Abyssal Voidworm HP. 1,510,773 1,800,000. It could actually heal by devouring? The slaughter continued. Paladins barely held on thanks to their high-level gear, but it was only a matter of time. The player squads fared even worse, hunted down one by one and swallowed whole, with each devoured victim triggering another 54,000 green heal number. Before the paladin's death scene could even finish recording, the cameraman himself fell, the footage freezing on a close-up of glistening black fangs dripping with blood. Only now did Jian Zhujiuai truly understand how terrifying the black abyssal voidworm that the Cloud Strategy Group once defeated really was. So how on earth did the Cloud Strategy Group kill it? Even the elite level 210 paladins can't beat this monster. As videos of the level 210 paladin getting wiped out by the level 60 world boss black abyssal larva in a single round spread like wildfire through the player community, the Night Elf players started to feel their spirits break bit by bit. Those who had personally experienced the raid's difficulty were utterly demoralized. This story-driven raid allowed players to freely choose the difficulty level, ranging from normal all the way to nightmare and impossible. On normal difficulty, the raid guidance would lead the team along a path toward the 7-colored divine tree. Soon after, they would face a steadily growing swarm of abyssal larvae, all at level 5. Taking down one was no big deal, but when hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands came crashing in, anyone would be instantly overwhelmed and devoured. With each step up in difficulty, the time players had before death grew even shorter. At nightmare difficulty, just stepping into the forest allowed players to spot the level 60 boss-level abyssal larvae from afar, which were untouchable. Oddly enough, on impossible difficulty, the larvae in the forest dropped down to level 30 elites, which seemed easier, but if the level 5 swarms could still wipe the team, those level 30 elites were an even greater threat. The blue abyssal larvae in the main city looked cute and harmless, but the black ones inside the raid were pure bone-crushing monsters. Brothers, my mind is blown, lamented one forum post in despair. Should have waited for the strategy guides, but you wouldn't listen. Wait for a guide. The Cloud Strategy Team dropping a guide for this. Huh. This difficulty isn't even meant for players. If you have any pride, don't look. If I see a guide and don't fall to my knees fast enough, I won't respect myself. As the raid's popularity kept climbing, Su Yun finally dropped a new guide video on the Cloud Strategy Team's channel. He had to wait until players had been brutally schooled by the raid thats when the guide's value would be greatest. Many players simply avoided entering the raid altogether, instead camping near the main city watching the abyssal larvae build huts, while refreshing the Cloud Strategy Team's homepage nonstop. Over time, they became devoted fans of Su Yun and noticed a pattern. The Cloud Strategy Team usually updated their videos shortly after regional or server-wide announcements. The player Feed the Pig was emblematic of this mindset. He had zero interest in exploring the raid, but only wanted to be the first to witness any new guides being released. Within minutes, the channel's original 4 guides suddenly doubled to 8 new videos dropped at once. The Cloud Strategy Team is epic. Crazy for you. Wild for you. Smashing headfirst for you. The forum exploded with praise. Feed the Pig scanned the new guides. This time, all the strategies had a paywall. 2 cost just 1 mineral coin, practically a steal, while the other 2 required 1 gilded coin to unlock. As soon as he saw the pig, he fed it without even glancing at the titles of the 2 strategy guides that required special coins to unlock. He immediately spent all his savings to buy both videos. This video requires 1 special coin to unlock by. This video requires 1 special coin to unlock by again. Within just 2 seconds, the system pinged twice in a row, and his 3 special coins earned from the main quest to defeat the abyssal voidworm were gone just like that. To him, this wasn't reckless spending, it was an investment, the kind that's guaranteed to pay off. No one knew that Ivor's 2 forged hammers were quietly lying in his inventory. After the salt which neutralized the crystallized salt in the rainbow illusion forest, the hammers, once sealed as salt lumps, reverted back to their equipment form. But strangely, the system only labeled the hammers as quest items with no other detail. She couldn't tell which one was the one tied to equipment enhancement 20. It didn't matter for now. He'd figure it out when he found Iverthat was a crucial item for the top-tier strategy, and delaying it could cost him dearly. After spending all his money, he returned to the list and looked at the two pricey videos Head just bought. The first title nearly made his jaw drop. 3 steps to speedrun the story quest raid impossible difficulty. 3 steps? Speedrun? He was puzzled. Recently, the story quest raid difficulty is absurdly high had been driving the player community crazy. Many insisted the Cloud Strategy Group couldn't even release a proper clear guide because the raid was basically unbeatable for normal players. They suspected the group was cheating. But Cloud Strategy Group not only released a speedrun video on impossible difficulty, it was priced at a mere 1 iron or coin. So the 2 videos requiring special coins were even more mind-blowing. Having already spent 2 special coins without hesitation, spending just 1 iron coin was nothing to him. Please select raid difficulty, impossible. Confirmed. After buying the guides, he immediately started shouting in the guild chat, pulling in another cup of tea and a dozen old friends to form a team, strongly encouraging them to buy the guides too. This money belongs to Cloud Strategy Group. Anyone who complains, I'm straight up with the man Nobodus freeloading on my watch. As soon as they entered the raid and before the team could even assign roles, he couldn't wait to carry out the first step of the 3-step speedrun. Find a paladin. But just as he gathered near the paladins, a cold system prompt popped up with a sharp ping. Spend 3 special coins to unlock paladin hidden storyline? He stared in disbelief. Unlocking hidden storylines costs money, and 3 special coins at once? Are you kidding me? I just spent 3 special coins buying the guides. Especially the 3-step speedrun video, which only cost 1 iron coin. Why would I spend 3 special coins unlocking a hidden storyline? Understood. Please provide the Chinese sentences you would like me to translate and polish into natural, fluent English. No way. No way. No way. Nobody can stop me now starting today. I'm the most devoted fan of the Cloud Strategy Group. The chat window flooded like a waterfall, messages pouring in a neat, non-stop stream across the player community's live channel. The pro really is amazing. I swear I leveled up with my eyes closed. Someone excitedly cranked their font size all the way up. To be honest, I still don't understand a thing, but somehow I'm already hitting level 40. Is this what it feels like to have someone force-feed you happiness? So bossy, but I love it. Another message followed right behind. After a brief pause, someone else chimed in. You up there are so annoying. What about the guy who said head to a spiral slide kneel? Step forward. I took a screenshot. No running away. Told you all. Don't call me a coward, okay? Video attached. They say a real man's knees are worth gold. No more talk. I'm cashing out the savings in my knees to buy the pro a sports car. Make that a rocket. Now that's something, my friend, a real man. Laughter echoed through the channel, while players from other regions remained perfectly silent. Hey, players from other areas, why the silence? Are you really that quiet? Say nothing. Just play by yourselves from now on. That's right. We're not talkative. We'll leave you to play on your own. 111. The ones kept pouring in, fueling the mood like stoking a fire. Meanwhile, messages intermittently popped up showing 1 iron coin. Priced at only 1 iron coin per strategy video. And with a large influx of Night Elf players active in the community, curious players from other regions found themselves clicking into the Cloud Strategy Group's homepage, buying a couple of videos as if just by opening them, they too could become part of the Night Elf faction. Every Night Elf player had hit the 20s or 30s in levels, while the average level in their own region barely reached 7 or 8, and still needed lucky encounters just to level up. Who wouldn't be jealous? Amid the waves of cheers, Jianzhu Jiwei slowly realized he had already reached level 37. Only then did he open the player community feed, only to be hit heated with pure fanaticism. He casually clicked on a video, showing a Night Elf player executing a full 360-degree flip slide kneel, landing with arms raised and shouting, Cloud Strategy Group is my god. The microphone behind amplified my god to ear-shattering volume, making the chat messages tremble. Now that's a character. Jianzhu Jiwei took off his headphones and couldn't help but comment. At that moment, his pride, as if tapped on the shoulder, suddenly stirred. Even though all the praise wasn't directed at him, he was one of the very few who had actually seen the pro's true face, and was their #1 fan. Thinking that, he straightened up instinctively. Right after finishing a dungeon run, he immediately checked the newly released strategy list from the Cloud Strategy Group. This time, they dropped 4 strategies at once, with the first titled 3-step speedrun obviously about to stir up a storm again in the community, quite literally a brutal kill and heal combo. After going through the 3-step speedrun details, they added instructions on how to use the guild construction decree, a special item obtained in the story raid dungeons, necessary for officially founding a guild. Jianzhu Jiwei had good luck, getting a construction decree on his very first dungeon run. But what followed was an unavoidable question. Will the Cloud Strategy Group start their own guild? Ha ha ha. The Cloud Strategy Group pros really are unstoppable. This guild construction order drops inside the dungeon. I read in the top players' guides that it can be used to build a guild. Is there any insider info on this? Are the top players planning to form guilds? I'd love to be their loyal follower. Feeding the pig sat by the campfire, staring intently at the torn parchment in his hands, rapidly spamming messages in the public chat. Before the main city was completed, the Cloud Strategy Team repeatedly warned all Night Elf players, avoid venturing outside if possible. But right now, what really mattered was if the top players were serious about building a guild, he'd happily camp right next to them, even if it meant serving as a lowly pack mule. On the forums, Feeding the Pig was far from alone. Numerous posts kept asking the same question. What secret uses did the guild construction order have? If the top players really planned to recruit, when would the invitations go out? For a while, riding on a powerful owlie's coattails became the main theme in the Night Elf server. As the discussion heated up, he opened the second-page strategy guide released by the Cloud team, also unlocked with 1 iron, or coin, a comprehensive guide on how to unlock Night Elf life skills. In just a few thousand words, it detailed 5 or 6 ways to acquire life professions. 1. Smith Ev, the blacksmith, can forge, enhance equipment, repair durability, and craft rare items from blueprints. 2. Witch Shila, the alchemist, can brew buff potions and combat elixirs with a wide range of effects. The guide not only listed coordinates, but also gave exact trigger dialogue step by step. The more Feeding the Pig read, the more amazed he became. The difference between having a life skill helper or not was obvious at a glance. Reflecting on the past few days, the reason Night Elf players still felt the Eternal Era was actually a game mostly boiled down to having reliable guides telling you which path to take. Why were more and more players trusting the Cloud Strategy Team? Simply put, they weren't just publishing guides, they were lifesavers. So far, the Night Elf server had used up all 3 death replacement totems and had the lowest number of permanent quitters across the entire server. Who could help but say those top players are incredible? Next, he clicked on 2 more expensive guides requiring 1 golden coin each. How to unlock the hidden life skill, the omniscient low success rate, buy with caution. World-class boss introductions and strategies, upcoming updates. He read through dense details about the abyssal void worm, the cataclysm salt witch, and the briefly appearing sword saint in the dungeon bearer of the radiant blade. The void worm had to be stopped from devouring players or NPCs to recover health. The salt witch seemed suppressible only by the sword saint. And unlocking the hidden profession omniscient also required triggering something from the sword saint. He raised a hand to rub his temple. The brutal raid in the dungeon flashed through his mind. If the Cloud team hadn't preemptively predicted the story rewind and temporarily brought the sword saint into the fight, their whole team would have wiped. The truth was clear. The top players really found someone who could tough it out against the salt witch. Just then, a dull thud of a wooden stake hitting the ground snapped him out of his thoughts. Feeding the Pig glanced up just in time to see a young man carrying a wooden stake standing by the 7-color divine tree. His pure white knight's outfit trimmed in gold reflected the sunlight, almost blinding. Feeding the Pig? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The sword saint who had only just appeared in the dungeon storyline was now leisurely standing in the main city? Since the raid dungeon's rewind was set in a past timeline, the main city had the past sword saint. Everything made sense now. No way. That's a 36k pure steel powerhouse. Feeding the Pig muttered quietly. He finally understood the real value of the golden coin guides. Without this intel, who could identify an unassuming NPC in the main city as the very sword saint capable of standing his ground against the cataclysm salt witch? Without the Cloud Strategy Team's guides, how could he have known that the seemingly ordinary NPC in the main city was actually the sword saint tough enough to hold off the cataclysm salt witch? Should the guild construction order be consumed to establish the guild? Staring at the softly glowing guild construction order in his palm, Su Yun fell into a brief moment of contemplation. It was only after obtaining the token that he discovered a rather absurd Easter egg. The system recognized all of his East servants and E as players. The guild construction order had a strict requirement. At least 5 players must be present simultaneously to activate it. Su Yun experimented repeatedly, first positioning Salusa and Zifalu at his sides, then summoning his East servant winged bird, East servant abyssal worm, and East servant red-striped leopard one after another. The counter jumped from 15 to 55 in no time, instantly unlocking the restriction. In other words, he could form a guild single-handedly out of thin air. This sparked a new dilemma. Should he set up a second guild that real players could join? The game rules had long stated that the more players in an area, the higher the chance for world bosses to spawn independently of the storyline. If a mythical grade boss appeared, the rewards would be astronomical. Gathering scattered players under one banner was far better than letting them act independently. But Su Yun was honestly too lazy to manage others. Su Yun, seeing 2 of you at once really feels strange. Salusa stood between the 2 Su Yuns, her eyes darting left and right, unable to tell which was real. What confused her was Su Yun's recent use of a racial skill called Memory Double, a duplicate that perfectly mimicked the original's appearance and aura. At first glance, the double was indistinguishable from the original. Even Su Yun felt like he was looking into a mirror. The only difference was it lacked the blue filter glow typical of his servants and possessed an independent player panel showing HP as 5,400,000 5,400,000. Even more astonishing was the skill's description explicitly stating the double could simulate all target skills and racial abilities. In theory, the double could cast Memory Double again, creating a double of a double, an infinite chain that could continue down through countless generations. Su Yun shook his head, suppressing the wild ideas about endless clones. Hundreds or thousands of doubles made no sense at his current stage. Leaving just one double to guard the seven-colored spirit tree was the most hassle-free choice. After clearing the dungeon, he took the time to visit Philly, handing over all the chitin dropped when the paladins killed the abyssal worms. This was the standard procedure before completing the main quest. Reclaimed the seven-colored spirit tree. The night elves needed the leyline essence to dissolve the insect shells. The rules stated that 5 shells formed one submission group. The reward was small, but could be repeated indefinitely. Opening his backpack, Su Yun saw thousands of shells sorted and piled into small heaps by his servants. He dumped them all into the task slot at once. Along with the dungeon's first completion rewards, his experience bar surged. Wildlife remained at level 59, but with an additional 93 experience accumulated beyond that. Su Yun hadn't expected that combining several main storyline quests with in-game side missions would skyrocket his level straight to almost 60. He had originally chosen the Night Elf race to reach the level 60 milestone as quickly as possible. Now, with his level soaring, low-level monsters and easily farmed side or hidden quests had lost their value due to experience decay. Only achievements, demigod breakthroughs, and skill draws still mattered. The growth advantage from being a night elf was basically exhausted. His plan had been to use the South Sea world ship to reach a deserted island hidden deep in the sea tomb, leaving a decoy to stay visible to other players, allowing him to slip away while also disrupting the cohesion of the seven-colored divine tree group. Conveniently, the decoy could finish all the night elf hidden quests in one go. The abyssal void worm was also set to stay behind with the decoy, so Su Yun wouldn't have to worry about it or the servants being wiped out unexpectedly by something like the salt witch. However, just after asking about the worm's status, he received a memory fragment from it. At that moment, on the southern coast, in a sparse forest, it was gnawing on bark to stave off hunger. It had struggled immensely to find this patch of woods, but, like a newly hatched larva, still had no survival skills in the wild. Su Yun had no choice but to abandon the free-range plan and keep the abyssal void worm close to the decoy, lest it starve to death. Next, he set about founding a guild. The guild will be called Cloud Guild, he decided without bothering to come up with something flashy. He thought those 3 words were distinctive enough. Guild name confirmed, Cloud Guild. Guild established, current members, 5. Of the 5 members, 2 were named Cloud Strategy Team, which was odd. Wasn't the rule that player-defined names couldn't be duplicated? Since the guild was formed, the minimum 5-member limit was lifted. Su Yun promptly used his guild leader powers to kick out Salusa, Zifalu, and one-winged bird servant, then transferred guild leadership to the decoy and left himself. Rarely showed up anyway, so cultivating a mysterious aura was all he needed. Yes, my king. The moment the decoy spoke, its face, the one mimicking Su Yun's expression, collapsed into a dumb, blank look. Su Yun inwardly worried. This skill seemed barely intelligent, clearly insufficient. Having the decoy live with the abyssal void worm, he hoped nothing would go wrong. With the minor tasks mostly handled, only 2 small matters remained for the Night Elf's affairs. Su Yun opened the player community and saw his strategy post had set the forum ablaze. Riding the momentum, he posted 2 new announcements, one declaring the founding of Cloud Guild, the other inviting new recruits. Just then, a new message popped up on his screen. Holy crap, why is there a salt witch in the dungeon? The post included a video and a death replay. The poster was in utter despair, shouting, "Why did the salt witch one-shot me? How did you all even clear the dungeon?" Su Yun frowned deeply. The walkthrough was detailed enough. How could any skilled player still fail? He clicked open the submission. The screen showed an aerial view capturing the border of the 7-color phantom forest and the outside world, exactly where the Sword of Light was supposed to respawn. But now, the entire forest was thoroughly petrified by the salt technique. The ground, the treetops, even the air was coated with a gray-white crystalline crust. The main view's health bar was directly reduced to the system's minimum damage threshold of 1 million. What was worse, several paladins guiding the way were frozen in place, turned into salt statues that gleamed deathly pale under sunlight. Su Yun's brow furrowed. According to his walkthrough, if the steps were right and the timing correct, the salt witch would immediately retreat upon hearing her true name. There was no way she could have spread the salt technique throughout the entire forest like this. The only explanation was clear: someone hadn't told the Sword of Light the salt witch's true name. Without her true name, the salt witch would enter an invincible state. Without hearing it, she wouldn't leave, desperately offering the forest as a sacrifice to the old god to ascend to divinity. She wouldn't stop before every inch of the seven-color phantom forest was ravaged. The Sword of Light was currently only level 241. Even at max level, it couldn't hold out against the invincible Salt Witch. Su Yun recalled the old saying, "A villain's scheming can't outsmart a fool's sudden inspiration." Today was exactly such an example. Luckily, this was just a dungeon if it happened in the main storyline. With this player's reckless tactics, they might already have pulled off a solo kill against the Sword of Light, treating the Sword Saint far too lightly. But don't forget, in the original story, the Sword of Light knowingly ventured into the seven-color Phoenix tree territory where the Salt Witch lay, fully aware that nothing could survive where she went. Half his motivation was his duty as a Sword Saint. Half was to save the one who had gone before him. How could a player cut off his only way out? With this in mind, Su Yun immediately sent an urgent notice. Players who have completed the dungeon with the walkthrough, please make sure to tell the Sword of Light the Salt Witch's true name, Fatigalia. Under no circumstances treat the Sword of Light lightly in this dungeon. Any further offenses will result in a permanent blacklist. 2 days later, beyond the shimmering prism forest and the twilight woods stretched a continuous mountain valley, forming a natural barrier. At the valley floor, a monstrous beast resembling a wild boar, but standing 2 meters tall, thundered forward relentlessly, each step sending rocks flying and dust swirling. Along the steep cliff to its left, a dark night elf girl knocked her bow and raced alongside the Biasta. Hunt was underway, but the prey was this towering creature. Name, Ridge Boar. Race, monstrous beast. Level, 65 boss. Relationship, hostile target. Remaining details not visible. The girl, named Salusa, held her breath as she drew a perfect shot. Letting go, her arrow sliced through the air. The ridge boar seemed to sense danger and twisted awkwardly to the side, but couldn't avoid the precise shaft piercing its neck. By now, its back was thick with arrows, bristling like a spiked porcupine. 8,264. Level suppression. HP, 176,653, 330, 7,500. The ridge boar roared fiercely, eyes blazing with fury, but its pace never faltered. Ahead, the cliff's edge loomed closer. Salusa didn't slow down. Instead, she sprinted faster, then leapt off the precipice. Falling more than 20 meters, she aimed to land squarely on the ridge boar's back. Luck? Maybe, but more so her courage. Clamping her knees tight, she stayed mounted. If she didn't want to be thrown off, she had to grasp the arrow shafts already embedded in the beast's thick hide, meaning she couldn't draw her bow anymore. No problem, she was used to hunting barehanded. Salusa drew an arrow and stabbed down like a short dagger. 10,875. Level suppression. A second. A third. 10,673. Level suppression. 10,242. Level suppression. The ridge boar violently thrashed in agony, but Salusa used the arrow shafts to steady herself again and again. "You can't run away," she taunted sharply. The ridge boar snarled back, "They'll fight you to the death." Suddenly, the giant beast leapt high. Salusa realized with a jolt that ahead wasn't the valley floor, but a cliff hundreds of meters deep. Hey, I want to go home for dinner." Her heart raced. Then she half-joked bitterly, "Falling from this height probably won't kill me, right?" Boom. Salusa was flung through the air until a large tree just happened to break her fall, absorbing the impact with a creak. Salusa, at level 60, wasn't the only one to fall off the cliff. There was also the ridge boar. The massive beast, weighing so much, landed with such force that it created a huge crater, sinking deep into the mud. The ridge boar lost almost half of its health from the fall, but its tenacity kept it struggling to drag itself out of the pit, wobbling on unsteady legs. Having barely escaped death, it instinctively tried to run away. "Where do you think you're going?" Salusa's voice exploded behind it. Her longbow was nowhere to be seen, but she held an arrow in each hand, steadily closing in. "Ridge boar, you're not getting away." 10,654 health. Level suppression. Health, 0,337, 500. Unsurprisingly, the boar collapsed with a heavy thud. Only then did Salusa let out a deep breath. "Su Yun, sister, help." Minutes later, a winged memory servant flew slowly down from above the cliff. The memory replacement completed in a blink, transforming the creature's shape into Su Yun and Qianfulu. Looking up at the cliff hundreds of meters high, Su Yun paused thoughtfully. The memory effect given to Salusa by the memory servant seems to be pushing her style into a new direction. Defeated level 65 Ridgeboar boss. Gained 11.73 experience. Enemy Ridgeboar converted into memory servant. Level breakthrough quest completed. Player Cloud Strategy Group has reached level 61. Health status. Salusa 4,701,375. Qianfulu 3,375,000. Black Abyss Void Worm 12,150,000. Earth Vein Branch 1,500,000. Total memory servant health 21,726,375. Sis Salusa spread her arms, hoping for some comfort. Kianfala didn't say much, but swiftly cast multiple healing spells, restoring her to full health. 357,000 health recovered. Any other discomfort? Kianfala asked gently. Feels like I'm falling apart, but it's kind of thrilling. Salusa blinked, clearly getting used to the idea that her memory body can't really get injured. Her courage was growing bolder. The pain was there briefly, but faded fast. After falling hundreds of meters, she only felt dizzy, but couldn't really say where she was hurt. Kianfala fell silent for a moment. Are you sure this won't cause any real problems? Suyin looked at them both and asked, have we completed our mission? Of course, you did great. At the compliment, Salusa's face lit up joyfully. So the fall wasn't for nothing after all. Leveling up from 60 to 61 is the first major milestone players face. The reason Salusa chased after the Ridge Wild Boar was that upon reaching level 60, players automatically received a level breakthrough quest. According to the system's instructions, the task wasn't complicated. Team up with allies to kill a level 60 elite monster, then turn in several pieces of equipment marked with the level 60 gear restriction. Once completed, the character's basic attributes would instantly increase by 1.1 times. From level 61 to 120, each level up would grant an additional 75 HP and 2 to the other 4 primary stats. All still multiplied by the character's personal growth coefficient. This was a transformative upgrade no player could ignore. However, the salt which had just ravaged the entire Rainbow Phantom Forest, leaving no living creature behind. Even the sound of falling leaves fell out of place. Monster respawns took an entire cycle, so Su Yun decided to shift his hunting target to the Ridge Wild Boar that roamed the boundary between the Rainbow Phantom Forest and the neighboring plateau. Just as he planned their route, Salusa volunteered to lead the way but slipped on the mist-shrouded cliff, tumbling down the rock face. When the group arrived, she brushed off the dirt, unharmed, and even managed to pick a few rare herbs at the cliff's base like a classic scene where falling off a cliff without dying means mastering some secret skill. Back at the temporary camp, Salusa blinked and asked, by the way, do you guys want to visit a human city-state? Ziphila's interest was piqued. A human city-state? Are we leaving now? Or can we go back first to say goodbye to everyone? Suyin nodded. We do need to turn back to grab some things, but we'll be back quickly. Before he finished speaking, his attention was drawn to a friend chat window popped up by the system. After acting as the stand-in guild leader, he had approved countless friend requests in just a few days, funneling all new friends onto his main character. Now, he had to sift through tens of thousands of private messages daily, with both his friends list and player community notifications constantly maxed out at 99. He had never been this busy in his previous life. Just moments ago, a blinking message marked special reminder appeared in the list. Feed the pig. Leader, I found that player called Mala Xiao Xiangwa you mentioned. He's currently in the human faction's Western Water City. Mala Xiao Xiangwa was exactly the player Su Yun remembered, one with the infinite mana template talent. The ancient epic game had an enormous number of level 5 main cities, even in newbie zones, but traveling between regions was extremely risky. Players in the Wasteland faction could only log in at night. Su Yun had thought finding this player was like a needle in a haystack, but unexpectedly, the guy really showed up in the Western Water City. He had gone fishing in the vast sea and actually caught treasure. The Western Region Water City, a 5th-level capital in the human faction, was built on an inland sea at the center of the Central Sea, also the very sea that humans had named after this region. Towering stone walls curved like a protective barrier, sharply dividing the crystal blue Central Sea and enclosing a patch of pure land on the shimmering water surface. When Su Yun had dispatched more than 20 memory-robbing winged birds, one just happened to fly near here, since the Central Sea was one of the most prominent areas on the map and home to more than just the Western Region Water City. Su Yun had long predicted he would come here eventually, so he cleverly borrowed that bird's memories to skip the time-consuming journey. For Salusa and Ziphilu, who were leaving the 7-color Phantom Forest for the first time, the vastness of the Central Sea was absolutely breathtaking. Even the grandeur and bustling life of the Western Region Water City paled in comparison to the magical 7-color divine tree in their eyes. Cloud Strategy Group. We agreed to meet near the central tower of the Western Region Water City. They'll give you your promised reward later. Feed pig on site. President, are you going to the Western Region Water City? Su Yun. The sea. Is that really the sea? Standing atop the broad city walls, Salusa rested her hands on the edge, her gaze crossing over the canal-like inner harbor, stretching straight out to the boundless Central Sea. The excitement in her eyes was almost overflowing. Compared to her, Ziphilu appeared much calmer on the surface, but the faint, pounding flutter in her chest was hard to hide. Before, they had only heard that the sea was a lake so vast you can't see the edge. No imagination could capture such immensity. Only now, seeing it with her own eyes, did Salusa truly believe such a vast great lake really existed. Under the clear sky, the Central Sea was calm. Its surface was like a polished mirror, reflecting white clouds and blue heavens in one unbroken expanse, unfolding slowly like a magnificent scroll. Su-yun, what is that? Following Salusa's outstretched finger, they saw several wooden boats drifting in the distance, white sails billowing gently in the sunlight. Boats, Su-yun explained simply, tools for crossing the sea. Since the entire city was built on the central sea itself, players in the Western Region Water City only had two options for venturing outside the city to hunt monsters. Either cross the long bridge back to the mainland, and then trek a long distance on foot, or take a boat directly into the sea. However, the central sea was not as gentle as it looked. Beneath the surface lurked a considerable number of marine monsters, so capsized boats and people falling into the water were common occurrences. For players treating the Western Region Water City as a newbie zone, a bit of bad luck was inevitable. Su-yun, where are your ears? Suddenly, Salusa's curiosity vanished and her tone became tense. What do you mean my ears? Su-yun instinctively reached to touch his long elven ears, but instead of feeling the familiar pointed tips, he grasped air. He quickly felt around carefully and realized his once-tapered night elf ears had transformed into ordinary human ear shapes. Looking down at his player panel, he finally understood his race was no longer night elf based on current adaptation, but had changed to human based on current adaptation. Su-yun had just discovered that as an ancient god-tier race called the Memory Throne shifted through different regions, its racial traits including appearance would be forcibly altered accordingly. It took him quite a bit of effort to explain to Salusha why his pointed ears had vanished overnight. It was actually a form of disguise. Salusha pondered this carefully. After all, she wasn't a pure-blood night elf, but rather a seed born from the ley lines. She exclaimed in amazement, "That's incredible. Does that mean I could fold away my ears too and disguise myself as a human?" Zephyru crossed her arms and shook her head, twitching the corner of her mouth. "Don't even think about it, cute little sister. Nothing about Su-yun ever makes sense." Meanwhile, on the docks of the Western Domain Water City, is that really the great player? Mala Little Spicy Pot stared at the player panel in front of her, carefully confirming that the username was indeed the well-known Su-yun from the Cloud Strategy Group, who was level 61. Only then did she barely believe it. The hype-filled strategy team from the forums had actually come to Western Domain Water City looking for her. Isn't the Cloud Strategy Group supposed to be operating over in the Night Elf lands? Could the Western Domain Water City actually be near the Rainbow Tree? If so, maybe I could swing by the Night Elf territory and grab some bonuses too, she quickly calculated in her mind. Hello. Su-yun raised his hand in greeting, a polite gesture on the surface, while secretly condensing a Flowlight anchor in his palm. Flowlight anchor activated. Extracting 1 template talent data from target. Total template talents. 1. Template talent. Infinite mana. Target's mana capacity is unlimited, and current mana always equals maximum mana. After the screen confirmed this, Su-yun breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had worried the butterfly effect might erase this key talent, but it was now safely obtained. Mala Little Spicy Pot remained excited. I never thought I'd really meet the great player in Western Domain Water City. By the way, why are you looking for me? We don't know each other in real life, right? Su-yun cleared his throat. We have an agreement. Here are 3 gold coins. He handed over the reward. Previously, he had posted a missing persons notice on the player forum specifically to locate Mala Little Spicy Pot, Lu Qingqiu, and Wang Xiaoxiu. In the past life, he met Mala Little Spicy Pot only once in the level 1 main city Lenasli. She had transitioned her hidden class, Chaos Mage, powered by infinite mana, and gained quite a reputation, but ultimately died on the 100th floor of the Eternal Era Tower. Wang Xiaoxiu met Su-yun much later, in the level 3 main city, and his encounter with Lu Qingqiu happened years after the server launch, in the 7th year. Su-yun still didn't know their original starting villages. What made it worse was that Lu Qingqiu and Wang Xiaoxiu were among players forcibly teleported by the Eternal Era, using their real names as in-game nicknames. Their birthplaces were completely random, and with a high chance of duplicate names, finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. To incentivize other players to help, Su-yun posted a bounty of 3 gold coins. It might sound modest, but in reality, in just the past 2 days he earned over 10,000 gold coins by selling strategy guides on the forum. Needless to say, that guide was insanely popular, beyond anyone's expectations. 3 gold coins meant that all the advanced paid guides he had released so far were now open for free. Even players who had already bought the 3 guides could wait for his future premium guides without paying. This alone made every player on the forum perk up, eager to click straight to the Cloud Guide team's homepage. As for the reason to find someone, Su-yun had one ready off the top of his head, a friend lost in real life who needed everyone's help keeping an eye out. Using this vague excuse, he easily posted the bounty notice. Master, to be honest, I'm really jealous of your guides, but 3 gold coins under the post. Spicy Little Hot Pot sent a private message from a small account. Could I exchange for some other reward instead? That's possible, Su-yun replied straightforwardly, but it depends on what you want to trade for. I want to join the Night Elf clan. Since you can come, you should be able to take me there too, right? 4 Spicy Little Hot Pot. The reason why the Cloud Guy team was looking for him didn't matter. The real problem was, he only had one death substitution totem left and was barely above level 10. After wandering around the Western Water City for days, he hadn't even found a way to transfer to a mage yet. Worse still, he had a secret no one knew. His initial template talent randomly rolled a mythic level skill called infinite mana. Too bad he had blue bars, but no skills to use them with, a total waste. Every brick and tile of Western Water City was unfamiliar, but the Night Elf territory near the 7-color divine tree was so familiar he could navigate it blindfolded. That place had countless advantages. For one, the recently posted Night Elf Mage transfer guide by the Cloud Guide team was a big help. Plus, only the Night Elf race opened up a special weekly raid dungeon that rewarded a full 10 levels of experience if completed, though it tapered off with repeated runs. The dungeon could also drop equipment and rare items, a jackpot nobody could resist. So he set his sights on hitching a ride, hoping Su Yun could bring him back to the 7-color divine tree on the return trip. The problem was Su Yun had teleported directly through memory displacement, with no return trip to take. Meanwhile, the replaced winged bird servant was still stuck waiting to be swapped back. That could work, Su Yun thought for a moment, but it might delay the trip a little. As long as you don't mind. Of course not. Spicy little hot pot replied almost instantly. The reward is preset and tied to my reputation, so no shortchanging. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Su Yun summoned his newly acquired ridge boar servant from his pack and ordered it. Follow the preset path, avoid all danger zones, and return at full speed to the 7-color divine tree. This massive wild beast, about the size of a rhino, was Su Yun's fastest riding servant right now. Its hooves thundered as muscles flexed, like a heavy engine roaring to life. Spicy little hot pot, sitting on the broad back, started questioning his life choices the moment the ridge boar set off. Isn't the Cloud Guy team coming too? The thought barely crossed his mind before he had to clutch tightly to the sharp, steel-like mane along the spine to avoid being flung into the sky by the sudden momentum. He definitely didn't have Silruosha's legendary luck to find balance midair. Slow down. I'm flying off here. Spicy little hot pot shouted hoarsely. The ridge boar's servant ignored him. As if hearing only speed up, it lifted and dropped its hooves, kicking up a cloud of dust. Run. Awesome. Silent and relentless, it left behind a trail of earth-colored dust streaking like a launched arrow straight toward the horizon. For roughly the next month, Spicy little hot pot was probably going to spend most of his time being blasted along at full tilt on the ridge boar's back. Can I try this? It's delicious. Sister, let's buy some. What is this? Is it something to eat? Can I taste it? Yummy. Sister, let's get some. Salusha peppered questions in rapid-fire fashion at the stall, her purple eyes sparkling with excitement. In one hand, she held a piece of the snack she had just tasted. With the other, she pointed to the neighboring booth. Sis, they're selling flowers over there. She was so excited she almost bounced on the spot. The vendor sighed and blocked her at the flower rack. Miss Elf, these are ornamental flowers coated with preservatives. They are not for eating. 200 poison. The system's cold warning tone sounded just as Salusha bit off a petal, eyes still smiling softly. Tasty. Sister, do you want to try some? Kixifalu rubbed her forehead. They already said you can't eat them. Why are you so greedy? It's fine. Su Yun's here. Salusha didn't care about the poison. With Su Yun around, she always thought the world was big, but eating was more important. Try first, ask later. Meanwhile, as Su Yun went to meet the spicy hot pot vendor, Salusha and Kixifalu took the chance to explore the Western Water City. Unlike the Rainbow Divine Tree's pest troubles, this city bustled with lively streets and colorful stalls decorating the streetscape. When Su Yun returned, the sight made him pause slightly. Salusha was clutching a big bunch of fresh flowers, a few chewed petals hanging from her mouth. Kixifalu's hands were practically overflowing with all kinds of fruit. Did you get what you needed? Su Yun asked. Yep, all done, went smoothly. Kixifalu smiled and nodded. Salusha pushed the wilted bouquet forward, only the bare stems stubbornly upright. Su Yun, want to try? They have a faint grassy fragrance, really. 200 poison, 200 poison, 200 poison. The damage numbers hovered repeatedly over her head. No thanks. They'll pass. Su Yun waved his hands repeatedly. Really want to try? Really? He declined several times before Salusha reluctantly took back her ragged bouquet. Want to keep exploring? Asked Su Yun. Yeah, we haven't been that way yet. The two elves answered in unison. He'll wait here, then. When you're done, meet me back here. He'll take you someplace later. Where? That's a surprise. You'll see once we get there. After watching the elves disappear into the crowd, Su Yun found a bench and sat down, taking the opportunity to organize the new template talents had just acquired. First was the newly gained infinite mana. Inherit template talent. Infinite mana? Currently can inherit 33. Already inherited template talent. Infinite mana. Currently can inherit 23. Mana. 190,673, 340,000. Mana regeneration rate. 200. Mana. Mana output strength. 200. Finally, I won't have to worry about running out of mana anymore. Yun felt much more at ease. Even better, the special bonus from the memory throne had upgraded from mana regeneration rate to mana output strength. He nodded quietly. Apparently, the memory throne's full potential could only be unlocked alongside infinite mana. After all, the astonishing mana demands of each race's skills made infinite mana essential to keep playing. The second template talent he decided to inherit was Blessing of the World, looted from Tiguang's sword. Already inherited template talent, Blessing of the World, currently can inherit 13. All held items of death replacement totem had been fully converted into Blessing of the World. Yun. He quickly opened his backpack. Sure enough, the death replacement totems had vanished completely. In their place was a brand new item he had never seen before. The World's Blessing effect can negate death when taking lethal damage, and it can also be activated proactively to restore 1 million health points. This effect is guaranteed to work, which seems incredibly powerful, almost as if the usual limitations on death avoidance totems no longer apply. Yun even suspected that this item might no longer be restricted, even in the story-focused mode. But is it really all that useful? The innate talent effect of the memory throne ensures that as long as any Yi-Tsong memory fragments remain alive, Yun himself won't truly die. The problem is that Yi-Tsong can still be killed by certain special effects that ignore the usual health lock. Maybe he could try having the World's Blessing protect Salusa and the others from guaranteed kills? But how could he test that? Should he really provoke the Sword of Light? Far away by the South Sea, a black abyss voidworm shuddered suddenly, but the chill quickly faded. In the end, Yun gave up on that unnecessary experiment and turned his attention back to the final inheritable template talent of the memory throne. The first option that came to mind was naturally Salusa's talent. However, the current throne level was insufficient, and the system promptly refused with a reason that made his heart tighten. The memory throne can indeed continue to upgrade, but the threshold is 10 million reputation points with any race. What does 10 million reputation mean? For example, completing a major storyline like recapturing the 7-colored god tree only yields around 5,000 points. Hidden and side quests offer just a few hundred to 2,000 at most. Maybe reputations from different races can accumulate? If so, he would need to find a way to grind a huge number of quests. Otherwise, promotion is out of reach in the short term. Since Salusa's ancient god talent can't be inherited, Yun had to look at other options. Amphilos Leyline Protector wasn't bad, granting immunity to all negative effects, but it would occupy 3 template talent slots. While weighing this, he rummaged through his backpack and suddenly remembered that after killing the Black Abyss Voidworm, he was so busy dealing with other matters that he had dumped the loot in without inspecting it. Now taking it out, a necklace emitting a dark, shadowy glow was among the items. Name: Heart of the Black Abyss. Required level: 60. Quality: Mythic 20 stars. Defense: 27,060. Effect: 30 effect resistance. When suffering negative effects, this bonus is applied first. This was his first time seeing a truly mythic quality piece of equipment. It seemed that only monsters with the mythic title could drop equipment of the same rank, confirming his previous suspicions. The base defense of 27,000 was already absurdly high. To compare, a level 60 Night Elf player naturally has almost zero defense growth, only around 60 points. Even if Yun stacked attributes through the memory throne to reach 6,000, it was still incomparable. Not to mention this could be further enhanced later. When Amphilos Oath Ring was upgraded to 20, it generated an additional effect called Leyline Support, which shared the same origin as her template talent, but was a weakened version. By analogy, the Heart of the Black Abyss upgraded to 20 would very likely evolve into Leyline Protector. After all, that was exactly the ability taken by the Black Abyss Voidworm. Trading 6 equipment effect slots for equivalent level protection was definitely more cost-effective than occupying 3 template talent slots. Since this was defense specialized gear, Yun didn't intend to continue spreading his money across all upgrades evenly. Instead, he planned to save up a batch of defense-enhancing stones to maximize returns. Once he had enough stones, he would use the memory retention effect to replicate many copies of Heart of the Black Abyss, ensuring each Yi-Tsong had one. In other words, a true qualitative leap for the team. We'll leave the last template talent inheritance slot open for now, and wait until he found something better later. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.